The richest family, the Yi clan, had long awaited the arrival of a little girl for over a decade, only to lose her. The entire Yi household searched frantically for 4 years, yet to no avail. Ultimately, the child returned of her own accord. The members of the Yi family were ecstatic, eager to present her with every conceivable treasure. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Why were so many people vying for the child? A popular young actress sought her assistance to dispel malevolent spirits while clutching an antique. A prominent figure from the capital brought a significant sum of money, merely wishing for the child to perform a divination for him. Even certain reclusive families were offering substantial rewards for her aid in reinforcing a formation. The Yi family categorically refused, asserting that they were not lacking in wealth. Chapter 1. Brother, we share a bloodline. Tao Tao, clad in a Taoist robe, sat by the brook, her chubby little feet playfully splashing in the water. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and the little bun atop her head bobbed with her movements, exuding an adorable and mischievous charm. Cut. That's a wrap. Tang Feng gazed at the camera, overwhelmed with joy. This child was simply perfect for the lens. The leading actress discreetly approached, unable to tear her gaze away from the delightful little bundle. Director Tang, where did you find this enchanting little girl? She possesses such spirit. Does she have a talent agency? How utterly adorable. It is no wonder so many are eager to be mommy fans now. You mustn't entertain any notions about this child. She is a young master from Lingyun Temple, and the temple master specifically instructed me that Tao Tao is merely a guest star and will not sign with any agency. Tang Feng turned back to the camera, growing ever more pleased. How could this child be so endearing, both sweet and innocent? The little darling scampered over with her short legs. She gazed up at Tang Feng with wide eyes, a hint of grievance in her expression as she patted her little belly. Uncle Tang, when will we eat? Tao Tao is hungry. Her little tummy seemed to deflate. Tao Tao, I have some delicious snacks here. Would you like to come with me? Tan Jingjing squatted down, presenting a bottle of yogurt to Tao Tao and signaling her assistant to fetch some treats. Tao Tao blinked her big eyes, glancing between the yogurt and Tan Jingjing, swallowing hard. Thank you, sister, but my master says one should not accept rewards without merit. If you give me food, how about I help you with a divination? Sounds good. Tan Jingjing beamed, delighted, as she brought over 2 small stools. Tao Tao sat down with utmost seriousness, her small face etched with gravity, only to appear even more endearing. Sister, your forehead is ample, and your features are gentle. You must have come from a prosperous family, blessed with parental love. Although you faced a calamity at 12, you have safely surpassed it, now blessed with both fortune and longevity. Oh, it seems you have a rather troublesome romance recently. If not handled properly, it could affect you adversely. Tan Jingjing was increasingly astonished, her playful demeanor fading when she heard about the calamity at 12. Tao Tao's words were indeed accurate. The illness at 12 nearly claimed her life. Just as she was about to inquire further, the assistant brought Tao Tao her snacks, which she accepted with great delight. Her master had told her that she was a destined spiritual child, gifted at divination, and thus highly valuable. Tao Tao, why not give Uncle Tang a reading? Tang Feng leaned in, grinning broadly. Uncle Tang doesn't believe in me. It wouldn't matter what I say. Tao Tao inserted a straw into her yogurt, speaking in her sweet, childish voice. Tang Feng, slightly disheartened, rubbed his nose. He merely thought Tao Tao was adorable and wanted to tease her. Tao Tao happily sipped, her cheeks puffing adorably. Suddenly sensing something, she turned her gaze in a specific direction, her big eyes widening, her mouth slightly agape. Oh! Such a dazzling golden aura, yet intertwined with so much dark energy. And that line on him. Tang Feng followed her gaze and immediately chuckled, rising to greet the newcomer. It is indeed an honor to have a superstar guest star for me. The visitor wore dark sunglasses, with a broad shoulder and long legs, his features sharply defined. Just standing there, he seemed to emanate a spotlight, yet his lips were pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of defiance and impatience. It is indeed the immensely popular and trending Yi Feng of recent years. Yi Feng is undeniably irritable. Had he not lost a bet to Tang Feng last time, he would not have willingly sought out this torment. The arrival of Yi Feng naturally attracted considerable attention. However, before anyone could express their astonishment, a small figure darted towards Yi Feng like a little cannonball. Instinctively, Yi Feng caught her, only to furrow his brow as he looked down at the little bundle in his arms, still imbued with the scent of milk. Before he could utter a word, he noticed Tao Tao lift her face and cheerfully speak up. Brother, you share a kinship with Tao Tao. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, leaving even Tang Feng dumbfounded. Chapter 2. I showed my brother a ghost. He hurriedly cradled Tao Tao back, offering a sheepish smile. Feng Ge, children speak without reservation. Tao Tao is still young. Do not hold her words against her. Tao Tao, noticing Yi Feng's scrutinizing gaze upon her, puffed out her small chest. It was imperative to leave a good impression on her brother during their first meeting. Where is Tang Feng's lounge? Yi Feng retracted his gaze, his voice icy. A staff member pointed him in a direction, and Yi Feng strode away. Realizing Yi Feng had no intention of engaging with her, Tao Tao suddenly felt a pang of grievance.
Va, Master Light.
He clearly said that daddy, mommy, and brother all like Tao Tao. What a big liar. Master is a bad guy. Large tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her little face flushed from crying. Tang Feng was instantly at a loss, as he dreaded when children cried. Please don't cry. Uncle Tang will buy you candy, alright? Just stop crying. Feng Ge is like this, he's just a bit grumpy. Uncle Tang will play with you. Tao Tao's sobs grew louder. Yi Feng took a step outside but found himself unable to proceed. With an impatient click of his tongue, he returned, scooping Tao Tao into his arms, his face stern. No more crying. Tao Tao was startled, letting out an unexpected hiccup. Tears still clung to her face, her eyes wide and round, caught in a dilemma of whether to cry or not. Yi Feng, initially feeling vexed, almost broke into laughter at her antics, the weight of his frustration dissipating. Tao Tao blinked, ready to speak, when her pupils suddenly constricted. She noticed a dark aura mingling within Yi Feng's energy, surging ominously and tinged with a hint of crimson. Even the golden aura surrounding him seemed to dim under its pressure. The black aura was attempting to engulf the remaining golden fortune. Sensing something was amiss, she, with tears still glistening in her eyes, chanted a spell in her childish voice, her fingers swiftly forming seals. Heaven and earth, mystical foundations, golden light charms. Exorcise evil and purify filth, let the skies be clear and the earth serene. The invisible talisman collided with the dark mass but found it only partially disrupted, slowly reinflating. As though someone were controlling it. Someone wants to harm my brother. Tao Tao tugged anxiously at Yi Feng's sleeve. Yi Feng abruptly covered her mouth. In such a crowded place, such words could lead to repercussions for Tao Tao. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Feng frowned slightly, casting a sharp gaze around. Those who met his eyes immediately averted their gazes, pretending they had heard nothing. Tao Tao was not speaking nonsense. Her brother's fortune was entirely black, indicating that someone with ill intentions sought to harm him. Her brother must be experiencing a streak of bad luck. Tao Tao felt aggrieved, her little mouth pouting, her big eyes brimming with tears. Tang Feng, though somewhat skeptical, led the two into his lounge. No one dares enter here without my permission. Feng Ge, perhaps you should take a look at Ling Yun. Awards have been snatched, roles have been switched, and the shows you filmed aren't airing. It does seem a bit unfortunate. Yi Feng remained non-committal, believing it to be mere coincidence, not deeming it worthy of his time. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Tao Tao placed her little hands over their eyes. Heaven clear, earth bright, yin and yang in harmony, 5 or 16 lords, enter and exit the realms, open. Upon opening their eyes, they saw nothing. Tao Tao bit her finger, her large eyes filled with confusion. Is this how you open the yin-yang eye? It's my first time using it. Could I have done it wrong? Then can you not see little Chunge? Who is little Chunge? Tang Feng was even more puzzled. The one behind Uncle Tang. Tao Tao replied innocently. The two turned to glance behind Tang Feng and saw a hazy figure, pale as paper. Tang Feng's face drained of color, contorted in terror. What the hell? Tao Tao, what is this thing? Chapter 3. This strange countenance, it's little Chunge. Although he is a ghost, he is a good ghost, you know. He has never harmed anyone, so you and Uncle Tang must not discriminate against little Chunge. Tao Tao's small face grew serious as she earnestly lectured Tang Feng. Isn't this a matter of discrimination? Tang Feng nearly cried out. Yi Feng took a deep breath, diverting his gaze, silently reconstructing his worldview. Then, why is he here? He glanced at little Chen and Tang Feng trembled, speaking cautiously. Tao Tao looked up, her expression innocent. Little Chunge said he is also a director, but his work is quite mediocre, so he wants to learn from Uncle Tang. Little Chunge said he has been following you for a month. I didn't follow you while you showered, Little Chen added seriously, his ghostly demeanor becoming even more pronounced. Tang Feng felt the color drain from his face. I have a profane remark that I am unsure whether to utter. Yi Feng cast a sympathetic glance at Tang Feng. Tao Tao produced a talisman from her pocket and handed it to Yi Feng. Brother originally had a golden aura, Ordinarily, ghosts and demons wouldn't dare approach him, but now it's not the case.
Here, take this.
Yi Feng accepted it, ruffling Tao Tao's hair, then carefully tucked it away. He felt somewhat touched, his expression softening. Tang Feng looked on, eagerly, wishing for one too, yet he felt a chill creeping up his spine. His smile more pained than joyful. Tao Tao, can you make little Chen leave?
I.
He was frightened of ghosts. Sure. Can you burn me a copy of your notes? Then I won't have to follow you around. I can study at my own pace. Unexpectedly, little Chen spoke up, shyly smiling, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, as he smiled, blood trickled more profusely from his face. Tang Feng shut his eyes, feeling utterly numb. I promise you, I will copy a version for you when I get back. Can you leave now? Little Chen beamed, bloodied, as he passed through the wall. Tang Feng's eyes glazed over, feeling as though his entire worldview had crumbled. Tao Tao, you just said someone wants to harm me? Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light. Tao Tao nodded vigorously, her small face etched with worry. But that person has already stolen your fortune. Tao Tao needs to see him to know how to reclaim your fortune. Reflecting on Yi Feng's recent misfortunes, Tang Feng was now convinced. But we currently do not know who did it. Tang Feng, recovering from the shock, wore a complex expression. After all, Yi Feng was entrenched in the entertainment industry. With abundant resources and a prestigious background, many envied him. Thus, he had no leads of his own. Yi Feng peeled a piece of candy for Tao Tao, his voice gentle. Do you have a way, Tao Tao? Tao Tao nodded earnestly, puffing out her little chest with pride. Of course. I know that person has taken away brother's fortune and stolen his things. The aspects of good luck must be connected to brother. Just look at who around you suddenly has good fortune. If she had a tail, it would be standing upright by now. Yi Feng chuckled at her. Our Tao Tao is truly remarkable. Such a child was impossible not to adore. Tang Feng, pondering deeply, suddenly recalled someone. Feng Ge. I can't shake the feeling that Tao Tao's words resemble that little brat Yang Qingzhou. The trophy that was practically yours was snatched by him. Your role was also taken, and the show not airing is likely a competition against him. Tang Feng gave Yi Feng a light pat, his expression darkening slightly. Given Yi Feng's background and current standing in the entertainment industry, these matters were inherently perplexing. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yi Feng did not pursue the issue further. If he were to meet Yang Qingzhou, would Tao Tao be allowed to return to the capital with me? Would her family consent? Moreover, it was still uncertain whether it truly was Yang Qingzhou. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi Feng's face. Tao Tao munched on candy. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster hoarding food. Do you have a photo? Tao Tao can read faces. This is easily resolved. Tang Feng quickly pulled up a photo of Yang Qingzhou on Baidu and handed his phone to Tao Tao. Tao Tao widened her eyes, looking somewhat distressed. His face. It looked so strange. Yi Feng glanced at the phone, his expression hard to describe. Given his appearance, it was no wonder he had such a reputation. With a look of disdain, he took the phone back, scrolling through until he finally found an unedited photo. Tao Tao frowned at the sight. This person's fate doesn't seem right. He should have a smooth-sailing face, yet he looks so unfortunate. I've never seen someone like this. His face seems artificial. I told you he had work done. But his delusional fans wouldn't believe me.
Tang Feng Scop.
Tao Tao blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity. What does work done mean? Tang Feng looked at Tao Tao's big eyes, momentarily unsure of how to explain. It means he has altered his face a bit. He gestured with his hands, trying to clarify. Tao Tao nodded, though her expression turned slightly downcast. If that were the case, she could only see people to truly know. She wanted to impress her brother. Watching her, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Why don't you ask Tao Tao's parents if she can come back to the capital with me? I promise to keep her safe. And we can discuss compensation. Yi Feng pinched Tao Tao's little face, a smile playing on his lips. She was truly adorable. However, Tao Tao's mood suddenly shifted, as she realized she hadn't seen her parents in a while. Tao Tao, why don't you go play with Sister Jingjing for a bit? Uncle Tang, no. I've known this guy for a year, so it's Brother Tang, and I have matters to discuss with Brother Yi Feng. Tang Feng shot Yi Feng a glance, signaling him to keep quiet. Tao Tao thought to herself that since she had found her brother, she would surely see her parents too. Thus, her spirits lifted as she skipped away. Watching her leave, Tang Feng sighed. Brother Feng, let us not bring this up again. Tao Tao was raised by the master of Lingyun Temple, her parents, probably. Yi Feng's face showed surprise, soon followed by a surge of empathy. I didn't know. He felt a twinge of regret. Tang Feng understood it wasn't intentional. How is your mother? He patted Yi Feng's shoulder, steering the conversation away from the sensitive topic. Yi Feng pressed his lips together, his gaze dimming. She's still the same, rather distant. The doctor says it's a heart issue. Tang Feng fell silent for a moment, a hint of hesitation on his face. Do you think Tao Tao is as extraordinary as she seems? Maybe you should take her back for an evaluation. Her age matches up. Yi Feng had considered this, yet he found it hard to believe he could be so fortunate. In any case, there's no loss. If she truly is my younger sister, it would be a tremendous blessing. If not, this child is endearing enough to be cherished as a younger sister. Tang Feng lowered his voice. For so many years, the Yi family has been engaged in charity. If there are indeed spirits in this world, surely good deeds are rewarded. Yi Feng nodded slowly. Tao Tao was perched beside Tan Jingjing, indulging in snacks, while Tan Jingjing looked at her with heart-shaped eyes. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Tan Jingjing glanced at her phone and answered it, only to be met with Tang Feng's panicked, distorted screams on the other end. Jingjing, hurry and bring Tao Tao over. Help me. Chapter 4. Tao Tao didn't mean to. Tan Jingjing jumped in surprise, and Tao Tao leaped from her lap, her little legs scampering away rapidly. Pushing open the lounge door, she saw Tang Feng trembling, clinging to Yi Feng's back. He appeared utterly terrified, eyes shut tight, as he muttered to himself. Nothing to fear, nothing to fear. I can't see anything. Tan Jingjing stared in disbelief. What is happening with Director Tang? She asked, quietly closing the door to keep the rumors of a mentally unstable director from spreading before filming concluded. Yi Feng felt embarrassed. He had merely opened a door. And this was the result. He pulled Tang Feng off his back, his expression one of disdain. Tang Feng was at his wit's end. I'm just a mediocre director with an award. Why do I have to endure this? Do you think I wanted this? The moment I opened the door, it was filled with ghosts, so many. And one of them was all bloodied up. Does the ghost realm not care about appearances? Tao Tao blinked, slowly realizing. I think I forgot to close the yin-yang eyes for you and Brother Tang. But Tao Tao didn't mean to. She stood on tiptoe, urging them to crouch down and cover their eyes, muttering a few incantations before releasing them. All done, despite still feeling a bit scared. Tang Feng was reluctant to recall the earlier scene. Go check if anything's left, he urged Yi Feng. Yi Feng sighed and opened the door again, peering out. Nothing's there. Tang Feng finally slumped into a chair, relieved. You don't have to be afraid, Brother Tang. The uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters here are all good ghosts. They won't harm anyone. Many have seen your films and really like you, Tao Tao said, chewing on her jelly with a sweet voice. Should I thank them then? Tang Feng replied, his face a mask of despair. Meanwhile, Tan Jingjing was utterly lost, unable to comprehend the bizarre conversation, and no one seemed inclined to explain. When will Tao Tao's scenes finish? Come with me to Lingyun Temple to meet the master. Yi Feng picked up Tao Tao, his fondness for her growing. Even if Tao Tao wasn't Nan Nan, he wouldn't mind having another sister. Tang Feng took a sip of water, finally recovering from the earlier shock. Concern for his friend lingered. In a couple of days, I'll accompany you there. Tao Tao's bright, clear eyes sparkled with anticipation. Will Brother take Tao Tao home? Her eyes grew wide and luminous, melting Yi Feng's heart. Yes, Brother will take Tao Tao home. Tao Tao jumped up in joy, her excitement evident in her bouncing little legs.
Yay!
Tao Tao will have a daddy and mommy. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with joy, but moments later, the little one grew somber. But Tao Tao doesn't want to leave master. He loves Tao Tao the most. Even if she went back, Tao Tao could still see her master. And besides, there were so many delicious foods in the capital. Yi Feng glanced at Tao Tao's pile of snacks, coaxing her gently. Tao Tao blinked, her sadness dissipating as she cheerfully agreed. Then Tao Tao will go with Brother. Is master something we can eat? Dao Qing, who was packing things in the temple, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and murmured, It must be my precious Tao Tao missing me. After resuming filming, Tang Feng felt as though someone was watching him through the monitor, unsure if it was just his imagination. Jingjing, your emotions are off. Let's start over. Tang Feng shook off the feelings clouding his mind and shouted. Tan Jingjing seemed to struggle to find her footing, repeatedly making mistakes. Yi Feng, who had been suspended on wires alongside her for quite some time, was beginning to show signs of impatience, even with his usual good temper. Tan Jingjing noticed this. Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. My performance is just not up to par today. Her face was etched with regret as she nervously tugged at the hem of her shirt. Yi Feng, despite the circumstances, couldn't afford to lose his temper with a girl, especially with Tao Tao nearby. All right, take some time to gather yourself. Tao Tao, clutching a jelly, scampered over as the two finished their scene. Brother, you're amazing.
You sort up just like that.
Her eyes sparkled with admiration, gesturing animatedly as she expressed her awe. You're so incredible. Though not as good as Master, you're still fantastic. That's because I was on wires, silly.
Did you see that?
It can lift me up. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly, guiding her to observe the wires. Tao Tao's eyes, resembling water grapes, were filled with curiosity. Soon after, she witnessed the footage of others performing. The little girl nestled in Yi Feng's arms, took a bite of her jelly, and, sounding like a tiny adult, commented, "Brother looks the best when he flies. They can't compare to you." Yi Feng maintained a stoic expression, but inside, he was beaming with joy. Carrying Tao Tao, he approached Tang Feng, who had just finished explaining the scene to Tan Jingjing.
Tao Tao.
Tang Feng waved mysteriously at her, beckoning her to come closer. Yi Feng, somewhat disdainful, took a step back with Tao Tao. Just speak plainly, stop being creepy like a human trafficker. Tang Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, but dared not retort. He was small and helpless, yet could be assertive when needed.
Tao Tao.
Is there still the ghost around, brother? I feel like someone is watching me. Tao Tao tilted her head, contemplating, and eventually understood what Tang Feng meant by ghost. She obediently pointed beside Tang Feng, saying yes, the sister said she was just curious about how filming works. Tang Feng sprang back, landing behind Yi Feng, his face a mask of despair. Why does it keep following me? Tao Tao, observing Tang Feng's reaction, nibbled on her finger, at a loss. Step away.
Juice Tao Tao.
Yi Feng pushed him aside. Tang Feng, with tears welling in his eyes, lamented, Brother Feng, you've changed. Back in the day, during the drizzling apricot blossoms, you used to call me Little Tang Tang. Tao Tao blinked her big eyes, watching the two curiously. Move aside, move aside. It seems like everything is fine, and you're still in the mood for banter. Tao Tao, let us go. Yi Feng playfully scolded, giving Tang Feng a light kick. Tang Feng, with a wretched expression, pleaded, Brother Feng, I know I was wrong. Tao Tao, you're the best. Can you give Brother Tang a charm, please? He was genuinely at his wit's end, constantly feeling as if something was watching him. His vivid imagination made the situation all the more terrifying.
No.
Yi Feng flatly rejected Tang Feng's request. He had already torn open a jelly for Tao Tao, stating, You can only have this one. Too many will upset your stomach. Tao Tao patted her little belly and nodded obediently. Tao Tao listens to Brother Feng, you know I'm timid. If I get scared tonight and run to your room, you wouldn't want us trending on social media tomorrow, would you?
Tang Feng Feigen since.
Yi Feng's expression darkened, clearly appalled by the suggestion. Tao Tao seemingly grasped the situation and presented a charm. Oh, so Brother is scared. Then this is for you. Tang Feng accepted it, feeling an immediate warmth envelop him. An indescribable comfort.
Tang Zhu, Tao Tao.
When we go back, I'll give you a big red envelope. Just then, Tan Jingjing approached, appearing to have regained her composure. Director Tang, Brother Yi, let us give it another try. I believe I'm ready. Yi Feng left Tao Tao by Tang Feng's side and secured the wires once more. This scene required him to be suspended high in the air as he performed a dramatic descent. His sword twirled gracefully in an elegant flourish. Tao Tao, munching on candy, watched her brother with increasing admiration. Truly, he is my brother. But in that moment, calamity struck. A black skull suddenly materialized on Yi Feng, attempting to devour the remaining golden aura surrounding him. It was repelled by a beam of golden light, consuming only half. However, at that instant, the wires supporting Yi Feng abruptly snapped. Chapter 5, The Dog. Yi Feng felt a scorching sensation in his chest. Brother Feng. Tang Feng jumped up, his face a canvas of terror. Falling from such a height, even with a cushion, could spell disaster. Tao Tao also rose, swiftly forming hand signs and chanting. 5 stars suppress the color, light illuminate the mysterious, all gods and saints, heed my command. Despite her small stature, she exuded an impressive aura. Yi Feng closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain, but it never came. In the moment before landing, he felt as though he had sunk into a soft embrace, and the next instant, he was on the ground. He didn't even register any pain, only hearing Tang Feng's agonizing wail as he rushed over Brother Feng. Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine, even somewhat embarrassed. He was reluctant to admit he knew this guy. A crowd quickly gathered around them. Call 120. Get an ambulance, hurry.
Tank Feng shouted, frantically checking on Ye Feng.
Brother Feng, are you alright? Where's the props team? Are they all incompetent? Didn't they check before filming? The props team leader, equally alarmed, replied, Director, we did check. The wires were fine, but they wouldn't dare overlook such an important safety measure. Amidst the chaos, Yi Feng spotted Tao Tao in the distance. The little girl, eyes brimming with tears and visibly shaken, tugged at Yi Feng's heartstrings. I'm fine. Step back. He pushed aside Tang Feng, who was sobbing uncontrollably,
and waved to Tao Tao.
She immediately rushed over and leaped into Yi Feng's embrace.
Wah!
It's all my fault. I was too slow to notice and almost got brother hurt. It's all my fault. Tears welled in her eyes, and within moments, they were streaming down her cheeks. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Feng, who quickly understood his unspoken message. Clearing his throat, Tang Feng wiped away the fake tears from his face, his acting skills leaving Tan Jingjing in awe. He understood that this incident could lead to a whirlwind of trouble if it got out. All right. As long as Brother Feng is fine, the crew will take a day off. We'll handle the props issue later, and as for today's events, if anyone dares to spread this, don't blame me for being rude. His stern demeanor was undeniably intimidating. After giving a few instructions to the assistant director, he took Yi Feng and Tao Tao away. The little girl was still sniffling, her eyes reddened, which pained both Yi Feng and Tang Feng. Tao Tao was very brave. If it weren't for her, brother would definitely have been hurt today. Our Tao Tao is really amazing. Slowly, Tao Tao ceased her sobbing, her face still streaked with tears. Really? But Tao Tao is so silly. I couldn't bring back brother's fortune, and if this continues, brother will. Tears welled up in Tao Tao's eyes once more. Tang Feng's expression grew increasingly grave, his mind momentarily blank. Tao Tao, what are you saying? Tao Tao grasped Yi Feng's arm and reiterated her words. Brother's fortune has already been devoured significantly. If we do not retrieve it, he will perish. Yi Feng reached into his pocket, realizing that the talisman Tao Tao had given him had turned to ash. Had it not been for that talisman, it was likely that his fortune would have been completely consumed by now. Yi Feng was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Brother Feng, we cannot delay any longer. You must take Tao Tao back to the imperial capital immediately. Tao Tao's scenes have already been completed. I will find someone else to replace you. We shall ascend the mountain to the temple tomorrow, and you should depart this afternoon. Tang Feng's face was etched with seriousness. Yi Feng turned to Tao Tao, still wishing to honor her wishes. Tao Tao will return with brother. Tao Tao's chubby little hand reached out to Yi Feng,
clasping his hand.
Only then did Yi Feng nod in agreement. However, the next morning, before the trio could set out, they received a package left at the front desk by Dao Qing. Inside, there was a small, half-grown white cat, a peachwood sword, and a small note. Tao Tao clutched the note, tilting her head as she examined it for a moment before exclaiming indignantly, Bad master. Bullying Tao Tao for not understanding. Her pouting face resembled that of a disgruntled little dolphin. Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Tao Tao, would you like brother to read it for you?
Tao Tao, not that.
Handing the note to Yi Feng while pouting slightly, in playful disdain. Brother is the best. Master is bad. Tao Tao, your earthly ties have arrived. Your master has gone on a journey, and I have sent your senior brothers down the mountain. I will visit you when the opportunity arises. Your peachwood sword is here, and additionally, there is an item that is fated to be with you. Keep it by your side. Yi Feng read aloud, and Tao Tao's gaze met that of the small kitten on the front desk. Meow. The little white cat lazily meowed, its azure eyes appearing exceptionally gentle. What a beautiful cat! Tao Tao exclaimed, rushing over to embrace it. The kitten nestled against her, displaying remarkable obedience. You don't have a name yet. How about I give you one? Tao Tao's face lit up with excitement as she planted a kiss on the kitten's head. Meow. The small white cat gently placed its paws on her chubby little hand, responding sweetly. Yi Feng watched with a smile. The sight of these two together was simply adorable. Let us call you Dogsy, Tao Tao declared, her voice bright and tinged with pride, as if she believed herself quite clever for naming it so. Yi Feng's smile faltered, his lips twitching. The young woman at the front desk couldn't suppress her laughter. The little white cat in Tao Tao's arms seemed to exhibit a hint of embarrassment in its gentle eyes. Tao Tao, why would you choose such a name? Yi Feng stifled his amusement. The pristine fur and striking eyes of the little white cat were utterly incongruous with the name. Tao Tao pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. Is it not nice? But Aunt Fat said names like this are easy to live with. They can grow strong. Aunt Fat's brother is named Dogdan. Dogsy cannot share a name with Dogdan. Should I thank you, cat? Yi Feng could hardly bear to see Tao Tao feeling slighted. He had no regard for boundaries. Of course it sounds nice. How could it not? Tao Tao is the best. Let it be Dogsy. The little white cat seemed to finally have had enough. Biting down on Tao Tao's finger, its sharp teeth drew a drop of blood.
Ouch.
Tears brimmed in Tao Tao's eyes, on the verge of spilling over. But the little white cat licked away the blood. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He was about to pick it up when he heard Tao Tao's puzzled voice. Huh? The place where she had been bitten appeared completely healed, without a trace of injury. Surprised, Tao Tao momentarily forgot to cry. However, the little white cat seemed utterly exhausted, collapsing in Tao Tao's arms, fast asleep. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was displeased. It hadn't voiced any objections, which meant it must have liked the name. Dogsy it was. Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as it fell upon the cat. How dare it bite Tao Tao? The sleeping kitten stirred slightly, unaware that its name had been irrevocably decided. Yi Feng checked the time. Tao Tao, we should be on our way.
Tao Tao not dead.
But Yi Feng felt a headache coming on as he looked at Dogsy. Due to time constraints, he hadn't arranged for a private jet. And this little creature couldn't be brought aboard. He could only leave Dogsy with Tang Feng, instructing him to find a way to take it to the imperial capital. As he accompanied Tao Tao to the airport, wearing a mask and sunglasses, Yi Feng held Tao Tao's hand, preparing to board the plane, when suddenly, they were jostled by someone. Tao Tao stumbled, but Yi Feng steadied her. She instinctively glanced up at the person who had bumped into them, locking eyes with a ghostly infant perched on the person's shoulder. Chapter 6. A fool at such a young age. The ghostly infant, endowed with acute senses, recognized Tao Tao as a formidable presence the moment it laid eyes on her, letting out a shrill cry before vanishing without a trace. Are you blind? The woman who had collided with them wore a mask and sunglasses, obscuring her face, but her voice was sharp and grating, making one feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Clad in a red miniskirt and high heels, her figure was commendable, yet her words were decidedly off-putting. Yi Feng frowned. Her voice was unnervingly familiar, but he couldn't quite recall from where. Tao Tao glanced over, leaning uncomfortably into Yi Feng's embrace. This woman emitted a scent that she found unappealing.
Yi Feng.
Misinterpreting her reaction as fear, darkened his expression. If I recall correctly, you were the one who carelessly bumped into us. Perhaps you should leave your eyes for someone who needs them. The woman, indignant, was about to continue berating them when she met Yi Feng's fierce gaze. She involuntarily shuddered, and her companion tugged at her to indicate that they were in a public place and should avoid causing a scene. With a haughty toss of her head, the woman turned to leave. Yi Feng then recognized the figure behind her, Li Jia, the star agent of Xinguang. The woman must be Yu Shuer, the rising star, though it seemed she hadn't recognized him. Yi Feng frowned. While it was common knowledge that many in the entertainment industry wore a facade, the disparity in Yu Shuer's demeanor was striking. Yet, he dismissed the thought. They were not well acquainted. When he turned his attention back to Tao Tao, his expression softened. Tao Tao, are you feeling unwell? Tao Tao shook her head, her face slightly downcast. No, it's just that the lady gave me an uncomfortable feeling. However, once they boarded the plane, those minor grievances quickly dissipated. Tao Tao gazed excitedly out the window, her cherubic face brimming with anticipation. It was her very first flight. Yi Feng felt relieved to see Tao Tao's spirits lifted again and requested a glass of orange juice from the flight attendant. He had also noticed that the little girl had a particular fondness for sweet and tangy beverages. Brother, what is this? It's so delicious.
Tao Tao ate gleam.
Holding the cup and squinting her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a contented kitten after a hearty meal. Humph, you've never even had orange juice. Where do you come off acting like a country bumpkin? The mocking childish voice was particularly irksome. Before Yi Feng could react, the man beside the child reprimanded him. Lele, apologize. Who taught you to be so rude? I didn't say anything wrong. The child named Lele, with a defiant expression, opened his mouth to speak. The man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head in apology. I apologize. The child is quite ignorant and has caused you trouble. It's quite all right, replied Tao Tao, her voice soft and sweet. My master once said that children who show disrespect are merely simple-minded fools, and my brother and I shall not stoop to quarrel with a fool. She shook her little head, her eyes reflecting pity as she observed the boy. What a pity it is, such a young age yet already a dullard, causing those around them to stifle their laughter. Yi Feng nodded solemnly. Indeed. What Tao Tao says is absolutely correct. The little boy, eager to retort, was silenced by the man beside him, left with no choice but to sulk in silence.
Tao Tao.
Feeling drowsy, yawned softly. Children are naturally prone to sleep, and having risen early, it wasn't long before she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her expression serene and obedient. Yi Feng gently covered her with a small blanket. Tao Tao slept soundly, even deeply, and by the time she awoke, they had already arrived in the capital. Vague memories of a dream lingered in her mind, as if a young brother had been speaking to her about changing names, though the specifics eluded her. Rubbing her eyes, Tao Tao murmured, "Have we arrived?" Yi Feng picked her up, his heart melting at her innocence. "Yes, let us go. Brother will take you to enjoy some delicious food." Tao Tao nodded, taking hold of Yi Feng's hand. As they entered the car, contemplating where to take his sister for a meal, his phone rang urgently. "Xiao Feng, where are you? Hurry home." The tone of Yi's father was grave, tinged with urgency. The sound of something crashing echoed through the line before the call abruptly ended. Yi Feng immediately sensed that something was amiss. His father's anxiety could only stem from matters concerning his mother, and nothing else came to mind.
Tao Tao, I am sorry.
"But we must return home for a moment, all right?" Yi Feng's face was etched with guilt. Moreover, Tao Tao's identity had yet to be confirmed, and he hadn't thought of how to introduce her. Tao Tao gazed intently at his forehead, her small face growing increasingly serious. "Brother, extend your hand."
Yi Feng, puzzled, complied.
Tao Tao, having learned a bit about fortune-telling and medical techniques, could discern fate through pulse readings. Her little face scrunched up like a delicate dumpling. Chapter 7. The Yi Family. "Brother, we need to hurry back. Something has happened to Mother." While she could perceive the unease in Yi Feng, she remained oblivious to her own circumstances.
Yi Feng,
Not daring to delay, instructed the driver to head straight to the Yi residence. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was chaotic. Tao Tao and Yi Feng entered to find Uncle Ye's family gathered in the living room. "Head of the family, I've long suggested that we adopt Qingqing into your household. Perhaps having a daughter will alleviate your sister-in-law's ailment." Uncle Ye's words prompted a frown from the head of the Yi family, though he refrained from immediate rebuttal. Since the loss of his youngest daughter, his spirit had diminished considerably. Now, the family was predominantly managed by the eldest son, and he had long since lost his former brilliance. Yi Feng could easily discern his uncle's intentions, a mere desire to seize the shares that rightfully belonged to his sister. "Uncle, you are mistaken. We have only one daughter, and that is Nan Nan," Yi Feng retorted sharply, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable glint of defiance that mirrored his father's. Upon seeing Yi Feng's return, the head of the family's mood lightened somewhat. "Xiao Feng, your mother's conditions suddenly worsened today. This child is." The head's gaze fell abruptly upon Tao Tao, his breath hitching. For reasons unknown, a wave of bittersweet sensation flooded his chest. Those sparkling eyes seemed hauntingly familiar. Tao Tao tilted her head, examining him, and instantly recognized him as her father. She slipped from Yi Feng's embrace and approached the head of the family, looking up at him with obedient charm. "Hello, Daddy, I am Tao Tao."
Daddy?
The head of the Yi family's pupils constricted, momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon seeing Tao Tao's delicate features, his heart constricted painfully. A flood of tender emotions enveloped him. This child, with her glistening eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had lost. Tao Tao, noticing his silence, felt tears welling in her eyes. Will Daddy not like Tao Tao? Master is such a bad person. Truly a great deceiver. Somewhere, a practitioner studying fruit juices sneezed unexpectedly, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that dear Tao Tao is missing me? Yi Feng's face betrayed his urgency, his hand instinctively clenching. "Father, Tao Tao's situation is rather complex. I will explain later. What has happened to Mother?" The head of the Yi family, now with strands of gray in his hair, appeared far removed from his once vibrant self. Speaking of his wife, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. He ran a hand through his hair, his voice hoarse. "The doctor has said that Rowan's condition has deteriorated and there are suicidal tendencies. If I hadn't discovered it early today." Beside him, Yi Jialong sighed, his face etched with sorrow, his eyes flickering. "Sister-in-law isn't in her right mind either. Head, you should acknowledge Qingqing as Nan Nan. It would provide some comfort for sister-in-law. At least until she recovers. Only by recognizing Qingqing could the shares be secured for her." He nudged forward the girl in his arms, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. "Indeed, second brother, At least Qingqing is our Yi family's daughter. Xiao Feng. You are too young and easily deceived. Qingqing is your sister, while this little wild child should be kept at a distance. Aunt Yi shot a scathing glance at Tao Tao. How long has it been since Xiao Feng left home? To return with a new sister. Can it possibly be true? No one could obstruct Qingqing's path. Yi Feng's expression darkened, the tension palpable. I know very well who my sister is. My mother is unwell, and we cannot accommodate guests at home. Uncle Zhong,
Please see our guests out.
he deliberately emphasized the word guests. Having failed to achieve his aims, Yi Jialong was unwilling to relent. He had meticulously planned for so long. That share was an absolute necessity. Xiao Feng, we. Uncle Zhong, please escort our guests out. Yi Feng's impatience was unmistakable, his voice cold.
Tao Tao.
Unable to comprehend the nature of their dispute, sensed the unkind gazes directed at her from the Yi Jialong family. She pouted, determined not to engage with the unfortunate souls. At that moment, a commotion erupted from upstairs. Su Rowan suddenly burst into the room, followed closely by a psychologist. Mother! Yi Feng attempted to intercept her. But Su Rowan's gaze locked onto Tao Tao. A look of utter confusion washed over her. Baby. Perhaps due to her unstable condition, she seemed to disregard the staircase. Careening downwards. Mother!
Boan.
Two voices echoed in alarm. Chapter 8. She looks just like Mother. Yi Feng and the head of the Yi family were too far away to intervene in time. The turn of events transpired in an instant. It was as if Tao Tao suddenly materialized beside Su Ruowan. Unbeknownst to her, she mustered an extraordinary strength, pulling Su Ruowan back. The head of the Yi family appeared momentarily stunned, glancing at his legs. The sensation of Tao Tao tugging at his clothing lingered vividly. Was his daughter truly so remarkable? The butler persistently rubbed his eyes, murmuring that aging inevitably leads to presbyopia. Meanwhile, the psychologist had been silently reciting the fundamental concepts of Marxism. Upon completion, he felt a profound sense of elevation within himself. Indeed, it seemed he was grappling with his own psychological issues, to the extent of hallucinations. Yi Feng was the first to react, rushing upstairs to check on Tao Tao and Su Ruowan. Su Ruowan knelt down, placing her hand on Tao Tao's face, her fingers gently caressing between her brows and eyes. Mama, Tao Tao grasped her hand, her expression a mixture of caution and dependence. This was her first encounter with her mother, and the utterance felt like a jolt awakening her. Tears instantly cascaded down Su Ruowan's cheeks as she choked back a sob, enveloping Tao Tao in her embrace. My baby, I'm so sorry. It was Mama who lost you, I apologize. It's all right, Tao Tao hasn't been wronged. Master and the senior brothers have all been very kind to Tao Tao. Mama, please don't be sad. Her voice was sweet and obedient, radiating warmth as she endeavored to wipe away Su Ruowan's tears with her small hands. Master said, Mama loves Tao Tao very much. Feeling the warmth on her face, Su Ruowan grew uncertain again, as if she were caught in a dream. Clinging tightly to Tao Tao, her expression became hazy. Yi Feng observed Su Ruowan, noting that the strands of white hair at her temples surpassed even those of Yi Jiajing. Her figure was gaunt, yet one could still faintly perceive the beauty of the first beauty of the imperial capital from years past. He felt a pang of sympathy and, meeting Tao Tao's lively gaze, silently resolved to make a decision. He too knelt down, earnestly gazing at Su Ruowan. Mom, I found Nuan. Nuan is home now. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly with Su Ruowan. She looked at him in disbelief, clasping Tao Tao's tiny hand, before turning her gaze back to Yi Feng. Xiao Feng? Her face bore an expression of helplessness and plea. She was terrified, fearing that upon opening her eyes, she would find it was all just a dream again. Yi Feng slowly took her hand, his eyes steady as he reassured her. Mama, it's true. Nuan has returned. Shall I take you both to rest? You're making Nuan worry. Su Ruowan's body remained tense, yet she complied and rose, one hand grasping Yi Feng's, the other holding onto Tao Tao. As they returned to the room, Tao Tao lay beside Su Ruowan on the bed, but Su Ruowan still struggled to grasp the reality of it all. This dream was too beautiful, too enchanting for her to wish to awaken. Mama, will you sing me to sleep?
Tao Tao nodded, snuggling closer to Su Ruowan.
Her small face radiated satisfaction and reliance. So this is what it feels like to have a mother. Mama is so beautiful, both lovely and gentle. Su Ruowan hummed a soft melody, her voice lilting and gentle, extraordinarily captivating. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, Tao Tao, feeling a pang of concern. Tugged at her sleeve. "Let me sing Mama to sleep." Tao Tao's voice rang with youthful innocence, her face eager to perform for her mother. Su Ruowan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Tao Tao's voice, still tinged with babyish lilt, filled the room with an oddly soothing melody that seemed to ease the burdens of the heart and mind. Su Ruowan involuntarily closed her eyes. The effect of the song upon her was remarkably profound. Before long, she drifted into a drowsy slumber, her hand still clutching Tao Tao's. Listening to Tao Tao's song, Yifeng too began to feel drowsy. Although Tao Tao initially felt no fatigue, the warmth of her mother's embrace induced a slight weariness within her. Yet she fought against it, refusing to succumb to sleep. From the moment she laid eyes on Su Ruowan, she sensed something was amiss. "Brother," Tao Tao extended her small hand, requesting Yifeng to lift her from the bed. At that moment, Yi Jiajing seized the opportunity to interject. "How did you find the treasure?" Yi Jiajing's face bore a look of tension, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yifeng bypassed the shift in energy, recounting the events to Yi Jiajing in their entirety. Yi Jiajing was left dumbfounded, taking a while to process the information. Had he not witnessed Tao Tao's abilities moments ago, he would have deemed Yifeng to be spinning tales. Sensing Yi Jiajing's suspicion, Yifeng preemptively offered, "Tomorrow, I'll take Tao Tao for a paternity test." Yet Yi Jiajing was displeased. "Look at Tao Tao, she is so adorable. She must be my daughter. What need is there for a paternity test? Tao Tao is your sister, just look at her eyes, they're identical to mine." Yifeng glanced at Yi Jiajing's eyes, then at Tao Tao's large, glistening orbs. He hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, but remained silent. She resembled her mother far more. Chapter 9. My mother tongue is silence. Furthermore, look at you, how useless you are, having your sister recognize you instead. My daughter is the clever one. Yi Jiajing continued to taunt. How infuriating. The one who found the treasure was not him. Yifeng was on the verge of ignoring him, turning away in exasperation. Just then, he noticed Tao Tao sitting nearby, her cheeks puffed up in frustration, murmuring something under her breath. Yifeng decisively abandoned his unreasonable father and walked over to Tao Tao. "What's wrong?"
Yifeng pinchet herçekgenti.
Tao Tao's small face was filled with disappointment as she pulled out 2 empty pockets from her clothes. "It's all my fault. I was too careless and forgot to take the money Master gave me. Do you want to buy something?" Yi Jiajing's eyes brightened. Money was something he had in abundance. Pushing past Yifeng, he produced a black card, grinning at Tao Tao. "Swipe Daddy's card. Whatever you wish to buy. Daddy will take you." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. "No, that's not it. It's Tao Tao's artifact, the ancient coins. There's something off in Mama's room." Tao Tao's long eyelashes fluttered as she pouted, becoming increasingly disheartened. Yi Jiajing could not bear to see the little one upset. "What about other ancient coins?" He scooped Tao Tao into his arms, contemplating that if his collection didn't suffice, he would simply purchase more. After all, money was no object. "That's fine, but it depends on which kind. Master said some coins lack sufficient spiritual energy." Tao Tao clung to Yi Jiajing's neck, her voice soft and sweet. Yi Jiajing felt his heart melt. Indeed, daughters were the epitome of cuteness. Sons simply couldn't compare.
Come.
"Daddy will take you to the collection room." Upon opening the collection room, Tao Tao was left speechless. Inside were numerous antiquities, many imbued with spiritual energy. Albeit some were somewhat dilute, yet the sheer quantity was impressive. Yifeng followed in behind, but before fully entering, he heard Yi Jiajing's voice laced with disdain. "Be careful. You clumsy oaf. These are all precious items. If you break even one, I'll break your legs." Yifeng was unfazed, his expression unchanged. Yi Jiajing's collection room was usually off-limits to them brothers. These treasures were more cherished than his own sons. Compared to these, they were merely picked up off the street.
This time it was all thanks to Tao Tao.
After scolding Yifeng, Yi Jiajing noticed Tao Tao had also been startled. Her small hand retracted in a flurry, as she seemed to have been about to touch the glass cover of an ancient vase. Her chubby little face bore a look of guilt. "Daddy, Tao Tao didn't mean to." Yi Jiajing could never bring himself to scold her. It was all that ungrateful child's fault for causing his precious one to be frightened. He immediately softened his tone, his expression becoming exceedingly gentle. "It's all right. Tao Tao wants to see this? Daddy will open it for you." He lifted the glass cover, mindful that Tao Tao might not reach it, and held her up carefully. Tao Tao has a fondness for items she can embrace and examine. They are not costly, and should they break, It is of little consequence. Yi Jiajing spoke with unwavering conviction. Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly, and at this moment, he was certain. Only they, the brothers, were merely adopted. Tao Tao blinked her large eyes, yet she behaved quite obediently, refraining from touching anything.
I'll just have a look. Thank you, Daddy.
Yi Jiajing felt a surge of warmth within. Indeed, his daughter was a little treasure. It seems that Tao Tao is the most sensible of them all. Your brothers are not as obedient as you. If you like any, pick a few, and Daddy will bring them to your room.
Ye Feng muttered.
My mother tongue is silence. Dad, Tao Tao is here to collect ancient coins. Yi Feng had to remind him. Is it only you with a tongue? Am I unaware?
Ye Viazeng's mouth julet dolmvert.
Tao Tao tugged at Yi Jiajing's clothing. Daddy, let us go get the copper coins first. Yi Jiajing immediately felt gratified.
Our Tao Tao truly understands.
His face beamed with pride. How could my daughter be so considerate? Yi Feng, a few times on the verge of speaking, ultimately chose the wise path of silence. Over here, Tao Tao, see which one you like best. Yi Jiajing carried Tao Tao further inside. With her wide eyes scanning the surroundings, she finally settled on one that emanated the most spirit. Daddy, this one.
Tao Tao pointed eagerly.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jiajing retrieved it, handing it over to her with ease. Tao Tao preferred to take it directly, as it was not expensive. Yi Feng cast a glance, his eyelids twitching. If he wasn't mistaken, the coin Tao Tao had chosen was the one their father cherished the most, priceless and irreplaceable. However, what was more infuriating was that he had been the one to assist in acquiring it, yet it was presented as if it belonged solely to their father. How vexing! Suddenly, a rebellious thought sparked in his mind. An ear-piercing scream erupted from upstairs. The ancient coin slipped from Tao Tao's grasp and clattered to the floor. It was their mother's voice. Chapter 10. Tao Tao is no longer pure. Yi Jiajing, disregarding everything else, thrust Tao Tao into Yi Feng's arms and dashed upstairs. Tao Tao, still clutching the ancient coin, was carried back into the room by Yi Feng, where Su Ruowan remained oblivious, her brows tightly knitted, cold sweat beading on her forehead, murmuring incoherently. Clearly, she was in the throes of a restless sleep. Seeing her in this state, Yi Jiajing understood that she was plagued by nightmares, and he hurried to embrace her, gently patting her back, his voice soothing. Ron, do not fear. It is merely a nightmare. Yet, Su Ruowan seemed oblivious to his presence, struggling in his embrace. Yi Jiajing's heart ached. He would not relinquish her even under her kicks and blows. The servants outside had grown accustomed to such scenes. Tao Tao observed the dark aura hovering over her mother's forehead, her little face shifting to one of subtle anger. Supreme star of the Taishang, adapt without ceasing. Exorcise evil and bind charms, protect life and guard the body, bestow wisdom, clarity, and tranquility. The ominous energy dissipated abruptly. Su Ruowan's struggles gradually subsided, and she began to breathe steadily. Yi Jiajing, suppressing his astonishment, gazed at Tao Tao with increasing wonder. It was known that in the past, waking Su Ruowan from such a state was a formidable challenge, let alone witnessing her fall into a tranquil slumber so easily. His daughter seemed, perhaps, a bit too extraordinary? Proud, indeed. Tao Tao stepped back slightly, tossing the ancient coin into the air. It spun before finally settling down. She focused intently on the coin for a moment, then turned her gaze in a particular direction. She pulled Yi Feng over to a vase, her little face serious. Brother, please take it down.
Ye Feng, somehat puzzled, replied.
This is the orchid that mother nurtured. Is there an issue? Tao Tao pursed her lips, uncertain of what lay within. Despite his confusion, Yi Feng complied and removed it. When Tao Tao's hand brushed the flower pot, an icy chill shot through her, causing her to shiver. Yi Feng felt nothing, yet she sensed it distinctly. The sharpness made her pout. Supreme protection, she murmured, angrily smashing the flower pot to the ground. She was now certain it was a malevolent object. A foul odor immediately filled the room, reminiscent of blood and decaying flesh, overwhelmingly nauseating. While the outer soil appeared unremarkable, the center was a vivid crimson, steeped in ominous foreboding. The stench was enough to make one retch. Tao Tao, what is this? Yi Feng asked, pinching his nose, his face pale. Blood and ashes, human. Tao Tao stepped back, her small face contorted in disgust. It's so foul. It stinks to high heaven. Yi Feng's expression turned to one of horror as he stared at the substance masquerading as soil, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. Where did this flower pot come from? He turned to summon a servant, his voice laced with accusation. The servant, upon seeing the contents on the floor, turned pale from the stench. Third young master. This flower pot was purchased by Madame herself when she went out. We are unaware of its origins. The servant averted his gaze, lowering his head. Yi Feng remained skeptical. Since Su Ruowan's child had gone missing, her mental state had been fragile, and Yi Jiajing had never allowed her to venture out alone. That flower pot was indeed purchased by Ruowan and me during a shopping trip. She fell in love with it at first sight, and I thought it beautiful. Yi Jiajing's face darkened, shadows flickering in his eyes. He had also been ensnared in a scheme. This orchid had flourished for over a year, blooming beautifully even in winter. Yet, inexplicably, when he first saw it, he subconsciously believed it was no surprise for orchids to bloom year-round. In fact, everyone who beheld the flower shared this sentiment. It was only when the pot shattered that they found it utterly astonishing. Something had been added inside, the parents would undoubtedly purchase it, and it had been accompanied by a bewildering array of formations. Tao Tao's cherubic face was etched with seriousness. She reassured Yi Jiajing. Those who do not understand the Tao cannot discern it. Do not blame Daddy and Mommy. She dug out the shattered pieces of the flower pot, revealing strange symbols etched within. More startling was the fact that the once lustrous orchid was visibly wilting at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Su Ruowan's spirit appeared to be rejuvenated. Tao Tao disdainfully discarded her little shoes, which had come into contact with the flower pot. She was a clean baby. Whoever had done this must be filthy.
Ugh.
The thought made her even more repulsed. She ran back to the bedside, placing her hand on Su Ruowan's wrist. Someone had used this flower to siphon away her mother's lifespan. Although the flower had perished, only a portion of the lifespan had been reclaimed. And they needed to find the individual behind it. Su Ruowan had improved significantly. The white strands at her temples had darkened somewhat. However, the diminished lifespan could not be restored immediately. Yi Feng's eyes darkened like still waters. Encountering such circumstances with both his mother and himself left him with little room for thought. The method of stealing life was strikingly similar to that of siphoning his brother's fortune. Tao Tao carefully examined Su Ruowan's lifeline and arrived at a conclusion. It seems there is something within Mother's body that I cannot quite discern. Peach's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of foreboding creeping into her exceptional perception. Just as she spoke, a black mist suddenly coalesced from the shattered flower pot. Even Yi Feng and Yi Jiajing could see it clearly. The black mist let out a piercing shriek and lunged towards Peach's face. Peach, be careful. Yi Feng exclaimed, terror etched on his face, as he instinctively shielded her. Stand your ground, all warriors, advance. Peach reacted swiftly, her small hands forming a gesture that conjured a talisman from thin air, which then collided directly with the black mist. The mist was abruptly dispersed, seemingly imbued with a consciousness of its own, quaking in fear as it attempted to flee. At that moment, a warm, radiant white light emanated from Peach's body, enveloping the entire room like a small barrier, preventing the black mist from escaping despite its frantic efforts. Gradually, the light shrank, condensing into a size no larger than a palm. Amidst the tense atmosphere, an incongruous sound suddenly emerged. Guliulu. The clear sound was particularly pronounced in the quiet room, causing Yi Feng and Yi Jiajing to fix their dazed gazes upon Peach. She patted her little belly, a hint of bashfulness crossing her small face. It resembled a black sesame glutinous rice ball, making Peach feel quite hungry. The sound came out with a touch of grievance. It wasn't her fault. It genuinely smelled delightful. Alas, it was just too dirty. She didn't want to leave her father with the impression of a little glutton so soon after their meeting. Yet, she was so hungry. That white exterior enveloping the black orb truly resembled a little sticky rice ball. Peach licked her lips, her gaze fixed on the black mist shrouded in white light. The mist seemed to sense something, struggling even more vigorously, but to no avail as it remained subdued. This dramatic scene caused Yi Jiajing to twitch his lips, uncertain of how he should react. Peach, do not covet such unsavory things. Your father will have someone prepare you something. Before he could finish his sentence, the white light suddenly enveloped the black mist and entered Peach's mouth. Peach hurriedly attempted to spit it out, but nothing emerged. She was thoroughly disgusted. That black, filthy thing had crawled out of the flower pot, so dirty. As she spat, she unexpectedly let out a baby burp. Burp. The room fell into an even deeper silence. Tears brimmed in Peach's eyes.
I'm unclean.
I ate something dirty. Master said I would get a tummy ache.
Peach.
What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Feng snapped back to reality, panic flooding his senses as he crouched down to check on Peach. That was certainly not a good thing. Chapter 11. Peach overindulged.
You.
Peach whimpered, her small voice filled with despair. Pouting, she reported to Yi Feng that Black missed it. Suddenly, she smacked her lips together, her tears ceasing. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. It tasted like black sesame, so sweet and fragrant.
Burp.
Peach unexpectedly let out another hearty burp.
Ye feng en ye vyazhan ekchenget glances.
Yi Feng rubbed his forehead. He knew Peach had a penchant for food, but he hadn't anticipated her gluttony reaching such an extent. Darling, is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Yi Feng inquired, concern etched on his features. A bit full. Peach pouted, clutching her little belly, looking utterly pitiful. Hiss. Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words, his expression difficult to articulate. After a moment's pause, he continued, I'll go fetch the doctor to examine you. He glanced around the room, which was in disarray, with a corner occupied by a thoroughly frightened servant. His headache intensified. Peach approached, crouching down to comfort the servant. Sister, don't be afraid. Just take a nap, and you'll be fine. Her face bore a soothing expression, and the servant, gazing into her round, glimmering eyes, felt her tense body relax, gradually closing her eyes. I'm scared sister will have nightmares. When she wakes up, she won't remember anything. Brother, please have someone take her to rest. Peach patted her little chest, confidently assuring her. Good girl, Peach. Yi Feng sighed in relief. After all, this incident would not bode well for the Yi family if it spread. Peach held a talisman in her hand and threw it toward the flower pot. The blue flames danced and swiftly consumed the repugnant substance, eradicating the foul odor in the room, replaced by a subtle fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood, imparting a calming sensation. Once the area was clean, Yi Feng summoned someone to escort the servant for rest. He carried Peach to the living room and called for the family doctor. After examining Peach, the doctor frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked, his anxiety palpable. Since Peach had ingested that substance, he had been on edge. The doctor put away the stethoscope, his expression conflicted. Third young master, this child simply overindulged. She has a bit of gastric distension. Yi Feng. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. That substance had indeed appeared quite indigestible. However, the crux of the matter surely lay elsewhere. Could you check again? Ensure there are no other issues with Peach's health. Perhaps you didn't examine her thoroughly enough?
Yi Feng tentatively suggested.
He couldn't possibly tell them his sister had just swallowed an unknown entity. He would be deemed insane. Third young master. Children have delicate stomachs. Even if indulged, they cannot be allowed to overeat. Next time, adults must manage their portion control. The doctor emphasized, expressing his dissatisfaction with Yi Feng's questioning of his professionalism. Yi Feng twitched his lips. Thank you so much. He certainly wasn't inclined to feed his sister such bizarre things again.
Burp.
Peach let out another hearty burp. The doctor softened further at her adorable demeanor, casting a reproachful glance at Yi Feng. The child doesn't understand. How could the adult not intervene? Look at how you've overstuffed her.
Yi Feng fell silent.
Look at this pot. It's so large and round. It's not brother's fault. It jumped into Peach's mouth on its own. Peach blinked her big eyes, earnestly defending Yi Feng. Yes, Peach is such a good girl. The doctor adored her immensely, even softening his tone. He thought she was merely easing Yi Feng's guilt. The way she described food flying into her mouth was simply too endearing. So endearing that he even wished to embrace Peach. Is it possible that it truly flew into Peach's mouth on its own? Yi Feng asked, a hint of testing in his voice. Third young master, I am only responsible for physical ailments. For mental issues, you should consult old he. The doctor replied impassively as he packed away his stethoscope. Yi Feng, holding Peach, wisely chose to remain silent. Observing the doctor's peculiar gaze, he coldly issued a dismissal. All right. Your task is complete. You may leave now. Ha! Foolish mortal. To not believe the truth. The family doctor could only watch regretfully as the little dumpling distanced herself from him. He had yet to embrace her. Tao Tao was feeling drowsy. She let out a tiny yawn, resembling a sleepy little kitten. Big brother will take you to rest. Yi Feng was utterly smitten. He promptly lifted Tao Tao into his arms and ascended to the second floor, to the room adjacent to Su Roan's. Upon entering, Tao Tao's gaze was instantly captivated. The delicate princess room, adorned with an array of exquisite plush toys and charming dolls, was simply enchanting. How beautiful! Tao Tao exclaimed, her face alight with joy. It was far more splendid than the small room her master had prepared for her. The room arranged by her master was quite unsightly. And that hideous jade bed. In a dream, Dao Qing sneezed again, tossing and turning restlessly. Half-consciously, he pondered how his obedient disciple had indeed become unaccustomed to being away from him. This is something we prepared for you long ago. Yi Feng, cradling Tao Dao, smiled gently as he placed her on the bed. From his mother's reaction, he had firmly concluded that Tao Tao was indeed the cherished daughter. Moreover, the fondness he felt upon first meeting her was undeniably genuine. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately turned back to comfort her. The room was filled with warmth, as all sharp objects were lovingly encased in soft fabric. A testament to the care taken. Tao Tao adored it. Lying on the bed, she buried her little face in the fragrant, soft quilt, which was extraordinarily comforting. Giddy with happiness, Tao Tao rolled over on the bed. She truly loved it. Yi Feng gazed at her with a face full of affection. Once she had exhausted her playful flailing, he softly spoke. Mother will air the bedding in this room every day, even when you are not here. The toys in this room were all gifts from father, as well as from your elder brother and second brother. In that little cabinet over there, we have prepared gifts for you since your first month for your birthdays, the new year, and even for Children's Day. Tao Dao, we all love you dearly. Yi Feng pressed his forehead against hers, his voice gentle yet resolute. He recalled the first time he met Tao Dao, when she had cried out that if she had not been taken away, she would have been the beloved little girl of the Yi family. Although he was unsure how Tao Dao had ended up at the temple, he was grateful that the temple master had cared for her so well. She was adorable, sensible, polite, and exuded a lively innocence, clearly unaccustomed to hardship. Tao Tao also cherished her brother, her parents, her senior brother, and her master. As Tao Tao grew increasingly sleepy, her voice softened. She pulled Yi Feng down and planted a kiss on his cheek. Tao Tao loves her brother the most. Yi Feng feigned indifference to her declaration of affection, though it was merely a mask. Calmly lulling Tao Tao to sleep, once he confirmed she was soundly asleep, he dashed to the courtyard. Soon, all the servants of the Yi household witnessed an eccentric scene involving the third young master, who appeared as though possessed, running while intermittently emitting eerie laughter. It was quite bizarre. Chapter 12. The Weighty Love from Mother. After running several laps around the courtyard, Yi Feng finally subdued the euphoric thrill within him. He barely noticed the strange glances from the servants. Tao Tao said she liked him the most.
Ha!
His sister expressed that she adored him. Yi Feng was bursting with pride, immediately pulling out his phone to command the delivery of an abundance of clothing and shoes suitable for Tao Tao. He also purchased an assortment of delightful little accessories and toys for children before finally pausing, feeling utterly fulfilled. His sister was simply too adorable. What madness are you up to? Yi Jiazhen, descending from upstairs, regarded Yi Feng with a look of utter disdain. My precious just kissed my cheek and said she likes me the most. Yi Feng beamed with pride, boasting directly in front of Yi Jiazhen. Yi Jiazhen responded with a nonchalant "oh," revealing no emotions. He swiftly turned, adopting a stoic expression as he commanded 2 bodyguards to take Yi Feng outside and make him run 20 laps around the villa. Young man, you must exercise more to strengthen your body. The smile on Yi Feng's face gradually stiffened.
Ye Viazhen snorted softly.
You can boast all you like, but don't let it get to your head about who's the father. Humph. Uncle Zhong, prepare a special serving of dumplings for my father tonight. Yi Feng's tone and expression were filled with concern, evoking a sense of touching filial piety, if one could overlook the sparks igniting between the two men. When Su Ruowan awoke, she felt as though she had just experienced a dream, one she was reluctant to leave behind. Yet her mind was clearer than it had been in years. Yi Jiazhen entered with food from outside, and, upon seeing Su Ruowan, his face lit up with surprise.
Tuan.
You're awake? What thrilled him even more was the clarity in her eyes. As Su Ruowan sat up, gripping the bedsheet tightly, she murmured, I think I had a dream. I dreamt that Nguyen returned. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. If she had not been so negligent all those years ago, how could Nguyen have been taken away? Yi Jiazhen, aware of her heartache, set the bowl aside and took her hand. Nguyen, come with me. Unconsciously, Su Ruowan followed him to the door of the children's room. Yi Jiazhen cautiously opened the door. Under the warm glow of the bedside lamp, a soft, cherubic child was soundly asleep, her little mouth slightly ajar, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. So tender that one might think she would burst with sweetness.
Nguyen?
Su Ruowan gasped in disbelief, tiptoeing closer and gently touching Tao Tao's cheek. Mommy. Tao Tao, half asleep, grasped her hand and nuzzled against it affectionately. Su Rowan clutched Tao Tao's hand tightly, feeling as though her sanity had slipped away. She had conjured an illusion. Yi Feng brought her back, Rowan. Our daughter has been found. Yi Jiazhen enveloped her in his embrace, his voice tender. I can't be dreaming. Su Rowan pinched her wrist, the sting jolting her into lucidity. It was not an illusion. Her daughter had truly returned. My baby. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Rowan whispered, tears streaming down her face. She had suppressed her emotions for far too long, and this eruption felt uncontrollable. Yet, mindful of waking Tao Tao, she stifled her cries. Warm tears fell onto Tao Tao's hand. Tao Tao, groggy, opened her eyes to find her mother weeping. Instantly sitting up, she raised her chubby little hand to wipe away Su Rowan's tears, soothing her in her innocent, childlike voice. Don't cry, Mommy. Tao Tao will blow it away. The pain will fly off. Though she had no understanding of why her mother was crying, she remained earnest in her attempts to comfort her. Su Rowan could no longer hold back and wept openly. Her baby had returned, so understanding and adorable. Mommy. Tao Tao, now completely awake, looked helplessly at her mother, who was crying even harder. Her eyes sought help from Yi Jiazhen.
Daddy.
Yi Jiazhen gently patted Su Rowan's back. Rowan, the precious one has returned. Let us not frighten her. With a reassurance from Yi Jiazhen and Tao Tao, Su Rowan gradually ceased her tears. Mommy, Tao Tao is hungry. Tao Tao tugged at Su Rowan's clothing, speaking softly. The adorable and charming expression on Su Rowan's face melted her heart. The glutinous rice balls she had consumed earlier, no. The black mist seemed to have been completely digested. Moreover, Tao Tao was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy within her seemed to have become even more abundant. Whatever you wish to eat, Mama will make it for you. Su Rowan's face radiated with eagerness, as if she had suddenly regained her vitality overnight. Aside from her still frail appearance, there was no trace left of her previous somewhat deranged demeanor. When Yi Jiazhen heard that Su Rowan was going to cook, his eyelids twitched, and just as he intended to intervene, Tao Tao had already spoken up. I love whatever Mama makes. Tao Tao's response was so swift that he had no time to stop her, watching helplessly as she agreed. Half an hour later, the father and daughter sat in the living room, contemplating the dark, murky substance in the bowl before them. Rowan. Yi Jiazhen swallowed hard. They only had one daughter. In Tao Tao's eyes, he too saw a hint of fear. Mama. Tao Tao gulped, her large eyes filled with distress. Should she eat what Mama had made? But this looked even more terrifying than what her senior brother had prepared. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Su Rowan sat beside them, her expression gentle. Tao Tao's little face scrunched up, and finally, her small hand clenched into a fist, silently encouraging herself. It was Mama's first time cooking for her. She must eat it. Tao Tao picked up a small spoon, mustering her courage to scoop a bite. A pair of hands moved faster than hers. Yi Jiazhen, with a face of grim determination, took a large mouthful. Tao Tao looked at him with admiration, her bright eyes sparkling with awe. Daddy is amazing. He can eat this. Yi Jiazhen forced himself to swallow, without regurgitating. It was both salty and bitter, with a fishy taste. That bite nearly sent him over the edge. Oh, you haven't cooked in so long. Your skills have become a bit rusty. Perhaps it's best to let someone else cook for Tao Tao next time. Yi Jiazhen's face turned pale, and upon meeting Tao Tao's gaze, he instinctively straightened his back. Su Rowan tried a little herself and frowned. Never mind, let someone else handle it. I'll practice more. With that, she took the bowl and went to the kitchen. As soon as she left, Yi Jiazhen rushed to the trash can and began to vomit violently, startling Tao Tao into tears. Daddy. Just then, Yi Feng returned from his run and witnessed the scene. What's going on? Is this retribution for bullying your son? His tone was laced with undisguised glee. Tao Tao looked at Yi Jiazhen with worry, her small hands patting his back continuously. Upon seeing Yi Feng, she felt as if she had found a savior. Brother. Daddy just ate what Mama made, and now he acts like this. What should we do? Tao Tao was on the verge of tears.
Daddy won't eat.
Will he? But I just found him. I don't want to change daddies. Chapter 13. Ominous Premonitions. Yi Feng displayed his glee without reservation. He scooped Tao Tao into his arms and said earnestly, Don't worry, yes, fine. He then sat on the sofa holding Tao Tao close, raising an eyebrow at Yi Jiazhen. Old Yi, You're not doing so well. It's time for you to exercise, I sent it. Yi Jiajin rinsed his mouth, and his complexion improved slightly. Upon hearing Yi Feng's tone, he glared at him with wide eyes. You little brat. You're better off having a piece of char siu than having a son like me. Tao Tao blinked, now unafraid upon seeing her father was all right.
Tao Tao.
Do you know how your dad pursued your mother back in the day? Yi Feng pinched her soft little face and glanced at Yi Jiajin. Tao Tao sat up straight. Her little ears perked up. Of course, it's because of Daddy's charm and talent. Yi Jiajin straightened his back and interjected. It was because, at that time, among all the young masters in the capital, he was the only one who could finish what your mother cooked. Yi Feng was merciless in exposing his father's past.
Wow.
Daddy is so impressive. The admiration in Tao Tao's eyes was overwhelming. She couldn't even eat what her senior brother made, yet Daddy could finish Mama's cooking. How incredible! Yi Jiajin humbly replied. It was just average. It was precisely due to Yi Jiajin's indulgence that Su Ruowan remained blissfully unaware of her culinary skills. What are you chatting about? Su Ruowan returned, her eyes glimmering with joy. Yi Feng dutifully and reluctantly handed Tao Tao back to Su Ruowan, saying sweetly, nothing. We were just discussing whether Tao Tao should tell her older brothers about her return. In front of Su Ruowan, he transformed completely, as if he were a different person compared to when he was with Yi Jiajin. Yes, after all, Tao Tao's return is a significant event. Are those your other brothers? Tao Tao's eyes lit up, eagerly gazing at them. Brother said that the other brothers loved Tao Tao very much. But seeing the expectant look in Tao Tao's eyes, Yi Feng suddenly felt reluctant. He and his sister hadn't yet built a strong bond, and adding more siblings vying for affection seemed unnecessary. He glanced at Yi Jiajin, and the unspoken understanding between the father and son was palpable. As Su Ruowan was about to make the call, Yi Jiajin stopped her. Let us wait a moment. Xiao Su and the others are busy, unlike Yi Feng. Yi Feng interjected. Why are you trying to downplay it? However, he too was unwilling to back down, sighing and speaking with a touch of sympathy. Yeah, Dad is just a hands-off manager now. The elder brother is swamped with company matters. Let us wait a bit. Yi Jiajin ground his teeth. You little brat. What could be more important than our Tao Tao? Su Ruowan shot him a fierce look, clearly displeased. Just think about it. If they don't come back, Tao Tao can spend more time with us. Don't you want that? Yi Jiajin whispered into Su Ruowan's ear. Su Ruowan silently set down her phone, clearing her throat and looking momentarily distracted. Well, they are indeed quite busy. Perhaps it's best to wait. As she spoke, the dishes were served, and Su Ruowan delightedly fed Tao Tao, relishing the joy of nurturing her daughter. Mama, I'm full. Tao Tao patted her little belly, a look of distress on her face. She loved being fed by Mama, but she was really quite full. Su Ruowan suddenly realized that she had gotten carried away and had fed her a bit too much. She hurriedly rubbed Tao Tao's little belly. Sir, madam, there are people from the Tang family here to deliver something, saying it's for the young lady. The servant entered from outside. It must be Dogsy. Tao Tao's eyes brightened, and she dashed out excitedly. Did Tao Tao get a dog? Su Ruowan looked at Yi Feng, puzzled. Yi Feng replied, not exactly. It's more of a pet. When Tao Tao returned, holding Dogsy, she was overjoyed. Daddy, Mommy, this is what my master left for me. His name is Dogsy. She hugged Dogsy, introducing it with utmost seriousness. Su Ruowan and Yi Jiajin stared at the cat. Clearly, Dogsy was not pleased with its name, as it kicked its legs. Suddenly, it froze, staring intently at Su Ruowan. After a moment, it jumped from Tao Tao's arms to stand before Su Ruowan, its azure eyes reflecting a distinctly human-like confusion.
Meow?
It tilted its head and let out a sound. It was only when Su Ruowan cautiously stroked its head that it abruptly came to its senses. Ever since the dog arrived, Tao Tao felt her spiritual intuition sharpened by a few degrees. The ominous premonition she sensed from her mother resurfaced, yet when she tried to delve deeper, it flickered away, vanishing without a trace. What was going on? Tao Tao felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within her. Could it be that the flower had other effects she was unaware of? Darling, what's wrong? Seeing Tao Tao's suddenly unusual expression, several people hurriedly inquired. Where did Mom and Dad buy that flower? It seems like there's something sinister within Mom. Tao Tao clutched the dog tightly, her small face wrinkled like a bun. The dog kept gazing at Su Ruowan, even after being held by Tao Tao. It still craned its neck to look in that direction. Meow woof. The dog barked, and Tao Tao looked down at it. In its azure eyes, A strange color seemed to flash by. Subsequently, it slightly lifted its neck and pressed its furry forehead against Tao Tao. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her large eyes sparkled with confusion. Immediately, a vision flickered into her mind, surrounded by red, a peculiar object wrapped within, resembling a talisman or perhaps a minuscule formation. What is this? Tao Tao's eyes widened, sensing an overwhelming ominous aura emanating from it. The dog fidgeted anxiously in her arms and pointed a paw towards Su Ruowan. Su Ruowan and Yi Feng were taken aback by its anthropomorphic behavior, but after considering Tao Tao's abilities, they felt reassured. With such a talented daughter, what could be wrong with having a capable pet? None at all. Are you saying that object is within Mom? Tao Tao asked the dog. The dog nodded, then yawned, seemingly a bit sleepy. What's wrong? Yi Jiazheng felt an unusual tension. Dad, where did you get that flower? Tao Tao couldn't shake the feeling that the aura of the talisman was different from that of the flower. However, it was the only thing she could think of at the moment. Her mother's stolen lifespan had yet to be reclaimed. She had to find the true culprit at all costs. Chapter 14. What to do if I can't afford to keep my brother? Yi Jiazheng frowned, beginning to ponder. Yet, the memories that had been crystal clear just a moment ago suddenly became hazy. No matter how hard he tried to recall, there was no impression left. His expression grew increasingly blank. Su Ruowan had been in a daze at that time, making it even less likely for her to know. Meowwoof.
The dog,
In a state of confusion, pawed at Tao Tao's hand. When it realized Tao Tao didn't understand its intention, it simply leaped onto Yi Jiazheng's head,
Ye Viazhenk Gaspet.
nearly tossing the dog away. The dog then began to paw at Yi Jiazheng's head. Ha 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 ha. Old Yi, is this what it means for a cat to disdain a dog?
Ha ha ha.
Yi Feng laughed heartily, showing no mercy. Su Ruowan couldn't help but chuckle as well. Tao Tao also found it amusing, her large eyes narrowing in mirth.
Indeed.
Don't you just disdain your father?
Ye Viazhenk retortet, somehate kasperatet.
Yi Feng fell silent for a moment. As Tao Tao continued to laugh, she noticed something amiss. She saw a wisp of black mist swirling around the dog's paw.
Dog.
Tao Tao called out, and the dog jumped down, lying on the nearby sofa with its eyes closed. Dad, lower your head. Tao Tao tried several times, but couldn't reach Yi Jiazheng's forehead. Although Yi Jiazheng was still seated, her short legs limited her reach. Yi Jiazheng quickly bent down. Tao Tao placed her small hand on his forehead and closed her eyes.
So.
It's like this. Tao Tao murmured as she formed a gesture with her fingers, pressing it against Yi Jiazheng's forehead. Yi Jiazheng felt as though the fog enveloping his memories gradually began to clear. Images slowly emerged. I remember now. It was near that ancient alley in the west of the city. Yi Feng looked somewhat skeptical. Tao Tao, what is going on? Dad's memory was obscured by a talisman, which is why he can't recall it. Tao Tao returned to her seat, speaking brightly. Tomorrow, we'll go check it out. The flower shop will have closed by this time. Yi Feng glanced at the time.
Ye Viazhenk noddet.
Just then, the butler entered again. Third young master, the clothes you had sent for the young lady have arrived outside. Shall I let them in? Let them in. Yi Feng waved his hand. The next moment, a series of clothing racks were pushed in, each adorned with various beautiful outfits for children, from little dresses to tops and shorts, even traditional hanfu. There were all sorts of varieties, colors, and styles, nearly filling the grand living room. The store manager wiped the sweat from his brow, having personally delivered the items. Third young master. These are all the new styles for children's clothing, shoes, and accessories this year from the imperial capital. Tao Tao, these are clothes your brother bought for you. Do you like them? Yi Feng tousled Tao Tao's hair. Tao Tao's mouth fell open in astonishment. All of these are for me? Yi Feng nodded, casting a proud glance at Yi Jiazheng. Of course, they're all for you. Yi Jiazheng ground his teeth in frustration. You little rascal, stealing the limelight. I should have sent you abroad from the start. But Tao Tao had clothes. With her short legs, she scurried upstairs. Before long, she returned with a small bundle, unveiling it like a treasure. Inside was a little robe identical to the one she wore, along with a peachwood sword and a hairband. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The bundle was pitifully small, making Yi Jiazheng feel a pang of heartache. What kind of life had his daughter lived outside? Meanwhile, Dao Qing inexplicably sneezed. He calculated with his fingers, muttering, "What is going on?
Who's framing me?
If the little one likes them, then keep them all." Yi Feng pinched Tao Tao's chubby little face, feeling immensely pleased. Tao Tao glanced at the clothes and then at Yi Feng, letting out a small sigh. A hint of worry crossed her small face. Her master had said that Tao Tao would grow tall quickly, so she shouldn't make too many clothes. It would cost a lot of money. If her brother spent so much, how would Tao Tao be able to support him in the future? What's wrong? If Tao Tao doesn't like them, I can have someone send over some others, Yifeng quickly offered. It's nothing. Tao Tao is just tired.
Tao Tao shook her head.
Forget it, I don't want to put pressure on my brother. If he spends money, then so be it. At worst, Tao Tao will earn more money. My master said she can help people exorcise evil and tell fortunes, so she can earn a lot. With clarity dawning on her, the little girl perked up again. Then, this outfit shall. Yi Jiajing picked up Tao Tao's little outfit, intending to suggest that it be put away and not worn anymore, when he suddenly froze. He ran his fingers over the fabric, the icy touch eliciting a sense of bewilderment. What material is this garment made of, that it remains so cool in this weather? He deliberately touched the fabric on Tao Tao, finding it identical to the one in his hand. Yifeng and Su Rowan also felt it, equally astonished. Come over and take a look. What kind of material is this? Yifeng called to the manager of the Yi family's shopping mall. The manager, well-versed in various fabrics, was perplexed by this one, having never encountered it before. Third young master, I cannot identify this fabric either. The onlookers gazed at Tao Tao with a mix of curiosity. Tao Tao was even more confused. She had no idea either, but her master had said this outfit was very expensive, which was why she only received 2 sets each time. The group fell silent, and Yi Jiajing ceased to speak. Such a rarity, even they had never seen. Likely something of great value, yet unmarketable. Perhaps ordinary people might never even lay eyes on it. The next morning, Tao Tao was swept into the arms of Su Ruowan for grooming and dressing. She was adorned in a pink dress, her hair styled with a delicate crown, making her appear all the more adorable and princess-like. Su Ruowan nodded in satisfaction, planting a kiss on Tao Tao's cheek. Truly my daughter, so lovely. Let us go take a look in the ancient alley. Chapter 15. Brother's taste is quite poor. Su Ruowan held Tao Tao, who still appeared a bit drowsy, resting her head on her mother's shoulder and letting out a small yawn. Her eyes squinted slightly, resembling a little kitten that hadn't had enough sleep. Even breakfast was fed to her by Su Ruowan. Initially lacking energy, she suddenly perked up upon reaching the door. Mama, what is that? Tao Tao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at the colorful cars outside. Yifeng approached with delight. Tao Tao, look. Brother had someone modify the cars overnight. Aren't they beautiful? Which one do you like? He felt a sense of pride, believing all children must adore such things. However, Tao Tao felt her eyes were overwhelmed. Those cars were a riot of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each vehicle boasting at least 3 colors as well as various patterns. Millions worth of luxury cars lined up at the entrance, resembling a carnival ride. Tao Tao sighed. Brother's taste is quite poor. What's wrong? Don't you like them? If you tell me which colors you like, I'll have someone make one for you, Yifeng said, raising an eyebrow at her silence. This one. Tao Tao pointed to the only relatively simple car, speaking up. It was the sole vehicle that, aside from 3 colors, bore no patterns. Even though her brother's taste was lacking, he still loved Tao Tao. She couldn't bear to see him sad. Encouraging herself, Tao Tao reconciled with her brother's aesthetic. After all, everyone has their own preferences. She could not look down upon her brother. Let us go then. Su Ruowan held Tao Tao, with the little dog resting on her shoulder as the family climbed into the car. Yi Jiajing was dressed impeccably, in a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled. He looked as if he were attending a banquet rather than merely stepping out. It was his first time accompanying his daughter outdoors, and he intended to make it a momentous occasion. Yifeng took the wheel, while Su Ruowan and Yi Jiajing settled in the back, with Tao Tao and the dog nestled between them. Tao Tao clutched the dog, leaning comfortably against Su Ruowan, while Yi Jiajing leisurely fed her snacks. Before long, they arrived at their destination, parking the eye-catching car at the street's end. You stay in the car. It's too conspicuous. Yi Jiajing expressed his disdain for Yifeng. The title of a top influencer was no mere gimmick. Standing out on the street, Yifeng was bound to attract a crowd. Since he was here, he had to be prepared. He promptly donned a mask. The ancient alley was predominantly filled with antique shops, and with the mask on, he felt sufficiently inconspicuous. Yi Jiajing's irritation at Yifeng was palpable, as he seemed to constantly vie for attention in front of his precious daughter. Aren't you a top influencer? Why do you seem so idle every day? Shouldn't you be working? I just returned a day ago, Yifeng retorted. If you're not going to go in, I'm taking Tao Tao and leaving. Su Rowan scoffed, shooting a glance at the two men. Tao Tao obediently nestled closer into her mother's embrace. Rowan, are you tired? Would you like me to hold Tao Tao for a while? Yi Jiajing ignored Yi Feng and walked over to Su Rowan, satisfied with her hold on Tao Tao. She had no intention of relinquishing her. Casting a glance at Yi Jiajing, he awkwardly fell silent, trailing beside her without further comment. Humph. Yi Feng let out a derisive laugh, eliciting an annoyed glare from Yi Jiajing. Daddy, where is that place? Tao Tao's voice interrupted their standoff. Just ahead, Yi Jiajing pointed. Yi Feng frowned, and Tao Tao looked puzzled. This place was filled with antique shops, and even young people rarely frequented. How could a flower shop possibly exist here? Yi Feng sensed something amiss first. He turned to Yi Jiajing. Dad, could it be that your memory is failing you? Yi Jiajing could hardly ignore the mockery in his son's tone.
I'm not so senile as to forget something like that.
Yi Feng smirked. Then how did you and Mom end up here that day? For a fleeting moment, Yi Jiajing appeared bewildered. I forgot. Yi Feng's gaze was laced with further sarcasm. Just as they were speaking, they arrived at the location. And I distinctly remember it being here. How could it not be? Yi Jiajing stared at the antique shop named Gu Yuan, finding it indistinguishable from the previous ones, his brow furrowing. I told you, you must have remembered wrong.
Ye fang chocolate meaningful.
That's impossible. It was here where Rowan and I bought flowers. Yi Jiajing insisted with emphasis. Tao Tao leapt down from Su Rowan's arms. There are so many fake antiques here. They lack any spirit. The raised voices of Yi Feng and Yi Jiajing caught the attention of the neighboring shopkeeper, who was reclining on a lounge chair, lazily fanning himself with a large palm leaf. Noticing the commotion, he looked over with interest. You're talking about the shop? He pointed with his fan towards Gu Yuan. Yes, I distinctly remember this being a flower shop. Do you know what happened? Yi Jiajing inquired. The shopkeeper nodded, providing an explanation. That was ages ago. It's long since gone out of business. I advised the flower shop owner that this location wouldn't yield any customers. But he wouldn't listen and insisted I mind my own business. After taking a sip of water, he continued at a leisurely pace. And what happened? Not a single customer. The flower shop lasted a week before folding. Sometimes listening to advice is the way to make a living. Reflecting on the past. He shook his head, however, when he left. He seemed quite pleased. Didn't he even ask for a refund on the rent? Odd fellow. Thank you, uncle. Do you still remember what that boss looked like? Tao Tao exclaimed, her voice sweet and tender. I do not recall, as it has been over a year. And we only met a few times. You may inquire with Boss Chen across the street. He is the landlord and might still remember. The boss pondered, but could not recollect. After expressing his gratitude, he entered the antique shop. Initially, Boss Chen had a smile on his face, but upon realizing their intent, a hint of impatience crept onto his countenance. He was tempted to usher them away. I don't know. Please do not disturb my business.
Boss.
How much is this? I'll take it. Seeing this, Yi Feng picked up a plate and directly inquired about the price. Not for sale. You all need to leave quickly. Boss Chen was surprisingly unwilling to conduct any business at all. Uncle, that person is a villain. Could you please tell us? Tao Tao looked at Boss Chen with her watery eyes, a hint of grievance evident. Boss Chen hesitated, momentarily pausing his efforts to shoo them away, as he found it difficult to dismiss a child. Uncle, please tell us, and Tao Tao will treat you to candy, okay? Tao Tao produced a lollipop and offered it to Boss Chen. He hesitated for a moment, unable to resist the sight of her innocent demeanor. Moreover, considering the time that had passed, he figured it might be safe to allow them to sit down. Actually, I don't wish to share, but I have my concerns. That person is not an ordinary individual. Chapter 16, Misfortune Awaits the Brother. Boss Chen poured tea for the group, his voice laden with unspoken frustration. When I rented him the property, prices here were already high, and the rent was steep. He paid all at once, which initially pleased me. But he left after just a week and became unreachable. I could have deducted the deposit and some rent for early termination, but he vanished without a trace. When Boss Chen went to check, he nearly lost his temper. My shop was left in a foul stench. He sold flowers, not something else. So how could it be so odorous? It smelled as if something was decaying, yet the source was elusive. I emptied the shop but couldn't find where the stench originated. I kept having nightmares after returning. I contacted a friend who said the place had been used for dark practices, and I had encountered some negative energy, leading to those nightmares. He helped me dispel the malevolence for a week to clear the negative energy. Moreover, that friend mentioned that the individual responsible was quite formidable. Thus, the mere mention of this caused Boss Chen to feel a lingering dread. It wasn't that he wished to remain silent, but rather that he was genuinely afraid. Yi Feng remained silent for a long while, his expression darkening. It was evident that this was a deliberate attack against the Yi family. Among them, only Su Ruowan was the most vulnerable, continually having her life force strained. Do you remember what he looked like? To be honest, he harmed my family. Yi Jiajing spoke in a low voice. Boss Chen glanced at Cao Cao before stepping aside to retrieve a photocopy of an identification card. This is the photocopy of the ID he left when renting the property. It is all I have. Yi Feng accepted it and glanced at the document. Thank you, uncle. Here's a good luck charm for you. Your son achieved top marks this year. Cao Cao produced a folded triangle-shaped talisman and presented it to Boss Chen. Little girl, how did you know my son is taking the college entrance examination this year? Boss Chen asked, astonished. Cao Cao replied, I can see it. Besides, uncle has a fortune that suggests he will have both sons and daughters, and there are changes in the palace of children. A joyful event is likely to occur soon. Her voice was bright and charming, endearing her further. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. Boss Chen harbored some skepticism, but felt a surge of happiness. In their line of work, one inevitably interacted with masters and monks. However, Cao Cao was simply too young for him to take her entirely seriously. After obtaining the photograph, the group departed, having already taken up a considerable amount of Boss Chen's time. Before leaving, Yi Feng casually purchased a string of jade beads. As they stepped out, Boss Chen received a phone call from his wife. Old Chen, I went for a checkup today and the doctor said we are expecting another baby. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mrs. Chen immediately revealed the news without preamble. After years of marriage with only one son, they had longed for a daughter for over a decade without success. Initially, Boss Chen was engulfed by overwhelming joy, but he swiftly regained his composure. That little girl, how remarkable! He stood up, intending to chase after Cao Cao and the others, only to find that they had already vanished. Regret washed over him as he realized he had forgotten to ask for her name. Upon exiting the alley, Yi Jiajing had already handed the photocopy of the ID to someone for investigation. The name on the ID was Li Qingyu, a middle-aged man in his 40s with an unremarkable appearance. The results came swiftly. This ID is fake. Cao Cao observed the situation. This person was knowledgeable in spiritual practices, and the photo on the fraudulent ID was likely slightly altered. Even minor modifications to one's appearance could go unnoticed by the naked eye. However, the destiny reflected in the lines of fate was entirely different. Cao Cao was unable to discern it. However, they also discovered that he had rented another property prior to this one. After having lunch, they headed straight to the address listed. Once again, they found nothing. Just like with Boss Chen, the man had long since departed, and the rent had not been refunded. Even if the photo had been manipulated, it should still resemble him enough for further inquiries. Yi Jiajing grew increasingly anxious. The trail had run cold. Though Cao Cao could not discern his fate, she was certain he had drawn from her mother's life force, creating a karmic connection. The only thing she could confirm was that he remained in the capital. Cao Cao spoke with unwavering conviction, gripping Su Ruowan's hand and lifting her little face. Mother, do not worry, Cao Cao will definitely catch the bad guy. Su Ruowan felt a warmth in her eyes, gently stroking Cao Cao's head, her heart swelling with silent emotion as she embraced her daughter. Her child had indeed been raised exceptionally well, gentle, sensible, and polite. As long as he remained in the capital, he could not possibly escape its confines. Yi Jiajing's expression darkened, and fearing he might frighten Cao Cao, he quickly masked his feelings. By the time the four returned home, dusk had begun to settle. Just as they sat down, a servant brought in several glasses of juice. Suddenly, Yi Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from his agent. What is it? You need to come to the office right away, the agent said urgently. Now? Yi Feng checked the time, frowning. I know you are back in the capital. Hurry. Yi Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance and hung up the phone. Mom, Dad, darling, I have something to attend to. I must return to the office. Cao Cao noticed a hint of crimson luck hovering above his head and swallowed the juice in her mouth. Brother, I'll accompany you. She jumped down from Su Ruowan's lap, leaving the dog with her, and tugged Yi Feng's clothes. Yi Feng felt a swell of pride as he shot a challenging glance at Yi Jiajing. See, my sister is indeed more attached to me. Yi Jiajing ignored him and turned to coax Cao Cao. Sweetheart, what's so great about following him? You've been running around all day and must be tired. How about I take you to your fourth brother's room to play video games instead? Tao Tao was indeed tempted, biting her finger in contemplation, yet ultimately decided against it with reluctance. Compared to the game, my brother holds a slightly more significant place in my heart. Tao Tao wishes to stay close to her brother. Otherwise, he might encounter misfortune. Very well then. Yi family reluctantly acquiesced. Take good care of Tao Tao. If anything were to happen to her, I would skin you alive. Yi Feng scoffed, as if showcasing his prowess, and lifted Tao Tao into his arms, departing with her. Before leaving, he deliberately remarked, Tao Tao, say goodbye to our dad.
Tao Tao.
Oblivious to the battlefield between the two, waved her hand softly, saying, Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Mommy.
As Yi Feng drove with Tao Tao seated in the back, she remained utterly focused. Her gaze alert as if facing a formidable enemy. Were there little ears atop her head, they would surely be perked up at this moment. Yi Feng caught a glimpse of her and felt a mix of amusement and affection. Tao Tao, there's no need to be so tense. My driving skills are impeccable. Yi Feng's hands flew over the steering wheel, every hair on his body standing on end. A large truck careened toward them at an alarming angle. Even after Yi Feng managed to swerve away, the truck suddenly accelerated, barreling toward them. Chapter 17. The Abandoned Vehicle. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, relinquishing the steering wheel, and swiftly pulled Tao Tao from the back seat, holding her tightly in his embrace. A flash of golden light flickered between Tao Tao's brows, and a talisman appeared, creating a barrier between the two vehicles. The truck's tires screeched against the asphalt, ultimately colliding with a tree nearby. The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, splintered upon impact. Yi Feng swallowed hard, struggling to regain his composure. Had Tao Tao not been with him, he might have lost his life. Tao Tao's little face paled slightly. The immense effort to redirect the truck had nearly drained her spiritual energy. If it weren't for the tanyuan she had eaten earlier, stopping the vehicle would have been quite challenging. A faint glimmer of white light re-emerged within her, gradually replenishing her energy. In just a moment, her complexion regained some color. She marveled at this white light, which had not been present before. It enveloped her in a warm, comforting embrace, reminiscent of the feelings she had when holding her puppy. Tao Tao, are you alright? Yi Feng, still shaken, hurriedly checked on her. I'm fine, brother, don't worry. Tao Tao lifted her small face, patting Yi Feng's arm like a little adult. You stay in the car, I'll go check. While dialing emergency services, Yi Feng opened the car door. Given the circumstances, the driver inside was likely in dire straits. However, before he could complete the call, Tao Tao stopped him. Brother, let's just find a police officer. There's no one inside. Don't go out. Yi Feng's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Glancing at the mangled truck nearby, he shivered, his voice trembling slightly. Tao Tao, what do you mean by no one? Tao Tao's large eyes fixated on the vehicle. In her perception, the truck gradually morphed, enveloped by a dense, dark aura, its ghostly essence making it resemble a hearse. With Yi Feng's luck already running low, getting closer to that vehicle would offer no advantage. Tao Tao produced a talisman and placed it in Yi Feng's palm. The chill enveloping him dissipated, and even his fear lessened somewhat. He took out his phone, resolutely following Tao Tao's advice to call the police. He also contacted his manager. Upon hearing about Yi Feng's accident, the manager nearly fainted from shock. In a frenzy, she rushed to the scene alongside the police. My little ancestor. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Yang Jia gasped upon seeing the truck, her heart racing with relief as she spotted the intact Yi Feng, immediately offering thanks to the heavens. And who might this be? She then noticed Tao Tao. Hello, big sister, I'm Tao Tao, my brother's little sister. Tao Tao introduced herself, extending her small hand. Yang Jia, still dazed, managed to shake her hand, her mind struggling to process the fact that Yi Feng had such a close sister. Apologies, we need to take a statement. May I ask who the parties involved are? A police officer tapped on the window with his notebook. Tao Tao's eyes brightened slightly. The officer radiated a protective aura, a natural adversary to all malevolent entities. With his arrival, the dark energy surrounding the truck seemed to dissipate almost entirely. Wonderful. Tao Tao's little face beamed with joy. This meant she wouldn't have to handle the situation herself, allowing her to conserve her energy to assist her brother further. In response to the officer's inquiries, Yi Feng spoke up.
It was my sister and me involved.
Just as the officer was about to continue questioning, someone called out to him nearby. Captain Jean, could you come here for a moment? Captain Jean approached, his expression grave.
What is it?
The officer's face paled, a hint of panic in his eyes. To avoid causing a scene, he glanced at Yi Feng and lowered his voice. There's no one in that vehicle. Captain Jin's pupils dilated as he hurried over. The front of the truck was crumpled, yet the driver's seat was conspicuously empty. Yang Jia rubbed her temples and stepped forward to address the officer. I'm sorry, officer, but the situation is rather special. Our artist was inside. She felt deeply that both she and Yifeng ought to pay a visit to a temple, as their luck seemed to have soured. We will cooperate fully with the investigation, but we cannot remain here. She surveyed the surroundings. Although it was getting late, a small crowd had already gathered, snapping pictures. Captain Jean meticulously examined the vehicle. The driver's side was so damaged that a hit and run was impossible, yet there was not a trace of blood. Strange, too strange. Yang Jia frowned at this peculiarity. The young officer swallowed hard and whispered, Captain Jean.
Huh?
Captain Jean snapped back to focus. The person inside was likely Yifeng, a top-tier celebrity, so Captain Jean put away his notebook, glancing at the onlookers. He signaled for them to disperse, ensuring they all left before responding. Given the circumstances, he is also a victim. Let us take him back to the station for a statement. The young officer nodded in agreement, hesitating for a moment before leaning in conspiratorially. Captain, I've heard that many in the entertainment industry keep little ghosts. Don't spout nonsense. There's nothing supernatural about this. You, a police officer, believe in such things? Captain Jean smacked the officer on the head, his expression serious. We live under the red flag and grow in the warmth of spring. We must believe in science. Superstitions are mere fabrications. His voice rose passionately, almost with a rhythm. The young officer gazed at him with admiration, impressed by Captain Jin's high-minded principles. Meanwhile, Tao Tao, having just exited the vehicle, wore a puzzled expression upon hearing this discourse. She opened her mouth, uncertain whether to disclose the truth to the officer. At that moment, a ghostly figure nearby was filled with exasperation, wishing to kick him for his ignorance. It appears that this police officer's father is indeed present. Cloaked in an aura of virtuous light, he conceals the darkness that lingers about him, allowing him to remain close to the officer.
Tao Tao sai.
Her small face reflecting a hint of conflict. Given the officer's demeanor, she feared that he would not believe her if she spoke of the supernatural. Adults can be quite troublesome, unlike Brother Dogdan, who would believe anything she said. However, Tao Tao's spiritual powers had yet to be restored, rendering her unable to see beyond the veil. With another sigh, her round face wore an expression of exasperation, resembling an adorable little bun more than ever. As Jin Jing turned around, he was met with the sight of the frowning little one. His gaze carried an unspoken complexity. Jin Jing hesitated, momentarily thinking that Tao Tao was taken aback by his righteous presence, instinctively straightening his posture as if the red star on his shoulder shone even brighter. Uncle, does your back hurt? Tao Tao asked sympathetically, observing Jin Jing. It was one thing to disbelieve in ghosts, but to be physically unwell was truly pitiable. Just as she prepared to examine his face for signs of fortune, Yifeng approached. Tao Tao, come back with your brother, Yifeng said, lifting Tao Tao into his arms while casting a cautious glance at Jin Jing. Realizing his gaze was too conspicuous, he cleared his throat and averted his eyes. Toning down his scrutiny, Jin Jing thought to himself, don't assume he didn't notice. He's a policeman, not a human trafficker. Yifeng had just made a phone call and was startled to find his sister missing upon turning around. Seeing Tao Tao in front of the officer startled him. He feared she might discuss matters of the supernatural, which would be hard for an ordinary person to accept. I apologize, officer. My sister is quite young. So if she says anything, please disregard it, Yifeng began, but upon noticing the bright sparkle in Tao Tao's eyes directed at him, he awkwardly added,
Disregarding it would be correct.
His words took an unexpected turn, as he struggled to articulate something as innocent as a child's naive speech. Jin Jing's confusion was palpable. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter pierced the air, causing Yifeng's smile to vanish. Instinctively, he shielded Tao Tao and glared sharply in the direction of the noise. In the corner, a figure was stealthily snapping photos with a camera. The crowd had already been dispersed by the police, leaving no clear explanation for how the intruder had blended in. The camera was focused on Tao Tao in Yifeng's arms, indicating that the person was a journalist. Let us head back to the car, Yifeng said, lowering his gaze to ruffle Tao Tao's hair before carrying her to the vehicle. Once inside, Sister Yang had just finished her discussion with the police and was returning. There's a reporter over there. Sister Yang, could you please handle it? They captured photos of Tao Tao. Yifeng spoke, an unusual chill in his voice. Tabloid journalists are notorious for spinning wild tales. and Yi Feng wished to avoid any baseless speculation surrounding Tao Tao. Sister Yang, taken aback by his demeanor, managed a small smile. "Thank you, dear sister." "I'm sorry for the trouble," Tao Tao said, her little face flushed with shyness, fully aware that the situation stemmed from her presence. Sister Yang was momentarily enchanted by the little girl's charm, exclaiming, "What an adorable and well-behaved little lady. Truly a treasure, far better than your brother. I'll bring you some candy when I get back." With a playful glare at Yi Feng, she left to attend to the matter. Casting one last look back at him, Yi Feng rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Brother is very nice," Tao Tao said, patting Yi Feng's hand in a mock gesture of consolation. Yi Feng felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, it was nice to have a sister like her. Before long, Sister Yang returned, her expression grim and clearly indicating her displeasure. "What's wrong?" Yi Feng asked in confusion. "We need to go to the police station to file a report. I'll explain on the way," Sister Yang replied, summoning the driver who had brought her. Once the car was in motion, she continued, "They refused to delete the photos. It's from Xingshan Entertainment, under the Starlight banner. I suspect they've been following you for quite some time." The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. "Is it from Yuxue's management company?" Yi Feng suddenly recalled the incident at the airport. "Yes, and how did you end up encountering her? How did you know you ran into her?" Yi Feng questioned, puzzled.
Sister Yang scoffed coldly.
"Your relationship with Yuxue has been trending all over the internet." Yi Feng was taken aback. What nonsense! He immediately checked his phone, where the top trending topic read, "Yuxue and Yi Feng's relationship exposed," followed by a sensational comment. Clicking on it revealed photos of him and Yuxue at the airport, with angles that made them appear somewhat intimate. Numerous marketing accounts were spinning stories that sounded almost plausible. "Hello? Is there something going on? Why is everyone on the internet aware of my supposed romance while I, the person involved, am completely in the dark? This is absurd." Yi Feng exclaimed, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. "I merely bumped into her at the airport. We were almost about to come to blows. How did this turn into a romance?" After years in the industry, this was the first time he had been accused of being involved in a staged romance due to his status. Indeed, Tao Tao was with her brother, Tao Tao interjected, raising her small hand to attest to her brother's innocence. "Yes, I was there, and that woman even bumped into me and attempted to intimidate me." Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that the online photos did not include Tao Tao. "You should be grateful that Tao Tao wasn't captured in the photos. Otherwise, people would speculate that you and Yuxue even have a child together." Sister Yang remarked with a sarcastic laugh. She had called Yi Feng out in the dead of night because of this very issue. She certainly believed in Yi Feng's integrity. Having grown up in the Yi family, he had encountered all kinds of women. He was not foolish enough to fall for someone like Yuxue. Besides, who in the industry was unaware that Yuxue had gone through several financial backers, who would willingly don the green hat of infidelity? Yi Feng stared at the trending topic, increasingly incredulous. He opened WeChat, only to find a flood of messages from acquaintances and directors inquiring about his rumored relationship with Yuxue. It was unfathomable that someone would dare to stage such a scandal against him. Even Tang Feng had sent him a message of sympathy. Indeed, those within the industry were even more gossipy than those outside of it. With an exasperated sigh, Yi Feng promptly blocked everyone. At that moment, he received a call from Yi Jiazhen. "Dad?" Yi Feng glanced at Sister Yang, who waved her hand, signaling that she had not disclosed the accident to their family. "You little rascal. When did you get into a relationship? Your mother and I had no idea." Yi Jiazhen bombarded him with questions. "No, Yi Feng attempted to interject. "There's no denying it. It's all over the internet." Yi Jiazhen interrupted him. Yi Feng paused momentarily before finally stating, "Well, the truth is this. Yuxue and I are childhood friends. We grew up together, and I have always had feelings for her. Our families have long arranged a betrothal. However, she has always harbored a dislike for me. In my pursuit of her affection, I ventured into the entertainment industry, and, at long last, have begun to flourish beyond expectations. I finally mustered the courage to confess my feelings to her. She was moved by my sincerity and agreed to be with me." Yi Feng's expression remained stoic, yet his voice resonated with genuine sincerity.
Yang Jia's pupils dilated,
As if she momentarily beheld Yi Feng transforming into the Hulk, his hair gleaming a vibrant green. Meanwhile, Yi Jia was even more astonished than she was over the phone. "When did you acquire a childhood sweetheart?" "Just a Tang Feng." "Wait, when did your mother and I arrange a betrothal for you?" Yi Jia's voice escalated, bordering on a break. Terrified, They contemplated the notion that, despite their advancing age, they had not yet succumbed to dementia. The internet certainly suggested otherwise. Yi Feng appeared numb to the unfolding drama. Exhausted, he wished for obliteration. Yijia. Yi Feng hung up the call and swiftly turned to see Yang Jie visibly relieved. What, you believe it too? Yang Jie chuckled awkwardly. That was rather convincing. Yi Feng averted his gaze, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. Brother isn't angry. Tao Tao believes in you. Tao Tao's gentle voice brought tears to Yi Feng's eyes.
Indeed.
Our little treasure is an angel. You go inside first. I need to make a call. I fear your potential car accident might make headlines. Chapter 18. The Beloved Tao Tao. Yi Feng entered alongside Tao Tao. Strictly speaking, only Tao Tao and Yi Feng were the parties involved. However, Tao Tao was far too young. Thus, Yi Feng alone proceeded to make a statement. By the time he emerged, Tao Tao was already encircled by several on-duty police officers, cradling an abundance of snacks in her arms. The table before her was laden with even more treats, and her sweetness was palpable. Thank you, sister. Tao Tao has candy too. Would you like some? Thank you, brother. This cookie is delightful, she exclaimed, causing onlookers to wish they could share their entire stash. Yi Feng's keen eyes caught sight of a cup of instant noodles among Tao Tao's snacks. Tao Tao. Yi Feng called out to her helplessly. Brother. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled as she scampered over, clutching the snacks. Are you hungry, brother? Here, have some. She struggled to lift the snacks she was holding. I'm not hungry, Tao Tao. You eat. A cup of noodles was inconsequential. If Tao Tao desired it, acquiring the entire noodle factory would be trivial. Yi Feng deliberately took a closer look at the brand of instant noodles, then smiled as he lifted Tao Tao into his arms. Thank you all for taking care of Tao Tao. She is still quite young, and I apologize for any trouble she may have caused. The group quickly shook their heads with laughter. No, Tao Tao is so adorable. We adore her. All right, Tao Tao, it's time for us to head back. Say goodbye to your brother and sisters. Yi Feng said softly. Wait. Jin Zheng suddenly appeared, blocking their path. This incident has significant implications, so the Bureau has specifically dispatched personnel to ensure your safety. They will be arriving shortly. Dispatch someone? Yi Feng responded. Somewhat taken aback. Jin Zheng furrowed his brow, feeling the situation was exaggerated. However, it was an order from above, and he had no alternative. Just then, a young man entered. He appeared to be around 22 or 23, quite youthful, wearing glasses, resembling a university student. In essence, he looked even more frail than Yi Feng. Lin Heng locked onto his target, approached Yi Feng, and shyly smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Heng. I've been assigned to protect you. Yi Feng turned his gaze to Jin Zheng, his eyes questioning. I'm not judging by appearances, but this young man doesn't he seem particularly capable? Jin Zheng also appeared puzzled. I'll make a call to confirm whether the right person was sent. Did they send a clerk instead? Tao Tao tilted her head, observing Lin Heng. Though her reaction was subtle, she sensed something. Tugging at Yi Feng's sleeve, she whispered in his ear, Brother, he has spiritual energy, just like Tao Tao. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Heng, realizing a few things, though he was still somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated Lin Heng to be a practitioner. However, it seemed Jin Zheng was also unaware. Jin Zheng had finished his call, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Well, Mr. Yi, I just inquired. And Comrade Lin is indeed here to protect you. Lin Heng nodded in agreement. Yi Feng was reluctant to have him accompany them, fearing that if he were a practitioner, he might uncover Tao Tao's secret. Brother, let him come with us. Tao Tao spoke softly, curiously eyeing Lin Heng. She had never encountered another practitioner aside from her master and senior brother. Yi Feng, unable to deny Tao Tao's request, replied, Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Heng nodded, then scrutinized Yi Feng closely. Yet, to his astonishment, he found Yi Feng's fate inscrutable. Although he wasn't as adept as his master, he usually could discern something. The crucial point was that he sensed no trace of negative energy emanating from Yi Feng. Officer Jin, are you certain there's no one in the car? Lin Heng asked, looking toward Jin Zheng. Jin Zheng nodded affirmatively. We've examined the dashcam footage and surrounding surveillance. There are indeed no signs of anyone fleeing. And that truck has long been decommissioned. After a moment's thought, Jin Zheng continued. Thus, I believe that vehicle must have been modified for remote control. Our accident investigation team is currently examining it. Lin Heng observed his serious demeanor and discreetly shifted his gaze. He had long heard of a colleague in the Imperial Capital Police Force who held an aversion to metaphysics, firmly believing that the Special Investigation Unit employed advanced technology. Surely, this was that very individual. Lin Heng glanced at his phone. His colleague reported residual negative energy at the scene. It appears I will need to accompany Mr. Yi closely for the next few days, as we suspect a particular organization may have intentions to target you. Lin Heng remained vigilant, ensuring not to incite panic among ordinary individuals.
Ye Feng sleeps tight.
Can it be anything less than special? That's a damn ghost. I truly believe in your nonsense. However, superficial appearances must still be maintained. I appreciate your help, Mr. Lin. The two reached a tacit understanding, one striving to conceal the truth while the other was fully aware. Upon exiting the police station, Yang Jia awaited them in the car, visibly fatigued. How did it go? Yang Jia handed Yi Feng a bottle of mineral water, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Heng. This is the one responsible for ensuring my safety. Yi Feng said little more, but Yang Jia comprehended, passing him a bottle of water. Lin Heng accepted it with a quiet thanks. Cao Cao received a glass of freshly squeezed juice, evidently not from the car's refrigerator, but freshly purchased. Thank you, sister, Cao Cao exclaimed, but then her gaze fell upon Yang Jia's face, her smile slightly dimming. Sister, your father is in trouble. You should call 120 before it's too late. Yang Jia, puzzled by Cao Cao's words, frowned slightly. Lin Heng suddenly turned to Yang Jia, only able to discern the slightest change in her parents' condition. Beyond that, even he could not discern more. You haven't contacted your uncle and aunt in a while. Perhaps you should give them a call.
Ye Feng trusted Cao Cao's intuition.
Yang Jia, half believing, fished out her phone. She was driving in the imperial capital, while her parents remained in their hometown. She was unable to reach her father's mobile phone, but after much effort, she finally connected with her mother. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, as she was aware that her parents were always together, prompting her to inquire about her father's well-being. Yang's mother, assuming her daughter missed her father, chuckled and informed her that she was out buying groceries while her husband was at home. Yang Jia cast a glance at Cao Cao, who bore an expression of seriousness unlike anything she had seen before. Chapter 19. The third brother is in for trouble again for reasons unknown. A sense of unease gripped Yang Jia, compelling her to hasten her mother's return home. Although Yang's mother was puzzled, she obliged.
Fortunately,
the market was not far from their residence. Having arrived at the company, Yang Jia anxiously awaited her mother's call, her impatience growing with each passing moment. An hour later, the phone finally rang. Ru, thankfully you urged your mother to return. Your father has suffered a heart attack. The doctor warned that a delay could have been perilous. Yang's mother's voice trembled with lingering fear, accompanied by her brother's reassuring tone in the background. After a brief conversation with her brother, confirming their father's safety, Yang Jia offered a few words of advice before ending the call. She turned to Cao Cao, astonished. Cao Cao, how did you know something had happened to my father? Indeed, I, too, am curious, Lin Heng remarked, somewhat dazed. How could such a young child possess the ability to foresee fate? Upon hearing that her sister's father was out of danger, Cao Cao's demeanor brightened. I could see it. Sister, your parents' aura appeared somewhat dim. Cao Cao nonchalantly stated as she nibbled on a lollipop. Lin Heng was taken aback further. You can interpret that? Cao Cao shot him a perplexed look. I've been learning this since I was little. Lin Heng fell silent. This child, despite her tender age of 4, seemed remarkably different from her peers. You seem rather extraordinary, he mused inwardly. Yang Jia gazed at Cao Cao as though she were a treasure, her admiration growing with every glance. Sister, let's clarify the rumors online directly. We should send legal notices to all the involved marketing accounts. Yi Feng recalled the unresolved gossip online, feeling a headache coming on. Oh right, I nearly forgot. Your relationship rumors have escalated, Yang Jia suddenly exclaimed. Yi Feng replied, this morning, Yu Shuer shared a series of coy images and shortly after, someone posted pictures of your car accident, garnering significant attention. Cao Cao, relishing a piece of watermelon, watched eagerly as Yi Feng and Yang Jia conversed. The watermelon is so sweet. Yi Feng's expression darkened further. Her team was astute. Even if the truth were revealed later, they could claim it was mere coincidence. Given that she had shared the images first, the situation was precarious. In fact, Yang Jia had already contacted her team for public relations, but the more they deleted, the more the rumors proliferated. They even posted a photo of Cao Cao, but we managed to block it immediately, Yang Jia added. Let's pursue legal action and dismantle those marketing accounts entirely. Furthermore, we ought to warn Xingkong. If they are courting disaster, I shall facilitate it. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. If Yu Shuer dared to lay a hand on Cao Cao, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yang Jie shook her head, perplexed. Tao Tao took another bite of watermelon and offered a piece to Lin Heng. Recovering from his shock, he accepted it, ears perked up like a curious animal. Your entertainment industry is truly vibrant and colorful. I believe we should visit a temple and pray. This is exceedingly unlucky.
Yang Jie siget, rubbing her temples.
Yi Feng, however, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh right, I haven't mentioned this to you yet." Yang Jie inquired, "What is it?" She felt as though she were developing PTSD from Yi Feng's revelations. Yi Feng proceeded to share his experiences with Luck. Yang Jie was left in a daze, taking a considerable time to process the information. "Are there any upcoming events where I might meet Yang Qingzhou?" Yi Feng asked, recognizing that they were not part of the same company. Although the circle was small, encountering him was no trivial matter. "Yang Qingzhou? There shouldn't be any for now. But I can check for you. What's the matter?" Yang Jie responded, sensing his disappointment. "Never mind, I'll head back for now. Please keep an eye out for any notifications regarding his events," Yi Feng said, visibly disheartened. As Lin Heng, having had his fill of watermelon, prepared to leave with them, he finally found the opportunity to inquire. After much hesitation, he quietly asked, "Tao Tao, which Taoist temple do you belong to? Your skills in fortune-telling are quite profound." He had never heard of any temple producing such a young prodigy. Surely, had there been one, they would have been celebrated by now. "I belong to Lingyun Temple. We are quite formidable." The little girl puffed out her chest with pride. "My master said that Lingyun Temple is the best in the world. If she had a tail, it would have been standing upright." Lin Heng admitted to himself that he had never heard of it. Most temples participated in annual Taoist competitions, but Lingyun Temple was unfamiliar to him. Tao Tao's expression fell. "That deceitful master has tricked me." She pouted, visibly upset. Such claims of superiority. Yet no one has ever heard of it. Noticing Tao Tao's distress, Yi Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Heng, filled with discontent and reproach. "It's also possible that I simply lack knowledge. After all, my abilities are insufficient to grasp much," Lin Heng quickly defended himself.
Tao Tao contemplated this,
realizing that Lin Heng's spiritual power was rather weak. She shot him a sympathetic glance. "How unfortunate. At your age, you possess so little spiritual energy." With a sigh of maturity, she stated, "My master said we must not mock others. Not everyone is as gifted as I or my senior brothers." If Lin Heng were aware of Tao Tao's thoughts, he would surely be devastated, for he had joined a special investigative unit at a young age. Entering such a unit is as challenging as a university student passing civil service exams. "Brother Yu." Tao Tao observed the slight shadow of negativity on his brow. Hesitating momentarily, Yi Feng, still brimming with joy, remarked, "It seems you are in for some misfortune." Chapter 20, Yi Feng, I'm sliding down to my knees.
Tao Tao ba liên kết.
Primarily, since her brother was facing trouble, she felt it was best not to intervene, especially since the danger did not appear severe. Before Yi Feng could react, his father's call came through. "Xiaofeng." Yi Jiazheng's voice was particularly gentle, laced with an undercurrent of guilt. Hearing this made Yi Feng's scalp tingle. When had his father ever spoken to him with such tenderness? "Father, just speak plainly, there's no need for this." However, Yi Jiazheng's voice became even quieter. "Your elder brother just returned home, and your mother and I inadvertently let slip about Tao Tao."
Yi Feng's edits taichet.
Then, inadvertently, I mentioned that it was you who had concealed the truth, which prompted your brother to leave, visibly infuriated. "Ahem. Well, take care of yourself, I'll hang up now." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Jia hung up without affording Yi Feng any opportunity to respond. Yi Feng stared blankly at the disconnected call, a shiver coursing through him. His father was indeed merciless when it came to his son. After steeling himself, he mused that his elder brother was generally more reasonable.
Bah.
Not at all. His brother held grudges like no other. Perhaps he should just bow deeply to his brother upon meeting. Maybe then he could earn his forgiveness.
Tao Tao.
"Do you have any good luck charms?" Yi Feng pocketed his phone, gazing longingly at Tao Tao. He was already feeling a chill creeping up his spine. "Yes, but Big Brother can't use them. His luck has already been devoured." Tao Tao pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "You can draw charms." Lin Heng, who was nearby, perked up at the mention of the keyword. "Of course." Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with pride. "My master said Tao Tao is the best. How many effective ones can you draw in a day?" Lin Heng was still a bit astonished. "I don't know. Tao Tao doesn't he draw them often?" Tao Tao replied with a puzzled look, her big eyes blinking innocently. "Tao Tao draws them as needed, occasionally keeping a few on her person." Lin Heng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had not yet mastered the skill. They all had to bathe and burn incense to calm their minds before drawing charms. Sometimes, one might not even manage to draw a single one in a day. Thankfully, this little one was not too extraordinary. As the two conversed, Yifeng's phone rang again. He shuddered, silently praying it wasn't his brother. He hadn't yet thought of how to kneel. To his relief, upon looking, he saw it was Sister Yang.
Sister Yang. Yifeng.
The PR team here refuses to allow you to trend on social media. They say free publicity is not to be wasted. Sister Yang's tone was far from cordial. Yifeng's expression darkened instantly. Trending.
Who agreed to that?
Are they seeking their own demise? When have I ever needed such attention? He was furious. Sister Yang hesitated before finally saying, Mr. Yi mentioned that you've been lacking exposure lately, and now is the perfect time to increase visibility. What exposure? Which Yi are you referring to? My elder brother? Well, then, it's no problem. As he spoke, it suddenly dawned on him who Mr. Yi was, and Yifeng's anger diminished abruptly. Did his brother act with such efficiency? Did you have a quarrel with Mr. Yi?
Sister Yang inquirat chao tio usli.
If it weren't for her long acquaintance with Yifeng and her understanding of the Yi family dynamics, she would certainly have thought the brothers were at odds. We didn't argue, just had a slight misunderstanding. Yifeng's gaze wandered, unusually refraining from sarcasm. In any case, you'd best be cautious. Yu Shuer is not to be underestimated. Sister Yang emphasized. I understand. Yifeng hung up the phone, hesitating for a long while before cautiously calling Yi Jingjin. As expected, his brother hung up immediately. Yifeng resorted to a video call. After being disconnected a few times, he tried again. This time, Yi Jingjin finally answered. Yifeng sighed in relief. Thankfully, his brother hadn't T-blocked him, which indicated there was still room for reconciliation. As soon as the call connected, Yifeng cleverly pushed Tao Tao into the frame.
Huh?
Tao Tao looked curiously at the phone screen, her big eyes reflecting confusion, momentarily at a loss.
Tao Tao, come.
Greet our elder brother. Yifeng's voice had a hint of charm. Tao Tao blinked, gazing at the man on the screen who bore a resemblance to Yifeng. Hello, big brother. Tao Tao's voice was soft and sweet. On the other end, Yi Jingjin's irritation evaporated and his expression softened. Tao Tao, dear. Your brother is buying you a gift. Is there anything you desire? Tao Tao blinked and smiled brightly. Whatever big brother gives, Tao Tao will love. Yi Jingjin's heart melted completely, and he felt an overwhelming urge to hug Tao Tao. However, thinking of the reasons why he and T met her, his gaze chilled once more. Yifeng, big brother. I'm here. Yifeng was exceedingly compliant in front of Yi Jingjin. Tao Tao, pass the phone to your third brother. Yi Jingjin spoke to Tao Tao with utmost gentleness. However, the moment Yifeng took the phone, his expression immediately turned cold. Yifeng wore a grimace. From childhood, he had never feared Yi Jia, but his eldest brother instilled the greatest terror in him. During a rebellious phase, he had befriended a group of miscreants, neglecting his responsibilities and even skirting the edges of legality. At that time, Su Ruowan was in poor spirits, and Yi Jia couldn't keep him in check. Eventually, Yifeng got into trouble, nearly landing himself in jail. Yi Jingjin had just taken over the Yi Corporation, inundated with work. Upon hearing of the incident, he took time out of his busy schedule to return home, and without a word, he delivered a thorough beating to Yifeng. His methods as harsh as those of an enemy. Yifeng still vividly remembered that after the beating, his elder brother coldly informed him that the Yi family does not support the useless. That thrashing effectively obliterated Yifeng's rebellious phase. Even Yi Jia, who witnessed the scene, managed to bypass his own rebellious years when the time came. The impact was indeed remarkable. Thus, Yi Jingjin's voice became a shadow looming over Yifeng. Give me an explanation. Yi Jingjin's tone was heavy, growing colder. Before Yifeng could utter a word, Yi Jingjin spoke again. Don't try to deceive me with the parents' rhetoric. Even if the company were lost, it wouldn't hinder me from seeing Tao Tao. His voice was even colder this time. Brother, I was wrong. Yifeng abandoned any thoughts of argument and admitted his fault honestly. Return home now. Yi Jingjin hung up the phone. Chapter 21. The Might of the Eldest Brother. Yifeng, with a woeful expression, pictured his brother's expressionless face and found it particularly terrifying. He dreaded facing his brother, yet he feared even more the prospect of not returning home. Tao Tao, come. Your brother will take you home. Yifeng's face was ashen, adopting a mindset as if he were facing death. Tao Tao was unaware of Yifeng's distress. her heart filled with joy at the prospect of seeing her elder brother. It was evident that the sorrows and joys of individuals are not always aligned. Suddenly, Yi Feng remembered that there was another outsider present. "I'm sorry, there's a bit of family business at home, and it's not convenient," he joked. For how could he let anyone else know about the beating he received from his brother? Lin Heng understood, pulling out a card. "Here's my business card, mister. You must keep it close, call me if you need anything." He emphasized the word close. Yi Feng took it, glancing at it. Aside from being slightly thicker, it appeared ordinary. He accepted it, puzzled. Lin Heng then felt reassured enough to leave. Once in the car, Yi Feng examined the card back and forth. Unable to discern any clues, Lin Heng was still reporting. "Rest assured, while I didn't follow him, I did give him the card with the charm tucked inside. If it weren't for the charm being special, would I need to place it within the card? His sister is no ordinary person. He surely understands that. Who would be idle enough to tear someone else's business card? That would be quite deranged, wouldn't it? Fear not, it shall remain undiscovered," Lin Heng vowed earnestly. Inside the car, Yi Feng gazed at the torn card, which concealed a talisman, and fell into deep contemplation. He then sneezed unexpectedly. For some reason, he felt as though someone was cursing him. Earlier, Tao Tao had mentioned that there was something within the card, prompting him to rip it open. He never anticipated that it would contain a talisman. His lips twitched in amusement. That little comrade indeed possessed a vivid imagination. "This talisman bears a resemblance to those from our temple," he mused. Tao Tao, observing the vermilion ink, recalled her master's words that each temple's talisman design is unique. Reflecting for a moment, she did not dwell on it further, as she had never seen other talismans. "The spiritual energy contained within this one is too feeble to be of much use to my brother. I shall draw one for him when we return," she added. Yi Feng wished desperately to linger outside for as long as possible, but no matter how he delayed, they ultimately arrived home.
Sigh. Ye Feng a halet.
Finally stepping out of the vehicle. "What is destined to be will come to pass. Third young master, young miss, you have returned. Sir, madam, and the eldest young master have been awaiting your arrival," the butler chuckled, personally coming to greet them. "Uncle Zhong, why are you still awake? How is my brother? What is his complexion like?" Yi Feng hesitated to enter immediately. As one ages, sleep becomes scarce. "The eldest young master is better off checking for himself," Uncle Zhong replied. Yi Feng's anxiety heightened upon hearing this. He dawdled at the doorway of the living room, reluctant to step inside. Yi Jingjin was engaged in conversation with Su Ruan, his expression unusually gentle. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his brother did not appear overly angry. "Xiao Feng, why do you not come in?" Yi Jiazhen suddenly addressed him, catching Yi Feng off guard. Meeting his brother's icy gaze, Yi Feng merely stumbled. "Brother, you have returned. How has work been of late?" He chuckled awkwardly, cautiously stepping inside. Yi Jingjin ignored him entirely, engrossed in the magazine he held, not sparing him a single glance. "Brother, I truly did not intend to. You know I admire you greatly. I was merely concerned about disturbing you." Yi Feng's voice diminished as he spoke, growing increasingly anxious. Yi Jingjin continued to remain unresponsive, the temperature around him dropping further. Yi Feng's heart sank. This was not good. His brother appeared angrier than the last time he had been reprimanded. Yi Jiazhen shot him a look of sympathy. "Tao Tao, come, your third brother will introduce you to our elder brother." Yi Feng, left with no choice, attempted to quell his brother's wrath through his sister. "Brother." Tao Tao's eyes sparkled as she dashed to Yi Jingjin's side. He ruffled her hair, his gaze softening gradually, akin to a formidable beast being soothed. "I have prepared a gift for you," Yi Jingjin said, unsure of how to interact with children. In the presence of Tao Tao, he displayed a rare awkwardness. Tao Tao placed her hand on the imprint. Yi Jingjin produced several contracts, having asked his assistant beforehand, who informed him that modern children favored dolls. After much deliberation, he decided to purchase several from different production companies as gifts for Tao Tao. "Thank you, brother." Though Tao Tao did not fully comprehend, she cherished whatever her brother bestowed upon her. With innocence, she pressed her handprint. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become a little tycoon. "Well, Xiao Jing, it is quite late. Your mother and sister must be weary and should rest," Yi Jiazhen gently suggested. Yi Jingjin nodded slightly. Just as Yi Feng exhaled in relief, his brother's next words plunged him into despair. "Yi Feng, come to my study." Yi Jingjin embraced Tao Tao once more before reluctantly letting her go. "Brother, I too am tired, perhaps." Yi Feng began softly. Yi Jingjin cast him a cool glance. I am not tired. Come, let us converse, he asserted resolutely. Yi Feng, fully aware of the situation, turned his pleading gaze towards Su Ruowan and Yi Jiazhen. Shifting all responsibility onto his son stirred a flicker of conscience within Yi Jiazhen. Xiao Jing. He pondered before finally speaking, the second and fourth siblings are aware that your sister has returned. Yi Jingjin regarded Yi Jiazhen with an unchanging tone. Yi Jiazhen, feeling guilty, immediately altered his demeanor, instructing Yi Feng, your brother wishes to speak. You should listen attentively. We shall take our leave to rest. After saying this, Yi Jiazhen led Tao Tao and Su Ruowan upstairs, wisely switching off his phone to avoid being disturbed by calls from the second and fourth siblings in the middle of the night. After being coaxed to sleep by their mother, Tao Tao dreamt peacefully through the night. Tao Tao, good morning. As she descended the stairs, she heard Yi Feng's voice. Good morning, third brother. Oh, what happened to your eyes? Tao Tao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Yi Feng. The dark circles beneath his eyes indicated a night of sleeplessness. It is nothing, just a night without sleep. Tao Tao, you wouldn't believe it, brother. Yi Feng wore a pained expression, eager to spill his grievances, but before he could finish, he noticed Yi Jingjin descending the stairs. He promptly fell silent. Continue. Yi Jingjin commanded, taking a seat on the sofa and sipping some water as he regarded Yi Feng with mild interest. Unlike Yi Feng, who thrived under the spotlight, the brothers, though somewhat similar in appearance, exuded different energies. Yi Feng's demeanor was flamboyant and charming, while Yi Jingjin possessed an intimidating presence. His sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes were not the kind one could meet head-on without feeling trepidation, especially when his expression was stern. Continue. Yi Jingjin beckoned, summoning someone to bring a glass of milk for Tao Tao, his gaze slightly lifting to meet Yi Feng's. Chapter 22. The turmoil in the old residence. Yi Feng shivered, feeling compelled to kneel before his brother. Yi Jingjin was indeed a figure of brilliance and might, achieving remarkable feats at such a young age. A paragon of strength in the capital. With a grin that bore a hint of flattery, Yi Feng regarded Yi Jingjin, unmoved by his brother's praise. Yi Jingjin focused intently on preparing sandwiches for his sister. You siblings are quite early risers, remarked Yi Jiazhen and Su Ruowan as they joined the gathering. When shall Tao Tao's identity be revealed? Yi Jingjin inquired, placing the neatly sliced sandwiches before Tao Tao. I will take Tao Tao back to the old residence first. I spoke with your grandmother the day before yesterday. We are returning today. Upon addressing this matter, Yi Jiazhen's demeanor turned serious. Yi Jingjin nodded slightly. Then it shall be today. He delegated all company affairs to his assistant, and the family dined before heading straight to the old residence. Upon arrival, Yi Feng's impatience manifested as a frown, for he beheld the last individuals he wished to encounter, the Yi Jialong family. Yi Jialong had one son and two daughters. The eldest son was several years older than Yi Jingjin, the second daughter was 2 years older than Yi Feng, and the youngest daughter, 6 years old, was 2 years older than Tao Tao. The ones who arrived this time were Yi Jialong and his wife, along with their little daughter, Yi Qingqing. Upon seeing Tao Tao and the others descend, Yi Jialong's wife was the first to react. Jingjin and Xiaofeng were growing increasingly handsome. My sisters, those with daughters, have been urging me to help forge connections, for Xiaofeng and Jingjin are exceedingly sought after. With a smile, Yi Jialong's wife approached, attempting to link arms with Su Ruowan, though a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. After all these years, this second sister-in-law of hers was merely a lunatic. Su Ruowan, maintaining her composure, subtly sidestepped her. Qingqing has grown quite a bit. Xiaofeng and Jingjin are not in a hurry. They have their own plans. The insincerity in her tone was unmistakable. Lu Yu looked at Su Ruowan in astonishment, only to find clarity in her gaze. Her expression shifted several times before she ultimately suppressed it. Second brother, second sister-in-law, it has been a long time since our family gathered. I have not seen Jingjin and his brothers in ages. She deliberately mentioned everyone but ignored Tao Tao entirely. Silence, enough with the noise. Yi Jingjin's cold and impatient voice rang out, leaving no room for Lu Yu's sentiments. His shadowed gaze fell upon her, causing her to shudder, as if he had seen through her trivial thoughts. She dared not utter another word. Yi Feng was no pushover either, having been in the entertainment industry for so long. Lu Yu's tactics were utterly insufficient in his eyes. He bypassed her and instructed the servant, prepare some fresh fruits, especially peaches. My sister adores them. What are you doing here? The sun is scorching. Don't let it overheat your sister. Yi Jiazhen cleared his throat and spoke aloud. Su Ruowan offered an apologetic smile to Lu Yu and the others. I'm sorry, Tao Tao just returned home. They dote on her immensely. I hope you find it amusing. Though her words suggested remorse, her expression bore no trace of it, instead radiating a warning, advising them not to covet Tao Tao lightly. Brother, mother is still waiting. Let us head inside. Yi Jiazhen nodded vaguely to Yi Jialong, carrying Tao Tao as they entered. Tao Tao observed the ominous cloud hovering between Yi Jialong's brows, letting out a small sigh. It seemed this man appeared even more unfortunate than the last time she had encountered him. However, who could blame him for having scolded her last time? Humph. Tao Tao has a long memory. Only Yi Jialong's family remained, their expressions all quite grim. You're back? Elder Yi sat on the sofa, her face devoid of mirth, looking particularly solemn. Yes, mother. I've brought back the child, Tao Tao. Call her grandmother. Yi Jiazhen patted Tao Tao, gesturing for her to greet. This call of grandmother was not something to be taken lightly. Second brother, after all these years, you have yet to find your daughter. Do you not question her identity? Yi Jialong entered, speaking coolly, his impatience surfacing. His luck had been dismal of late. Every investment seemed to falter, and his small company faced financial troubles, growing increasingly arduous. Yet, if Qingqing could be adopted by Yi Jiazhen, the situation would change. No need for my uncle to worry. Tao Tao is indeed my sister. Yi Feng reassured Tao Tao with a gentle smile, squeezing her hand. Tao Tao smiled back, her eyes curving, signifying that she was unbothered. This only served to infuriate Yi Feng further, feeling that Tao Tao had suffered some injustice. You children know nothing. I am speaking with your father. In the old residence. Yi Jialong felt a surge of anger, sensing a slight to his dignity. Brother, though Yi Feng can be a bit unruly, he speaks truth. Tao Tao is one of our family, Yi Jiazhen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Yi Jialong became even more irate, having already learned that this child was merely someone Yi Feng had casually brought from a film set. You would rather acknowledge an unknown child than your own Qingqing? Truly foolish. Qingqing is our Yi family's own. Watch your words, uncle. Yi Jingzhen's profound gaze turned to Yi Jialong, his words laced with a palpable warning. Taken aback by the ferocity in Yi Jingzhen's eyes, Yi Jialong fell silent. Yi Jingzhen's unpredictable methods instilled a certain caution even in him. Moreover, Yi Jingzhen was not one to show mercy. Compared to Yi Jiazhen, Yi Jialong found it far more difficult to decipher his nephew. Uncle, our family shall have only Tao Tao as a sister. None of us brothers wish to hear such sentiments again. Do you agree? Yi Feng noted the retreat in Yi Jialong's eyes, his tone carrying both warning and mockery. Tao Tao was lifted by Yi Jingzhen, resting her head on his shoulder and wrapping her arms around his neck. Yi Jingzhen's gaze softened abruptly as he gently patted Tao Tao's back. Have you had enough of this noise? Speak another word, and I will have you thrown out. The elder's cold voice interjected. Yi Jialong chuckled awkwardly while Yi Feng fell silent as well. You call her Tao Tao? The elder raised her eyelids slightly, her gaze settling on Tao Tao. Grandmother. Tao Tao looked at her with wide eyes, devoid of any trace of timidity. Elder Yi gazed at her quietly. Tao Tao's eyes grew increasingly perplexed, unsure why the elder remained silent. Su Ruowan's expression gradually clouded, her grip tightening. Meanwhile, Yi Jialong's family seemed to grow animated. The elder averted her gaze, lowering her eyes. Mother, Qingqing and I will accompany you for a walk in the courtyard. The weather is quite nice today. Yi Jialong's wife, Lu Yu, pulled Yi Qingqing closer, moving beside the elder. There's no need. The elder waved her hand dismissively. Jiazhen, take her to see your father. He has yet to meet this child. The elder's words caused Su Ruowan to suddenly relax her grip, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yi Jialong, however, was not pleased, raising his voice. Mother? Lu Yu was equally astonished, her tone sharp. Mother, how can a child of unknown origins be brought to see father, especially her? As Lu Yu spoke, she glanced at Tao Tao, but found her gaze clashing with Yi Jingzhen's. Yi Jingzhen's eyes were already shrouded in shadows, his expression devoid of warmth as he regarded their family. His patience evidently exhausted. He looked at them as though they were nothing but lifeless forms. Have you said enough? The elder's voice carried authority as she turned her gaze to Lu Yu. Mother, Lu Yu bowed her head. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. If you lack the capability, do not covet what you cannot possess. The elder's words struck like thunder, landing heavily on Lu Yu and Yi Jialong, leaving them somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yu felt particularly unwilling to accept this. For days, she had brought Yi Qingqing to the old residence, subtly insinuating that the second brother's family had casually accepted an outsider child, even suggesting that Tao Tao, at such a tender age, harbored deep schemes. She had assumed that the elder, though silent, tacitly approved of their daily visits. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? Initially, the elder had indeed harbored some reservations about Tao Tao, yet upon seeing her, she recognized that it was not so. This child's eyes were too clear, so pure that they bore no trace of taint. The elderly lady had lived for half a lifetime and was still capable of recognizing everyone around her. "Mother, let us take Tao Tao to visit," Yi Jiajing suggested. Patting Yi Jingjin on the shoulder, Yi Jingjin stifled his emotions and followed suit. The elderly lady nodded, permitting Tao Tao to pay her respects to old Master Yi, thus acknowledging Tao Tao's identity. Yi Jialong was in a state of agitation, yet felt utterly helpless. By the time they awaited Tao Tao's return, the elderly lady had already prepared lunch. "Mother, we have matters to attend to. We shall not stay for the meal today," Yi Jiajing remarked, glancing at Yi Jialong's family with a barely perceptible furrow in his brow. He was acutely aware of their intentions and had no desire to share the dining table with them. "What? Do you think I am too old, and you wish to avoid dining with me?" The elderly lady's tone grew more pronounced. With her words hanging in the air, Yi Jiajing had no choice but to remain seated. "Mother, please have this," Lu Yu said attentively, knowing that Yi Jiajing still heeded the elderly lady's wishes. The elderly lady deftly pushed aside the dishes Lu Yu had selected, choosing to eat in silence. Lu Yu could only sit down begrudgingly, occasionally nudging her youngest daughter.
Grandma.
"Please eat," Yi Qingqing timidly urged as she assisted the elderly lady with her meal. This time, the elderly lady did not refuse, and her previously stern demeanor softened slightly. Yi Qingqing provocatively lifted her chin towards Tao Tao, who ignored her, her focus solely on the food before her. Next to the elderly lady were several of Tao Tao's favorite dishes, but they were just out of her reach. "Grandma," Tao Tao gazed longingly at the elderly lady. The elderly lady turned her attention towards her. Tao Tao blinked, a hint of shyness gracing her small face. "Tao Tao wants to eat that," she pointed to the dish beside the elderly lady. The elderly lady paused momentarily before directly serving Tao Tao. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with delight, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. As she munched on the food, she mumbled, "Thank you, Grandma, it's delicious." Upon noticing several more dishes she adored next to the elderly lady, Tao Tao felt emboldened and asked for more while helping the elderly lady serve herself. Eventually, the elderly lady grew accustomed to Tao Tao's attentiveness. Wherever Tao Tao's gaze fell, she would promptly pass the dishes. The two, one old and one young, enjoyed a delightful rhythm, one serving swiftly, the other relishing joyfully. Eventually, Tao Tao felt the need to sit closer to the elderly lady, her voice sweetly chiming, "Thank you, Grandma. You are so wonderful. Grandma, eat this. It's really delicious. This one my master used to make for me." The little girl chattered like a magpie, yet her exuberance was far from irksome. The elderly lady remained silent, but the smile in her eyes deepened with each passing moment. It was evident to all that the elderly lady was growing increasingly fond of Tao Tao. She herself had eaten little, but had served Tao Tao generously. "Grandma, Tao Tao doesn't want to eat this." Tao Tao pouted her big, watery eyes, pleading like a child. "Carrots and such are the least tasty. No picky eating. You must eat more vegetables," the elderly lady admonished sternly. "Grandma, I really don't want to eat this." Tao Tao shook the elderly lady's arm. Pouting, her small voice elongated, "If you eat this, Grandma will let the kitchen make you dessert." Although the elderly lady still wore a serious expression, she surprisingly softened to comfort Tao Tao. This revelation astonished everyone present. Yi Jiajing lowered his head to suppress a smile. He knew no one could resist Tao Tao's charm. "Grandma, you're so good. Tao Tao really likes you." Tao Tao's eyes crinkled with delight, her voice dripping with sweetness. Anyone who heard her would be enchanted. Yi Feng and Yi Jiajing desperately wished to embrace Tao Tao, yet they restrained themselves. Yi Jingjin, emotionless, moved his fingers, as if wanting to pinch her cheeks. Lu Yu, witnessing the scene, struggled to suppress her jealousy. "Qingqing, why don't you accompany your grandmother?"
Ye Wing hesitated,
fearful of the elderly lady. This was not entirely her fault. Lu Yu had always warned her to never provoke the elderly lady's anger. Over time, this developed into a genuine fear. Moreover, the elderly lady was not one to smile often, and Tao Tao was the first to act endearingly beside her.
"Go on." Liu Yu suddenly pinched Ye Wing.
"Enough, if she doesn't want to come. Why force her?" The elderly lady frowned, growing increasingly impatient. Not at all. Qingqing often expresses her longing for you at home. She is probably just shy, Lu Yu insisted, nudging Yi Qingqing. With no other option, Yi Qingqing took small steps towards the elderly lady and sat beside her, timid and too afraid to speak. Lu Yu continued to urge her with her eyes. The elderly lady suddenly lost her appetite. I am full. You all may continue, she declared, rising from her seat with the assistance of a nearby servant.
Grandma.
Let Tao Tao accompany you upstairs. I am full. Tao Tao wiped her mouth and grasped the elderly lady's hand. The elderly lady consented. Lu Yu signaled for Yi Qingqing to follow suit, and Yi Qingqing, unable to defy her mother, reluctantly complied. Once upstairs, the elderly lady entered her simple room, which contained little beyond a table featuring a family portrait. Grandma, have you been sleeping well lately? Tao Tao asked softly as she observed the elderly lady settling onto the bed. It's normal not to sleep well at my age, the elderly lady replied, reclining slightly. This is for you, Grandma. It's a drawing I made to help with sleep. Tao Tao presented a triangular talisman to the elderly lady. The elderly lady paused, then reached out to accept it. You can draw talismans? She inquired, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her as she held it. I learned from my master at the temple.
Good.
Tell me about your past, the elderly lady murmured, partially closing her eyes. Tao Tao nodded, recounting stories while simultaneously dispersing the room's stagnant energy, likely brought in from elsewhere. Such energy would not typically affect an ordinary person, yet the elderly lady's frailty made her susceptible to insomnia and vivid dreams. Once Tao Tao saw that the elderly lady had drifted into slumber, she quietly slipped out. Just as she exited, she encountered Yi Qingqing blocking her path. Tao Tao had no desire to engage with her, recalling that this was the daughter of that wicked person. You should hurry back to where you came from. My mother said you are just a wild child. It is because of you that I lost my place. You are a little bastard. Yi Qingqing's voice dripped with resentment. Hard to believe coming from a child. Tao Tao refused to leave, asserting my daddy, mommy, and brother are mine. She pouted, unwilling to engage with her further. This older girl was exceedingly rude, and Tao Tao felt no familiarity with her. Yi Qingqing's jealousy grew as she observed Tao Tao's beautiful princess dress, her envy intensifying. These were all supposed to be mine. Mother said that once the second uncle acknowledges her as his daughter, she can have whatever she desires. If it weren't for the impudent child before her, the second uncle would have already acknowledged her. Tao Tao intended to seek out her parents.
She attempted to sidestep.
But Yi Qingqing, noticing the staircase nearby, momentarily flashed a look of malice. She unexpectedly shoved Tao Tao. Trained in martial arts from a young age, Tao Tao's agility and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary child, as evidenced when she supported Su Ruowan. Moreover, having anticipated the attack, she managed to evade Yi Qingqing's advance. In the ensuing chaos, Yi Qingqing missed her target, her eyes widening in terror as she tumbled down the stairs. Tao Tao frowned and quickly grasped her arm, pulling her back up to prevent her from falling. However, Tao Tao's grip faltered, and Yi Qingqing lost her balance, crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous wail erupted, startling Tao Tao, who resembled a frightened rabbit, her eyes wide in confusion over Yi Qingqing's tears. The Yi family rushed upstairs in alarm. What happened? Yi Feng was the first to arrive, checking Tao Tao for injuries before turning his attention to the fallen Yi Qingqing. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to help her up. For despite his disdain for his elder brother's family, he had no intention of taking his frustrations out on a child. Yet, Yi Qingqing evaded his grasp. Moment latte. The others arrived. Lu Yu, upon seeing Yi Qingqing on the ground and Tao Tao nearby, immediately scooped up Yi Qingqing. Qingqing, what happened? Yi Qingqing, sobbing and gasping for breath, pointed at Tao Tao. Mom, she pushed me. The venom in her eyes could not be concealed, yet she feigned victimhood. Her eyes reddened. Lu Yu seized the opportunity. This is outrageous, second brother. Just look at this. Before anything serious even occurred, this little Tao Tao dared to push Qingqing. How could someone so malicious possibly belong to the Yi family? Tao Tao, what is going on? Tell your brother, Yi Feng gently encouraged, cradling Tao Tao in his arms. He had complete faith in her. Tao Tao explained, she called me a wild child, said I stole her place, and claimed that mom and dad were going to acknowledge her as their daughter. I didn't believe her, so she pushed me, and I dodged, which caused her to fall. Tao Tao's spirits were somewhat dampened. After all, she had rescued Yi Qingqing. Yet, she was still being maliciously slandered. Nonsense. Second brother, look at her. Such a young age. Already capable of fabricating lies. What will she be like when she grows up? Lu Yu's voice grew sharp as she pointed at Tao Tao.
Tao Tao is not lying.
Tao Tao raised her voice in protest, her small face flushed with indignation. Ching Ching never lies. Second brother, second sister-in-law, this child cannot remain in our family. Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on Tao Tao, her expression resolute. Is it your place to meddle in our family matters?
So Roman stepped forward.
Taking Tao Tao from Yi Feng and confronting Lu Yu. Ching Ching never lies? So my daughter is a liar? She emphasized her words, her previously gentle demeanor now replaced with steely resolve. Tao Tao is my daughter, and no one can usurp her position. Even if she were not to return, I would still find Yi Qingqing unworthy. Understand? Su Ruoan trembled with rage, her years of patience seemingly forgotten. Because of the Yi family's esteemed status, she had repeatedly tolerated the so-called elder brother and sister-in-law, yet they allowed such vile words to reach Tao Tao's ears. Family patriarch, look. Lu Yu directed her attention toward Yi Jiazhen. Ruoan is correct. Yi Jiazhen took Su Ruoan's hand. Meanwhile, Tao Tao, who had been accused, glared fiercely at them, her small face radiating anger. Tao Tao can cast a truth spell. What she says is the truth. Clenching her small hands, she performed a gesture, conjuring a golden talisman that materialized out of thin air. In the terrified gazes of the Yi family, it flew directly toward Yi Qingqing. Chapter 25. You are the monster. What if I pushed you? My mother said that as long as you are not here, your share will belong to me. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened as she tried to cover her mouth, but the words spilled uncontrollably. Lu Yu was momentarily caught off guard and failed to stop her. You are the wild child. If you died, there would be no more problems. She continued to rant, tears streaming down her face, yet she could not restrain her tongue. My dad also said that once he obtains your family shares, he will surely be more powerful than second uncle. Shut your mouth. By the time Yi Jialong attempted to intervene, it was too late. As the truth spell wore off, Yi Qingqing had already said everything she should not have. His face turned ashen, nearly striking Yi Qingqing. A monster. She is a monster. Yi Qingqing cried, lamenting that this was not what she intended to convey. Once the talisman lost its effect, Yi Qingqing began to wail uncontrollably, fear evident on her face. Second brother, second sister-in-law, this child is a demon. She must have used sorcery to control Qingqing. Lu Yu pointed at Tao Tao, her voice trembling with fear. People often harbor dread of the unknown. Patriarch, this child cannot remain. Upon our return, I will consult a master to determine what sort of demon she is. I suspected from the start that your family was too hasty in acknowledging her. It seems this demon has bewitched you all. Yi Jialong declared, even summoning security from the old residents to take action. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my daughter. Yi Jiazhen stepped forward, his eyes cold as he glared at the security personnel. If you touch Tao Tao, then all of you can leave. Patriarch, you are being bewitched. Yi Jialong narrowed his eyes, malice flashing across his face. This child must not remain in the Yi family. The security guards exchanged glances, first looking at the adorable Tao Tao, then at the menacing Yi Jialong. After a moment of collective silence, they ultimately chose to withdraw. Who would dare harm such a charming little girl? Yi Jialong's breathing quickened, his complexion alternating between green and white. Mom. She pushed me on purpose. I wanted to go keep Grandma company, but she said if I did, Grandma would ignore her. So she deliberately pushed me. She is a monster. Yi Qingqing pointed at Tao Tao, sobbing and red-eyed. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Did you hear that? Qingqing is not lying. This child cannot stay. She is a monster. Lu Yu raised her voice, her crimson lips appearing predatory. You are the monster. Your entire family is filled with monsters. Tao Tao's face puffed up in indignation.
Resembling a disgruntled goon.
Check the surveillance. Yi Jingzhen's lips were pressed tightly together, his features hardening. Upon hearing about the surveillance, Yi Qingqing began to panic, clutching Lu Yu's clothing tightly. Lu Yu glanced at Yi Qingqing, who was equally momentarily flustered, but she had realized from the outset that Tao Tao was not lying. Steeling herself, she forced a smile. Never mind. It was just childish play. Why make such a fuss? Let Tao Tao apologize to Qingqing, and we can consider this matter resolved. Auntie S' words are quite intriguing, as if she is already determined that it is indeed our little Tao Tao's fault. If that is the case, then it is imperative that we investigate further. Moreover, did you not just insist that Tao Tao is a monster? However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, should my sister be found innocent, we shall retract all investments made to Yuqing. Yi Feng chuckled. yet his gaze was laden with frost. After speaking, he cast a glance at Yi Jingjin, who nodded slightly in agreement. Jingjin, matters among children should not be entangled with company affairs, Yi Jialong said, his face betraying a hint of urgency as cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Yi Jingjin remained focused solely on Tao Tao, unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Why the rush to view the footage? Yi Feng smiled and, cradling Tao Tao, made his way downstairs, followed closely by the others. After all, it was their own home, and accessing the footage was swift. The clarity of the surveillance images was striking, particularly when Yi Qingqing attempted to push Tao Tao. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Had it not been for Tao Tao's quick wit, such a high staircase could have posed a significant danger to such a small child. As the footage continued, it became even more evident that Tao Tao had rescued Yi Qingqing, only to be bitten in return. Smack!
Su Ruoban, incensed,
Gritted her teeth and struck Yi Qingqing across the face. Tao Tao is merely 4 years old, and you are so cruel as to wish her harm. She had, out of consideration for Yi Qingqing's youth, restrained her strength. Otherwise, the girl's face would surely have swollen.
What?
It's all her fault. Yi Qingqing wailed even louder, pointing at Tao Tao with envy shining in her eyes. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Perhaps Qingqing is simply too young and did not grasp the situation while playing. Lu Yu's assertiveness waned, her earlier bravado dissipating. Yi Feng smiled slightly, addressing his uncle. From the outset, we have regarded Tao Tao as our treasure. Why must you escalate matters to this extent? If that is the case, you must also comprehend the ramifications. We are family, Xiaofeng, Jingjin, Yi Jialong interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow in an attempt to mediate. The collaboration between Jinkong and Yu Qing ends here. Yi Jingjin lowered his gaze, seemingly seething with anger, his icy demeanor causing Yi Jialong to refrain from pleading any further. Head of the family, you see Yi Jialong. Realizing he had no recourse, turned to Yi Jiajin, his gaze betraying a hint of submission. I have entrusted all company matters to Jingjin and have not interfered for quite some time. With his sons present, Yi Jiajin, cradling Tao Tao and seated beside Su Ruowan, was unmoved by such tactics. Previously, he had wished to remain uninvolved. Although Yi Jingjin found the situation tiresome, he still afforded Yi Jialong considerable leeway out of respect for his status. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Their family had dared to lay hands on Tao Tao. Thus, even Yi Jiajin was unprepared to plead on their behalf. Time is of the essence. Once my grandmother awakens, please inform her that we must take our leave. Yi Feng had no desire to linger with them any longer and issued orders to a nearby servant. No need to say anything. I am awake. The elderly matriarch descended from above, supported by those beside her. Mother, how did you awaken? Yi Jialong's eyes flickered as he beheld the matriarch, still attempting to solicit her intervention. Mother, Jingjin, and we have had a minor misunderstanding. In a family, there should be no lingering animosity. We must support one another. Chapter 26. A calculation foretold your misfortune. Enough. Qingqing has been raised to be as she is now. Such a malicious child does not deserve to be a member of the Yi family. You will return home today, leaving Qingqing with me. I shall personally instruct her. The matriarch's tone was resolute. Lu Yu turned pale, for the matriarch's authority was deeply ingrained. She dared not retort. Mother, Qingqing is still young and does not comprehend. Please do not be angered. I assure you, my son will teach her well upon our return. Yi Jialong clenched his fists, his anxiety palpable. If the matriarch decided to keep Yi Qingqing, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his plans. Rest assured, even if it takes all my strength, I will ensure she is properly educated. Otherwise, such a child would only bring shame upon the Yi family. The matriarch signaled, and immediately someone took Yi Qingqing from Lu Yu's arms. Mother, I don't want to. I want to go home.
Ye Vink, genuinely firiktened.
Struggled to grasp Lu Yu's arm, her cries growing louder. Take her away first, the matriarch commanded coldly. The servant promptly carried Yi Qingqing away. Tao Tao, come here. The matriarch beckoned, her gaze softening as she called for Tao Tao. Are you feeling wronged? The matriarch gently patted her head. I am not wronged, Daddy Mommy. And my brother all believe in me, the little girl replied, smiling as she raised her chin, her pigtails bobbing merrily. Here, take this. It will help calm your nerves. It is a gift from your grandmother. The matriarch produced a jade pendant, a piece of warm white jade that felt particularly comforting in hand. Jade nourishes the spirit, she remarked as she hung the pendant around Tao Tao's neck. Mother, Lu Yu interjected, her eyes fixed on the jade pendant, unable to look away. This pendant was part of the matriarch's dowry, a family heirloom of immeasurable worth, one she had sought numerous times, but had always been refused. Yet here it was, bestowed upon a child she had only just met. Tao squeezed the pendant, her big eyes blinking in wonder. This feels just like the ugly jade bed my master had made for me.
Thank you, Grandma, Tao said sweetly.
The matriarch's expression grew increasingly amiable as she patted the girl's head. This child is remarkable. Should you have the time, do bring her back to visit me often, the matriarch said to Su Ruowan. Su Ruowan was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping onto her face. All right, she responded softly. The matriarch then turned her gaze to Lu Yu, letting out a cold huff. Tao is a disciple of a revered teacher, a legitimate Taoist practitioner, studying the art of Taoism. Do not let me hear any more of your groundless accusations. Should Lu Yu's word spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish Tao's reputation. If this matter escapes your lips, you may consider yourselves barred from entering the old residence ever again. Do you understand? The matriarch fixed her gaze upon them. Mother, we understand, Yi Jialong gently reassured as he pulled Lu Yu back, lowering his head to speak softly. Lu Yu ultimately nodded in agreement. Only then did the elderly matriarch divert her gaze. Yi Jiazheng ceased to engage with them, directing his attention back to the matriarch. Mother, in a couple of days, I intend to publicly acknowledge Tao's identity, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you. The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. It is as it should be. Our Yi family's children are not to be casually reclaimed. I understand now. It is getting late. You all should return. A hint of drowsiness lingered in her eyes. Grandmother, if you find it hard to sleep, do tell Tao. She can give you acupuncture. Tao chimed in, lifting her small face and tugging at the matriarch's garment. Very well, the matriarch replied with a smile, patting her. She then turned to ascend for rest. As they exited the ancestral home, Lu Yu could not contain her frustration. Second brother, second sister-in-law, I am only looking out for your interests. Raising such a child could bring misfortune. Su Ruowan, infuriated, was about to retort when Tao's soft voice interjected. You are the one who will be unfortunate, with a disheveled complexion and a face that reflects financial ruin. Furthermore, you speak without propriety, slandering others. Calamity will surely arise from your tongue. Humph. Tao, resembling a feisty little kitten, glared defiantly at Lu Yu. You wicked person. You wish to sow discord between me and my parents and brothers. You. Lu Yu was beside herself with anger. The moment she moved, Yi Feng and Yi Jingjin subtly shifted, positioning themselves protectively in front of Tao. Despite her fury, she dared not act rashly. The heavens are dark, and the mountains are hollow. Tao calculated, you are destined for great misfortune. With her brothers shielding her, Tao grew bolder, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce. Yi Feng and Yi Jingjin could not suppress their amusement, allowing their sister to vent her frustrations. Once Tao finished her tirade, they picked her up and returned to the car. Yi Jiazheng shared the same sentiment as Su Ruowan, unwilling to even maintain the facade of civility with them. After the others departed, Lu Yu cursed under her breath as she entered the car. Drive. What are you dawdling for? She yelled at the driver. The driver hastily started the engine. Tao, were your earlier remarks about Andy true, or were you simply trying to provoke her? Yi Feng could not help but inquire. Curiosity tinged with amusement. Tao does not lie. She is indeed destined for misfortune, Tao replied, shaking her little pigtail, her tone almost jubilant. The master said that bad people will face calamity, and that is only fitting. Humph. Chapter 27. The Spirit of Paper. Thus, bad people facing misfortune does not require intervention. Tao is remarkable. She perceives everything, Yi Jiazheng praised, affectionately ruffling her hair. Tao, with her tiny feet dangling, nodded enthusiastically. The master also said that Tao is the most perceptive child in the sect. Although she may not be the strongest yet, none of the older brothers were as formidable at her age. Hee. Meanwhile, Lu Yu seethed with pent-up frustration, seeking an outlet. Drive faster. Do you not realize how urgent this is? She fumed at the driver. Yi Jialong remained silent, his lips pressed together, a shadow of gloom clouding his eyes. In his agitation, the driver misjudged the turn, failing to decelerate in time, and collided with an oncoming vehicle. The abrupt braking resulted in a minor crash, sending Lu Yu lurching forward, her head striking the seat back, instantly reddening her forehead. She flung open the car door, yelling at the occupants of the other vehicle. Are you blind? Can't you see the road while driving? It was your car that crashed into ours. You should slow down on turns. If we had not braked, do you think you would still be standing there? A young man with a handsome face emerged from the other car, his voice barely concealing his ire. How dare you shout at me? Do you know who I am? My husband is a director at Yueqing. Lu Yu, overwhelmed by a series of grievances, nearly lost her composure, her face contorted with rage. Yueqing? Never heard of it, the young man scoffed, his derision palpable. This insignificant company hardly warranted their attention. Lu Yu's fury reached a boiling point, her chest heaving with indignation. She had completely forgotten that Yueqing held some esteem due to its connection with the Yi family. That is your ignorance. I don't care. You crashed our car, pay for the damages. She stood defiantly, her crimson lips moving vehemently. The young man's temple throbbed with anger. Shin-san, something seems off. Do not engage with them, let us leave. An elder in the car, holding a frail-looking child of about 5 or 6 years old, spoke with urgency. The child's delicate features were accentuated by long, dark lashes, but his pallor and tightly closed eyes suggested he was in poor condition. Understood, Shun-san replied, preparing to enter the vehicle. However, upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with ill intentions as she deliberately positioned herself in front of the car. You won't be going anywhere without compensation. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Shin-san's eyes as he swiftly grabbed her and tossed her aside. I have no time to argue with you. I don't strike women, so get lost. Had it not been for the urgency surrounding the young master, he would have relished the opportunity to deal with her. You're headed to the hospital, right? That child looks like a doomed soul. What are you trying to save? Lu Yu spat, rising to her feet and cursing. Shun-san paused, then turned back, delivering a kick that sent Lu Yu sprawling. I don't hate women, but I have no qualms about dealing with the likes of you. The young master is a taboo. Provoke him, and you will face his wrath. Shun-san, return. The elder commanded, his voice firm. Shin-san looked down at Lu Yu, who shivered uncontrollably, as if plunged into icy depths. She instinctively retreated, sensing the palpable aura of menace radiating from him, as if one more word could cost her life. After waiting in the car for what felt like an eternity, Yi Jialong observed Lu Yu's disarray. Cursing her foolishness under his breath, he impatiently exited the vehicle to assist her. With Yi Jialong by her side, Lu Yu regained her audacity, resuming her tirade. Shun-san entered the car, and the elder regarded Yi Jialong and the foul-mouthed Lu Yu with little emotion, as if they were mere inanimate objects. Yueqing Company, is it? Consider this matter recorded by the Shun family. His tone was flat, yet carried the weight of authority. After issuing the statement, he emotionlessly instructed Shin-san, let us go. Yes, Shun-san replied, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as the vehicle promptly departed. Ugh. What bad luck. Lu Yu stood up, clutching her waist, dismissing Shin-san and the elder's words as mere bluster. Yet, Yi Jialong sensed something amiss. That car did not seem ordinary. It merely appeared understated. The Shen family? There was only one prominent Shen family in the capital. A shiver ran down Yi Jialong's spine as he contemplated the possibility. Could it be just a coincidence? Clinging to a sliver of hope, he entered the car, with Lu Yu trailing behind. Unbeknownst to her, a small piece of paper slipped from her pocket into the vehicle, disappearing into the crevice of the seat. In this moment, Tao Tao's little ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The sound of chirp 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 emanated from her pocket. Tao Tao, what have you hidden in your pocket? Su Rowan inquired, glancing at the small pouch. It continued to quiver, as if something were trying to escape. A hint of fear crept into Su Rowan's mind, fearing it might be a bug. Suddenly, a small paper figure emerged from Tao Tao's pocket, shaking its head as if relieved. The paper figure resembled a little stick figure, with its facial features drawn in a simplistic, childlike manner. It appeared as though it had been hastily doodled by a child. What is this? Su Rowan used. Intrigued by the little paper figure, her fear dissipating. Since her daughter's return, even the most peculiar occurrences seemed perfectly natural. The little paper figure's drawn eyes and mouth curved upwards, as if smiling, though its features were merely simple lines. Oh, Yifeng too? Felt a surge of curiosity and leaned closer, poking the little paper figure. Instantly, it adopted a furious expression, hands on its hips and legs apart, its eyes and mouth transforming into O's of indignation. This is a paper spirit, crafted by Tao Tao, but it will vanish after a day, Tao Tao explained, adding, It will reappear whenever I create another. She took the little paper figure in her hands. The chirping continued, the little spirit appearing significantly larger in Tao Tao's tiny hands, flailing about and chattering away. Yi Feng and the Yi family members could not comprehend its words, yet Tao Tao understood perfectly. Once it seemed to have exhausted its energy, the little spirit lazily slid back into Tao Tao's pocket. Tao Tao carefully tucked the little figure away, then relayed the messages it had shared to Yi Jiazhen and the others. The Shin family has brought us trouble this time. Yi Jiazhen discerned immediately which Shin family she referred to. Yi Jialong was unaware, as their social circles were vastly different. The true aristocracy of the imperial capital was a realm Yi Jialong had yet to penetrate. Indeed, there was a young master of the Shin family with poor health, and it was ill-advised to offend him, for he was the apple of the entire Shin family, si. Yi Jiazhen shook his head, displaying no inclination to assist, even harboring a trace of schadenfreude. After all, they had brought this upon themselves. Upon their return home, they discovered someone waiting at the entrance of the Villa Lin Heng. Mr. Yi, we have uncovered new evidence regarding the car accident, Lin Heng stated, his expression grave. Sir, madam, this gentleman claims to know the third young master, so we did not dismiss him. The guard at the door explained softly. He is my friend. Next time he comes, please allow him entry directly. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Understood, the guard replied, opening the door. Once inside, Yi Feng instructed the staff to pour a few glasses of juice and dismissed all the servants, leaving only Lin Heng and their family. Mr. Lin, you mentioned you have news about the car accident? Yi Feng asked, placing a glass of juice beside Lin Heng and offering another with a straw to Tao Tao. Lin Heng nodded, retrieving an item. We found this beneath the seat cushions in the car. It was a small triangular talisman. Just looking at it stirred a sense of discomfort within. Yi Feng felt a thick malice enveloping him, instilling a sense of disgust, oppression, and agitation, intensifying his unease. He felt an urge to lash out, to throw things to vent. All his negative emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his chest. It was the talisman Tao Tao had given him. He snapped back to clarity. Luo Qianqi Divine, dispel the evil. Tao Tao's tender voice rang out, and everyone felt a refreshing breeze wash over them, purifying their hearts. Yi Feng, too, felt the weight of his discomfort lift, replaced by a sense of invigoration. What is this? He inquired, sensing something was amiss. A harmful talisman, Lin Heng replied, revealing that the surface of the talisman did not appear to be drawn in cinnabar, but rather seemed to be painted in blood. More alarmingly, several strands of hair were embedded within. This. Yi Feng paused, taken aback by the sight of the hair. We suspect this might be your hair, Mr. Yi. So we thought we should come and collect a sample from you for comparison, Lin Heng stated delicately, but his certainty was palpable. Tao Tao reached out and grabbed a strand. She muttered something under her breath. Yi Feng clutched his head, glancing around in confusion. Why did it feel as though someone were tugging at his hair? It's brother's hair, Tao Tao confirmed decisively. Lin Heng stared at her in astonishment. Tao Tao employed a tracking spell, a technique he had heard of from his master. But wasn't he that art lost long ago? Give that to me, Tao Tao demanded, her face reflecting indignation as she reached for the talisman. It is unforgivable for the wicked to repeatedly attempt to harm my brother. Just as Lin Heng was about to hand it to her, the talisman spontaneously ignited. Lin Huan reacted swiftly, dousing it with a cup of water. Yet it was of no use. The talisman continued to burn. As it consumed half its form, Lin Heng quickly recited a spell, pouring another cup of water over it. The flames diminished slightly, but it still burned slowly. Pure water, sun and moon above, concealing the Big Dipper within, hiding the 3 platforms. Tao Tao commanded fiercely, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air, extinguishing the talisman. In that instant, Tao Tao caught the essence of the spellcaster.
To the southwest.
She lifted her gaze, sensing the direction of that individual. Third brother, let us go check it out. You bear traces of his spell. If you follow me, I can locate him more swiftly. Tao Tao's little face was grave. This was her first encounter in a battle of spells since leaving her master. Father, mother, big brother, please stay at home, she urged, pressing down on Yi Jiazhen's hand as he prepared to rise. The 3 remained silent, realizing that accompanying her would only cause her trouble, as they were unfamiliar with Taoist arts. I will accompany you, Lin Heng volunteered, standing up. His duty was to protect Tao Tao and Yi Feng. The dog leaped into Tao Tao's arms, and she cradled it as they exited. In a dimly lit rented room, a Taoist priest in his 40s sat in meditation, surrounded by drawn talismans. The only light came from a faint red glow, obscuring his features, yet an ominous breeze permeated the air. Sensing that someone had disrupted his spell and realizing they were pursuing him, he scoffed, unwarranted arrogance. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he grasped a puppet-shaped object, chanting incantations. After uttering a few lines, the puppet seemed to come to life, its eyes, mouth, and nose materializing before him. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the puppet's face, which gradually morphed into that of Yifeng. The Taoist let out a cold chuckle, a glint of triumph flickering in his eyes. This was one of his most formidable techniques. He was resolute in his belief that they would not escape death this time. Yifeng was driving, with Cao Cao seated beside him and Lin Heng in the back. Cao Cao could sense they were drawing ever closer to the Taoist's dwelling, her small face growing increasingly taut. Behind her, a petite peach with sword rested. "We're almost there. Be cautious." Cao Cao suddenly glanced in a particular direction. Yifeng felt a shroud of black mist enveloping his vision, plunging him into darkness. The screech of tires echoed sharply. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins in his neck standing out. An inexplicable surge of murderous intent arose within him, a desire to eliminate everyone. Cao Cao quickly realized something was amiss. "Brother, relax, don't let him control you." Her clear voice rang like a clarion call, abruptly exploding in Yifeng's ears. He bit his lip, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The whites of his eyes diminished, and a small knife appeared in his hand. The lingering sliver of rationality warned him that he must not harm Cao Cao. Thus, he would rather inflict pain upon himself than lay a hand on her. It was this solitary obsession that prevented him from being entirely subjugated. Lin Heng's expression was grave as he clutched his phone tightly. "Hello, Lin Heng?" "Lin Heng." A voice crackled through the receiver. "We are on Jingtian Street. My protected subject has been controlled by Taoist magic, but we have yet to see the enemy. Requesting backup." Lin Heng spoke hoarsely. Outside the car, talismans had ignited spontaneously. Yet, Yifeng showed no signs of relenting. Remote control of a person? How formidable! "Are you jesting?" The voice on the other end was filled with disbelief. Lin Heng pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. "Hello? Hello? Lin Heng. Damn it, you're serious, aren't you? I'll notify people immediately. Use the life-saving talisman given by the master, don't force a confrontation." The gravity of the situation dawned on the caller. The phone's receiver crackled ominously before the signal was lost entirely. Chapter 29. Bullying Brother? Seeking Death. Lin Heng, upon hearing his junior's warning, managed a bitter smile. The talismans gifted by the master had long since been affixed to the exterior of the car, and they were now nearly consumed. However, they proved ineffective. Cao Cao wore a worried expression, having never encountered such a scenario before, her anxiety palpable. Lin Heng tightened his grip on the bagua plate, his fury intensifying. Yet, that cunning individual had ensnared Yifeng, rendering him and Cao Cao powerless, as if they possessed immense capabilities yet were utterly incapable of utilizing them, driving one to the brink of madness. Yifeng's rationality was almost wholly obliterated, obscured by a veil of black mist that clouded his every thought. The latest tactic was still aimed at him. When Yifeng's fortune was abundant, he was impervious to 100 evils. But now, with only a fragment remaining, he became susceptible to control. In his eyes, a tumultuous blend of clarity and madness emerged. In his frenzy, he gazed at Lin Heng, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Lin Heng's gaze gradually solidified, the inner turmoil dissipating. If this continued, they would all be in peril. At worst, they would fight to the end. "I will step out to find a way to awaken him." "Cao Cao, stay in the car, and don't get out." Lin Heng had resigned himself to fate. He was uncertain how long he could hold out. After all, that individual's Taoist techniques appeared formidable, and he had no confidence in rousing Yifeng. Nonetheless, he could strive to buy Cao Cao and the others a sliver of hope. Lin Heng turned and exited the vehicle, exerting all his strength to drag Yifeng out. The talismans burned upon contact with Yifeng, and he seemed to regain lucidity for an instant. However, in the next moment, bereft of Cao Cao, he lost all semblance of reason, launching an attack against Lin Heng. Lin Heng swiftly spun the bagua plate in his hand and hurled it forward to shield himself. It merely withstood for a heartbeat before shattering.
Yifeng,
Cloaked in black mist, bore blood-red eyes. Lin Heng let out a bitter laugh and closed his eyes. His spiritual energy had been entirely expended. It seemed that he was destined to meet his end here. Dare to control my brother? You seek death. Tao Tao soft. Indignant voice resonated as she affixed a talisman to Yifeng. He appeared momentarily frozen, struggling against the bonds of control. Tao Tao's gaze was fixed on his eyes, and Yifeng's pupils began to waver once more. Yet the opposing force likely sensed Yifeng's struggle, intensifying their grip on him.
Yifeng emitted apainet groan.
His hand, uncontrollable, grasping at Tao Tao's vital point.
Tao Tao.
Lin Heng's face paled as he called out to her, watching helplessly as her hand inched closer to Yifeng. He lacked even the strength to intervene. Ugly thing, big bad guy, bullying my brother. Tao Tao, wielding her diminutive peachwood sword, grew increasingly serious. Taishang protects those who engage in battle, all array before us. A gentle golden light enveloped her. Yifeng's hand was merely 2 centimeters from her forehead when the spell rebounded. Tao Tao's small face was grave, her large eyes reflecting Yifeng's massive hand shrouded in black mist. She turned her gaze back to Yifeng's eyes, seemingly seeing another person through them. You are finished. Taishang exterminates evil. She brandished the peachwood sword from her back, its weight seemingly heavy in her small hands. Gradually, she lifted the wooden sword, aimed at Yifeng, and struck down. The sword met the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling. Despite being merely a wooden sword, it emanated an unstoppable force. Lin Heng felt a faint, piercing wail resonate near his ear, chilling him to the bone. Yet it was fleeting, the sharp sound dissipating like smoke. Yifeng suffered no harm, yet the negative energy that had once enveloped him vanished entirely. Clarity returned to his pupils, though he nearly stumbled, almost collapsing to the ground. Lin Heng swallowed hard, rising from the ground. He pinched himself hard, the pain jolting him back to reality. One strike had severed the control over Yifeng without inflicting a scratch upon him. What kind of prodigy is this? Tao Tao's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, her small face devoid of color.
Ah!
The dog leaped from the car into Tao Tao's embrace. With a wave of its tiny paw, a beam of white light enveloped the swirling red mist. Lin Heng sensed that it was the very negative energy that had just controlled Yifeng.
Tao Tao was panting,
trying to catch her breath. The dark energy slithered directly into her rosy little mouth. Tao Tao, unaware of what she had consumed, licked her lips, savoring the strawberry milk flavor. She felt her spiritual energy rapidly revitalizing. That's not something you should consume. Lin Heng hastily scrambled to check on Tao Tao.
Ah!
The dog stood in Tao Tao's arms, watching Lin Heng with a wary eye. Lin Heng was frantic. Should an ordinary person be tainted with such potent negative energy, it would spell doom. Even for those versed in Taoist arts, they could easily suffer backlash. Tao Tao, it seems you can ingest it. Tao Tao patted her plump little belly. Lin Heng observed Tao Tao's gradually rosy complexion, his face filled with astonishment. Finally, he said nothing more. Peach gazed at the scene, her condition even more vibrant than before. Only after she had absorbed the residual energy did the dog open its mouth, devouring the remaining dark energy surrounding them. With a yawn, the dog nestled back into Peach's embrace, settling down once more, realizing that the danger had passed. Lin Heng's heart ached as he looked at the shattered bagua plate on the ground, filled with sorrow. This bagua plate had been with him for many years, a true embodiment of his spiritual treasure, yet it lay in ruins. In the rental apartment, the Taoist priest suddenly opened his eyes, a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty dancing within them. His control over Yifeng had inexplicably severed. Such a phenomenon could only indicate that Yifeng was either dead or that his control had been released. He could sense that Yifeng was still alive. But how could his control have been broken in an instant? Had a formidable ghost hunter emerged in the capital, or had those old codgers banded together? His mind brimmed with increasingly wild speculations. Unable to contain himself, he hurled a talisman into the fire pit before him and closed his eyes. Peach, Lin Heng, and Yifeng resumed their journey in the car. The moment they entered, Peach's extraordinary spiritual awareness sensed an intrusion. She abruptly turned her gaze toward the half-burned talisman in the vehicle. It felt as though someone was peering through this talisman, as if it connected to another realm. A mischievous glint flickered across Peach's small face. She had been pondering how to proceed, and now the villains had unwittingly presented themselves. Heaven and Earth's profound origins, the root of all energies, through countless tribulations, I certify my divine power. Peach cast the talisman aside. A faint glimmer of golden light shimmered in her eyes, enhancing her ethereal presence. Thunder rumbled ominously, Despite the clear skies, a deafening clap of thunder echoed in everyone's ears. Peach blinked and grinned like a cunning little fox. With a flick of her finger, a slender bolt of lightning suddenly manifested, striking the talisman. The lightning seemed to traverse another dimension, vanishing into the talisman.
Yifeng.
Unversed in the ways of cultivation, felt only a sense of wonder. Lin Heng, however, a true practitioner, paled as he beheld the lightning, a mere thumb's width in size, yet imbued with overwhelming power that instilled a deep-seated fear within him. He sensed that if such an inconspicuous bolt were to strike him, it would spell instant annihilation. This exertion consumed half of the spiritual energy that Peach had restored.
Peach.
Yi Feng exclaimed, drawing her close. Were it not for his own troubles, Peach would not have to exert herself so. The thought of nearly injuring her filled him with remorse. Guilt shadowed his gaze. Peach is fine. She'll recover with a little rest. Do not worry, brother. I have dealt with the villains, she declared confidently. The formidable power of the 5 elements thunder was immense, even causing her master concern, let alone that wicked foe. Her master had told her that as a fated spiritual child, she was the most cherished of heaven's creations. Thus, her affinity for the spiritual energies of the universe and the 5 elements was far superior to others. Summoning lightning was no exception. Back in the rental apartment, the Taoist priest had his eyes shut when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted beside him. A wave of crisis surged within him, heavy with the scent of death. He could not afford to hesitate. He cast a talisman around himself for protection. Yet it proved futile. The lightning pierced through the talismans, howling as it struck him with tremendous force. With a splutter, he spat blood and collapsed, losing consciousness. From his grasp fell a charred puppet, split in 2. Had it not been for the substitute puppet shielding him from the brunt of the lightning, he would likely have met his demise. Nearby, a phone rang urgently. Peach's little hand twitched slightly. She calculated with her fingers and gasped. A substitute divine would? Humph. Once I recover, I shall strike you 10 or more times for bullying my brother. She fumed, retracting her hand. She needed to conserve some spiritual energy to confront the true villain. Lin Heng wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, offering a minute of silence for the unfortunate soul. Why provoke anyone else when it was this little lady? Brother, that wicked foe has been struck unconscious. We must hurry and capture him. Peach pointed towards a specific location, having already deduced its exact whereabouts. Lin Heng, seated in the back, felt utterly useless. Had he not already had a master, and if Peach weren't so young, he would have shamelessly sought her as his mentor. Yi Feng accelerated the car, racing towards the direction Peach indicated. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a narrow tenement building. Despite the sweltering summer heat, a foul odor wafted from the trash bins outside. Such places generally housed migrant workers or laborers, a veritable den of chaos. Peach's fingers twitched as she focused on one particular unit. The building appeared unusually dim, as though even moonlight struggled to penetrate its depths. Brother, take this, she said, producing several talismans and handing some to Lin Heng. The trio ascended the stairs without hesitation. The door to the rental apartment was tightly shut. Despite the oppressive summer heat, a chilling draft seeped through the cracks, not the refreshing kind from an air conditioner or fan, but a coldness akin to that of a venomous snake, sending shivers down their spines. The ominous aura was palpable. Lin Heng and Yi Feng exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Yi Feng stepped back, cradling Peach, while Lin Heng kicked open the door, gripping the talisman Peach had given him tightly. However, upon entry, they found the room utterly vacant. This rental apartment was small, merely 60 square meters, leaving no space for anyone to hide. Impossible. After being struck by Peach's 5 elements thunder, how could he awaken so swiftly? Lin Heng pondered aloud. Peach leapt down from Yi Feng's arms, her small face flushed with anger. The wicked foe has escaped. Someone carried him away. There are drag marks on the floor. Lin Heng observed, drawing a conclusion. Peach closed her eyes, her fingers twitching slightly. After a moment, she despondently lowered her hands. She could no longer trace his whereabouts, her small ears drooping as if weighed down by despair. It's all right. Peach is already quite formidable. The rest is up to brother to investigate, Yi Feng consoled, embracing her. Peach's small face still bore a look of disappointment. Wait, are these all ghostly artifacts? Lin Heng surveyed the surroundings, noting several antiquities scattered about, all imbued with dark energy. Only burial items could be deemed ghostly artifacts. Generally, Those knowledgeable would avoid purchasing them, as ordinary individuals who unwittingly acquired such items could suffer continuous misfortune, or worse.
Fasse dire conséquence.
Lin Heng scrutinized the symbols inscribed upon them, his brow furrowing. This is the work of the Firewheel sect, a pack of ruthless and heartless fiends. Lin Heng ground his teeth, his face shadowed with bitterness. What is the Firewheel sect? Yi Feng inquired, confusion evident on his face. Yet, the name alone conveyed nothing good. Lin Heng's expression darkened. A group of treacherous miscreants, as cunning as eels. I thought they had long been extinguished. His voice dripped with loathing and resentment, wishing nothing more than to devour them whole. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure. Chapter 31. Is there a traitor? Later, I will elaborate on the Firewheel sect. For now, let us see if there is anything else. It appears there are remnants left behind. Yi Feng surveyed the shelves, noting several were empty, and it was evident that the most crucial items had been taken. Clearly, the haste of their departure had prevented them from collecting everything. The scene itself reflected this, with only partial destruction evident. After a moment, I will notify our colleagues to seal off the area. We should depart for now. Lin Heng remarked, suddenly seeming to recall something he had forgotten. He pulled out his phone, only to find dozens of missed calls, and it dawned on him that he had neglected to report his safety. Meanwhile, in the car, the atmosphere was exceptionally somber. The master had just conveyed the grim news that the junior disciple's compass had shattered. A young man, appearing to be in his 30s and clad in a Taoist robe, spoke in a hushed voice, his eyes slightly reddened. Upon hearing this, the others understood the implication, and the tension in the air thickened. Given Lin Heng's cultivation level, encountering a practitioner capable of remote manipulation would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Perhaps even the obliteration of his soul. Woo-woo, Brother Lin, cried another young man, dressed in blue, and of a similar age to Lin Heng. Recognizing his voice as that of the one who had previously answered Lin Heng's call, he burst into tears. Stop crying. The junior disciple would not want us to grieve in such a manner. Our duty is to avenge him. The Taoist-robed youth interjected. Just then the phone rang. Oh, Brother Lin, your death is so tragic. We will surely avenge you. The blue-clad youth answered the phone, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Heng shifted his phone aside, frowning in disdain.
What are you talking about? Death.
If I were dead, who would be calling you? Bring a few people to 1302 Tongzi building in the southern part of the city to seal off the area and avoid causing public panic.
Huh.
The blue-clad youth was momentarily taken aback, his sobs abruptly halting as he emitted a strange sound. He eventually dazedly set down the phone. Brother Lin called. He held the phone, his expression vacant. Brother Lin has returned. Another voice reacted even more intensely. Smack. The Taoist-robed youth slapped him on the head, his face darkening slightly. What do you mean he has returned? It takes 7 days for a soul to return. Where has your knowledge gone? Lin Heng mentioned that this situation was somewhat unusual, and he would explain the specifics upon his return. Lin Heng, having arranged matters, displayed evident fatigue on his face as he rubbed his temples. Let us depart. There is little value left here. Allah! Suddenly, the dog in Tao Tao's arms barked and leapt to the floor, beginning to dig at one spot. Allah! It scratched the ground and looked up at the trio. Is there something beneath? Tao Tao asked, puzzled. The dog nodded. Yi Feng was the first to crouch down and knock on the floor. It was hollow. A look of seriousness crossed Yi Feng's brow. Brother, let me try. Tao Tao scampered over, clutching a talisman. She tossed it onto the floor. With a small explosion, a hole was blown into the ground. Yi Feng and Lin Heng pried the floor open, revealing a pot-like object underneath. This. Yi Feng felt a sense of familiarity, though hesitation crossed his face. He instinctively reached for it, but was stopped by Lin Heng, wrapping his hand with the talisman. Lin Heng touched the pot. Even with the talisman, he felt an icy chill, his expression momentarily contorted. Upon extraction, everyone could see it clearly. It was identical to the one purchased from his parents. Yi Feng's countenance darkened, his tone heavy.
But that one was already dealt with by Tao Tao.
This is also a funerary object. It appears to be stained with blood from a burial. Lin Heng's eyes reflected grave concern. Is this person responsible for harming me and my mother? Yi Feng clenched his fists, a surge of anger in his eyes. No, the aura is different. I sensed it while battling with him. Tao Tao shook her head, disappointment still evident on her face. However, the magical energy on this pot is indeed left by the one who harmed brother and mother. Tao Tao added.
Ye Feng's thrown deep in it.
Lin Heng ground his teeth. His expression filled with disgust. The person Cao Tao subdued today, as well as the one who saved him, must belong to the Firewall sect. This sect is comprised of heinous individuals. Moreover, they have numerous followers and various forms of Taoist magic. Despite our many attempts to encircle them, we have yet to uncover their true leaders. Cao Tao sensed the malevolent energy emanating from the pot and, realizing there was no other useful information, prepared to destroy it. However,
Ye Feng stopped her.
let us keep this. It may prove useful. Their concealment indicates its significance. We can trap them later. A cold glint appeared in Yi Feng's eyes as he tightened his grip. As long as we retain this object, we need not fear they will not take the bait. Lin Heng clearly shared the same sentiment, and the trio placed the pot back. Cao Tao contemplated and added a talisman beneath it. This was a tracking talisman. As soon as they touched the pot, Cao Tao would be able to trace their direction. After ensuring everything was intact, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yi Feng, seeking acknowledgement. Yi Feng ruffled her hair. Lin Heng watched with envy. He too longed for a sister as adorable as her. The envy in his eyes was almost palpable before he spoke. My colleagues will soon return. Once they arrive, we can leave. As for this pot, I will ensure that they keep an eye on it. After glancing at the time, Lin Heng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. As he took a couple of steps toward the door, Yi Feng suddenly called out to him, his expression unusually solemn. Mr. Lin, I prefer that not too many people learn about Cao Tao's situation. Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting confusion.
Ah?
Then, recalling Cao Tao's abilities and identity, he nodded, his expression turning serious. Yi Feng wished to keep Cao Tao's powers concealed, as he knew nothing about this special investigative team. Concerning today's events, simply state that you handled it and do not involve Cao Tao. Yi Feng added. Lin Heng, hearing this, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for the seriousness etched on Yi Feng's face, he might have thought he was being mocked. If I could handle that level of confrontation on my own, would I have allowed the controlled Yi Feng to be so utterly overwhelmed from the start? Furthermore, my colleagues are well aware of my capabilities. I will find a way to explain today's events. You need not worry, Mr. Yi. Lin Heng replied earnestly, suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng nodded, preparing to carry Cao Tao back. Lin Heng suddenly added, I forgot to mention, Mr. Yi. Be cautious of those around you. Anyone who can acquire your hair is undoubtedly an acquaintance. Lin Heng's voice turned grave as he issued this warning.
Ye Feng pauset momentarily.
Nodding his head, he returned home safely after a peaceful journey. Upon entering, he encountered the butler. The third young master and miss have returned. The butler seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing them, but quickly offered a warm smile. Uncle Zhong, you're still awake at this hour? Yi Feng was also surprised. It was already past 2 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll. Third young master and miss, you should rest now. Uncle Zhong's voice was slightly hoarse, his age evident as he stooped a bit. You should also get some rest, Yi Feng replied, nodding as he cradled Cao Tao and went inside. The dog peeked out from Cao Tao's shoulder, its fluffy little head curiously observing Uncle Zhong, displaying a hint of confusion, yet not quite grasping the situation. Ultimately, it shook its furry head and nestled back into Cao Tao's embrace. Uncle Zhong watched them, fiddling with his fingers, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through his eyes. As he turned to leave, a hint of darkness was faintly visible on the palm concealed by his sleeve, reminiscent of coal smudges. What happened? When the pair of humans and one cat entered, the Yi family was still awake. They fled. Yi Feng's face darkened as he recounted the events. The shadow in Yi Jingzhen's eyes was palpable. The Firewall sect? I'll have someone investigate. His tone conveyed an icy edge. Cao Tao glanced around, her small mouth agape as she yawned, rubbing her eyes. I'm so sleepy, she said, her voice laced with childlike innocence. The coldness in Yi Feng and Yi Jingzhen's eyes vanished instantly. Yi Jiazhen hastily took Cao Tao into his arms. You've worked hard, sweetheart. Daddy will take you to rest. It's all your brother's fault for being useless, causing you to get involved. Yi Jingzhen exhibited no reaction.
Ye Feng siket.
His expression betraying his helplessness. He never wished for his sister to get involved. However, no matter how capable he was, he could not tackle such incidents. In fact, it would likely hinder them. Yi Feng thought to himself, his frustration simmering, feeling a mix of anger and impotence. Su Ruowan and Yi Jiazhen took Cao Tao to rest. Yi Jingzhen and Yi Feng exchanged glances before retreating to their respective rooms. The following morning, Yi Feng was roused from his slumber by insistent knocking on the door. He covered his ears, but the knocking persisted. The noise was unbearable, preventing Yi Feng from falling back asleep. Glancing at his phone, his irritation became palpable. It was only 7 o'clock. He had barely slept for 3 hours. Suppressing his anger, he opened the door, wearing a fierce expression. "What is it?" His voice was laced with barely contained irritation. "Third young master, a Mr. Lin Heng is on the line for you," the servant informed, holding the landline phone. Yi Feng ground his teeth, feeling as though he was at odds with communication devices today. Nevertheless, since it was Lin Heng calling, he answered. However, the more he listened, the graver his expression became. Moments later, he hung up the phone. "I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll inform Mom, Dad, and Tao Tao when they wake up." With that, he grabbed his coat and hurried out, his demeanor indicating something was amiss. The servant, noticing the phone still off the hook, picked it up in confusion. A crackling static noise emanated from the receiver, quite jarring. By the time Tao Tao woke up, it was already noon. Clutching the teddy bear her mother had bought her, she sleepily descended the stairs. Yi Jiazhen and Su Ruowan were examining several photographs, deep in discussion. "Mommy," Tao Tao called in her sweet, childlike voice, before directly approaching Su Ruowan. Shedding her shoes and climbing into her lap like a lazy kitten, contentedly snuggling against her mother as if seeking comfort. "Are you hungry, darling?"
Su Ruowan gently inquired.
Wrapping her arms around Tao Tao. "Mitchum," Tao Tao nodded but remained clinging to her mother, seeming particularly needy just after waking. "Serve the dishes," Yi Jiazhen instructed the servant. The servant complied, and once the food was presented, Yi Jiazhen finally remembered that he had 2 sons still at home. "Where are Jingzhen and Xiaofeng? Are they still asleep at this hour?"
Je vias hen forholdet, appearing som hat displeaset.
The eldest went to the company. The third young master mentioned he was going to find Mr. Lin Heng. The servant respectfully replied. Yi Jiazhen nodded. "Let us eat. We needn't wait for them." Tao Tao yawned and slid off Su Ruowan's lap, obediently sitting on the sofa like a beautifully crafted doll. "Miss, here," the servant, softening at the sight of her, handed her a knife and fork. Tao Tao drowsily accepted them. Suddenly, she gasped, her hand, which had been propped on the sofa, shot up. It seemed her delicate finger had pricked against something sharp. A tiny bead of blood welled up on her fingertip.
Tao Tao.
What happened? Yi Jiazhen and Su Ruowan were startled. Yi Jiazhen hurriedly checked the sofa for anything that may have pricked Tao Tao, but found nothing amiss. However, Tao Tao was wide awake now, staring at the droplet of blood, an ominous feeling washing over her. She calculated in her mind, her brow furrowing deeper. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the pain, giving her a pitiful appearance. Yi Jiazhen felt a pang of heartache, and his discontent with the sofa grew. "Let us replace this sofa today." A nearly 9-figure sofa was dismissed with a mere word. Only the Yi family had such audacity. Yi Jiazhen looked back at Tao Tao. "Does your hand hurt? Daddy will bandage it for you." Tao Tao shook her head, her anxiety intensifying. "Third brother. Something happened to third brother." She urgently tugged at Yi Jiazhen's sleeve, her voice filled with panic and helplessness. "Didn't he go to find Lin Heng?" Yi Jiazhen pulled out his phone and began calling Yi Feng, only to find it was out of service area. "What's going on?" Su Ruowan began to grow anxious. "Sir, madam, Mr. Lin has arrived," announced the servant. Lin Heng entered, his expression serious. He immediately approached Tao Tao. "Tao Tao, my colleague checked the surveillance near the tenement building yesterday. It has been obscured by special means." Lin Heng instinctively no longer viewed Tao Tao as merely a child. "Mr. Lin, where's Xiaofeng?" Su Ruowan glanced behind him. "Mr. Yi? I haven't seen him today," Lin Heng replied, his bewilderment sincere. Yi Jiazhen's heart sank further, his voice growing heavier. "Didn't he come looking for you? The household servants mentioned he received a call from you." Lin Heng's confusion deepened as he pulled out his phone to show them. "That's impossible. Today, aside from a call with my colleague, I haven't contacted anyone." The bewilderment in his eyes was genuine. Yi Jiazhen frantically continued to call Yi Feng, but the result remained unchanged. Out of service area. Lin Heng also realized the gravity of the situation. Yi Feng had inexplicably vanished. What kind of call did his brother receive? Tao Tao bit her lip, her large eyes reflecting growing concern. The servant gestured towards the landline in the living room. The Yi family, with expressions of icy resolve, approached to return the call, only to discover it was a non-existent number. The recorded conversation was retrieved. Strangely, only the voices of the servant and Yi Feng could be heard. The other end was enveloped in static, as if they were conversing with an entity that did not exist. Tao Tao's heart raced with anxiety, compounded by her self-reproach for not having recognized the signs sooner. She attempted to divine Yi Feng's whereabouts, but her nerves rendered her efforts fruitless. The more she failed, the more frantic she became. "Tao Tao, take this," Lin Heng said, noticing her distress as he produced 6 ancient coins and handed them to her. They were meant for divination. His own skills in fortune-telling were still rudimentary. The money divination method, also known as the 6 lines, is one of the most commonly employed methods of divination. Tao Tao accepted them eagerly and began her calculations. However, when the results emerged, both she and Lin Heng were taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. Tao Tao tried again, but the outcome remained unchanged.
How could this be?
She murmured, momentarily stunned, as tears began to well uncontrollably in her expressive eyes, disbelief flooding her features. Death hex, all death hexes. There was not even a hint of misfortune, no glimmer of hope. Chapter 34, Death Hex. She tried to discern Yi Feng's location but found herself at a complete loss. Large teardrops cascaded down her cheeks, her face a pallor of despair. The Yi family was beside themselves with worry. "Darling, Daddy has sent someone to find your third brother. Be good, everything will be all right. Just rest," Su Ruowan reassured, her limbs icy and her mind blank. They all had their suspicions about Tao Tao's state. Tao Tao shook her head and hurried back to her room, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a small transmission talisman. This had been left for her by Dao Qing. Still young, Tao Tao had no access to modern technology, relying instead on this form of communication. She ignited the talisman, and soon Dao Qing's voice echoed in response. "Tao Tao, what do you need from your master?" His tone was languid, the age indiscernible, yet it emanated an endearing charm. "Oh, master."
Oh.
Upon hearing Dao Qing's voice, all of Tao Tao's pent-up grievances and anxieties spilled forth, her cries heart-wrenching. Dao Qing immediately shifted from his playful demeanor, his voice laced with urgency. "Tao Tao, my dear, I'm here. Don't cry. Tell your master who has bullied you, and I shall deal with them." His concern was palpable. Had circumstances allowed, he would have rushed to her side without hesitation. Through her sobs, Tao Tao managed to articulate, "Master, Tao Tao can't find her brother, whoa." Dao Qing soothed her, finally piecing together the cause of her distress from her choked words. "My dear, do not weep. I will help you divine his fate. Rest assured, your brother will be safe." He longed to hold her close, to comfort her in his embrace. "Really?" Tao Tao's sobs began to subside, though she still hiccuped between breaths, her condition markedly improved. "His life is not yet extinguished. Should anything happen, even if I must ascend to the underworld, I will surely bring him back, all right?" Dao Qing assured her. Those who had come with Su Ruowan were left in a state of bewilderment. Lin Heng was particularly taken aback. "To the underworld? Who is this master?" Upon hearing Dao Qing's words, Tao Tao gradually calmed down. Dao Qing closed his eyes to perform a calculation. "Tao Tao, your brother is unharmed. Have faith." But Tao Tao couldn't shake her doubts. She rubbed her eyes, wiping away the remnants of her tears. "My dear, worry clouds the mind. You've been influenced by external forces." Dao Qing, relieved to no longer hear her sobs, spoke gently. But. Tao Tao still sniffled, traces of tears marking her small face. Su Ruowan's heart ached for her, and she reached out to wipe away the tears. "How do you recite the heart-calming mantra your master taught you?" Dao Qing's voice took on a coaxing tone. "The Ice Heart Sutra, with a heart as pure as ice, unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. Steadfast amidst the myriad changes, serene and tranquil, untainted by worldly dust, untouched by mundane appearances." Tao Tao instinctively began to recite, her youthful voice carrying a calming aura. The more she chanted, the more she felt her spirit tranquilize, as if something malevolent was gradually banished. She sat cross-legged, her small face taking on a solemn expression. Upon completing her recitation and opening her eyes, clarity washed over her. She attempted to divine once more, this time successfully pinpointing Yi Feng's location. The hexagram, though somewhat ominous, indicated no immediate threat to life. "Tao Tao, remember what I taught you," Dao Qing instructed, needing to placate this little darling once more. "Do not underestimate the situation. Proceed with utmost caution." Tao Tao hung her head, responding dejectedly. "This time, it's not your fault. While one can dodge a direct attack, hidden dangers are harder to foresee. However, let this serve as a lesson. Your master cannot return just yet, so you must be vigilant." Hearing her disheartened tone, Dao Qing's heart softened.
"All right."
Tao Tao replied obediently, then lowered her voice. Master, Tao Tao misses you. Dao Qing's heart melted at her words. Be good, my dear. Once I resolve my matters, I will come to find you. Is that all right?
Tao Tao not that easily.
Then I will wait for you, master. Dao Qing's heart softened further. Your senior brothers have returned to the capital. You can reach out to them if needed. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly interrupted from his end. Tao Tao, your master has something to attend to. I will contact you later. Dao Qing's voice grew urgent, and in the next moment, the transmission talisman cut off. The Yi family and Su Ruoan had hoped to converse further with Tao Tao's master, but were left without the opportunity. Sighing, they reassured themselves that they would surely meet again in the future. Tao Tao opened her mouth, staring at the severed talisman in confusion. Master, didn't he even mention where my senior brothers are in the capital? Daddy, I want to find my third brother. Su Ruoan could not allow her child to go alone. We will accompany you. Tao Tao shook her head, refusing. No, Mommy is still a bit weak. The place where my brother is. It's not safe for you. Lin Heng, considering the situation, offered with a gentle smile, I will go with Tao Tao. Ultimately, it was Tao Tao and Lin Heng who set out together. However, barely had their vehicle left the vicinity of the Yi residence when Lin Heng noticed they were being followed. Chapter 35. A glimmer of inspiration becomes a talisman. Lin Heng attempted to shake them off, only to find that they had inexplicably vanished, as if it had been merely an illusion. He drove swiftly with Tao Tao, following the trail to the southern part of the city, arriving at a dilapidated building surrounded by desolation. Tao Tao bit her lip, her nerves taut. The earlier death hex had left her in a state of disquiet. Even if Yi Feng was safe, the lingering sense of foreboding remained, compounded by the troubling circumstances surrounding him. We've arrived. Lin Heng brought the vehicle to a halt, lowering his voice as he cast a vigilant glance around. The desolation of the area was palpable. Despite it being the afternoon, an unsettling chill permeated the atmosphere. After disembarking, Lin Heng grasped Tao Tao's hand, proceeding cautiously forward, his wariness evident upon his face. Tao Tao, with her wide eyes equally alert, surveyed their surroundings. The silence was unnerving, a stark contrast to the bustling nearby building, as if they had stepped into a realm of their own, where the stillness was almost terrifying.
Suddenly,
a sharp crack echoed as Lin Heng inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, the sound piercing through the eerie quietude. Be careful, he rasped. They pressed on, only to find themselves retracing their steps moments later. Lin Heng's gaze fell on the broken branch, his expression shifting slightly. We've returned to the same spot. Brother is right here, Tao Tao sensed. Her voice, bright and clear, resonated in the stillness. Is it a ghost wall? Lin Heng pondered aloud, uncertainty lacing his words. Logically, one would not encounter such phenomena during daylight. Break the evil and dispel the curse. He brandished a talisman, his voice commanding. His handsome brows furrowed slightly as the talisman ignited spontaneously, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of disturbance. It's not a ghost wall. It's a formation, Tao Tao pouted, her irritation palpable. That wicked person is truly insufferable. Like a cockroach that won't die. Lin Heng brother, step back a bit, she instructed, retrieving a peachwood sword from behind her, her cheeks flushed. Breaking the formation is too troublesome. I've lost my patience. With the sword in hand, her hair, adorned with small tufts, danced without a breeze. Two talismans materialized at the blade's tip. Lin Heng nearly dropped the items he held. Astonishment etched on his face as he beheld the talismans. They were not inscribed with cinnabar ink, but appeared to have manifested from thin air. A chill coursed through Lin Heng's mind as he recalled his master's words from years past. A flicker of spiritual light is all it takes to form a talisman. The world wastes ink and cinnabar in vain. He had always recognized Tao Tao's innate talent, but never anticipated it to be of such terrifying magnitude. Akin to legends of 1,000 years ago of a master who had achieved enlightenment and founded a school, with no successor in the millennium since. Oblivious to Lin Heng's thoughts, Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with the reflection of the talismans. Supreme One, summon the thunder. Break the evil and vanquish the demons. Her small mouth opened slightly, her voice resonating with authority. A thunderclap shattered the silence, followed by a resounding crash, akin to something shattering. In the next moment, a clear sound reached their ears. Triple kill. The voice from a mobile game echoed around them. Lin Heng turned his stiff neck to see Feng squatting beneath a tree, engrossed in his phone. Brother. Tao Tao's eyes lit up with excitement.
Tao Tao.
Yi Feng recognized the familiar voice, dropping his phone and springing to his feet, only to stumble slightly as his legs had gone numb from squatting. Oh, brother. I was so worried. Thankfully, you're all right. Tao Tao leaped into his embrace, her large eyes brimming with tears, sobbing heartily. Tao Tao is amazing. She found brother. Without the talismans she left, brother would have been in grave danger. Lin Heng held her gently, patting her back as she wept in his arms. What should have been a touching scene, however, found Lin Heng's gaze inexplicably drifting to the phone on the ground, still displaying the game interface. They were in a life-and-death search for Yifeng, and he was playing a game? And in such a dire situation. Is this the resilience of the Yi family? Lin Heng thought, baffled. After arriving here, I found there was no signal on my phone and unable to leave. I played a few rounds of single player to pass the time, Yifeng admitted sheepishly, explaining the situation. I received a call from you, saying you were trapped here. So I rushed over. I entered the building, and in the blink of an eye, I ended up here. Seeing Tao Tao's eyes red like a little rabbit, he felt a pang of guilt and helplessness. Since Tao Tao's return, she had been preoccupied with his affairs. He felt for her but was powerless to assist. Then, I sensed something was trying to attack me, but Yifeng produced the talisman Tao Tao had given him, relief washing over his face as he recounted. It was blocked by the talisman she gave me. Later, I realized that even though I couldn't escape, they could do nothing to me. Tao Tao took the talisman, opening it to find that the cinnabar markings had faded significantly. Without this talisman, Yifeng might have faced calamity. In any case, I couldn't see anything, and there was no signal on my phone, and then you all know the rest. Yifeng picked up his phone and naturally closed the game interface before slipping it into his pocket. Lin Heng? So you just started playing a single-player game? Lin Heng's lips twitched. If I were in the mindset of the person trying to capture Yifeng, I would be furious. They sought to completely seize brother's fortune. Tao Tao observed the tumultuous black aura hovering above Yifeng, a spark of realization igniting within her. Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping pierced the air. Who? Lin Heng jolted to attention, hurling a talisman. Lin Ge. Lin Heng. Two voices rang out simultaneously, causing Lin Heng's pupils to constrict as he redirected the talisman away. Only to discover that the two approaching figures were his colleagues, a man in a Taoist robe and a young man in blue. What are you doing here? Lin Heng's expression relaxed slightly, though a flicker of anger remained. Had they spoken a moment later, he might have inadvertently harmed them with the talisman painted by Tao Tao. Weren't you the one who asked us to come? You called to say you were trapped here, so we rushed over when we sensed something was amiss. The young man in blue replied, frowning. The thunderclap they had just heard was inaudible to ordinary people, but cultivators could hear it clearly. Lin Heng, however, appeared bewildered. I have no signal here. How could I call? Suddenly realizing something, Lin Heng's face changed. Where did you come from? The building, the two said. Noting Lin Heng's sudden shift in expression, aware that something was off, Tao Tao swiftly threw a cleansing talisman at the two, understanding that they had likely fallen into a trap similar to Yifeng's. Even she, at her most inattentive, had been affected. They wasted no time and hurried back to the building. Yet they were still a step too late. The door to the small rental unit stood ajar, revealing two figures lying on the ground, one in a Taoist robe, the other, a young woman, with dark energy surging towards them. Xiao Chun Ling Long. Lin Heng called out and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled the talisman in his hand. The man executed a swift roll to evade it, simultaneously lifting his head to lock eyes with Tao Tao and the others. Tao Tao clenched her small hands around the peachwood sword, her little face flushed with indignation. That face belonged to Li Qingyu, the very one who had harmed her mother. TSK, you lot are quite nimble, Li Qingyu remarked with an inscrutable smile, his gaze slithering over the group like a venomous serpent before settling on Tao Tao. Yet, he dismissed her with a wave of his hand, thinking her merely a child and not worthy of concern. His complexion was sickly pale, and his expression exuded a frenzied madness. His eyes finally fixed on Yifeng. What a pity, after all this time, you still draw breath, and your mother too, truly fortunate. A palpable sense of regret lingered in his gaze. However, he scoffed at the thought that such worthless individuals could hinder him. With a derisive laugh, he regarded Lin Heng and his companions with scorn before stepping back, preparing to escape. Villain! Tao Tao's face turned crimson with fury as she gritted her teeth, sending several talismans soaring into the air. First, sever the path of heavenly plague. Second, block the entrance of earthly pestilence. Third, cut off human routes. Fourth, close the gates to the spirits. As the celestial net spell was invoked, The talismans swiftly sealed the doors and windows. Li Qingyu attempted to leap out the window but was thwarted by a beam of golden light. His pupils dilated as he stared at Cao Cao, who snorted disdainfully, her eyes blazing with righteous anger. With her talismans in hand, a bolt of lightning surged towards Li Qingyu. The Taoist priest and the young man in blue stood transfixed, watching as the cherubic figure forced Li Qingyu into a frantic dance, momentarily forgetting how to react. The shadows in Li Qingyu's eyes deepened, and the sickly smile on his face vanished. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shed his earlier arrogance. He had never anticipated being thwarted by a mere child. With a subtle motion, 2 ancient coins appeared in his hand, radiating a heavy aura of malevolence as they hurtled towards Cao Cao. Cao Cao huffed and swung her peachwood sword to intercept, but the coins suddenly veered off course, targeting Yifeng instead. Caught off guard, Cao Cao gasped and pivoted to save Yifeng. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyu launched a magical artifact that exploded, shattering the formation and tearing open an escape route as he leapt through the window. Cao Cao managed to shield Yifeng from the attack, but by the time she turned to pursue Li Qingyu, it was too late. The flower pot beneath the floor remained, but it was clear that it had been discovered. The tracking talisman she had left behind was still intact, rendering Li Qingyu's trail undetectable. Frustration painted Cao Cao's big eyes as she furiously retrieved her talismans. How can this villain be as slippery as an eel? It drives me mad. Li Qingyu stumbled away, visibly injured from their magical duel. After running a considerable distance, he finally spotted a familiar black vehicle and dove inside, gasping for breath in the backseat to calm his roiling blood. What happened? A voice devoid of discernible gender or age echoed, causing Li Qingyu to stiffen, fear flooding his eyes. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. I failed. Is that so? The dim light in the vehicle obscured the speaker's features, but Li Qingyu could faintly see hands manipulating a string of jade beads, producing a crisp sound. He remained silent, head bowed. I provided you with ample resources, yet you failed to seize Yifeng's fortune and lost the vessel as well? The voice was soft, nearly inaudible, yet it sent beads of sweat trickling down Li Qingyu's forehead as he trembled. They hired a very powerful little girl. The jade beads you gave me were used, and I barely escaped. A light chuckle resonated from the front, laced with disdain and a hint of barely perceptible mockery. A little girl?
Li Qingyu answered,
His grip tightening as terror flickered in his eyes. Fear not. I shall not take your life. Rest and recuperate for now. The mysterious voice was gentle, almost soothing. Yes. Thank you, sir. Li Qingyu exhaled in relief, his face brimming with gratitude as he exited the vehicle. Once he departed, the individual inside darkened, their voice taking on a sinister tone reminiscent of the depths of hell. Incompetent fool. Chapter 37. The grand banquet within the house. Everything had lost its value. The flower pot, once purged of malevolent energy by Cao Cao, was now merely an ordinary antique. Brother Lin, I apologize. It was our negligence, the young man in blue admitted. His head bowed in shame. Their lack of vigilance had led to the current predicament. Let us return. Lin Hung pursed his lips, a wave of frustration swelling within him. Yet he recognized that had he been in their position, he too might have overlooked the signs. When Cao Cao sees him next, she'll surely turn him into a pig's head, Cao Cao declared indignantly. Upon returning to the Yi family, they were relieved to find Yifeng safe and sound. The Yi family, too, breathed a collective sigh of relief at his return. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Yifeng attempted to lighten the mood by teasing Yi Jiajing. Observing the resilient boy unaffected by the incident, Cao Cao's eyes still glistened with unshed tears as Yi Jiajing scolded Yifeng once more, calling him a little rascal. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, during which the Yi family's invitations had been sent out, making the rounds among the nobility of the imperial capital. Word had spread of the long-lost child returning, and the efforts expended by the Yi family to locate her were well known. Now that she was finally back, many expressed their sentiments with a sense of wistfulness, considering it a fortuitous event. On the day of the banquet, Yi Jiajing emerged with Su Ruoan, exuding vitality that astonished everyone, particularly given Su Ruoan's past mental health struggles, which had been the talk of the town. Mommy, Cao Cao chimed, grasping Su Ruoan's hand, her voice sweet and delicate, her large eyes sparkling as she surveyed the crowd below, entirely unperturbed. She appeared genuinely intrigued by the attendees. Clad in a resplendent white princess gown, adorned with a tiny crown that sparkled blindingly. Thank you all for attending this banquet. As the invitation indicated, We are here to celebrate the return of my dear daughter. Yi Jiajing's voice rang out, full of exuberance. Lifting Tao Tao into his arms, he beamed with pride. My treasure, say hello to everyone. Tao Tao hugged Yi Jiajing's neck, her tender voice resonating through the microphone. Hello, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. I am Tao Tao. The audience erupted in whispers, charmed by her adorable demeanor. Unfazed by their reactions, Yi Jiajing continued to lavish praise upon Tao Tao, extolling her cuteness, understanding, and obedience. Eager for everyone to witness the depth of his affection for her, Tao Tao, blushing with bashfulness, buried her face in Su Ruowan's embrace, overwhelmed by the attention. Old Yi, it's nearly time. Please don't delay everyone. Yi Feng spoke coolly from the side, though his voice was subdued, ensuring that only a few could hear.
Tao Tao.
Quickly thank your third brother for the gift he prepared for you. Yi Jiajin suddenly pinched Tao Tao's small hand, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief as he glanced at Yi Feng. Tao Tao, still in a state of confusion, was unaware of what was happening and instinctively followed Yi Jiajin's train of thought. Thank you, third brother. Yi Feng was abruptly called out, and the spotlight shifted onto him. Yi Feng. After a brief moment, he quickly regained his composure, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Was his father truly attempting to manipulate him in such a manner? Could he possibly refrain from preparing a gift for his sister? Since he had chosen to present a gift, it should be done openly, allowing others to witness how significant Tao Tao was to the Yi family, preventing certain short-sighted individuals from undermining her. Dressed in a tailored suit, Yi Feng appeared more solemn than when he received his award. Little sister is back, and we brothers are all exceedingly delighted. I have arranged a luxury cruise from Woli for her. When time permits, I welcome everyone to enjoy a day on the yacht. He spoke with a flamboyant smile, casting a glance at Tao Tao, whose eyes sparkled with joy and tenderness that was unmistakable to all present. As for my elder brother, you all know he is not one to speak much, and has even less interest in such formalities. Yi Feng playfully teased, attempting to lighten the mood. Sure enough, laughter rippled through the crowd. Yi Feng chuckled, his handsome features becoming even more striking as he continued. Thus, I shall announce my brother's gift, a transfer of 15% of Yi Corporation's shares to Tao Tao, making her the young owner of the Yi family.
Ye Feng spoke boldly,
Showing no signs of feeling it was unfair or excessive. However, this declaration caused quite a stir among the attendees. Many turned their gazes towards Yi Jingjin, who appeared oblivious, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tao Tao. In truth, apart from Yi Jingjin, the other Yi brothers each held 10% of the company's shares. With the decision-making power resting solely with Yi Jingjin, they merely received dividends. Nevertheless, each brother had achieved remarkable accomplishments in their respective fields, and financial concerns were of little consequence to them. The implication of a 15% stake in the company led the crowd to regard Tao Tao as a golden child. They had assumed that the girl, just returned to the family, would lack any emotional ties, but they were taken aback by the evident regard the family held for her. Amidst the lively atmosphere, it seemed I had arrived a tad late. As whispers circulated, a warm voice resonated from the entrance.
Xiaosu.
Su Ruowan was the first to react. Yi Jingse handed his belongings to a nearby attendant and turned his gaze towards Su Ruowan, gradually revealing a smile. Mother. He made his way through the crowd to the stage, bending down to embrace Su Ruowan. Yi Feng instinctively shrank back into a corner, minimizing his presence. If he felt awe towards his elder brother, then his feelings towards his second brother were rooted in genuine fear, wishing he could distance himself as far as possible. This must be my little sister. Yi Jingse gazed at Tao Tao with a smile, his eyes beneath his glasses sparkling like stars. While he observed her, Tao Tao also took the opportunity to surreptitiously scrutinize her second brother. The children of the Yi family were always captivating, no matter their location. Clad in a crisp, white shirt, Yi Jingse exuded cleanliness and precision. His long fingers and defined knuckles complemented his gentle smile, while his golden-rimmed glasses lent him an air of cultured elegance. Where Yi Jingjin was sharp and Yi Feng was flamboyant, Yi Jingse radiated warmth. His smile was soothing, emanating a comforting aura that enveloped all in its vicinity. Chapter 38. A Grand Birthday Gift. Most notably, Tao Tao could perceive a faint halo of benevolence surrounding him. Thus, her initial impression of Yi Jingse was overwhelmingly positive. I want a hug from my second brother. Yi Jingse opened his arms, his eyes crinkling with delight. His voice flowed like a gentle stream, warm and clear. Second brother. Tao Tao beamed, much like a fledgling returning to its nest, as she dove into Yi Jinx's embrace. Yi Jinx's smile deepened, but just as he lifted his head, he caught sight of Yi Feng, who was attempting to stealthily slip away. Xiao Feng, where are you off to? Aren't you going to welcome your second brother back? His gentle tone, laced with concern, rendered Yi Feng immobile, his smile more akin to a grimace. Second brother. He obediently returned to his seat. Only then did Yi Jingse resume his conversation with Tao Tao. I also brought you a gift. He clapped his hands, and a piano was wheeled in by attendants. A custom piano from JX Studio, designed by Jason. Do you like it? Yi Jingse's gaze was gentle as he patiently awaited Tao Tao's response. I love it. Thank you. Second brother. Tao Tao gazed at the piano with wide eyes, clearly entranced by its appearance. Below, Lu Yu's envious glare fell upon Tao Tao, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. Tao Tao remained unaware, but the others were acutely aware of the situation. A piano from JX Studio was priced in the 8 figures, not to mention the esteemed designer Jason involved. The value of such a piano was unmistakable. Xiaoxi encountered some issues and couldn't make it back, but he asked me to bring you a gift, 2 villas in Lijing. Yi Jingse tousled Tao Tao's hair, speaking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft, yet clear enough for all to hear. The villas in Lijing were renowned among the elite, with a price per square meter comparable to a down payment on a home in a mid-tier city. This was indeed a substantial gift. Even amidst the elite of the capital, the Yi family's generosity left many in awe. Your brother also has other gifts for you, which I'll share with you privately later. Yi Jingse leaned closer to Tao Tao, whispering as he playfully winked at her. Thank you, second brother. Tao Tao's voice was sweet and endearing. So much, so that Yi Jingse momentarily disregarded Yi Feng, focusing solely on his sister. It's all your fault. All your fault. Yi Qingqing glared at Tao Tao on stage, her voice low and filled with resentment. Today, Lu Yu had finally persuaded the matriarch to allow them to attend the banquet, but Yi Qingqing's eyes were reddening with jealousy. Had it not been for that wild child, the center of attention would have undoubtedly been her. The envy she felt was palpable, and at merely 6 years old, she had already been nurtured by Lu Yu into a whirlwind of vanity. No matter how much the mother and daughter duo seethed with jealousy, they could not suppress the astonishment of the onlookers. Little did they expect that the recently returned girl would be so cherished. Madam Lu, did you know? A voice nearby dripped with sarcasm, deliberately addressing Lu Yu. The surrounding ladies observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Had it not been for the Yi family's influence, neither Lu Yu nor her daughter would have been worthy to stand amongst them. However, Lu Yu had previously made numerous claims, asserting that her daughter would one day be an heiress of the Yi Corporation. As the true daughter returned, the previous words of Lu Yu seemed to transform into nothing more than a jest. Indeed, she is utterly unworthy of being a member of the Yi family. My mother remarked that she was raised in some remote village. Yi Qingqing, still young, blurted out everything in a fit of anger. The mockery in the eyes of the onlookers intensified. Let us not even mention the village. Even if she emerged from the depths of a ravine, she would still be a legitimate daughter of the Yi family. Nothing can alter that fact. Though young and lacking discretion, Qingqing's words held some merit. What refinement could one expect from a child raised in such a humble locale? Lu Yu deliberately raised her voice, ensuring those nearby could hear her clearly. It is likely that her guardians were not virtuous people. Perhaps they raised her with the intent of seizing our Yi family's wealth. Lu Yu, sensing the gazes of the crowd, felt an increasing sense of pride, as if her words were imbued with unassailable logic, oblivious to the subtle distancing of those around her. Tao Tao, with her keen hearing, caught Lu Yu's remarks. Her small face hardened, a flicker of anger igniting within her. How dare that wicked woman speak of her master? Yi Feng, following Tao Tao's line of sight, glimpsed Lu Yu and caught a hint of her words, but before he could respond, he was interrupted by a distant rumble. Sir, madam, there are individuals outside claiming to be sent by the young lady's senior brother, here to present gifts to celebrate her return. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her master had mentioned her senior brother was in the capital, yet she hadn't been told how to find him. Which senior brother could it be? Peering curiously from Yi Jingse's embrace, she looked eagerly at the servant delivering the message. The excitement in her eyes stirred a pang of jealousy among the Yi family members. I'm not sure, the servant replied. There are several people waiting outside. I want to meet my senior brother, Tao Tao exclaimed, leaping down from Yi Jingse's arms and bouncing eagerly towards the door. The members of the Yi family followed suit, naturally drawn along. Lu Yu scoffed, thinking that perhaps the gifts were from some impoverished wretch seeking to gain favor. With this disdainful mindset, she accompanied Yi Qingqing outside. Despite her short stature, Tao Tao dashed ahead with surprising speed, her princess dress fluttering as she led the way, followed by a throng of onlookers. The sight was quite spectacular. As Tao Tao excitedly emerged, she beheld a private plane hovering above, rumbling loudly, and upon noticing her, it began showering petals downwards, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, an extravagant display. Alas, the aesthetic was regrettable. In the next moment, a banner unfurled, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the little junior sister on her return," resembling the ostentatious proposals of some frivolous young scions from years past. Tao Tao was struck in the face by the cascading petals, her expression shifting from eager anticipation to one of utter disbelief. This grand spectacle bore the unmistakable hallmark of her senior brother's antics. Turning on her heel, she resolved to head back. What was there to look forward to? From this day forth, she had no senior brother. How disappointing. Humph. Chapter 39. The Birthday Banquet.
Tao Tao.
Su Ruowan grasped Tao Tao's arm, a perplexed look upon her face. Tao Tao's small visage tightened, her large eyes fixated on the individuals atop the plane's still showering petals. Her senior brother must have done this on purpose. Humph. The floral downpour gradually subsided, while on the other side, someone eagerly awaiting praise from the little junior sister, who had not managed to arrive in time, suddenly shivered. He finally commanded that the extravagant display cease. How tacky. I wonder where they procured that plane. A rather unkind voice shattered the surrounding quietude. Lu Yu, her face twisted in disdain, glared at the gaudy helicopter. What does it matter to you? Even if they are throwing petals, they are from Tao Tao's senior brother. Tao Tao retorted coldly, her large eyes glaring at Lu Yu, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Lu Yu faltered, a flash of embarrassment and rage crossing her features. Yet she dared not continue her retort under the scrutinizing gazes of the Yi family, who were clearly displeased. Their company was currently facing numerous contract terminations, and they were in a precarious situation. They had hoped to leverage Tao Tao's return banquet to showcase their familial ties to the Yi family. Yet, Lu Yu's bravado was more bluster than substance. Miss Tao Tao, this aircraft is a gift from our employer, who wishes you joy and good health every day. A refined man in black stepped forward, addressing Tao Tao with a clear voice. Please thank my senior brother for me. Tao Tao contemplated for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. A plane? That seemed rather valuable. It brought her one step closer to being able to support her third brother. After all, her master had said that her senior brother was not lacking in wealth. This private plane was surely not less valuable than the private yacht Yi Feng had gifted her. The onlooker's eyes shifted to Lu Yu, who blushed furiously, yet ultimately shamelessly acted as though nothing had occurred. This is a gift from our young boss. Several other men in black approached, presenting lavish gifts, a luxury car worth millions, a mansion worth billions, each more opulent than the last. The banquet guests appeared utterly desensitized. Who exactly is this young lady from the Yi family? And what is the status of her senior brothers? Their generosity rivaled that of the Yi family, without a hint of inferiority. Tao Tao, feeling somewhat fatigued, stifled a small yawn. The final man in a black suit approached, holding a set of examination papers. Tao Tao's yawn halted midway as her sparkling eyes fixed on the papers in the man's hands. Miss Tao Tao, our young master has instructed me to present these to you. The man's smile faltered slightly as he hesitated before continuing. The young master mentioned that you will soon be taking your college entrance examinations, so this is for you. The cover bore the bold inscription, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. Tao Tao blinked at the man holding the papers. The crowd erupted in soft laughter, clearly amused. This period of preparation would likely span over a decade. How old is the child, after all? Tao Tao glanced at the name on the gift-giver's card, her small face falling. Please thank my senior brother. I really like it, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sense of futile resignation, yet she feigned enthusiasm. She accepted the exam papers with both hands, drawing curious glances from the crowd. It was noteworthy that she had shown little reaction to the previous extravagant gifts. With a sigh, Tao Tao recognized her own insecurity, feeling compelled to express appreciation for the gift from her senior brother. Alas, Tao Tao felt a pang of distress, but she could not voice it. Several gentlemen, due to Mr. Dao Qing's circumstances, were unable to personally convey their blessings to the young lady and instead sent these items. Hoping that Miss Tao Tao would find joy in them, the suited man clarified to Tao Tao. Regrettably, the boss has stated that if this little ancestor misunderstands their unwillingness to go, he shall not need to return home. Master? Has something occurred? Tao Tao, disregarding everything else, looked on with concern in her eyes. The boss reassured, there is nothing of great importance, so you need not worry. The man in black attire wore a suitably polite smile. Tao Tao nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in her gaze, a subtle shadow of worry. Thank you all for the gifts you've brought. It's rather warm outside, so why not come in and converse? Yi Jiazhen remarked, observing the flushed cheeks of Tao Tao. No need. We merely came to deliver a gift and cannot stay long. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Yi, replied the man in the black suit courteously. Seeing that they were sincere and not merely being polite, Yi Jiazhen did not insist on their stay. Upon returning to the banquet, Lu Yu felt an uncomfortable sensation creeping up her spine. Initially, when she heard the noble ladies mockingly refer to Tao Tao as a country girl, they cast scornful glances her way. Speaking of which, the display of grandeur from the few senior brothers of the Yi family's little heiress was indeed impressive. Indeed, some people dare to label that child a mere country girl, oblivious to their own circumstances. Just consider that private jet. I doubt they could afford it even if they liquidated all their assets while it was presented as a gift. And those luxury cars, genuinely expensive. My son once attempted to seize one, but was promptly scolded back by my spouse. There are only 10 globally, and they are all right here. Not to mention that villa. Initially, their remarks dripped with sarcasm, but as the conversation progressed, envy began to seep through. Mom, you said that whatever the country girl possesses will eventually belong to me. Yi Qingqing pouted, tugging at Lu Yu's sleeve. Her eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they fixated upon Tao Tao. Meanwhile, Tao Tao was being cradled by Yi Jiazhen, greeting her former friends and partners. The little girl, delicate and sweet-voiced, soon found herself showered with a multitude of red envelopes. Each of these individuals, upon whom an industry trembles at their slightest command, were now utterly spellbound by Tao Tao's endearing manner of addressing them as uncle and auntie. Truly, she was utterly charming. Chapter 40. The second brother's additional gift. At their age, several among them were already grandparents. Yet, the sight of such an adorable girl as Tao Tao left them utterly enchanted. Old Yi, you are indeed fortunate to have such a lovely daughter, remarked Boss Zhou, who, like the former Yi Jiazhen, had a household filled with sons, yearning for a daughter, yet having none. Upon witnessing Yi Jiazhen's sweet and obedient daughter, envy and admiration were written all over his face.
Tao Tao.
Come here to meet your Uncle Zhou, Yi Jiazhen said with a warm smile, deliberately drawing Tao Tao closer to him, unabashedly showcasing his pride. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Tao Tao blinked her eyes and greeted sweetly. Boss Zhou, utterly charmed, waved his hand, presenting yet another red envelope. Yi Jiazhen reveled in the joy of his daughter receiving compliments, particularly when others praised her cuteness, his smile blooming like a flower. Eventually, it was Su Ruowan who noticed that Tao Tao appeared fatigued and insistently led her back. By the time the banquet concluded, the hour was already late. Tao Tao returned home and collapsed onto the sofa like a rosy little dumpling. She felt utterly exhausted. The little girl, in a daze, mused that she had never felt this drained even after being punished by her master to meditate. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lin has arrived, a servant announced.
Moments later.
Lin Heng was brought in. Having been out on a mission during the day and unable to deliver his gift to Tao Tao, he returned to pay her a visit. Lin Heng entered with a smile, placing a beautifully crafted antique vase upon the table, its exquisite beauty striking. Thank you, Mr. Lin, that is very thoughtful of you. Yi Jiazhen instructed someone to carefully store the vase and signaled for tea to be served to Lin Heng. Just as Lin Heng prepared to engage in polite conversation before taking his leave, a rustic, elongated box was brought in from outside. Lin Heng instinctively halted his words, his gaze drawn to the box, sensing an unusual energy emanating from within. This is an additional gift from your second brother, which was not suitable to present earlier. Tao Tao, take a look and see if you like it. Yi Jingsa entered, his face radiating affection as he approached and lifted Tao Tao, bringing her to the side of the wooden box. In an instant, Tao Tao felt the immense power contained within. Yi Jingsa set her down, his smile unmistakably bright. Once on the ground, Tao Tao eagerly opened the box with unrefined enthusiasm. Yi Jingsa raised an eyebrow, surprised at how much strength his sister seemed to possess.
Wow.
Tao Tao gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment at the long sword nestled inside the box, which stood taller than half her height. The blade was adorned with the constellation of the Big Dipper, and a dragon was intricately carved on the hilt, seemingly poised to roar at any moment. The seven-star sword. Lin Hung exclaimed, his eyes fixating on the sword in sheer disbelief, nearly stumbling from his seat as he stood up in astonishment. The secret techniques for forging the seven-star sword from bronze and iron had long been lost. Most swords were now made from peachwood. The few existing seven-star swords were exceedingly rare, being artifacts of immense value. In fact, Lin Hung was aware of only one still in existence. "Did you purchase this from someone named Li?" Lin Hung inquired, still struggling to contain his astonishment. Yi Jingse, witnessing his sister's delight, knew he had made the right choice. Cao Cao cherished this gift far more than those received during the day. It was worth the effort he made to ascertain where she had lived before returning. Upon hearing Lin Hung's words, Yi Jingse casually nodded.
Yes.
Lin Hung's astonishment was further exacerbated. But wasn't he selling it, was he? He doesn't cultivate, after Master Li passed away. My master and several other masters sought to buy this seven-star sword, but he refused, claiming it was a priceless treasure. Lin Hung muttered to himself.
Indeed.
The seven-star sword was considered priceless among cultivators, but to those unversed in cultivation, it was merely an antique. However, Master Li's son was an exception. He neither practiced cultivation nor understood the significance of the seven-star sword to a cultivator. Thus, he steadfastly refused to sell it. Lin Hung's master and several other esteemed masters had all offered increasingly high prices, yet returned empty-handed. Hence, his shock upon witnessing it was entirely justified. Priceless treasure? That's simply because your offers were insufficient, Yi Jingse teased, playfully tugging at Cao Cao's little braid. How much did you offer? Lin Hung queried, still somewhat unwilling to accept the situation. I didn't make an offer. I directly asked him what the highest bid was for the sword, and after he told me, I added 2 zeros to it, and he sold it to me right then and there, Yi Jingse replied with a slight smile. Not only had he sold it, but fearing the seller might change his mind, they settled the transaction on the spot. Lin Hung silently calculated, feeling as though he needed more fingers to keep count. His expression gradually turned blank. What an enviable financial capability.
It was infuriating.
As Lin Hung's inner self lamented, he felt a surge of envy rising within him. When Cao Cao reached for the sword, the blade emitted a low hum, seemingly rejecting her touch. My master once said that the legendary Seven Stars sword harbors a dragon's soul within it. In the past, Master Li did not merely allow it to recognize a master. Instead, he forged a unique contract with the Seven Stars sword. As a result, he could only harness a fraction, about 1/10 or 1/12, of its formidable power. Yet it was still extraordinarily potent. Now that Master Li has departed, the sword remains unclaimed, but persuading it to accept a new master will likely prove to be a challenge. Lin Hung hurriedly interjected. Yi Jingse furrowed his brow slightly. Is it unusable? He had invested a considerable sum, not merely to encounter frustration. Cao Cao's eyes darkened with indignation. My brother bought it for me. It belongs to me. Otherwise, wasn't his money wasted? With determination, she summoned a layer of spiritual energy, gritting her teeth as she lunged toward the Seven Stars sword. A roar erupted from the sword, a dragon's growl that repelled Cao Cao. A beam of golden light shot toward her forehead. Clearly incensed, it threatened to retaliate. The Yi family could not perceive this, and Lin Hung could only sense the impending danger without seeing anything else. In a moment of crisis, a voice suddenly rang out.
Woof.
The dog dashed into Cao Cao's arms, its fur bristling as it barked fiercely at the Seven Stars sword. Simultaneously, a faint, milky white glow enveloped the girl and the cat, rebounding the golden light back.
Woof.
The dog barked again, its azure eyes transforming into slit pupils, exuding an aura of intimidation. The Seven Stars sword trembled slightly, seemingly acknowledging a sense of submission. When Cao Cao reached for the Seven Stars sword again, it vibrated, allowing her to grasp it without resistance. In that instant, she felt a newfound connection with the sword, akin to the sensation she experienced when the dog bit her, yet distinctly different. It was as if the Seven Stars sword was bound to her will. Holding the sword aloft, she waved it nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Has it recognized a master? Lin Hung rubbed his eyes, murmuring to himself. If his master were to learn that the Seven Stars sword had accepted a 4- or 5-year-old girl as its master, he would surely be astounded. Woof. The dog lazily barked, entirely unlike a cat. Lin Hung stood there, dumbfounded. Where on earth did this little ancestor come from? Your cat is quite impressive, he mumbled, noticing how the 7 stars sword seemed to regard the dog with caution.
Woof.
To his surprise, the dog nodded at Lin Heng, overwhelmed by the day's events. Lin Heng felt a sense of numbness creeping in. Was it a cat demon? He stared blankly at the dog.
Woof.
Unexpectedly, the dog displayed a look of indignation, opening its mouth as a small bolt of lightning zapped down onto its head, instantly curling its fur into tight ringlets. Lin Heng, bewildered, touched his own hair. Dog.
Don't.
Tao Tao called out to the dog, who shot a glance at Lin Heng, appearing somewhat miffed, before hopping onto the sofa and sulking by closing its eyes. Brother Lin, I apologize. The dog didn't mean it. Tao Tao gazed at him with her bright, innocent eyes, looking pitiful as if afraid of his displeasure. Lin Heng could hardly chastise her, casting a wary glance at the dog. It's fine. At least I saved on the expense of curling my hair. My business here is complete, so I won't intrude any longer. I shall visit again later. He forced a smile, glancing once more at the dog, and hurriedly made his exit. Take care, Brother Lin, Tao Tao waved her tiny paw obediently. And if you discover where the villains are, you must tell me. With this, they won't escape this time. As she spoke, she brandished the 7 stars sword, her eagerness palpable. Lin Heng regarded the sword, his lips twitching slightly. All right. He then departed without delay. Time was running short, and after a small yawn, Tao Tao observed Yifeng, who was meticulously watching over her brother. He seemed disinterested in engaging with her, cautiously ascending the stairs. Only when he had closed his door did he release a sigh of relief. Fortunately,
His brother had forgotten about him.
otherwise, contemplating the potential consequences sent a shiver down his spine. Yi Jingsa, casting a sidelong glance at Yifeng's retreating figure, felt a heaviness in his gaze, a smile playing on his lips, though he said nothing to stop him. No need to rush, time is on our side. Xiao So, how long can you stay at home this time? Su Ruowan's voice was gentle. Her eyes filled with the yearning of all mothers to spend more time with their children. I have already submitted my transfer application. Tomorrow I will go to the capital to complete my employment procedures. Rest assured, I will be able to accompany you and your sister more often. Yi Jingse lifted Tao Tao into his arms, approaching Su Ruowan with a smile. That's wonderful. It's best for you both to be in the capital. But as for the 4th brother... Su Ruowan's voice trailed off, her eyes dimming slightly as she pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from elaborating. His disposition is such. He is genuinely happy that his sister has returned, yet he is truly unable to break free. He informed me he would return in due time. Yi Jingse grasped Su Ruowan's hand, softly offering comfort. Perhaps due to his long-standing role as a physician, his gentle words unconsciously instilled a sense of trust. Su Ruowan nodded in response. Is brother a doctor? Tao Tao blinked her large eyes, curious. Yes. Would you like to accompany brother to his workplace tomorrow? Yi Jingse pinched her nose playfully, his tone affectionate. Absolutely. Tao Tao responded eagerly, suddenly enlightened as to why her brother radiated such a benevolent aura. It was all accumulated from his healing deeds. Yi Jingse held Tao Tao fondly, giving her one last pat on the head.
Now.
Be a good girl, and rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake you. Tao Tao nodded vigorously, her little face lit up with joy and anticipation. Brother is the best. The next morning, Tao Tao awoke to the sensation of someone pinching her nose. She swatted at the hand on her face, her little features scrunching up as she grumbled, reluctant to open her eyes. Tao Tao, it's time to wake up. Aren't you going to accompany brother to the hospital?
Je winkt Genti pinchet herchek.
Tao Tao groggily opened her eyes, yawning, her large eyes glistening with sleep. Brother. The little girl, just roused from slumber, had a complexion as rosy as a peach, her voice sweet as honey milk, imbued with a comforting milky fragrance. Seeing Tao Tao in this state softened Yi Jingse's heart. How could he bear to wake her? If you're tired, you can sleep well at home. I'll take you out next time. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao sat up, rubbed her eyes, and obediently replied, I'm not tired. I want to go with brother. As she spoke, she clutched her plush toy and climbed out of bed. Yi Jingse, resigned, could only carry the little girl, help her wash up, and take her for breakfast before heading out. Only after he had left with Tao Tao did Yifeng peek out cautiously from his room. Due to his own insecurities, he currently lacks the courage to compete with his second brother for Tao Tao. It is indeed a pitiable situation. Chapter 42. Uncle, there is no need for self-deprecation. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Jingse was personally greeted by the dean. The dean wore a broad smile, overflowing with joy. He had long coveted this medical prodigy, especially upon learning that Yi Jingse hailed from the imperial capital and had extended numerous olive branches. Yet, this individual had remained non-committal. However, inexplicably, he had now consented, prompting the dean to act swiftly and appoint him as the deputy dean, fearing he might lose Yi Jingse. Mr. Yi, it is truly our honor to have you at our hospital, the dean said, patting his thinning hair, his smile reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Cao Cao blinked her large eyes, sensing an aura of merit emanating from the dean. Those engaged in cultivation naturally felt a certain affinity for such individuals. The dean, being overly modest, remarked, "Your esteemed institution is indeed remarkable. I had previously declined due to personal reasons, and I hope you do not take offense."
Yevink,
Holding Cao Cao, spoke with politeness. "Not at all, Mr. Dean. It is we who are fortunate to have you here." The dean chuckled heartily, his laughter resonant and genuine. Beside them stood a doctor in his 40s, with narrow eyes that glimmered with an ambiguous light. "I wonder what prompted Dr. Yi to suddenly agree to come to our hospital. While our institution is commendable, it may not be on par with Dr. Ye's standards," he remarked. Though his words seemed complimentary, a closer examination revealed a hint of condescension. Yi Jingse, unfazed, responded with an even warmer smile, though a touch of perplexity graced his countenance. "And who might you be?" Director Yang's face darkened, his annoyance palpable. His photograph was prominently displayed in the hospital lobby, and he was a well-known cardiac surgeon, having participated in numerous interviews and medical symposiums. It was hard to believe Yi Jingse did not recognize him. Was this not an intentional slight? Caught off guard, Director Yang struggled to respond, leaving the dean to interject. "This is our Director Yang, a veteran cardiac surgeon." The dean cheerfully introduced him, seemingly oblivious to the tension between the two. Yi Jingse's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Ah, so you are the esteemed expert Yang. I have long admired your reputation. I simply momentarily lost my focus." Yet, even this acknowledgement did little to improve Director Yang's demeanor. Had it not been for Yi Jingse's arrival, his position as deputy dean would have been assured. He had even boasted about it, only to have his place usurped by an unexpected newcomer. This left him feeling quite vexed, and he could not resist making a pointed remark. That so-called genius doctor is merely a product of inflated praise. What capabilities can a mere 20-something possess? Perhaps he is merely a beneficiary of connections. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Yi Jingse seemed to recall his earlier question. "It is not much, really. My younger sister has returned home, and I wish to spend more time with her, which is why I chose a hospital close to home." He spoke affectionately while cradling Cao Cao. Previously, he had refrained from returning home immediately upon learning of his sister's discovery because he was occupied with this matter. The paperwork had been a hassle, as the other party was reluctant to let go of such a promising talent, requiring considerable effort to finalize. Cao Cao, nestled in his arms, gazed around with wide, innocent eyes. Although they were in a hospital, the environment was unexpectedly pristine, devoid of any malevolent energies or ghostly presences. "This child is truly adorable, delicate and astute.
Doctor
Yi, your father is indeed fortunate," the dean remarked, reflecting on his own unruly children with a hint of envy. As they conversed, they moved deeper into the hospital, attracting the attention of several nurses who furtively glanced their way. Such gossip spread like wildfire in any setting. The news of the incoming deputy dean had already circulated throughout the hospital, coupled with Director Yang's insinuations that Yi Jingse was merely a well-connected newcomer. Curiosity was piqued among the staff. However, upon witnessing the youthful and striking Yi Jingse, they were momentarily taken aback. His appearance was exceptionally refined. Even his former instructors had remarked that his looks could overshadow his talents. Consequently, he often published research and academic papers under his name alone, omitting photographs, resulting in few recognizing him in person. Facing the stairs, Yi Jingse appeared remarkably composed. Could this be the newly appointed deputy dean? How handsome! "I think I might just be able to muster the courage. Who will ask him for his phone number?" whispered a few nurses who had just finished their rounds. "That must be his daughter. So small and adorable. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Pursuing a relationship would not be advisable," another nurse commented, glancing at Cao Cao. Their hushed tones went unheard by the dean and Yi Jingse, yet Cao Cao, with her cultivated sensitivity, immediately caught the key words. Leaning against Yi Jingse's shoulder, her large, bright eyes sparkled with seriousness as she exclaimed, "Sister, this is my brother." Her voice, a touch too loud, caused heads to turn, and Yi Jingse followed their gaze. While the young women blushed and quickly averted their eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Dr. Ye's looks are indeed exceptional. See how captivated those young ladies are. Once you assume the role of deputy dean, I suspect there will be even more admirers, Director Yang remarked, his tone laced with an undercurrent of sarcasm. His smile betraying discomfort. Cao Cao, being young and sensitive to the nuances of morality, glanced at Director Yang and said, "Even if uncle is not as handsome as my brother, there is no need for him to feel inferior." Chapter 43, The Unfortunate Mother and Daughter. Cao Cao's innocent expression and clear eyes suggested she was merely speaking as a child. Director Yang's countenance darkened, yet he found it difficult to reprimand a mere child. "Ha ha ha. This child speaks so adorably. Director Yang, why don't you attend to your duties?" "I will take Dr. Yi for a tour," the dean interjected, chuckling as he subtly signaled to others to block Director Yang's path. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Director Yang ultimately forced a smile as he departed.
Ye wink.
Buoyed by his sister's defense, felt unusually pleased, even finding Director Yang's retreating figure more agreeable. "Cao Cao, you are wonderful. Whatever you desire. Your brother will buy for you when we return." Yi Jingse's voice radiated joy. "Ah, is that not little Su? What brings you here?" A familiar, somewhat sycophantic voice interrupted. A flicker of cold light passed through Yi Jingse's golden-rimmed glasses, his patience wearing thin, yet his smile remained unaltered. Lu Yu, holding Yi Qingqing's hand, approached with an ingratiating smile. "Here is your second brother. You met just yesterday at the banquet, do you remember?"
Ye wink blinket hereyes.
Her voice exceptionally sweet as she addressed her second brother. Cao Cao, somewhat sulky, considered him a rascal for attempting to usurp her brother. Yi Jingse nodded slightly. His smile impeccable, greeting his aunt and little sister. "Oh dear, little Su has grown so tall. I am just about to visit a patient. Qingqing, why don't you play with your second brother for a while? Mother will return shortly after the visit, all right?" Lu Yu observed Yi Jingse's gentle demeanor, finding him quite agreeable, yet she overlooked the cold glint in his eyes. Yi Jingse smiled faintly. "Aunt, I'm afraid I still have matters to attend to." "That is fine, but only if my brother carries me," Cao Cao chimed in, her eyes sparkling with mischief like a playful fox. "No worries, our Qingqing is very sensible. A little stroll with her brother would be beneficial for her health." "Off you go," Lu Yu encouraged, giving Yi Qingqing a gentle push forward.
Ye wink.
Taken by Yi Jingse's amiable nature, felt an overwhelming desire to draw closer to him. If she could just steal Cao Cao's brother away, everything Cao Cao cherished would belong to her. With thoughts of Cao Cao's enviable gifts, she bit her lip, a sweet smile gracing her face as she obediently approached Yi Jingse, tugging at his sleeve. "Second brother, may I accompany you?" Noticing the eager anticipation in Cao Cao's eyes and feeling the little girl squeeze his arm, Yi Jingse nodded. "All right, let Cao Cao join you, Qingqing."
Lu Yu.
As if fearing a change of heart, hurriedly departed. "Brother, you go on with uncle, I'll walk with sister Qingqing." Cao Cao tugged at Yi Jingse's arm, her eyes blinking sweetly, exuding a caring aura. "That's not possible," Yi Jingse replied without a second thought, frowning slightly. He deemed the hospital too chaotic to leave two young girls unattended outside. "Brother," Cao Cao whined, pulling on Yi Jingse's arm and pouting. Yi Jingse's resolve softened. He simply could not withstand his sister's antics. "How about this? We'll prepare an office for Dr. Yi. And you can play there while I accompany Dr. Yi to the department." The director immediately interjected cheerfully to ease the situation. Yi Jingse glanced at Cao Cao, who seemed somewhat reluctant, pouting before she finally acquiesced. "Fine. I don't want to play with you. I want to be with my second brother," Yi Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. Their mother had instructed her to foster a good relationship with her second brother, not with Cao Cao.
Besides,
she harbored a disdain for Cao Cao and had no desire to engage with her. "My brother is very busy and has no time to play with you. If you don't come with me, you might as well find your mother." Cao Cao huffed, her small face displaying a hint of arrogance.
Ye wink biter lip.
Her eyes reflecting a mix of unwillingness and a tinge of fear towards Cao Cao. She did not wish to engage with this little imp. She longed to seek her mother instead. "Scared? You coward." Cao Cao made a face, deliberately provoking her. "I'll go if I want to. Who's afraid of you?" Yi Qingqing retorted instinctively. Cao Cao blinked, grinning mischievously. As expected, a fool who cannot withstand provocation. Left in the office prepared for Yi Jingse, which boasted ample space, sofas, air conditioning, and a television, Yi Jingse admonished Tao Tao several times before departing. He was reluctant to leave, yet the little girl seemed insistent on ushering him out. Once Yi Jingse had left, Tao Tao settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and attempting to assume a fierce demeanor, her big eyes fixed on Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing eyed her warily, fearing what she might do. Weren't you with your grandmother? How did you end up here? Tao Tao raised her chin, questioning her. What business is it of yours? Yi Qingqing averted her gaze, unwilling to converse with Tao Tao. Truth spell. Tao Tao flicked her little hand. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in terror as she realized her mouth seemed beyond her control. Not again, with this cursed thing. Mother feigned illness, asking father to pick me up, and grandma agreed to let me stay at home for a few days, Tao Tao explained, her eyes narrowing with mischief. Yi Qingqing's eyes brimmed with fear and resentment, yet she could not restrain her own lips. What brings you to the hospital? Tao Tao tilted her head, pondering before continuing her inquiry. Father said mother offended someone, and our family business is being targeted, so she must go apologize. Yi Qingqing continued, her small hand covering her mouth, still without effect. Is that so? Tao Tao smirked cunningly. I told you so. That lady looks like she's bound for misfortune. Surely, she'll face financial ruin. Yi Qingqing glared at her, while Tao Tao suddenly lunged forward, tugging a strand of her hair. Chapter 44. The Hospital Room. Ouch! Yi Qingqing winced, tears welling in her eyes as she shot an indignant glare at Tao Tao. Tao Tao huffed. She held grudges. Yesterday, Yi Qingqing had mentioned the older boys to her mother, and Tao Tao had not forgotten. The little girl's eyes darted around before she patted Yi Qingqing's shoulder. You can play here by yourself, I'm going out. Yi Qingqing froze, realizing she could not move. Wah, you're a monster.
Wah.
Yi Qingqing was genuinely frightened. Her sole desire was to escape, far from appeasing Yi Jingse. Shut up. If you cry again, I'll eat you. Tao Tao feigned a menacing expression, revealing her pearly white teeth. Yi Qingqing gasped, stifling a sob, too frightened to continue crying. Satisfied, Tao Tao nodded, turned, and locked the door behind her. Grasping Yi Qingqing's hair, she performed a series of hand gestures and recited a few incantations. Immediately, a slender, invisible thread appeared, guiding her. Observing her surroundings, Tao Tao noted her brother had yet to return, so she swiftly followed the thread out. She took the elevator to the 4th floor. Upon exiting, she found the entire floor swarming with bodyguards. Cautiously glancing around, she took advantage of her small stature to hide in a corner. Soon after, she spotted Lu Yu. Lu Yu was clutching an expensive supplement, her face adorned with a flattering expression as she pleaded with the guards. Please allow me to meet Mr. Shen. I was wrong before, offending young Master Shen, and I came to apologize. Lu Yu lowered herself considerably, addressing the guards with utmost respect, no longer exuding any sense of superiority. Our Mr. Shen has said he will not meet with you, one guard replied coldly, his expression unyielding. Lu Yu attempted to plead further. Their family business was on the brink of collapse due to the Shen family's actions. If this continued, bankruptcy would be inevitable.
Oh.
Isn't this the matriarch of the Yueqing Corporation? A person of such stature visiting here is quite the surprise, a mocking voice rang out as a figure emerged. Third Master. The guards respectfully bowed their heads. Shen San waved his hand, intrigued as he regarded Lu Yu. Esteemed sir, it appears that my previous blindness led me to inadvertently collide with the young master. I beseech you in your magnanimity to persuade Mr. Shen to refrain from holding this against me. Lu Yu lowered herself to the utmost humility, her previous arrogance towards Shen San now replaced with profound respect. Please, we cannot bear this. I implore you to leave. Shen San scoffed derisively, a glint of defiance and mockery flickering across his countenance. Lu Yu sensed a tinge of embarrassment, yet she dared not exhibit any temper. She further diminished her stance. We truly acknowledge our mistake. Might you kindly speak to Mr. Shen on our behalf and spare us? I did not intend to bump into the young master, Lu Yu continued to plead. Begone. From the moment you insulted the young master, you became adversaries of the entire Shen family. Shen San's gaze darkened ominously. Throw her out, and ensure she never graces this place again, lest she soil the eyes of the sir and the young master. Yes. Several bodyguards responded emphatically, immediately seizing Lu Yu and dragging her away. Lu Yu attempted to resist, but the murderous intent radiating from Shen San rendered her motionless, and she was unceremoniously pulled away. Tao Tao, nestled in the corner, widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth agape. What a formidable display. She crouched for a while and felt her legs grow numb, propping herself against the wall to stand and slightly shift her little feet. Who goes there? Shun San's pupils constricted, his expression icy as he approached. He raised his foot cautiously, assuming a combative stance, and suddenly locked eyes with Cao Cao. Having eavesdropped on the unfolding drama, a hint of trepidation washed over her, her eyes glistening. Brother, Cao Cao did not mean to intrude. My legs are just a bit numb, she explained, attempting to lift her short legs. But the prickling sensation was akin to countless ants crawling upon her, causing her discomfort and prompting a few tears to spill. Whose little one has wandered here? Why are you crying? Am I truly so fearsome? Shun San tugged at the little bun atop Cao Cao's head, his tone laced with confusion and uncertainty. He touched his own face, pondering how he could appear so intimidating. Cao Cao puffed out her cheeks and blew on her legs, earnestly clarifying, Cao Cao is not crying. She merely has numb legs. Shun San sighed in relief. I knew it. How could I possibly be frightening? Cao Cao curiously gazed at the tightly shut door, the very place Lu Yu had desperately sought to enter. Little girl, you cannot go in there. Where are your elders? I shall escort you back. Shun San gently ruffled Cao Cao's hair, finding it difficult not to be charmed by such a delicate and lovable child. Shun San. A heavy voice, imbued with authority, called out for him. Remain here obediently and do not wander off. I shall return shortly to take you home. Shun San acknowledged, turning back to issue a final admonition to Cao Cao before hastily making his way inside. Just before entering, he instructed the bodyguards, You lot, step back. I need to converse with the sir. The bodyguards complied, retreating to the corridor. Cao Cao, intrigued, followed closely behind him, her short legs pattering along as no bodyguards obstructed her path. This provided her the opportunity she sought. The closed door, with its high transparent glass, obscured her view. But she noticed another room with an open door. Struggling, she dragged a stool over, positioning it at the entrance and climbing atop to peer inside. She caught sight of a child lying with closed eyes, tubes inserted into him, surrounded by an ominous aura that enveloped him entirely. Chapter 45. The Pure Een Emperor's Fate. Cao Cao's eyes widened in shock. She had never encountered such a dense aura of darkness, as if it had been birthed from unspeakable deeds. Even from the door's threshold, she could feel the chilling essence that penetrated to her bones. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at the dark energy, Cao Cao licked her lips, vaguely recalling the taste of what the dog had offered her previously. Strangely, the dark aura appeared somewhat appetizing. As she continued to observe, her little face unconsciously reflected a hint of greed. She wondered what flavor this experience would yield. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a surge of white light emanated from her being, as if drawn by an invisible force, beckoning the dark energy toward her mouth. It even took the considerate form of various food items, hamburgers, fries, and even petite cakes. With a bite, her large eyes squinted in satisfaction. Delicious, she exclaimed, slurping. Moreover, she felt the spiritual energy within her growing more robust. Cao Cao was astounded, for such a sensation had never occurred before, including the absence of the white light that now radiated from her. As she munched, her gluttony led her to overindulge, resulting in an uncontrollable burp.
Who is outside?
A hoarse yet icy voice suddenly echoed, and the door swung open abruptly. Startled, Cao Cao tumbled from the stool, landing directly in Shun San's arms. Shun San raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he regarded the little one. What brings you here? The voice from within repeated. Shun San? The playful grin that had adorned Shun San's face vanished instantly, and he lowered his voice to whisper in her ear. Once inside, do not speak. With that, he embraced Cao Cao and carried her into the room, placing her beside the elder Shin. Sir, she is merely a child, he remarked. Cao Cao could not resist stealing a glance at Mr. Shin, whose countenance was stern, his eyes radiating the pressure of authority that rendered one hesitant to meet his gaze. Curiosity piqued, Cao Cao blinked her large eyes, sensing something amiss. This elder, despite exuding an aura of benevolence, bore a profound darkness within the child lying on the bed. It was perplexing. After all, ancestral merits should yield blessings for future generations. This adage held weight beyond mere words, and Cao Cao's confusion deepened. Mr. Shin observed her intently, exchanging a knowing glance with Shun San, who promptly summoned someone to inspect Cao Cao, ensuring she bore no eavesdropping devices or harmful items, which allowed his demeanor to soften somewhat. Sir, this child must have simply wandered into the wrong place. She is merely a little girl. May I escort her away? Shin San humbly inquired. Before Mr. Shin could respond, a soft whimper emanated from the bed. The delicate figure on the bed fluttered her long eyelashes, gradually opening her eyes. Xiao Jin! Mr. Shin exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding his features as he rushed to the child's side, tenderly stroking her hair. Grandfather! Xiao Jin murmured, her voice still frail as she blinked slowly. Cao Cao suddenly approached, leaning in closer, her large eyes wide with wonder as she scrutinized Xiao Jin's gaze. Your eyes are so beautiful. As Xiao Jin opened her eyes, they revealed a striking blue hue, reminiscent of the dog's gaze, akin to the deep azure of the ocean, captivating enough to draw one into its depths. You! Cao Cao leaned in too closely, causing Xiao Jin's cheeks to flush slightly as she instinctively recoiled, her voice tinged with shyness. You little girl! A perplexed expression graced Shin San's face as he tugged at Cao Cao's collar, gently pushing her back. Unable to see Cao Cao, Xiao Jin lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Due to his physical condition, he had lacked companions since childhood. What ferocity could there be? If not for Cao Cao, he might not have awakened at all. Cao Cao, slightly pouting, placed her hands on her hips and huffed at Shin San. Enough of your nonsense. I shall escort you home. Shin San, lifting her, wore a bemused expression. He assumed Cao Cao's words were mere childish musings. After all, she was born in the dark of an ominous year, month, and hour, destined for a pure fate, yet paradoxically endowed with the fate of an emperor, contradictions that foretold a brief existence. Cao Cao pouted, swatting Shin San's hand away. He felt a sudden numbness in his hand, astonished that the little girl had truly wriggled free. Shun Lao's eyes sharpened suddenly, scrutinizing Cao Cao with a blend of vigilance and appraisal. Who informed you? He had previously consulted masters who had discerned similar truths, aligning with Cao Cao's insights. Cao Cao, with a slight smirk, replied, Does it require telling? I can see it myself. The Yin energy had infiltrated his being, corrupting his foundation. If not expelled, his time would be limited. Shun Lao gripped his cane tightly, his expression faltering as his breath quickened. His face twitched as he struggled to maintain a semblance of warmth. My dear girl, you just mentioned that if not for you, Xiao Jin would not have awakened? Cao Cao nodded, adding, If it weren't for that handsome brother with eyes as beautiful as a dog's, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Humph. Cao Cao had her temper too. She had managed to dispel some of his Yin energy, but being of pure Yin fate, it would inevitably return after expulsion. As she spoke, her large eyes reflected the dark energy emanating from Xiao Jin, resembling a vast treasure trove of delicacies. Her small face unconsciously lit up with a smile. No child could resist the allure of treats. What should be done? Shin Lao found himself bemused by his own question, absurdly believing a child could resolve such an issue. Cao Cao tilted her head, pondering over Xiao Jin. Solutions existed, but she needed to grow stronger. For now, she could only regularly expel the Yin energy from his body. With a serious demeanor, she blinked at Xiao Jin. If it weren't for your pretty eyes, I wouldn't care. Shun Lao's heart tightened, his gaze fixed intently on Cao Cao. Do you have a solution? He instinctively moved closer to her, his cane crashing heavily onto the floor, echoing with a resounding thud. Cao Cao jumped back, nearly retreating behind Shin San. Shin San, bemused, had never anticipated a day when a little girl would fear his grandfather but not him. Do not be afraid. My grandfather is a kind man. He is merely too excited. I am aware of my own condition. Xiao Jin's pale face resembled parchment, his azure eyes exuding warmth, accompanied by a faint smile. He was a child who inspired affection at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, his smile appeared somewhat forced, his gaze drooping slightly, revealing a trace of melancholy. Both Shin Lao and Shin San felt a pang of sympathy. Cao Cao's fondness for this gentle older brother deepened. Cao Cao speaks the truth. You may test it if you wish. She winked and smiled at him, moving closer to grasp his wrist. Chapter 46. Cao Cao can heal him. Her expression grew solemn as she slightly parted her lips to chant an incantation. Having already filled her belly, Cao Cao employed the most straightforward and forceful method to expel the malevolent energy. Shin Jin felt an immediate lightness, as if the burdens that had weighed him down for ages had vanished. His complexion brightened with a hint of color. Shin San and Shun Lao's expressions shifted dramatically. Shin Lao, the most agitated, rushed to Xiao Jin's side to grasp his hand. Due to the Yin energy's invasion, Shinjin's hands were perpetually cold, yet now they felt warm. Just as Cao Cao was about to speak, she suddenly sneezed. Oh no! She had just recalled that she had snuck out while carrying her second brother's burden. Her small face filled with panic as she hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. Oh dear! Oh dear! She had been gone for so long, her second brother would surely be furious. Cao Cao sprinted to the elevator, pressed the button, and stepped inside. The nearby bodyguards had yet to comprehend her swift exit when she had already descended in the elevator. Where is she? Shun San rushed out of the room, his face etched with anxiety. He had not anticipated that the little girl could be so formidable. Despite his master consulting countless renowned experts without resolution, she had effortlessly dispelled the issue. It seems she has already left. The bodyguards paused briefly before realizing what Shun San was saying, pointing toward the elevator. Shun San struck the wall with his fist, furrowing his brow. Review the surveillance footage and investigate who this little girl is today. Make every effort to contact her or her family, do you understand? He emphasized his words. The bodyguards responded respectfully. Cao Cao tiptoed to Yi Jinx's office door, which stood ajar. From within, the faint sounds of Yi Qingqing's sobs and Lu Yu's comforting voice reached her ears. Cao Cao felt a twinge of guilt as she peered inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yi Jingzi. Their eyes met just as she ventured a peek. With nowhere to hide, she lowered her gaze to her toes and cautiously stepped inside. Second brother. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, casting furtive glances at Yi Jingzi, her expression betraying her guilt. Where have you been? Yi Jingxi's long fingers tapped lightly on the table, a smile lingering on his face. Yet, Cao Cao sensed that her second brother was indeed angry. His smile felt somewhat intimidating.
Wah.
Cao Cao merely wandered upstairs for a bit. It was dreadfully dull here. I'm sorry, second brother. I won't run off again. The little girl had honed her skills at the temple. While not much could be said of her other abilities, her apologies were particularly swift, accompanied by a pitiful expression. Who could bear to scold her? During her time at the temple, she had evaded countless punishments from her master and senior brothers using this very tactic. It was foolproof. Her tiny finger pointed affirmatively, her big eyes glancing at Yi Jingzi now and then. Even the greatest of his anger could be dispelled by her charm. Brother told you not to run around the hospital. What if you got lost? The thought of returning to the office and finding only Yi Qingqing sent her heart racing. Upon learning that Cao Cao had taken the initiative to leave, he calmed down somewhat. A few years prior, their family had not been able to endure a second loss. If Cao Cao were to go missing again, the entire Yi family would surely be thrown into chaos. I'm sorry, brother, it was my whim. Seeing the concern in Yi Jingxi's eyes, Cao Cao felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she lowered her head and murmured an apology. You are a monster. You intentionally locked me in that room, and the moment you touched me, I became immobile. Yi Qingqing, with her eyes red and swollen, clearly had been crying for quite some time, sat in Lu Yu's embrace, pointing accusingly at Cao Cao. Auntie, I apologize, but it's getting late. I must take Cao Cao to eat. She hasn't had anything yet. Yi Jingzi appeared not to have heard Yi Qingqing's words, a gentle smile lingering on his lips. Lu Yu observed his demeanor and understood that his sole desire was to protect Cao Cao. Clenching her fists, she felt powerless. The Yi family could not afford to offend any further at this juncture. Indeed, Cao Cao was still young, in the midst of her growth, and surely hungry. It was I and Qing who had intruded upon her.
You should take her to eat, she suggested.
Her heart felt heavy, yet her face retained a semblance of a congenial smile. Burp. Upon mention of food, Cao Cao couldn't help but burp again, rubbing her little belly. The individuals present paused momentarily. Cao Cao covered her mouth, blinking innocently. As Lu Yu regained her composure, she feigned ignorance and continued, Qing was merely joking. A child's candidness, so do not take it to heart. We'll take our leave now. Noticing Yi Qingqing's furious gaze, Cao Cao discreetly made a face at her. After all, her brother was on her side. Humph. Yi Qingqing, infuriated, could hardly contain herself, especially as she saw Cao Cao deliberately provoking her. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap from Lu Yu's embrace and confront Cao Cao. The sight of Yi Qingqing's disgruntled expression made Cao Cao chuckle with delight, particularly as she observed Yi Qingqing's intention to report her to Yi Jingzi. Brother, I want ice cream, Cao Cao declared, casting a playful glance at Yi Qingqing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yi Jingzi, well aware of her little ploy, willingly indulged her. After all, he cherished his sister above all. No matter how incensed Yi Qingqing became, she could only be carried away by Lu Yu. You really are something. Yi Jingse remarked with a resigned shake of his head, playfully pinching Tao Tao's nose, his expression a mix of exasperation and fondness. He, you're the best. Brother, Tao Tao replied, nuzzling against Yi Jingse's shoulder, obediently resting her head upon it. Yi Jingse could hardly bear to utter another word to her. He simply took her to enjoy ice cream. Some time later, old Shen was conversing with Shin San, his expression a blend of seriousness and excitement. Have we found her? On the hospital bed, Shin Jin, with a healthy complexion, was delicately eating. Grandfather, haven't you found her yet? He inquired softly between bites, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The little girl he had encountered that day was the only one willing to approach him. Due to health concerns, most parents were wary of their children coming into contact with him, preventing them from playing together. Thus, the memory of that little girl brightened his spirits. Young master, we have located her. She is the young lady recently reclaimed by the Yi family, Shen San reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, old Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of joy coloring his voice. That is splendid news. Prepare a substantial gift. We shall pay a visit to the Yi family. Old Shen's countenance brightened considerably, and the thought that his grandson's condition might improve further elevated his mood. Little Jean, would you like to meet that little sister from today? Old Shen inquired kindly, looking at Shin Jin. Shin Jin tilted his head in contemplation before nodding in agreement. The next morning, Tao Tao, having spent a day at the hospital with Yi Jingse, returned home only to be swept away by Yi Jiajing and Su Ruowan amidst a flurry of hugs and affection. The following day, the Shin family arrived bearing gifts. Sir, a member of the Shin family has come to visit, claiming to meet the young lady, a servant announced respectfully. Yi Jiajing, taken aback while enjoying breakfast, was momentarily at a loss. Old Shin? What brings him here so suddenly? He then glanced at Tao Tao, who was munching on a pan-fried bun. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Upon hearing the servantess announcement and catching the gaze of Yi Jiajing and the others, she recalled her escapade from yesterday and felt a twinge of guilt. Stealing a glance at Yi Jingse, she lowered her head.
Y Jingse's brow furrowed slightly,
as he too had connected the dots. Moreover, yesterday, the director had informed him that members of the Shin family were residing in their hospital, compelling him to link the two events. Actually, Tao Tao merely helped a little friend, she mumbled, her voice dwindling, yet her large eyes appeared increasingly innocent. Let us invite them in, Yi Jiajing instructed, having the living room prepared and several cups of tea poured. Technically, old Shin belonged to his father's generation, and they had previously interacted in business, thus necessitating a courteous reception. However, before the guests could enter, gifts were being transported in, box after box. From antique vases to seasonal children's clothing, each item was exquisitely crafted and thoughtfully prepared. Before long, the living room was filled to the brim. The Yi family exchanged bewildered glances, and it seemed as though the Shin family intended to present the entirety of 5,000 years of civilization. Old Shin, what is the meaning of this?
Ye Viasheng murmured.
I apologize for the intrusion. I have brought a few humble gifts, and I hope you will not take offense. Old Shin stated, maintaining a serious demeanor, though his gaze had softened considerably. Although Yi Jiajing remained perplexed, he managed to maintain a polite smile. Old Shin, you needn't concern yourself, he replied, still in a state of confusion. Old Shin smiled warmly and gestured for Shin Jin to be brought over. The moment Shin Jin arrived, his eyes instinctively gravitated towards Tao Tao. Old Shin affectionately ruffled Shin Jin's hair, then turned to Yi Jiajing with a gentle smile. In truth, I have come today with a request for Mr. Yi. Yi Jiajing glanced at Shin Jin and then at the mountain of gifts, instantly becoming wary. The interaction between the grandfather and grandson hardly seemed to carry the weight of a request. Rather, it felt akin to a proposal. Yi Jiajing's expression darkened slightly, and he began to engage in verbal sparring. What can we possibly provide? You are far more accomplished than we are, after all. Old Shen remained unperturbed, his gaze towards Tao Tao growing even more affectionate. To be precise, it is not a request directed at Mr. Yi, but rather for your daughter, Tao Tao, correct? His eyes softened as he regarded her. From the moment he first laid eyes on Tao Tao in the hospital, he felt an undeniable connection to the little girl. However, due to his family circumstances, he had to remain cautious and restrained. Instantly, Yi Jiajing's alarm bells rang, and his smile faded. It was evident that they were targeting his beloved daughter. Young Jin's health is not robust, and due to certain circumstances, Tao Tao could assist him. Hence, I had the audacity to come forth with this request. As old Shin explained, Yi Jiajing was momentarily taken aback. Realization dawned, and he understood precisely what old Shin was implying. Yi Jiajing's expression grew distant, and any trace of a smile vanished from his face. I am afraid, old Shin, that we cannot assist you in this matter. Tao Tao is merely an ordinary child and cannot aid the young master. I must ask you to leave. Yi Jiajing was unwilling to allow Tao Tao's unique abilities to be showcased. After all, it remained uncertain whether such capabilities would be a blessing or a curse for her. Most individuals harbor a sense of wariness or aversion towards the unknown, and he did not wish for his daughter to face such challenges. Mr. Yi, we received an invitation to the banquet you are hosting to celebrate the return of the child, but due to little Jin's health, I was unable to attend. As old Shin spoke, he waved his hand once more, and another pile of gifts was brought in. There was no other intention behind this gesture. It was merely to celebrate Mr. Ye's long-awaited fulfillment of his wish to reunite with his beloved daughter. Old Shin smiled kindly. Tao Tao's gaze had already locked onto Shin Jin's, her curiosity piqued by the exquisite eyes of this young man.
Meow?
A small white cat leaped down the stairs and scampered over to old Shin, its azure eyes fixed upon Shin Jin. The harmony and beauty of their blue eyes created a picturesque scene. However, in comparison to the dog, Shin Jin's eyes appeared slightly lighter in hue. The dog seemed particularly fond of Shin Jin, circling around him incessantly, while Shin Jin attempted to reach out and touch it. Yet, the Yi family maintained a rather indifferent demeanor at this moment. Old Shin, these gifts are far too extravagant. We cannot accept them. Old Shin sighed. A hint of melancholy etched on his face. Mr. Yi, if I had any other means, I would not have sought you out. After all, Tao Tao is still so young, a mere child. However, if this situation continues, Shin Jin may indeed lose his life. Old Shin lowered his stance, sorrow creeping into his expression. As you know, our Shin family has no other children in Shin Jin's generation. His parents have long since passed. If anything were to happen to him, I would have no face to meet his parents in the afterlife. His voice was hoarse and laden with guilt. Had old Shin been more forceful, the Yi family might have been able to negotiate further. However, in his current state, he found it difficult to voice any objections. The compassionate young Tao Tao, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke up, "Grandpa, I can help big brother." Her face was filled with earnestness. Upon hearing her words, Yi Feng's first instinct was to stop her.
Tao Tao.
He shared the same sentiment as Yi Jiajin, wishing only for her to grow up healthily. Third brother. Without mommy and daddy, it's really sad. Tao Tao understands, so I want to help big brother Shin Jin. Her voice was soft yet resonated like a heavy hammer, striking deep into the hearts of the Yi family. This was precisely what they felt most pained by. With Tao Tao expressing her intention, they could hardly refuse. Woof, woof. The dog bounded in front of Tao Tao, its big eyes flitting between her and Shin Jin. Chapter 48. Tao Tao, the Little Lucky Star. It suddenly dawned on Tao Tao that the dog might also be able to consume Yin energy. This realization filled her with joy. Not only could she assist big brother Shin Jin, but she and the dog would also benefit from it. After all, Yin energy could transform into spiritual energy for them. Yi Jiajin pressed his lips together, ruffling Tao Tao's hair, his reluctance evident, yet he respected his daughter's wishes. If Tao Tao wishes to help, then let her do so. However, old Shin, I have one request. Yi Jiajin pondered for a moment. Old Shin let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could comply, everything else would be manageable. Please, Mr. Yi, go on. He lifted Tao Tao into his arms, a trace of concern still lingering on his face. I hope that you can keep Tao Tao's matters confidential. I want her to grow up happily. His words undoubtedly pertain to matters of a mystical nature. Rest assured, Mr.
Yeah.
Since I have come to seek out Tao Tao, I am fully prepared and will ensure that others remain tight-lipped. Old Shin earnestly guaranteed. His expression now brightened with a glimmer of joy, for Mr. Ye's words signified agreement. However, as Yi Jiajin surveyed the plethora of gifts in the living room, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Assistance was no issue, but he insisted, "Please, old Shin, take these gifts back." The little girl's ears perked up at once. These are what Tao Tao earned. She huffed, her big eyes wide open. I still need to take care of third brother. Old Shin chuckled at the girl's spirited response. As long as Tao Tao is happy, Mr. Yi, please do not regard these as burdensome. If they can cure Shin Jin, then everything else pales in comparison to a single hair of his. Watching their conversation, Tao Tao yawned, then turned her bright eyes toward Shinjin. Big brother Shinjin, let Tao Tao take you to see the backyard. She leaned closer to him, extending her hand. Although Shinjin was actually a year older than Tao Tao, perhaps due to his illness or a frail constitution, he was slightly shorter than her. Startled by Tao Tao's sudden address, he instinctively took a step back, feeling a bit shy, before lowering his head in response. However, Tao Tao, uninterested in the adult discourse, blinked her eyes playfully, her smile radiant as she took Shinjin's hand and led him outside. Come on, Tao Tao will take you to play. This was the first and only friend of similar age she had encountered since arriving in the capital, and naturally, she was particularly delighted, skipping joyfully toward the backyard. Old Shen watched the two children with great satisfaction, well aware of his grandson's disposition. Due to his health issues, Shinjin lacked the vivacity typical of children, having been far too mature and perceptive from a young age. This often made old Shen's heart ache, leaving him feeling helpless. The more he observed Tao Tao, the more he cherished her. She was no ordinary girl, she was a little lucky star. He silently contemplated what other suitable gifts could be bestowed upon her. Mr. Yi is truly fortunate to have such a lively and charming daughter. This favor will be remembered by the Shin family, and in the future, should any need arise, I will not hesitate to go to great lengths. Old Shun expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity. If Tao Tao were to save Shinjin, she would become the savior of the entire Shin family. As the two children ventured outside, Yi Jiajin felt no reservations. Old Shin, I have some knowledge of the Shin family's affairs, yet as an outsider, my understanding is still limited. I sincerely hope that the matters of the Shin family do not adversely affect Tao Tao. Such words could not be uttered in front of the children. After all, it was a family matter. Yi Jiajin's gaze was inscrutable. Although the Shun family was grand and prosperous, they too had their complexities. Old Shun pressed his lips together, his expression serious and solemn. Mr. Yi, let me make this clear. I pledge upon the century-old foundation of the Shin family that from now on, Tao Tao will be regarded as a benefactor of our family. As long as I am alive, as long as Shinjin remains, I will ensure Tao Tao's safety. For the cherished little girl of the Yi family, they were fully capable of protecting her. Yet, such a solemn promise brought a smile to Yi Jiajin's face. He exchanged a glance with Su Ruoan. Old Shen, you are being too courteous. Please have some tea. With your words, we can rest easy. As he spoke, Yi Jiajin poured tea for Old Shen. A smile graced Old Shen's face as he accepted the cup. Meanwhile, Tao Tao tugged at Shinjin, leading him into the Yi family's garden. The garden had been transformed into a miniature amusement park for her by the men of the Yi family, featuring everything from wooden horses to swings, trampolines, and slides, all beautifully decorated. Isn't it beautiful? Daddy, Mommy, and my brother set this up for me. Tao Tao proudly pointed out the garden to Shinjin. A smile spread across Shinjin's face as he nodded slowly. A fleeting glimmer of envy crossed her eyes. Suddenly, Tao Tao recalled that Shinjin seemed to lack both father and mother, and her gaze fell upon the envy shimmering within Shinjin's large eyes. Although this place was Tao Tao's little amusement park, it was still a place where he could play. She grasped Shinjin's hand and dashed towards the swing. You sit here. I'll push you. The little girl's bright eyes sparkled with joy, her cherubic face brimming with excitement for the performance ahead. Shinjin tightened his grip on the swing's ropes, seemingly at a loss in the face of the enthusiasm of his peers. I can't play with you often, he murmured, lowering his head, his voice barely a whisper. Tao Tao's large eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, a mix of grievance and sadness washing over her. How could she adore her older brother Jean so much, yet he didn't wish to play with her? Do you not like Tao Tao? The little girl's voice trembled with emotion, her tone tinged with distress. No, that's not it. Shinjin leapt from the swing in a panic, reaching out to wipe her tears, casting a desperate glance towards the nearby servant. The servant, sensing the conflict between the two children, refrained from intervening, deeming it unnecessary at this stage. It's truly not that. My aunt says that those who grow close to me will encounter misfortune, so. Shinjin's heart ached, as he hesitated to share the burden he bore for fear of deepening his grandfather's sorrow. Yet, the small wounds of his heart had been buried for too long, causing him profound anguish. The corners of Tao Tao's downturned lips quirked slightly upwards, but her expression remained pitiable. However, Tao Tao truly did not comprehend fully. Shinjin bit his lip, seemingly enduring immense pain, and closed his eyes. My aunt says I will bring calamity to everyone. I lost my parents at birth, and anyone who grows close to me will suffer. After uttering these words, he took a few steps back, his demeanor tinged with loneliness. Unsure of Cao Cao's reaction. Yet, in the past, when children had heard his words, they had shunned him. Not hearing Cao Cao's response, Shun Jin clenched his small fists, preparing to turn away. Indeed, Cao Cao would also come to despise him.
Cao Cao.
To his surprise, Cao Cao did not feel this way. She was simply taken aback. Her small mouth agape in an adorable curve. That's not true. Who spread such nonsense?
Impossible.
Can she be more formidable than Cao Cao? Chapter 49. Cao Cao will be your parents. Regaining her composure, the little girl scolded loudly in indignation. Though she was young, she could discern the malice behind those words. Clearly intended to prevent others from playing with Shin Jin. Shin Jin, however, shook his head, still feeling sorrowful. It's true, every time I play with friends, they always get hurt. The sadness and loneliness in his large eyes evoked immense sympathy from Cao Cao. But Brother Jin is so handsome. They must be lying. It's impossible. A pure Yin constitution cannot harm others, it only affects one's own health. The imperial fate is inherently burdensome, and your body, already weak due to the pure Yin constitution, cannot bear it. As she spoke, Cao Cao pushed Shin Jin to a nearby bench to sit. That's why your health is so poor, but the imperial fate is indeed a top-tier destiny. My master once traveled for many years and encountered only one such person, who has long since achieved great success. Although you cannot bear the imperial fate now, the blessings in your destiny will bestow good fortune upon your family and friends. How can it be as they say? Cao Cao was utterly infuriated. That aunt of Brother Jin's is simply deceiving children. But, my parents. Shun Jin's face flickered with confusion. What Cao Cao was saying was entirely different from what he had known before. Cao Cao, with the air of a little adult, patted Shun Jin's shoulder. Although she did not fully understand the situation, she was certain it could not be because of her older brother Jin. The information Shin Jin received was drastically different from what he had known for many years. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Cao Cao, however, grew anxious. What I say is true. I promise, if I speak falsely, let my master's wine be found and consumed by my seniors. Cao Cao raised her small hand, speaking loudly, her little face filled with urgency. Shin Jin began to comprehend, stammering, I don't disbelieve you, I just... Seeing his dazed expression, Cao Cao became frantic. It's true. If Brother Jin is still sad, then Cao Cao will be your parents. Her words came out in a rush, her concern evident and sincere. The nearby servant, who accidentally overheard, couldn't he help but chuckle. Cao Cao then realized what she had said, counting on her fingers, her large eyes growing even more dewy. She had misspoken. What she meant to convey was that her parents could also share their love with Brother Jin. She feared Shin Jin might not believe her. After listening for a while, Yi Jiazheng, Su Ruowan, and others, including Shin Lao and Shin San, all chuckled softly. Cao Cao heard them and, upon seeing so many people around, immediately felt embarrassed. She had mistakenly spoken in front of her parents and Brother Jin's grandfather. Her face flushed as if she wished to disappear into a crevice. Yet, Yi Jiazheng suddenly had a brilliant idea. I believe Cao Cao is right. If old Shin doesn't mind, Ruowan and I could adopt Jin as our godson. His gaze settled on Shin Jin, subtly laced with caution. This lad was exceptionally handsome, bound to grow into a captivating figure. Certain tendencies should be curbed from an early age. Thus, with one less uncertain factor around his daughter, they could gain another who might care for her. This arrangement seemed advantageous. The more Yi Jiazheng contemplated it, the more feasible it appeared, his eyes brightening with excitement. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Jin possibly accept you? Su Ruowan interjected, unable to keep pace with Yi Jiazheng's erratic thought process. While she too adored the polite and adorable boy, he was not without family. Moreover, given the current circumstances of a Shin family, Yi Jiazheng adopting Shin Jin would likely lead to complications. Yi Jiazheng seemed to realize this and chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comments. Shin Lao chuckled as well, displaying no objection. Especially after hearing Cao Cao's comforting words to Shin Jin, his fondness for the child only grew. He pondered something quietly. Shin Jin was not so fortunate. Mr. Yi already had so many sons. There was no need to compete with his parents for a child. Yi Jiazheng nodded, smiling. I must have considered it poorly. It was just a casual remark. So please don't take it to heart, old Shin. Naturally, Shin Lao did not mind, shaking his head dismissively. Mr. Yi, would you mind if I took Cao Cao out for a stroll? Shun Lao inquired, his expression warm, contrasting starkly with his earlier stern demeanor. Yi Jiazheng was somewhat reluctant, yet before he could voice his objection, Su Ruoan pinched him, causing the words of refusal to lodge in his throat.
Meanwhile, Su Ruoban wore a gracious smile.
Pleased that old Shin did not find it bothersome. Yi Jiazheng wished to retort, "My daughter is not a bother. She is so well-behaved and adorable." But given that Su Ruoan's words were merely polite, he had no choice but to remain silent. Shin Lao's impression of the Yi family continued to improve.
Ha ha ha.
Of course not. Tao Tao, Xiao Jin, come, Grandpa will take you out to play. He seemed to have transformed from his formerly stern and serious demeanor into an amiable old man, eager to spend time with children. After Tao Tao followed old Shin, Yi Jiazhen cast an annoyed glance at Su Ruoan. I haven't had enough time with Tao Tao yet. How can she go off to play with the Shin family? His face was etched with deep discontent, a true daughter as slave. Su Ruoan chuckled softly, her eyes growing even more gentle. Shin Jin is the first friend of Tao Tao's age since she arrived in the capital. You should not interfere. Tao Tao needs friends too. Yi Jiazhen wanted to argue further, but Su Ruoan turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Tao Tao climbed into the Shin family's luxury van. Immediately, someone handed her a glass of juice. Shin Jin's mood had improved significantly, his little face adorned with more smiles. Old Shun observed his grandson's transformation with a heart full of emotion. He had sought numerous psychologists in the past, yet none could help Shin Jin emerge from his shell. Little did he expect that just a few words from Tao Tao could alleviate half of the child's inner struggles. Indeed, Tao Tao was a little fortune-bringer. The more old Shin looked at her, the more he grew fond of her. Even her chubby little face seemed to radiate an abundance of good fortune.
Tao Tao.
When we arrive, feel free to ask Grandpa Shen for anything you desire. Do not hold back. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Tao Tao was never afraid of old Shen. Even when he had a stern expression, it didn't intimidate her, for old Shen exuded an aura of benevolence. Thank you, Grandpa Shen, Tao Tao chirped gratefully, her big eyes blinking as she cast a glance at Shin Jin, further endearing herself to old Shen. Most of the time, Shin Jin was lost in his own world, accustomed to the adult scheming around him. The presence of such innocent and delightful children made him feel utterly relaxed. Grandpa Shun is a man of great fortune. Although he has faced some minor tribulations, the future will surely bring smooth sailing and peace. Tao Tao solemnly assured old Shin, her large eyes fixed on him. Chapter 50, Two Golden Dolls. Although old Shin had endured the heartache of losing a child in his early years, his later fortune had been smooth. Perhaps, initially, the bond with his descendants was somewhat tenuous, partly due to Shin Jin's own fate. However, once Shin Jin's issues were resolved, there would be no more significant calamities ahead. A deeper smile crept into old Shin's eyes. If such words were spoken by anyone else, he might perceive them as flattery. Yet coming from Tao Tao, all he felt was joy. As they spoke, they reached their destination, a shopping mall owned by the Shin family. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I thought it best to bring you and Xiao Jin along for a stroll. It has been quite some time since Xiao Jin played outside. Old Shun held Tao Tao's hand, while she held Shin Jin's as they disembarked. The mountain of gifts he had brought, which filled the entire living room, he casually referred to as a little something. The mall was not crowded, being exclusive to the affluent. It was far from bustling. Yet this exclusivity came with exorbitant prices. A single piece of clothing or toy carried several zeros behind it. Such establishments were not only inaccessible to the average person, but even those who managed to enter could rarely afford to purchase anything. Upon hearing that old Shen had arrived, a throng of employees, including managers and sales associates, gathered both inside and outside the mall. You all continue with your duties. There's no need to attend to me. I'm merely here to take the children for a look around. Old Shin waved his hand, still wearing a lingering smile. The general manager stood momentarily stunned. He had seen old Shin from afar before. His stern visage and commanding presence left a lasting impression, almost intimidating. To his astonishment, less than a year later, he found old Shin now resembled an ordinary old man out shopping with children, albeit still carrying the air of someone accustomed to authority. This transformation shocked him. Old Shin gently tousled Tao Tao's hair, his demeanor remarkably genial. Take whatever you like. There's no need for courtesy. It's all from our family. He turned to the employees, instructing, bring out anything the children might enjoy, and let them have a look. For everything they like and wish to take, you will receive half of the original price as commission. At this announcement, the eyes of all the sales associates sparkled with excitement. Half of the original price as commission was a staggering concept. These were items they could scarcely afford even in a year's wages. They had already been fond of the two exquisite children, and now their gazes turned even more fervent, as if they were beholding a pair of golden dolls, or rather, little fortune-bringers. Surrounded by eager sales associates, Shen Jin and Tao Tao set off to explore the store. Old Shen, however, remained behind, sipping tea and setting up a chessboard, playing a game with Shen San while keeping an eye on the two little ones as they perused the toys. Tao Tao showed little interest in selecting items for herself. Toys and clothes held no novelty for her, as her brothers had already provided her with plenty. Instead, she enthusiastically chose things for Shen Jin. Shen Jin mirrored her enthusiasm, selecting items he believed Tao Tao would like, and soon, a multitude of bags filled with their chosen treasures trailed behind them. Yet, not a single complaint was heard. Rather, the associates were even more delighted. The more the children collected, the greater their commission would be. The two little ones wandered further and further away, the mall sprawling across multiple levels, and it wasn't long before they disappeared from sight. Tao Tao's wide eyes flitted from one display to another until they landed on a pristine, white suit. "Xiao Jin, you would look so handsome in this," she exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Who could it be, returning from the countryside and suddenly acting so differently? I bet they never even dared to dream of such a place before. A snide voice interrupted, and Tao Tao looked over to see Yi Qingqing and Lu Yu. The little girl pouted, her enthusiasm waning significantly. How annoying to keep running into these two. Tao Tao grimaced, clearly displeased. Lu Yu had been observing for some time, and seeing that no one from the Yi family was around, she felt emboldened to mock and provoke. Spotting the large bags in the hands of Tao Tao's entourage only intensified her envy. She could never afford to buy such quantities. She only splurged on a piece of clothing for special occasions. Yet here were these two children treating it as their own home. Yi Qingqing's jealousy surged even more. Among the items the sales associates carried, there were toys she had long desired, but her mother refused to buy her. She dashed toward the associates, grabbing several toy bags with determination. "I want this." The associates were startled by her sudden outburst, but knowing the caliber of their clientele, they dared not push her away. Peach pouted her lips, declaring that her brother would never take a liking to such an impolite child as Yi Qingqing. "Sister, you can give it to her." Peach gestured for the sales assistant to release her hold. The sales assistant immediately complied, and Yi Qingqing, pulling too eagerly, nearly stumbled to the ground. Yi Qingqing was quite pleased with herself, casting a provocative glance at Peach as she sauntered over to Lu Yu, toys and clothes in hand. She even deliberately began unwrapping the packages one by one in front of Peach, flaunting them and laying them out on the floor. With her chin raised and a smug smile plastered on her face, she gazed at Peach, seemingly intent on provoking her into anger. A flicker of anger crossed Shen Jin's usually gentle features, which now bore a hint of displeasure, but he was interrupted by Peach's tug on his sleeve. The little girl smiled mischievously, akin to a cunning little fox. "Let her have it. We can always get another set, since we haven't paid yet." "But, sister, doesn't your store have a no-return policy once it's opened?" At her words, Yi Qingqing froze, and Lu Yu quickly grasped the implication. In their eagerness to diminish Peach's spirit, they had overlooked the fact that these items had yet to be paid for. Peach's smile grew ever brighter, her large eyes shimmering under the mall's lights. Moreover, her brother had already bought these items for her, rendering them redundant. Lu Yu's face flushed with anger, while Yi Qingqing's smugness gradually faded away. Observing Peach's triumphant demeanor, Shen Jin chuckled softly, his gaze softening once again, though his voice remained stern. "You two should settle the bill first. Your commission remains unchanged." The sales assistant smiled slightly, directing her attention to Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing, gesturing for them to step forward. "Ladies, will you be paying by card or cash?" Lu Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, her hands and feet icy, her complexion paling. She simply did not have that much money. Initially, she had no right to even enter the store, having only obtained a card in Su Ruowan's name. Naturally, she could not possibly afford such a sum. The items Shen Jin had picked for Peach were far from inexpensive, amounting to at least 6 figures, if not more. The sales assistant's patience began to wear thin. "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" As her words fell, several security personnel began to appear in the vicinity. Panic washed over Lu Yu. "Peach, look at you, you've barely been home, and already spending money so extravagantly. Your parents surely wouldn't approve." She regarded Peach with a smile that was overly affectionate, yet so insincere that it was off-putting. Peach remained silent, leisurely sipping the juice handed to her by the sales assistant, even settling onto a small stool. Her large eyes blinked innocently, as if she did not comprehend Lu Yu's words. Peach, you see, I am your aunt, and Ching Ching is your sister. It wouldn't be proper for you to spend so much on yourself, but if you were to buy us a few things, your parents would definitely think you're being considerate. Lu Yu attempted to coax Peach, her intentions now glaringly obvious. She sought to have Peach pay for the items. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Shinjin's eyes. He and Peach were not easily swayed. Suddenly, they heard Peach's tender voice.
All right.
Peach smiled brightly, her eyes curving with delight. Lu Yu's face lit up with joy, feeling a tinge of pride. After all, children were easily manipulated. Yet, a hint of jealousy crept in as she mused about how, had Ching Ching been the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, they would have bought these items without a second thought. Shun Jin regarded Peach with a slight frown, his expression betraying disapproval.
Peach.
The sales assistant was equally taken aback. Peach rummaged through her pocket for an eternity before finally unveiling her pudgy little hand, revealing 3 coins. Here, sister. This is for you. That bag of chips inside is my treat for Sister Ching Ching. The sales assistant, bewildered, accepted the coins and suddenly noticed the bag of chips among the pile of items Yi Ching Ching had snatched, which Peach had casually placed inside. The little girl seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had exchanged some coins when buying hot dogs for stray dogs. Or else she wouldn't have been able to buy a gift for Sister Ching Ching. Her tone was so matter-of-fact, her little face remarkably sincere. However, this only served to darken Lu Yu's countenance further. Her face turned ashen, disbelief mingling with fury, creating a rather grotesque expression. Peach appeared utterly puzzled by Lu Yu's reaction, her small face displaying slight confusion. What's wrong? Didn't aunties say to let Peach give you gifts? Lu Yu struggled to suppress her inner rage, managing to retain a semblance of a smile. I meant these. She pointed to the pile of items, each word seeming to be forced through gritted teeth. Peach, still smiling, playfully sucked on her straw, remaining unhurried. But I don't have any money. The contrast between her calm demeanor and that of the mother-daughter duo was stark. Lu Yu's smile had vanished, her face hardening. Don't try to deceive me. How could you buy so much without any money? I told you with your spending habits. Before long, your parents. Perceiving that Peach was unfazed, Lu Yu sought to intimidate her. Peach cheerfully sipped her juice. Her cheeks puffed up adorably as she continued to drink, interrupting Lu Yu's tirade. No way. Mommy says that I can have whatever I want, and Daddy says our family isn't lacking in money. My big brother says that I have lots and lots of money under my name, and my second brother says they earn money just to spend on me, while my third brother says the more I spend, the happier he is. Peach counted on her little fingers, shaking her head in joy. Mommy and Daddy and my brothers are so nice. Unable to resist, Shun Jin pinched her cheek.
What do you want?
Grandpa, and I will buy it for you. I'll definitely earn a lot of money in the future. Shun Jin clenched his fist, immediately filled with ambition. As long as he earned enough, he could buy whatever Peach desired. Yi Ching Ching's eyes turned red with jealousy as she dashed over to shove Peach. It's all your fault. That should have been mine. Lu Yu, already irate, made no move to stop her. Peach's expression shifted, pouting her lips before delivering a swift kick to Yi Ching Ching's leg. Yi Ching Ching fell flat on her face, crying out in distress. Lu Yu gasped in shock and hurried over.
Ching Ching.
Shin Jin, however, paid no heed to the two, meticulously checking to see if Peach was hurt, his concern palpable. Peach, are you alright? Peach shook her head, lifting her chin proudly, like a victorious little rooster. I've been practicing with my master and senior brother since I was little. She could never hurt me. Realizing that Peach was genuinely unscathed, Shin Jin finally relaxed. He then turned his stern gaze toward Lu Yu and Yi Ching Ching, his face mirroring the gravity of Shin Lao. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Lu Yu, still fuming, retorted without a second thought. What right do you have to chase us away? She failed to recognize Shin Jin. After all, back then, he was merely cradled in old man Shin's arms, and she had only caught a fleeting glimpse. At that time, Shin Jin had his eyes closed, making it even more difficult for her to identify him now. Additionally, she was aware that the young master of the Shin family was in frail health and rarely appeared in public, which emboldened her audacity. How could he possibly be the future heir of the Shin family? Old man Shin's voice, aged yet commanding, resonated through the air. Shin-san, trailing closely behind old man Shin, gazed at Lu Yu with a mocking glint, having never encountered such a foolish individual before. She had managed to offend the Shen family not once, but twice, consistently clashing with the temperamental young master. Upon spotting old man Shen, Lu Yu immediately scooped up Yi Qingqing, her expression transforming into one of sycophancy. Old man Shen, what a coincidence to see you here. As her words trailed off, she suddenly realized and turned her gaze toward Shinjin. Recognizing old man Shen's words anew, she looked back at Shinjin and, upon seeing his familiar features, her realization dawned upon her. Pinching herself lightly, she resumed her smile. So, it is the young master. No wonder you seem so familiar. It was merely a misunderstanding. Our Qingqing simply wishes to befriend young Master Shen. She believed her daughter was no less worthy than Tao Tao and nudged Yi Qingqing forward. Being just a child and usually obedient to Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing approached hesitantly. I am Yi Qingqing. I am better than Tao Tao. Chapter 52. Throw them out, she declared, lowering her voice intentionally as she stood before Shinjin, her eyes fixated on him. She momentarily froze, distracted by her earlier quarrel with Tao Tao. She had failed to notice Shinjin's appearance. He was, without a doubt, the most handsome boy among her acquaintances. I won't be your friend. Tao Tao is far superior to you. Shinjin coldly diverted his gaze, offering Tao Tao another piece of apple. Yi Qingqing glared at Tao Tao in frustration, who simply stuck her tongue out and accepted the apple offered by Shinjin. I don't want my brother Xiao Jin to be friends with bad people, she huffed. Old man Shen's gaze softened as he looked at Tao Tao, then shifted to the items in the sales assistant's hands.
Tao Tao.
Why have you taken so long to choose such a trifling selection? Didn't I tell you that you can take whatever you want? Tao Tao beamed at old man Shen, thanking him, but my daddy, mommy, and brother have already bought me these. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that it was old man Shen who allowed Tao Tao to choose freely. She had not anticipated that while she hesitated to buy even a single item for Yi Qingqing, old man Shen would so casually permit Tao Tao to take her pick. Enraged, she tightened her grip on Yi Qingqing's arm. Seeing Shinjin graciously offer Tao Tao a tissue to wipe her hands, she couldn't help but think it was because Tao Tao had befriended Shinjin that old man Shen was so generous. However, today, their impression on the young master was far from favorable. They would have to take it slow. After all, Qingqing was no less worthy than Tao Tao. It seems there has been a slight misunderstanding, but that's quite all right. I had no idea old man Shen was acquainted with Tao Tao. We are all like family. I hope you 1T hold our previous misunderstandings against us. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to address old man Shen. Old man Shen frowned slightly, feeling an aversion toward Lu Yu. However, since she was indeed a relative of Tao Tao, he found it challenging to pursue the matter further. You are truly excessive. Just moments ago, you were snatching things from Tao Tao, and now you claim to be family with her. Shinjin's face contorted with indignation, his chest heaving as he glared at Lu Yu. Having been raised with impeccable manners, he struggled to articulate a harsh word, which only fueled his anger further. Old man Shen, astute as ever, noted the toys strewn about on the floor and pieced together the unfolding events with remarkable clarity. His expression turned cold as he regarded Lu Yu without a hint of warmth. It is all a misunderstanding, Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly. You please escort this lady out. She is henceforth prohibited from entering any establishment owned by the Shen family. As for these items, she is to pay for them. Should she refuse, do not hesitate to call the authorities. Old man Shen's methods were astute. He understood the art of psychological warfare. If Lu Yu were indeed reported to the police for her inability to pay, her prospects in the capital would be utterly ruined. He was truly formidable. This tactic would render Lu Yu mute. Unless she wished to cast aside all semblance of dignity, she would dare not utter another word. Lu Yu sought to plead. Old man Shen, yet before she could finish, old man Shen had already dismissed her, leaning on his cane as he took a seat in front of Tao Tao. He produced a card and handed it to her. Take this card. From now on, you may select anything you desire from all establishments under the Shen family banner. Tao Tao accepted it with a sweet smile. Thank you, old man Shen. Here's a little something for you. She presented him with a talisman. Old man Shen, recognizing Tao Tao's capabilities, accepted it earnestly, not allowing her youth to diminish his respect. Yi Qingqing, however, was already in tears. Oh, you're a monster. You're the cause of all this. You're a monster. Her voice pierced the air, sharp and grating. Lu Yu, spotting the talisman, felt a surge of opportunity. Old man Shen, do not be deceived by this child. She is not. Old man Shen cast a sharp glance at Shen San, his eyes fierce, seemingly questioning him as to why the woman remained unescorted. Shun San stepped in front of Lu Yu, his expression darkening. Will you leave voluntarily? Or shall I have you removed? Lu Yu, believing they doubted her, opened her mouth to protest, only for Shin Jin to interject, his small face contorted with rage. You're the monster. You are the monster. Seeing Shun Jin in such a state of ire, Shun San's expression shifted immediately. Silence her and remove her. She's causing a disturbance. The young master's health is fragile. We cannot allow her to provoke him further. He waved his hand, summoning several security personnel to silence Lu Yu and drag her away. Young master, there's no need to let someone like her upset you. If you truly feel angered, we could easily have her bundled up in a sack and dealt with accordingly. Shun San quickly soothed Shinjin. Tao Tao, too, chimed in, her voice sweet and soothing. Brother Xiaojin, don't be upset. Tao Tao isn't angry. We haven't lost anything. Shun Jin finally nodded, his anger dissipating. Meanwhile, Lu Yu found herself unceremoniously tossed to the entrance, landing awkwardly on the ground. Yi Qingqing, being just a child, was not subjected to any harsh treatment. So she was merely escorted to the entrance, where she burst into tears upon seeing Lu Yu. The place was filled with dignitaries and Lu Yu, humiliated, rose with resentment burning in her eyes. All of this is because of that little imp. Were it not for her, I would never have been so embarrassed. Grasping Yi Qingqing, she fled, and once they were in the car, she seethed with fury. You must find a way to befriend that young master of the Shin family. Look at that little imp. Ever since she became friends with him, the Shun family showers her with gifts. Thinking of all that belonged to Tao Tao, which should have rightfully been her daughter's, she felt an even deeper anguish. The affection of the Yi family and the favor of the Shin family. If it weren't for that imp, it all should have been Qingqing's. After all, both were children of the Yi family. Qingqing was no less deserving than her. Why should Qingqing be denied these things? Both Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing's eyes flashed with the same venomous and envious glimmer. Yet, almost immediately, Yi Qingqing hesitated, tears brimming in her eyes. But Mama, Master Shin said, he doesn't want to be friends with me. Lu Yu softly patted her head, exuding an unusual confidence. You are no less than that little wretch. You will certainly be able to befriend Master Shin. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qingqing nodded vigorously.
She was far superior to Tao Tao.
After a day of outings, Tao Tao too felt exhausted, and old Shen returned her home. Throughout the day, he had treated Tao Tao with the utmost tenderness, akin to that of a beloved granddaughter. There was no helping it. Tao Tao was simply too endearing. The gentleness on old Shen's face was palpable.
Tao Tao.
Remember to come to Grandpa Shen's house tomorrow to play with your brother Xiaojin. Tao Tao, nestled in Su Rowan's embrace, waved her chubby little hand, her voice sweet and soft. Rest assured, Grandpa Shen, Tao Tao will definitely go to play with brother Xiaojin. Shun Jin also waved farewell to Tao Tao with reluctance. His health was poor, and recovery was not something that could be achieved overnight. Thus, after such a long outing, he inevitably felt a bit fatigued. Once the Shun family departed, Su Rowan and the Yi family took Tao Tao back home. Yi Feng had not had the chance to spend time with Tao Tao these past few days and had just been tricked by his second brother. Upon seeing Tao Tao, he immediately scooped her up, taking a deep breath. Chapter 53. The Frustrated Mother and Daughter. It was as if he had regained his spirit. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's demeanor, Tao Tao's little face instantly filled with concern as she wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck, gently patting his back. Brother, what's wrong? Yi Feng was nearly moved to tears by his caring little sister. However, when he glanced up, he locked eyes with Yi Jingse. Yi Jingse adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly. I too am a bit puzzled. What is the matter with you, Xiaofeng? If you're feeling unwell, I could have examined you. Yi Feng straightened his back like a mouse confronted by a cat, awkwardly chuckling. And no, it's nothing, just a bit tired. Tao Tao patted his shoulder, sighing like an adult. Brother, doesn't he have to work so hard? Tao Tao can take care of you. Yi Feng was utterly moved to the brink of tears. I'm not tired. I can still take on many engagements to earn money to spend on Tao Tao. With a sister like her, what was there to feel weary about? Yi Feng was now brimming with enthusiasm. Yi Jingse took Tao Tao and ruffled her hair. All right, it's getting late. Tao Tao should rest now.
Come.
Urge will take you to your room. With that, he carried Tao Tao upstairs, leaving Yi Feng in a position of still holding a child but not daring to contest with his brother. He could only slowly return to his own room to rest. The next morning, Yi Feng was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Irritated, he raked his fingers through his hair. Who is it? After being disturbed so many times early in the morning, he was genuinely vexed. The noise from outside was almost grating. "Brother Feng, help me." Tang Feng was knocking on Yi Feng's door with a thunderous intensity. Yi Feng, already irritable from being woken up, glanced at the clock, 4 in the morning. With dark circles under his eyes and an expression of irritation, he opened the door for Tang Feng. "You better have a good reason, otherwise, I'll twist your head off." Tang Feng, teetering on the edge of a breakdown, rushed into Yi Feng's room as soon as the door opened. "Brother Feng, I. His face was pale with fear, his pupils dilated, hands clenched tight, embodying both cowardice and terror. "Have you seen a ghost? Spit it out." Yi Feng tugged at his own hair, struggling to suppress the urge to throw Tang Feng out. Tang Feng plopped down on Yi Feng's bed, still looking horrified. I might have really seen a ghost." His hands and feet were icy, trembling as he spoke. Yi Feng took a sip of water, feeling slightly more alert.
What are you talking about?
Tang Feng pulled out a handful of ash from his pocket, still carrying a hint of incense. This is the talisman Tao Tao gave me. If it weren't for this, I fear I wouldn't have made it back." Tang Feng swallowed hard, his smile more akin to a grimace than anything else. Yi Feng, suddenly alert, noticed Tang Feng's disheveled appearance, his clothes wrinkled and smeared with mud, and stubble beginning to grow on his face. He hastily pulled a chair over and sat down across from Tang Feng. "What happened?" Tang Feng gulped down 2 glasses of ice water before he managed to calm himself enough to recount the events. It turned out, after Yi Feng finished filming a movie, he immediately organized a live variety show. Such live broadcasts were immensely popular nowadays, but there were many similar programs. One day, Tang Feng came across a horror-themed live stream and had the bright idea to create a supernatural-themed variety show. They planned to explore various cities known for their ghostly happenings, broadcasting their adventures live, which fans would love. The show's effects were easy to achieve, and the participating artists had already been secured. The location was set in an abandoned villa in Z City, adjacent to the capital. It was said that over a decade ago, a family of 5 had perished within its walls. The perpetrator was caught a few days later and sentenced to death. However, ever since the family's tragic demise, the villa had been plagued by hauntings and had fallen into disrepair. As Tang Feng spoke, he gripped the water cup tightly, still in a state of shock. The live broadcast was scheduled for the 13th, but since they needed to familiarize themselves with the location, they arrived a day early on the 12th. Tang Feng continued, trying to steady himself, yet still trembling slightly. Yi Feng could no longer bear it. He handed the talisman Tao Tao had given him to Tang Feng. As Tang Feng held the talisman, he felt the chill dissipate, and he gradually calmed down. His speech became clearer. "Everything was fine at first. We planned to check the place at 4 in the afternoon. However, one artist was late, and we didn't arrive until 7 in the evening. Thus, we had no choice but to go in at 7:30, as we couldn't delay the filming for the next day." But then, the strange occurrences began. Tang Feng licked his dry lips. Though he had just drunk 2 cups of water, it felt ineffective. Once we entered, counting the staff, there were only 10 of us. Yet there were inexplicably 11 shadows. Next, we all found ourselves inexplicably locked in a room, unable to open the door. We heard, crying outside, an old person, children, women just outside the door. Tang Feng closed his eyes, attempting to mentally prepare himself before continuing. They thought it was part of the program, but as the director, I knew best that it wasn't arranged at all. We were planning to add some horror elements for the variety show the next day, but there was absolutely nothing happening at night. Yi Feng poured him another cup of warm water. Tang Feng held the cup, as if that was the only way to feel some warmth. Seeing him like this, Yi Feng lowered his voice to comfort him. Could it have been a prank? Tang Feng shook his head. Impossible. Otherwise, how do you explain this? He held up the talisman turned to ash. Yi Feng fell silent. Tang Feng forced a smile. Not only that, otherwise I wouldn't be so terrified. Behind me stood an artist, a man, whose voice suddenly transformed into a piercing feminine shriek, as he screamed and attempted to attack us. It was Peach's talisman that struck him, allowing us to escape. The moment the talisman appeared, the artist let out a sharp wail and collapsed, and soon after, we found ourselves vaguely able to hear the sounds of the outside world. The door swung open, and we hurriedly fled back. Due to this incident, the variety show could no longer continue filming. Tang Feng had no choice but to instruct the public relations team to issue a statement, citing special circumstances for the postponement of the show. Several artists tacitly helped to cover up the incident, allowing it to be brushed aside. Everyone believed the matter was resolved. However, upon returning, they gradually began to experience nightmares. Haunted nightly by indistinct figures demanding their lives. Initially, they thought it was merely a residual fear from that day. But after 2 days, it became apparent that everyone was suffering similarly, and one artist even faced a mishap while filming. Chapter 54. Tang Feng Seeks Help. That artist inexplicably slashed his wrist in the bathroom. Fortunately, he was discovered in time, and although it was a close call, he awoke with no recollection of the events. It was then that everyone realized something was amiss. Tang Feng received the news and rushed to the Yi household without delay. After listening to Tang Feng's account, Yi Feng slapped him on the head, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Knowing those things are real, why would you dare to explore a haunted house? If it weren't for Peach's talisman that day, you'd be dead." Yi Feng was infuriated, wishing he could open Tang Feng's skull to see what was inside. Tang Feng hung his head in despair, his voice hoarse, his expression one of indescribable sorrow. "I had no choice, Feng Ge, you know my situation. This was the quickest way to earn money." Yi Feng fell silent for a moment, grinding his teeth. "Enough with the melodrama, I'll go fetch Peach." Although reluctant to disturb her slumber, he could not simply stand by and watch Tang Feng come to harm. Despite Tang Feng's shortcomings, he remained one of his few friends. Yi Feng resignedly stepped out, only to have Tang Feng follow closely behind. Yi Feng turned to look at him. Tang Feng awkwardly chuckled. "Feng Ge, may I accompany you? I'm a bit spooked being alone in the room." Reluctantly, Yi Feng allowed him to tag along. Upon entering Peach's room, they found the young girl soundly asleep, her chest rising and falling gently, with a small white kitten curled beside her. As soon as they entered, the dog stirred, warily opening its eyes. Upon seeing Yi Feng, it lazily closed its eyes again. Yi Feng shot Tang Feng a fierce glare. Tang Feng felt a pang of guilt, but he was not the only one affected. He had no other option. Ultimately, he was responsible for the variety show, and thus, he had to ensure the safety of others.
Ye Feng ganti Peach,
who blinked her large, watery eyes, still drowsy, and letting out a few soft whimpers. Gradually, she regained her senses and, upon seeing Yi Feng, looked puzzled yet obediently called out, "Third brother." At that moment, Yi Feng wished he could kick Tang Feng out and continue soothing his sister back to sleep. But he restrained himself. After all, Tang Feng's situation was indeed urgent. Thus, suppressing the urge to expel Tang Feng, Yi Feng recounted the events to Peach in detail. By now, Peach was fully awake, with a tuft of messy hair atop her head. After hearing the story, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at Tang Feng, seeming to take a while to boot up, as if her mind was processing slowly due to insufficient rest. Yi Feng's heart ached at her sleepy demeanor. "Never mind, sweetheart. You can go back to sleep. We can talk later." No sooner had he spoken than Peach was fully awake. "Tang Ge, you must have disturbed something. Here, take this." She produced a few talismans. Yawning, she maintained her languid demeanor. "Wear this as a protective charm for 3 days, then burn it. And make sure to soak up some sunlight. It's nothing serious." With that, she yawned again. Tang Feng accepted the talismans. Sighing in relief as the tension in his face dissipated, Peach said it was nothing, so it must be nothing. Seemingly still drowsy, she curled up again and closed her eyes. Yi Feng tucked her in and turned off her bedside lamp before quietly rising. "Let us go."
Tang Feng not dead.
And the two left together. As soon as they stepped outside, Yi Feng extended his hand towards Tang Feng. "Return it." Tang Feng, puzzled, blinked at Yi Feng. "What?" "The talisman I gave you. It's from Peach. Hand it back." Yi Feng gave him a light shove. "That was given by Peach."
Tang Feng,
already well aware of Yi Feng's protective nature towards his sister, rubbed his nose and returned the item. Yi Feng took it back, stowing it away, satisfied that Tang Feng was now safe. However, he began to express his annoyance again. "All right, it's getting late. You should head back to sleep. I need to rest too." With that, he brushed past Tang Feng, closing the door behind him. Tang Feng was left standing alone, feeling bewildered, before finally clutching the talisman and departing. Having been awakened in the middle of the night, the siblings rose later than usual. Yi Jingjin and Yi Jingse each headed to work. Peach, clutching her doll, descended the stairs while rubbing her eyes, only to find Yi Qingqing's family seated on the sofa in her living room. Instantly, she was wide awake. Yi Qingqing glanced at her and snorted, turning her face away. Lu Yu stood nearby, smiling as she conversed with Yi Jiajin and Su Ruowan. "House head, we mean no harm. It's just that Qingqing was bored at home, so we thought it would be nice for her to spend time with Peach. After all, we are family sisters at that." Yi Jiazhen's expression remained unchanged. If not for Yi Jialong being his brother, he wouldn't have even allowed them entry. Moreover, he could see right through their intentions. They were all cunning foxes, playing whatever games they wished. He had heard about the previous day's incident. Lu Yu and Yi Jialong's enthusiasm was nothing more than jealousy of the Shin family's kindness towards Peach, attempting to leverage Yi Qingqing to connect with that family. But they ought to consider who the Shin family was. They risked losing everything in their petty schemes. The memory of Yi Qingqing's past slander against Peach ignited his anger, leaving him with little patience for their presence. However, Su Ruowan wore a slight smile, her lips curving upward. Big brother and sister-in-law are overly concerned. Qingqing has plenty of friends, and she doesn't need Peach. Her words were neither heavy nor light, but the underlying meaning was clear, stemming from Lu Yu's influence. They would go to any lengths to establish connections, even restricting their daughter to only play with the children of the wealthy and powerful. Lu Yu chuckled nervously, her face betraying her growing impatience. Indeed, our dear Qingqing possesses a multitude of friends, yet this child is remarkably considerate, insisting on accompanying Tao Tao, who has just arrived in the capital and lacks companions. Her face bears a veneer of insincere smiles, her words subtly lauding her own daughter. Su Ruowan's polite smile has faded somewhat, and an undercurrent of impatience is beginning to surface. Sister-in-law is overthinking. Tao Tao indeed has friends, and shortly, the Shin family will come to escort her to their residence. Therefore, you may take Qingqing home first. Upon hearing Su Ruowan's words, both Lu Yu and Yi Jialong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They had been waiting here since early morning, and this moment was precisely what they had been hoping for. Lu Yu could hardly contain her elation. Let Qingqing accompany them to the Shun household. It would be splendid. After all, they are all children of the same age, and having additional playmates would be delightful. Although Yi Jialong's emotions were less overt than Lu Yu's, a glimmer of greed nonetheless flickered across his visage. If he could establish a connection with the Shin family, bolstered by the Yi family's influence, how could he not thrive in business?
Given the opportunity,
he was confident he could surpass Yi Jiazhen. Su Ruowan's smile had vanished entirely, her gaze turning cold. Chapter 55. The Brazen Family. The Shin family has invited only Tao Tao, and it would be inappropriate to bring along others, perhaps another day, after discussing it with old Master Shin. Su Ruowan's words were decidedly brusque, carrying an unmistakable undertone of dismissal. Yet, Yi Jialong and Lu Yu appeared oblivious to her meaning. Yi Jialong maintained a haughty demeanor, his brow furrowed in disapproval. What harm could there be in allowing another child to play? Was it necessary to consult old Master Shin over such a trivial matter? Once they became acquainted, old Master Shin would naturally be informed. His tone was assertive, as though this were an undeniable truth.
Su Ruowan internally scoffed.
They likely understood that they had already offended old Master Shin, and even if they approached him, he would not heed their requests. They still harbored hopes that once the children became familiar, old Master Shin would overlook their previous transgressions. To wish to leverage their daughter Tao Tao as a means to reach the Shin family was sheer folly, since they had repeatedly spoken ill of Tao Tao. The last time attempting to slander her, Yi Jiazhen had grown increasingly intolerant of their family. Guests should know their place, though Tao Tao is still young. She must grasp the basic etiquette. It is improper for guests to impose themselves when the hosts have not extended an invitation. Yi Jiazhen's expression was devoid of any warmth, his words particularly harsh. After being rebuffed multiple times by Yi Jiazhen, Yi Jialong's irritation was palpable, his displeasure more evident than that of Yi Jiazhen and Su Ruowan. They had already stated that it was merely a matter of accompanying a child. What could it possibly entail? Did they not wish to foster goodwill with the Shin family? Yi Jialong emphasized his point. Yi Jiazhen internally chuckled at the absurdity of this family, considering that merely avoiding antagonism with others was a blessing. Understanding their temperament, Yi Jiazhen would never allow their family to tarnish Tao Tao's reputation in the eyes of the Shin family. At that moment, a servant arrived. "Sir, the Shin family's representatives have come to escort the young lady." The visitor was Shin San, clad in a suit, appearing particularly formal, even suppressing his usual playful smirk, lest he leave a poor impression on Tao Tao's parents. Originally, old Master Shin and the young master intended to come personally to fetch Tao Tao. But the young master had been advised by the doctor to refrain from excessive movement after a long outing yesterday, hence his absence. I was sent in his stead. Shin San, having long served alongside old Master Shin, was effectively his right-hand man and, in many respects, could represent him. Few were privileged enough to have him personally come for them, save for old Master Shin and Shin Jin, And now, Tao Tao had joined their ranks. Tao Tao's expression shifted to one of concern, her small face scrunching up like a bun, gazing at Shen San. Is Brother Jean unwell? Shen San chuckled gently, quickly providing clarification. Not at all. The young master is simply advised to rest at home due to his health issues, having exerted himself more than usual yesterday. Old Master Shen has prepared many delightful activities for both him and you. Nearby, Lu Yu listened with increasing envy, her eyes wide with anticipation. Mr. Shen, my daughter and Tao Tao are like sisters, both of the same age. Why not allow her to join as well? The more children there are, the merrier the play. Our Ching Ching is quite sensible.
Je vialang prompliros, kredlin je vink in asome hat psychopantic manner.
Though the Yi family and the Shen family were of comparable standing, differing only in their domains, he believed it was only natural for Yi Jiazhen to assist him. This very notion colored his perception of Yi Jiazhen and the Shen family differently. Shen San's smile faded. Internally cursing his misfortune, he thought, why must this family always be present? I'm sorry, but our master has only invited Miss Tao Tao. He emphasized the word only deliberately, regarding Yi Jialong with increasing disdain. Despite sharing the surname Yi, how could there be such a stark contrast? Look at Tao Tao, sweet, obedient, and adorable. Now compare her to Yi Qingqing, who, at 6 years old, had already been misguided by Lu Yu's influence. There was a certain spitefulness in her eyes that rendered her less than endearing. Shen San's internal chuckle echoed with derision. This family's audacity was astonishing. They had already been cast out yesterday, yet today they sought to intrude upon the Shen family once more. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his irritation before the Yi family. I apologize, but old Master Shen has instructed me to bring only Miss Tao Tao. His tone remained brusque. Yi Jialong continued to perceive the matter as trivial, his demeanor dismissive. They are merely children. How could this inconvenience old Master Shen? It's just a matter of additional playmates. He attempted to bamboozle Shen San with the same flawed reasoning he had employed with Yi Jiazhen. Shen San's patience was wearing thin, his smile barely concealing his irritation. Yi Jiazhen sighed internally, recognizing the need to maintain decorum within the Yi family, yet he could not allow Yi Jialong to feel too humiliated. Brother, if I recall correctly, Qingqing must visit our mother, so she has no time for play. His voice held a significant weight, having granted Yi Jialong enough leeway. He hoped Yi Jialong would be astute enough to discern the olive branch he was extending. Unfortunately, after years of being propped up by the Yi family's influence, Yi Jialong had lost touch with reality. He failed to perceive that Yi Jiazhen was aiding him and instead believed Yi Jiazhen was deliberately obstructing his path. Just a few more days of play, and Mother wouldn't mind, he insisted, nearly grasping at straws. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu pinched Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing looked at Tao Tao with a hint of grievance. Tao Tao, I just want to play with you all. Please let me come along. I can take care of you. She purposefully chose this moment to voice her request, knowing that if Tao Tao declined, it would cast her in an unflattering light. Before Tao Tao could respond, Shen San reacted first. A sudden laugh escaped him, his handsome features taking on a slightly mischievous expression. Are you certain you want her to accompany you? Lu Yu and Yi Jialong nodded vigorously. Their greed barely contained. Of course, being friends with the young Master Shen would be a blessing for our Qingqing. Shen San raised an eyebrow slightly. If that is the case, then let us proceed. He cradled Tao Tao in his arms, gazing at the ecstatic family of Yi Qingqing. Fortune? Such fortune depends on whether she is capable of bearing it. The sun shone rather brightly, and Shen San shielded Tao Tao's face with his hand as they entered the car. Yi Qingqing eagerly trailed behind him, keeping pace with his strides. Yi Jialong and Lu Yu felt no pity for their daughter's behavior. Instead, they were filled with joy at the prospect of aligning themselves with the Shen family, their faces alight with excitement. Su Ruowan found this sight rather nauseating. How could they have raised their daughter to be like this? The smile faded from her face, and she could hardly muster the energy for pleasantries. Elder brother, sister-in-law, my husband and I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse us. Lu Yu, however, seemed to fear that her daughter would be more favored by the Shen family than Tao Tao, her smile particularly insincere. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Even if Qingqing grows closer to the Shen family, she will not forget you. Lu Yu's words dripped with insincerity. Su Ruowan's cultivated demeanor prevented her from responding with direct mockery. Setting aside whether Yi Qingqing would indeed capture the Shen family's favor, it was rather absurd how Lu Yu appeared to assume that once Yi Qingqing won the Shen family's affection, the Shen family would belong to them. Su Ruowan struggled to comprehend the reasoning of someone as intellectually challenged as Lu Yu. Moreover, It seemed she unconsciously overlooked the fact that the Yi family was not inferior to the Shun family in stature. Uncle Zhong, please see our guests out. Chapter 56, The Sweet-Tongued Little Tao Tao. Su Ruowan rose, eager to avoid lingering with Lu Yu for even a moment, fearing that foolishness might be contagious. Lu Yu pouted, gathered her bag, and strutted out like a victorious rooster, head held high. Yi Jialong paid no further attention to Yi Jiazhen. The couple shared the same disposition and simply left. Su Ruowan rubbed her temples, feeling mentally exhausted. Engaging in conversation with two dim-witted individuals was more tiring than selecting an outfit for the day. She resolved to discard their used items to avoid the annoyance of seeing them again. A cold laugh escaped her lips, her gaze icy. Even when Yi Jiazhen approached her, he became a nuisance. I offered him a way out not to assist him, but out of a lingering sense of guilt, Yi Jiazhen said as he ingratiated himself before Su Ruowan. She cast him a sidelong glance. Yi Jiazhen, with a somewhat pitiful expression, lamented, I have always thought it must be because my mother reserved all her intellect for me, leaving him so dim-witted. Such narcissistic and shameless words, spoken with utmost seriousness, elicited laughter from Su Ruowan. Indeed, over the years, Yi Jiazhen had helped them considerably. Were it not for Yi Jialong's unwarranted desire to touch Tao Tao, Yi Jiazhen would likely still be supporting them. However, kindness breeds expectation. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to an inflated appetite. They never considered that without Yi Jiazhen's years of discreetly cleaning up their messes, his company would have long been lost. As they exited the living room, Lu Yu discreetly turned back and spat in disdain, her eyes filled with envy and resentment. Is it just because she married well? What is there to be so proud of? As she spoke, a throng of servants from the Yi family busily carried a large array of items. Uncle Zhong noticed and waved his hand, frowning slightly, his expression evidently displeased. Take it directly to the young Mrs. Storeroom. Why is it taking so long? It should have been organized by now. The servants wore expressions of fushao. Uncle Zhong, the young Mrs. Storeroom is already full of items purchased by the master, mistress, and young master. There's no more space. Uncle Zhong waved his hand dismissively. Then go and open another one. This is a gift from old Master Shin for the young miss. Handle it with care to avoid damage. Lu Yu stared in astonishment, catching a glimpse of the valuable items within. Seeing her reaction, Uncle Zhong chuckled. The staff seem rather clumsy. We haven't even organized the items old master sent yet. My apologies for the delay. Let us proceed. Uncle Zhong gestured for her to follow. Lu Yu's eyes almost glued to the sight before her, her hands instinctively clenched. She envisioned that if her daughter could also win over old Master Shin, all of this would belong to her. Yi Jialong felt similarly, hardly able to suppress his greed and desire. He turned back multiple times as he left, barely able to contain his longing. Uncle Zhong watched them depart, a layer of inscrutable light glimmering in his eyes before he leisurely returned to the Yi family. The servants moving the items exchanged puzzled glances. They had clearly informed Uncle Zhong yesterday that the young Mrs. Storeroom was full. Why did it seem today that he had just realized it? Was it truly a sign of aging and forgetfulness? Meanwhile, in the car, Yi Qingqing continually attempted to provoke Tao Tao, aiming to deliberately irritate her and make her appear ill-mannered before the Shin family. This was likely a tactic taught by Lu Yu. Yet, Tao Tao paid her no mind, engrossed in the food Shin San was feeding her. Finally, overwhelmed by Yi Qingqing's incessant chatter, Tao Tao merely responded with dismissive sounds. To her amusement, she discovered that this method taught by her brother was highly effective. Her nonchalance only fueled Yi Qingqing's fury, nearly causing her to lose composure multiple times. Tao Tao found great amusement in this, using her tactic to nearly bring Yi Qingqing to tears. Shun San, watching from the side, could hardly contain his laughter, finding Tao Tao to be clever, endearing, and entertaining. Miss Tao Tao, we have arrived. Once the car was parked, Shun San gently set Tao Tao down. Yi Qingqing descended on her own, watching Tao Tao being held in Shin San's embrace, biting her lip. Sister Tao Tao, you shouldn't trouble others by being carried outside. It's inconsiderate. She inherited Lu Yu's exaggerated demeanor to a T. Tao Tao, wide-eyed and surveying the Shin residence, barely registered Yi Qingqing's words and retorted, "Aha." Yi Qingqing realized she had not been heard, her face flushed with anger, but more so with jealousy. You're growing up. You can't keep bothering others. She raised her voice, deliberately making sure many could hear, hoping to leave a negative impression of Tao Tao on the Shin family upon her arrival.
Tao Tao,
Nestled in Shin San's arms, looked down at her, her voice sweet and innocent, filled with confusion. But I'm only 4 years old. I'm still a child. You're already 6 and even brother Shin-san is having trouble carrying you. She shook her head, feigning a sigh. Her childish words struck a chord of cuteness. Just then, upon hearing of Tao Tao's arrival, old Master Shin and Shin Jin hurried over.
Tao Tao.
Shin Jin's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing his little friend. Tao Tao also wiggled to get down from Shun-san's arms. However, before they could meet, Yi Qingqing stepped in front of Tao Tao, with a sweet smile on her face. She blocked Shin Jin's path. Shin Jin frowned, sidestepping her to approach Tao Tao directly. Tao Tao beamed as she grasped his wrist. Little Jin Gidge. Meanwhile, old Master Shin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shin-san. Shin-san recounted the events leading up to their arrival, including Tao Tao's sharp retorts towards Yi Qingqing. Old Master Shin chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes, but his disdain for Yi Qingqing's family remained palpable. Those with ill intentions seldom achieve greatness. Yi Qingqing observed that Shin Jin was ignoring her, and she could hardly suppress the sense of grievance flickering in her eyes. Recalling her mother's words, she stifled her emotions. Her mother had mentioned that it must be Tao Tao speaking ill of her in front of young Master Shin, which led to his unfavorable impression of her. In time, surely he would come to enjoy her company more. Seeing that Tao Tao had yet to greet him, Shen Lao deliberately adopted a stern expression. Tao Tao, have you forgotten your grandfather in your excitement over young Master Jin? Tao Tao, now quite familiar with Shen Lao, blinked her big eyes and immediately leaped into his embrace, feigning surprise with her mouth agape. Oh, Grandfather Shen, you look so handsome today that Tao Tao almost didn't recognize you. Shen Lao was utterly charmed, his heart swelling with joy. Ha ha ha, you little sweet talker. His laughter rang out exuberantly, catching the astonished gazes of the long-serving house staff, who had paused their work in sheer amazement. After all, even the young master had never elicited such mirth from him. Shen Lao instructed someone to bring snacks for Tao Tao, while he turned to Shin-san. See to it that Tao Tao is treated as a distinguished guest of the Shin family, with the same care afforded to me and young Master Jin. Otherwise, they can leave immediately. His voice rose intentionally, prompting the servants in the courtyard to glance frequently at Tao Tao and the two young men.
Chapter 57. Ye Winkse Desperation.
The harmonious interaction among Tao Tao, Shin Lao, and Shin Jin stood in stark contrast to Yi Qingqing, who seemed utterly out of place beside them. After a moment of hesitation, her face tinged with anxiety and timidity, she approached Shin Lao. Grandfather, my mother says that the previous incident was a misunderstanding, and she wants me to apologize to you. However, Shin Lao is not the sort to bear ill will towards a child, regardless of his feelings. Yet, it was overly simplistic for Lu Yu to think she could resolve the matter through Yi Qingqing's words. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao pouted and looked at Yi Qingqing. If you caused trouble, you should apologize yourself. Even I understand that, and it's unfair for your mother to send you to do it.
Ye Wink Biterlip.
Her expression growing even more pitiful. But my mother has already apologized. Tao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Just because your mother apologized doesn't mean others have to accept it. Shouldn't she reflect on her own actions instead? Who caused all this trouble? Tao Tao placed her hands on her hips, attempting to appear fierce. But her adorably cute demeanor made her look more like an indignant little dumpling. Observing this, Shin Jin hurried to comfort her.
Don't be upset, Tao Tao.
I'll take you to play. With that, Tao Tao ceased her dispute with Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. I know my mother didn't mean it, but why do you always target me? Last time at Grandma's house, you even pushed me down the stairs. Her voice trembled, her sobs seemingly genuine enough to evoke sympathy from anyone nearby. Tao Tao blinked, releasing her grip on Shin Jin's arm and racing towards Yi Qingqing, startling her. Recalling Tao Tao's peculiar methods, Yi Qingqing took a step back, fearfully continuing to cry. Please, don't use your tricks on me anymore. Tao Tao approached without any malice, merely squatting down with curiosity etched on her face, gazing up at Yi Qingqing, who was now weeping. After a moment, she marveled. You're amazing. Even Senga couldn't cry as quickly as you do. Tao Tao frowned, trying to mimic crying but failing to shed a single tear, watching Yi Qingqing with a tinge of envy. I wish I could cry like you. If I could, I wouldn't get punished by my master for making mistakes. Tao Tao rested her chin on her hands, her little face reflecting a hint of melancholy. Why can you cry while I can't? It's so frustrating. With a sigh, she looked at Yi Qingqing, her expression a curious mix of admiration and forlornness, which elicited laughter from Shin-san.
Ha!
This little treasure is truly a gem. Shin-san chuckled, glancing at Tao Tao. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, having performed her emotional display to little effect, found herself on the verge of a heat stroke from frustration. Realizing her efforts were futile, she gradually ceased her crying, her sobs quieting to soft sniffles. Noticing that Yi Qingqing had stopped crying, Cao Cao returned to Xinjin's side, eagerly tugging at his sleeve. "Brother Jin, shall we play a game?" Despite the sweltering summer heat, Xinjin was clad in long sleeves, a testament to his frail constitution as a pure inborn. Yi Qingqing's eyes were red and pitiful as she attempted to sneak glances at the reactions of those around her. After taking a few steps, Cao Cao suddenly recalled something. "Oh, and last time, you tried to push me. If you slander Cao Cao again, you'll regret it." Cao Cao turned sharply, shaking her little fist. Xinjin had unwavering faith in Cao Cao, and Yi Qingqing's petty schemes were unlikely to earn the approval of Xin Lao or Xin San. Thus, as Yi Qingqing continued to sniffle, no one paid her any mind. "Let us head upstairs. Last night, Grandfather Shen had someone prepare a game room for you. He said children love to play," Xin San said with a smile directed at Cao Cao. Having witnessed the earlier incident, Yi Qingqing subdued her rebellious spirit and obediently followed along. Xin Lao instructed the servants to prepare desserts, milk, and fruits for them. However, the esports game room, while exciting for children of Cao Cao's age, soon lost its charm. And within a short while, the three of them grew weary. Seeing Cao Cao yawn, Xinjin noticed her waning enthusiasm. "Cao Cao, would you like to hear me play the piano?" His azure eyes regarded her with a hint of expectation. "Qingqing can play the piano too," Yi Qingqing interjected, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Cao Cao nodded, mustering her energy to follow Xinjin out of the living room. Shen Lao seemed to have guests, entertaining them with tea. "Cao Cao, come here. Let me introduce you to Grandpa Li," he called out with a smile, beckoning her over. Cao Cao dutifully approached, her hair styled in two adorable buns secured with a headband adorned with tiny bells that jingled as she moved. "Didn't T aunties say to let people think if you get to her charm?" "Hello, Grandpa Li." Cao Cao's sweetness and chubby cheeks, accented by two little dimples, rendered her irresistibly cute. Grandpa Li's face radiated genuine delight as he repeatedly praised her and turned to Xin Lao. "When did you acquire such a delightful granddaughter?" "I have a grandson too." Xin Lao, clearly familiar with him, playfully retorted, "Go on, you old rascal. How can you be so unrestrained at your age?" "She's just a child."
Grandpa Li,
Slightly portly, looked like a laughing Buddha when he smiled. He appeared remarkably affable, with a smile so broad that it nearly obscured his eyes, which had narrowed to mere slits. "What's the matter? There are countless betrothals these days." Old Shen handed him a cup of tea, letting out a scoff. "Go on and play. Your grandson, that round little ball of flesh, is hardly worthy of our Cao Cao." At this point, old Li could not contain his indignation. "What do you know? My grandson is simply fortunate. He has an aura that attracts wealth." Shen did not refute him, instead waving for the servant to bring Cao Cao a glass of juice, smiling at old Li. "Cao Cao is not my granddaughter. She is the little miss recently reclaimed by the Yi family, the legitimate daughter of the Yi clan. If you wish to engage in banter, perhaps you should address her directly." Upon hearing this, old Li immediately fell silent. The entire Yi family has lavished adoration upon their newly found daughter, a fact well known throughout the upper echelons of society. Even though he had not attended the last banquet, he had heard its reverberations. The extravagant gifts that could incite a sensation among the elite were no longer a secret. Upon catching a glimpse of the young girl's round, sparkling eyes, old Li was momentarily at a loss for words. His grandson seemed, perhaps, truly unworthy. Chapter 58. Photographic Memory. Seeing his old friend at a loss for words brought a measure of joy to old Shen.
Cao Cao.
"Quickly thank your Grandpa Li for the welcoming gift he prepared for you." Cao Cao, still a bit dazed and confused, was somewhat slow to comprehend. Being rather weary, she tilted her head, her face adorably obedient. "Thank you, Grandpa Li." Old Li's smile faltered as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by old Shen. Shen leisurely sipped his tea, casting a somewhat mocking glance at Li. "What's this? Just moments ago, you sought to charm our Cao Cao. Surely, you wouldn't come empty-handed without a gift, would you?" Old Li silently cursed the old fox. After years of acquaintance, he had never once bested him. Besides, he had come to chat with old Shen, not to present a gift. "You must have a Tingchen card. It would be just perfect as a welcoming gift for our Cao Cao." The gold card for the Tingchen auction is not something easily acquired, even for those with wealth. However, as the owner, old Li was not devoid of such a privilege. Casting a sidelong glance at old Shin, he produced a silver-gray card from his pocket. It appeared to be pure silver, yet something about it suggested otherwise. The intricate design upon it was exquisite. Gently ruffling Tao Tao's hair, Old Li spoke softly. Here,
Tao Tao.
this is a gift from Grandpa Li. Tao Tao accepted it, nodding obediently. Very well, Tao Tao, go and play. She nodded and followed Shinjin to the piano in the living room. Old Shin raised an eyebrow at Old Li, a hint of surprise playing across his features. You are quite generous. ISNT the Tinchin blue card limited to just 5? Old Li, taking a sip of tea, appeared equally astonished.
What?
Was that not what you just asked me to give? Old Shin paused, placing his cup down. I asked you for a gold card. You likely possess only this single blue card. Old Li chuckled heartily, seemingly unconcerned. If I needed a card to access Tinchin, my foolish child could very well take a hike. Once given, it is gone. Though Old Li did not voice it directly, Old Shin could discern that he genuinely held affection for Tao Tao. Otherwise, he would not have offered the blue card so freely. Yi Qingqing had been glancing over surreptitiously, and upon seeing Shun Jin seated at the piano, she could no longer contain her curiosity and approached Tao Tao. What did he just give you? Though young, Yi Qingqing was astute, aware that anyone receiving such a warm welcome from Old Shin could not be an ordinary person, and the gift they bestowed would certainly be extraordinary. Tao Tao, with her large, bright eyes, patted her pocket. Do you want to know?
Ye wink nodde deigerli.
Tao Tao, raising her small face and playfully tapping her pocket, teased Yi Qingqing. I want to tell you, even if you want to know. Tao Tao could hold a grudge. After all, Yi Qingqing had slandered her on multiple occasions. Nearby, Shinjin, though still quite young, exuded a certain composure. His azure eyes softened as he gazed at the piano. His fingers lifted gently, and melodious sounds cascaded forth from the instrument. Tao Tao was particularly enchanted by this sound, her eyes narrowing with delight. Brother Jean is truly amazing. Old Shun and Old Li simultaneously paused their conversation, turning to observe. Old Li sighed. Little Jean is indeed clever, such a complex piece. And he seems to grasp it almost instantly. If only my child possessed half of his brilliance. Regrettably, fate is cruel. Old Li did not voice his lingering thoughts, reflecting instead on Shen Jin's circumstances with a touch of melancholy. Such a remarkable child. Why must he endure such misfortune? Yet old Shen's eyes sparkled with pride. As the piece concluded, Shen Jin turned to Tao Tao, his gaze softening further, his voice low. This piece was taught to me by my mother. Isn't it beautiful? Tao Tao nodded vigorously, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration as she responded with exuberance. Beautiful. Shen Jin's eyes brightened with mirth. My mother is very beautiful. My eyes resemble hers. If you were to meet her, you would surely adore her. Though he spoke with warmth, a shadow flickered across his gaze. Alas, I shall never see her again. Yi Qingqing, seeing that Shinjin was only addressing Tao Tao, felt a pang of urgency and sought to assert herself. I can play the piano too, Brother Jean. May I try your piano? Shinjin frowned slightly. Do not call me brother. A servant approached at an opportune moment, assuming Yi Qingqing was also a guest of the Shun family. Excuse me, miss, but our young master's piano is not for others to touch. We will bring another one for you. After a while, another piano was brought in. While it could not compare to Shinjin's, it was still a fine instrument. Yi Qingqing gazed longingly at Shinjin's piano, yet resigned herself to sitting at the adjacent one. In comparison to Shinjin, Yi Qingqing could only be considered somewhat proficient. Although her playing was decent, it paled in comparison to Shinjin's brilliance. However, after years of being pampered, Yi Qingqing was exceptionally confident. After finishing her piece, she deliberately approached Tao Tao. Both I and young Master Jean can play the piano. Tao Tao, can you? Playing the piano is quite simple. Tao Tao nodded. Of course I can.
Ye wink se simile falteret momentarily.
But she quickly thought to herself that Tao Tao surely could not be as skilled as she was. Then why don't you give it a try? Tao Tao walked over with her head held high. Shun Jin caught her arm. You will use my piano. By not allowing himself to play, but permitting Tao Tao to do so, Shun Jin only fueled Yi Qingqing's jealousy further. Young Master Jean, since your piano is off limits to outsiders, perhaps Tao Tao should use another one. Shun Jin did not even glance at her, squeezing Tao Tao's arm as he retorted. Tao Tao is not an outsider. He then led Tao Tao to his piano. Tao Tao's small hands moved hesitantly at first, pressing the keys with a novice's touch, but soon her playing grew more fluid. It was the piece that Shun Jin had just played, and in the end, it was almost identical to his rendition. Shun Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Shen abruptly set down his cup, his expression revealing unmasked shock, before he approached. Old Li followed closely behind. After Tao Tao finished playing, she sprang down from the piano, a beaming smile lighting up her face as she eagerly sought praise from Shin Jin. Brother Xiao Jin, how is it? Wasn't Tao Tao amazing? Shin Jin's throat felt dry as he asked, Tao Tao, how did you learn this piece? Both Shin Jin and Old Shin realized the significance of the moment. This composition was uniquely penned by Shin Jin's mother for him, a one-of-a-kind melody. In this world, apart from Shin Jin and his mother, no one else could possibly play it. Tao Tao seemed somewhat puzzled. I just watched you play, Brother Xiao Jin. I saw where you pressed. Unbeknownst to her, her words left everyone present in utter disbelief. Could Tao Tao truly possess such an extraordinary memory? Chapter 59. The sweet-talking little Tao Tao. This child. Tao Tao appeared unfazed by the astonishment around her, still eagerly awaiting Shin Jin's commendation. Shin Jin, coming back to his senses from the shock, found himself captivated by the sparkle in Tao Tao's eyes. Tao Tao, you are indeed remarkable. This was written by my mother while she was alive. My teacher taught me this too, but it took me 2 days to learn. Although Shun Jin was slightly taller than Tao Tao, he did not hold back his praise. Tao Tao instantly radiated joy, her little bell-like laughter ringing out. I can't play this piece very well. I just remembered your movements, but I can play the guzheng. Noticing the sadness in Shun Jin's eyes, Tao Tao, aware that he was missing his mother, grasped his arm in an attempt to divert his attention. Speaking of the guzheng, Old Li's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed on Tao Tao as if he had discovered a treasure. The guzheng. Old Shin, noticing his excitement and fearing it might startle Tao Tao, gently explained. Actually, your Grandpa Li loves the guzheng. Your Grandma Li plays it and is quite skilled. Tao Tao nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague. Old Li could hardly contain his eagerness to see Tao Tao play the guzheng. He had taken a great liking to this little girl. Say, Old Shen, do you have a guzheng at home? If not, I can have someone bring one over from my place. Old Shen glanced at Shun San beside him. Shun San suddenly smacked his forehead, chuckling. I just remembered. Someone gifted us one for the young master's birthday 2 years ago. I'll have someone check the storeroom. Before long, a guzheng was brought in. Old Li immediately recognized the material, and his eyes sparkled even brighter. Oh, splendid. It's made of rosewood. Tao Tao touched it, unaware of what rosewood was, but she felt that it seemed vastly different from the one her senior brother had given her. She sat down, raised her hands, and plucked a few strings, finding the sound pleasing. Half closing her eyes, her fingers danced lightly across the strings. The melodious notes resonated, seemingly imbued with a power to cleanse the soul. The music flowed gracefully, transporting listeners to a serene woodland, where the sounds of birds and streams echoed around them. The sensation was so wondrous that those who listened felt an inexplicable lightness, as if their souls had undergone a baptism, leaving them feeling more buoyant. However, among those present, only Yi Qingqing could not absorb the beauty of the moment. She clenched her fists, glaring at Tao Tao. Tao Tao had stolen all the limelight that should have belonged to her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until she suddenly noticed the juice on the stool beside Tao Tao, her eyes flickering mischievously. Oh no! The enchanting melody abruptly ceased, and everyone turned to see Yi Qingqing sprawled beside Tao Tao, along with half a cup of juice spilled on Tao Tao. Yi Qingqing's eyes turned red, tears beginning to fall once more. I didn't mean to. Just now, Tao Tao's playing was too beautiful. I got distracted and accidentally tripped. Tao Tao despised being sticky and wet. It made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Though she was young, she was no fool and recognized that Yi Qingqing had done it on purpose. Tao Tao had never been one to suffer in silence. Glancing at Yi Qingqing on the ground, she did not hold back. Angrily, she grabbed a large cup of juice from the side and poured it all over Yi Qingqing. Don't think I don't know. You did that on purpose. There's nothing here that could trip you. Tao Tao's small face was flushed and pouting, glaring at Yi Qingqing like a feisty little kitten. Old Li looked on with a glimmer of admiration. He genuinely liked this child's spirited nature. Go. Have someone bring a set of clothes for her. You all take Miss Tao Tao to clean up. Yi Qingqing continued to sob. I didn't mean it. Why does Tao Tao keep targeting me? Boo-hoo. Tao Tao snorted coldly, satisfied after venting her anger, and placed the cup aside, ignoring the sobbing Yi Qingqing. You lot. Take Miss Tao Tao to clean up, and have someone bring more clothes over for her to choose from. Old Li commanded, casting an impatient glance at Yi Qingqing before adding, take her along too. As the two went to change clothes, Old Li's gaze settled on Shen San, his expression turning icy. Shen San immediately lowered his head, trying to diminish his presence. He had originally thought that since Yi Qingqing had insisted and Lu Yu had mentioned it, not bringing her would seem disrespectful to the Yi family. He also figured that neither Tao Tao nor the young master would let themselves be bullied, which was why he had allowed Yi Qingqing to come along. Who would have known it would turn out like this? Although no one had truly suffered, how could this little girl at such a young age cause so much trouble? In just over 10 minutes, 100 pieces of clothing were delivered. Yi Qingqing's eyes couldn't tear away from the sight. She instinctively wanted to approach, but was stopped by a servant. I'm sorry, Miss Qingqing, but these clothes are prepared for Miss Tao Tao by the young master and sir. She must choose first before you can. Yi Qingqing shot a resentful glance at Tao Tao before lowering her gaze. When she raised it again, she adopted a soft and delicate demeanor. It should have been for my sister to choose first. My mother said that as an older sister, I must yield to my younger sister. After saying this, she glanced at the servants, hoping for their praise for her understanding nature. Yet, the others merely offered perfunctory smiles, surrounding Tao Tao and assisting her in selecting clothes. Tao Tao was simply too adorable, her sweet words flowing endlessly. Before long, she became the darling of the group. Sister, you are very beautiful too. I think you look lovely. Thank you, sister. You are also very cute, and your hands are so skillful, just like my mother's. Lu Yu struck. You can braid to suppress her inner rage. My hair beautifully. Sister, you're not fat at all. Look, I'm chubby too. This dress you're wearing is also very pretty. Your taste is truly wonderful. The sweet and charming praises cascaded from Tao Tao's little mouth, leaving the servants utterly enchanted. As they dressed up the little darling, they held nothing back, showcasing their best skills with beautiful accessories, perfectly fitted skirts, and intricate hairstyles, eager to impress her. They were swept away by the flattery, feeling as if they were floating in the air. The little creature is quite adept at showering compliments. Even the servant who had just escorted Yi Qingqing quietly approached to assist Tao Tao in putting on her shoes. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, the small one's cherubic face was flushed as she leisurely hummed a tune, effortlessly enchanting those around her with merely a flutter of her lips.
Je vin clenched her fists.
Feeling increasingly aggrieved as she noticed no one was paying her any heed, she walked over to where Tao Tao's discarded clothes lay, felt something within, and surreptitiously stashed it away on her person. What are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out behind Yi Qingqing, startling her into a tremor of anxiety. Chapter 60. The Vanity of Yi Qingqing. Turning around, she encountered a servant gazing at her with evident curiosity. Yi Qingqing pinched her thigh, the pain eliciting tears to well up in her eyes. I was merely thinking that I might have accidentally soiled Sister Tao Tao's dress and was contemplating whether to wash it. I truly did not mean to. The servant, however, was not particularly concerned, responding with a lack of patience. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of the child's tears evoked feelings of annoyance and insincerity. You needn't fret. Miss Tao Tao's clothes will be attended to shortly.
Come with me to change instead.
Upon hearing the mention of changing clothes, Yi Qingqing instinctively recoiled, her mind racing with trepidation as she recalled the item concealed in her grasp. I can change by myself. With that, she snatched the clothes and hurried into the changing room. The servant paid her no mind and joined others in amusing Tao Tao. Inside the fitting room, Yi Qingqing clenched her small hands tightly, tugging at her dress with such force that her expression grew somewhat grotesque, as if the fabric itself were Tao Tao. The laughter and merriment from outside only fueled her resentment. Indeed, what a wild child, completely oblivious to her station, even garnering the favor of lowly servants.
Je vink setu din yardli.
After a considerable time spent changing and stashing her findings into her pocket, she finally emerged from the fitting room. Old Master Shen, uncertain of Tao Tao's preferences, had prepared an array of exquisite dishes, numbering in the hundreds, far surpassing what one would offer esteemed guests. The little girl indulged until her belly was round and content, patting it in satisfaction. It's getting late. Tao Tao must return home. Old Master Li, who had lingered for quite some time, finally spoke up upon seeing Tao Tao prepare to leave. Tao Tao, would you care to visit Grandpa Li's house another day? Your Grandma Li plays the guzheng beautifully. Tao Tao hesitated. She seemed to have promised third brother that she would accompany him in a couple of days. Noticing her indecision, Old Masterly added with a cheerful tone. Your Grandma Li makes the most delectable osmanthus cake and mung bean cake, renowned throughout the capital. In an instant, Tao Tao's loyalty wavered. Third brother doesn't he make pastries? All right then, I would love to visit Grandpa Li, the little girl proclaimed, widening her eyes in an effort to appear exceedingly sincere. Half of her words were genuine. After all, Old Masterly was kind-hearted, his smile warm and nurturing, and he had gifted Tao Tao with presents. The other half, however, was solely for the allure of sweet treats, giggling inwardly. Old Masterly was overjoyed by her praise. What a delightful child she was. A pity she was not his granddaughter. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Tao Tao extended her hand, her face radiating earnestness. It's a promise. Let us seal it. Old Masterly, momentarily taken aback, then grinned and clasped her hand in agreement. A pinky promise, for 100 years, unchanging. After sealing their pact, Tao Tao bid farewell to Old Master Shen and Shinjin, allowing Third Shen to carry her out. Yi Qingqing lingered a moment, hesitating before approaching Old Masterly. Her expression tinged with shyness. Grandpa Li, may I also visit your house? Old Masterly harbored no fondness for this child, but did not outright refuse. He merely nodded dismissively. Elated, Yi Qingqing dashed out. Old Master Shen approached Old Masterly, patting his shoulder. What? Are you thinking of arranging a marriage between your little chubby one and Tao Tao? Arranging what? Our Tao Tao is far too charming for that little rascal. Old Masterly snorted, as if it were a matter of course. Old Master Shen chuckled. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yi Qingqing found Lu Yu and Yi Jialong waiting for her, their faces alight with joy as they surrounded her. Third Shen had driven off immediately, leaving no opportunity for conversation. Observing his demeanor, Lu Yu and Yi Jialong's brows furrowed, their attitude towards Yi Qingqing cooling significantly. Did you not win the favor of the Shen family at Old Master Shen's? Yi Qingqing felt a fleeting pang of guilt, recalling Old Master Shen's indifference towards her, but the words she intended to voice quickly evaporated as she remembered her parents' disposition. Old Master Shen certainly likes me. He even bought me a new dress. Look. She pointed to the little skirt adorning her. Yi Jialong and Lu Yu's expressions brightened instantly. Lu Yu, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, I knew it. Our Qingqing is no less than that little wildling. Just look at this dress. It's clearly not cheap. Just as one would expect from Old Master Shen. Her happiness was unmistakable. Yi Jialong echoed her delight with hearty laughter. With connections to Old Master Shen, who would dare disrespect her in the future? You've truly achieved something remarkable today, Qingqing. Whatever you desire, your father shall procure for you. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she wrapped her arms around Yi Jialong's neck. Daddy, I want that princess crown from last time.
Yi Jialong nodded eagerly. All right.
We shall buy it for you. Yi Qingqing, buoyed by their praise, felt herself soaring. Actually, today Grandpa Shen introduced me to another grandfather named Grandpa Li, who also gave me this, she said, producing a card from her pocket. To her astonishment, it was the blue card gifted to Tao Tao by Old Master Li. But in Yi Qingqing's narrative, it was transformed into a gift meant for her. Yi Jialong took the card, and after a moment, his face flushed with excitement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even his daughter was momentarily forgotten as she examined the card repeatedly. Jialong, what is this? A shopping card? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Yi Jialong appeared to be on the brink of euphoric suffocation, taking a while to articulate his thoughts. What do you know? This is a Qing card from Ting Chen, and there are only a handful in existence. I can't believe Old Master Li has gifted one to our Qingqing. With this card, we could have many vying to collaborate with us. Upon witnessing her parents' elation, any lingering guilt evaporated from Yi Qingqing's countenance, replaced by sheer pride and satisfaction, as if these possessions were rightfully hers. Grandpa Li also mentioned he would invite me to his house to play. Lu Yu embraced Yi Qingqing, showering her with kisses, unable to contain her pride. Truly my daughter. Tomorrow, Mommy will take you back to the Shen household. Since Old Master Shen is so fond of you, we must seize the opportunity. Who knows, he might introduce us to even more influential contacts. Yi Jialong nodded vigorously, his face aglow with hope. Yes, let us make more connections. At that point, who would dare to look down upon her? Yi Qingqing's body tensed momentarily. If her parents were to escort her back to the Shen family, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. However, Grandfather Shen had mentioned that Brother Shinjin was unwell and unable to play with her, advising her to visit at a later time. She mimicked Tao Tao's way of addressing Shinjin. The Yi family, in their excitement, could hardly articulate their thoughts, nodding repeatedly, suggesting that they would discuss it later and allow Qing to rest adequately. Upon returning home, Tao suddenly discovered that the gift from grandfather Li seemed to have vanished. She took out a piece of yellow paper and drew a talisman for locating lost items. Chapter 61. The considerate older brother. Tao is puzzled. The direction indicated by the talisman did not lead to grandfather Shun's residence. What could be the reason? Tao widened her eyes in confusion. After calculating several times, she arrived at an inconclusive result. Yet, she had a vague feeling that this object was meant for her alone, but at present, she was unable to ascertain its specific location. The little girl yawned, feeling a tad fatigued. The doctrine of cultivation emphasizes the importance of fate. When the time is right, the object will naturally return. Exhausted from the day, Tao, still quite young, succumbed to drowsiness and, after bathing, snuggled into her blankets to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had been yearning for some comfort from his younger sister after a tiring day, returned home only to find the sweet little bundle of joy curled up in bed. Sound asleep, he gazed at Tao's cherubic face, resembling a ripe peach, and thought to himself that he must take his sister out with him tomorrow. The next morning, Yi Feng awoke to find that he had again missed his chance. Tao had already been whisked away by her elder brother. As the little boss of Jingkong, Tao had yet to visit since acquiring her shares. Yi Jingse had already taken her to the hospital. Yi Jingzhen, eager to foster a bond with his sister, was not one to miss such an opportunity. Thus, when Tao awoke, she found herself in a vehicle. The bed inside the RV was arranged with utmost comfort, and the ride was so smooth that she only opened her eyes when they were nearly at their destination. Brother, where am I? Tao, still a bit dazed, looked outside and instantly widened her eyes. Where on earth was she? How could she fall asleep and suddenly wake up here? This was illogical. Yi Jingzhen gently ruffled Tao's hair. Seeing her sleep so soundly that morning, he couldn't bear to wake her and simply carried her into the car. He hadn't anticipated that she would sleep so deeply throughout the journey. Don't you want to visit our company? He asked, his tone gentle, devoid of his usual sternness. Tao relaxed, rubbed her eyes, still a bit drowsy, and nestled into Yi Jingzhen's embrace. He felt a bit awkward and after a moment, awkwardly patted her back. Tao remained curled up in his arms for a full 10 minutes before slowly yawning and waking up. Yi Jingzhen pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat at a loss. If you don't want to go to the company, I can take you out to play. He began to prepare to call and arrange some work. Tao immediately stopped him, declaring her desire to go. In her eagerness, she raised her little hands as if to prove her sincerity. Yi Jingzhen visibly exhaled in relief. He truly was not adept at coaxing children. Fortunately, his sister was well-behaved and understanding, requiring no persuasion. Tao followed Yi Jingzhen into his office. Upon entering, she exclaimed in delight. Yi Jingzhen had prepared various toys and snacks for her in his office, and even placed a cute little computer next to his own, its pastel color contrasting amusingly with his. Seeing her joy, his smile broadened. Would you like to see inside? Tao took Yi Jingzhen's hand and led him to the lounge. The interior was even more splendid than the office. The simple bed and table had been removed, replaced by a charming little princess room. Although it lacked the comforts of home due to space constraints, it was still quite delightful. There was even a custom-made computer desk and gaming chair, perfectly sized for Tao. In the serious atmosphere of the CEO's office, a plethora of children's items now adorned the space. Tao was utterly enamored, especially with the various limited edition dolls that Yi Jingzhen had instructed to be purchased. Thank you, brother. I love it so much. You're the best. Tao cheered, throwing herself into Yi Jingzhen's arms. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. I'll handle my work now, and later I'll take you out. If you get bored, I'll have someone show you around the company, he said. Tao shook her head, her big eyes reflecting admiration as she gazed at him. Brother, you're amazing. This company is so big. I can stay by your side. After that, she plopped down on a chair next to Yi Jingzhen, munching on snacks while watching cartoons. Yi Jingzhen sat concentrating on his work, the scene harmonious and pleasing to the eye. When Li Cheng entered, he was greeted by this heartwarming sight. The camaraderie between the elder brother and younger sister was so delightful that it seemed wrong to interrupt. Yi Jingzhen, hearing the noise, lifted his eyelids slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. Mr. Yi, the owner of Lin Corporation, has arrived, wishing to discuss the upcoming collaboration with you, Li Cheng said, his expression somewhat resigned. Yi Jingzhen's impatience became more apparent. I'm not meeting him. We didn't schedule for today, did we? Assistant Lee smiled wryly, knowing that this was not an ideal day for such a meeting. Why today of all days? The owner of Lin Corporation should have come another time. It was supposed to be the day after tomorrow, but he had some urgent overseas business to attend to, hence his hasty visit today. Frustrated, Yi Jingjin put down the contract he was holding. He had never despised the tediousness of company affairs as much as he did today. Otherwise, he could have spent quality time with his sister at home. Let's wait until he returns from abroad to negotiate. He opened a jelly for Tao Tao.
Li Shen.
Feeling helpless, glanced at Tao Tao for assistance. Tao Tao took a bite of the jelly, looked at Yi Jingjin, and suddenly her face lit up with excitement. Brother, go ahead. Today, you'll have good fortune and earn money to buy me candy. Yi Jingjin's throat moved slightly. He wanted to say that even if he didn't go, he had enough money to buy countless candy companies for her. But seeing the anticipatory gleam in his sister's eyes, he nodded in agreement.
Rig, Li Shen.
Find someone to take Tao Tao around the company. I'll be back shortly. Assistant Lee hadn't even spoken, yet Tao Tao was already eagerly responding. Yes, yes. Brother, go ahead. I'll behave. Yi Jingjin nodded slightly before walking out. Li Cheng stealthily gave Tao Tao a thumbs up. She winked at him and smiled sweetly. Assistant Lee suddenly understood why the boss was reluctant to leave for work. What an adorable little girl. Yi Jingjin, compelled to work, was clearly not pleased. Just when he had finally found a moment to accompany his sister, he was thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Thus, when the owner of Lin Corporation encountered Yi Jingjin, he was taken aback by the palpable tension surrounding him. He cast his gaze towards Assistant Lee, who responded with a helpless expression, avoiding eye contact by looking skyward and earthward. After all, the younger brother was currently in an emotional state. Who would dare to provoke him? Boss Lin. Please take a seat. Yi Jingjin gestured invitingly. Boss Lin inexplicably felt that he ought not to be present in this situation, yet he steeled himself and sat down. Meanwhile, Assistant Lee had found a trustworthy employee to accompany Tao Tao. With jelly in her mouth, Tao Tao's cheeks were swollen like a little hamster. This sight made Yang Yi beside her feel a sudden urge to poke her cheeks. She was simply too adorable. Girls have little resistance against such charming creatures. And Tao Tao's eager eyes led her to believe that Yang Yi was interested in snacks. Sister, do you want to eat? Tao Tao has candy for you. The little girl readily produced a Pikachu backpack filled with snacks that Yi Jingjin had prepared for her, selecting her favorite flavor to offer Yang Yi.
Yang Yi, feeling embarrassed,
waved her hands dismissively, her cheeks slightly flushed.
No, it's fine.
However, Tao Tao insisted, pushing the candy into her hands. This candy is delicious, sister. You must try it. It's for my brother. Yang Yi was well aware of its delightful taste. After all, she recognized the brand. One piece of candy was worth a day's wages for her. Chapter 62. The poor little Tao Tao? One could only wonder about her origins. In his haste, Li Cheng had not provided a detailed introduction of Tao Tao, merely instructing her to take good care of her. After a brief exploration, Tao Tao's little legs grew weary, and she pouted, reluctant to move any further. Is the cafeteria good? Following Yang Yi's lead, Tao Tao surveyed the surroundings, her little face filled with anticipation as she gazed up at Yang Yi. Upon mentioning the cafeteria, Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. It's delicious. In fact, many people are eager to apply for jobs just to eat there. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a shared excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Confirming their mutual love for food, the large and small gourmets quickly reached a consensus. In the next moment, they found themselves in the company cafeteria. The cafeteria of Jinkong Company was unlike any other, featuring numerous independent food stalls. A diverse array of culinary delights awaited, with pastries that rivaled even the finest dessert shops, and perhaps even surpassed them. The other specialty dishes were equally enticing, prepared by five-star chefs whose skills were evident in every bite. Overwhelmed by the abundance of options, Tao Tao's eyes widened in delight. I want this, and this. Sister, please buy these for me, and when my brother arrives, he can pay you. The little girl's face radiated hope as she swallowed hard.
Yang Yi chuckled softly.
You don't need to worry. This meal is on me. With company funds at her disposal, she could easily replenish her account even after indulging. Who could resist such a charming little girl? Tao Tao's big eyes sparkled even brighter as she gazed at the array of delectable treats, inhaling their delightful aroma. It smells so good. It must taste amazing. The chef at the stall chuckled heartily at her words. You sweet-talking little girl, here's a portion on me. Tao Tao eagerly retrieved a bag of snacks from her backpack and offered it to the chef. Thank you, uncle. Tao Tao will share with you too. Tao Tao's smile was sweeter than the candy itself, making her utterly endearing. What transpired next left Yang Yi utterly astounded. In the brief time she took to wait for one dish, she witnessed how Tao Tao somehow managed to attract the normally aloof chefs, who presented their signature dishes in front of her. The little girl, after taking a bite, showered praises, her words as sweet as honey, bringing smiles to the faces of all present. They regarded her with affectionate expressions as she enjoyed her meal. Yang Yi hurriedly approached to pay, but was met with her card being pushed back. We work here, treating Tao Tao to a meal is well within our means. She's such a lovely girl. Their words were met with a chorus of agreement. Clutching her card, Yang Yi felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks, as if she were in a dream. It seemed that cuteness could indeed be a currency of its own. However, as noon approached, the staff began to busy themselves. After bidding farewell to Tao Tao, Yang Yi finally had the chance to sit beside her. The little girl was surrounded by an abundance of plates. So many that even Yang Yi was taken aback. How did you manage all this? The confusion was evident on her face. As she struggled to comprehend how Tao Tao had achieved such a feat, Tao Tao, equally puzzled, remarked, "The uncles and aunties here cook so deliciously. They are so friendly too." Yang Yi was taken aback, realizing they received compliments daily, yet had never enjoyed such treatment. Tao Tao took a bite of her food, her eyes narrowing in delight, making her look even more adorable.
Yang Yi quickly understood.
"Oh, it's because you're cute. Isn't that Yang Yi? Whom did you bring along? Surely not some poverty-stricken relative. Ordering so much food on the company's meal plan?" A sharp, piercing voice suddenly cut through the air. Tao Tao looked up to see a woman clad in a bright red dress, heavily made up. Yang Yi's distaste was palpable. "What does it have to do with you?"
Iulan?
"Don't stir up trouble." Tao Tao took a bite of her cake and innocently inquired, "Auntie, is this company yours?" "No, but what of it?"
Iulan interrupted.
Her expression darkening. Tao Tao, unfazed, continued, "Then if this company isn't yours and we're not eating your food, what does it matter to you?" Her inquiry was simple and sincere, her bright eyes twinkling. "If you don't have money for food, Tao Tao can share hers with you." As she spoke, she reluctantly scooted to the side. Yulan's face turned a shade of fury, while low chuckles erupted around them. "You think you're so clever, Yang Yi. We'll see about that." With a glare directed at Yang Yi, Yulan retreated to her own table. Yang Yi ignored her, wiping Tao Tao's mouth clean. "You were amazing just now, Tao Tao." Tao Tao proudly shook her little head. Yang Yi served her more food, but soon felt a pang in her stomach and awkwardly covered it. "Tao Tao, I need to step out for a moment. I'll come back to fetch you." Tao Tao nodded in understanding as Yang Yi left. Not long after, Tao Tao finished her meal. Patting her round belly and observing her surroundings, noting that everyone else had set their utensils aside. The little girl looked at her own plate and then picked up a soup bowl larger than her face, cautiously preparing to carry it away.
Iulan,
noticing the little one approaching, felt a flash of malice in her eyes. She extended her foot to intentionally block Tao Tao's path. Tao Tao, carefully balancing the soup bowl, was unaware of the impending obstacle. However, her heart skipped a beat, and with a fleeting glance, she discerned Yulan's malicious intent. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the young girl's large eyes. Pretending not to notice, she approached Yulan. Suddenly, Yulan tripped her with a swift kick, causing her to exclaim in surprise and lose her balance. Just as Yulan's smug expression was about to emerge, she noticed that the direction in which Tao Tao was falling was rather peculiar. In the next instant, a greasy broth splashed all over her face. The entire bowl of soup was poured onto her, without a single drop spared. Tao Tao still held the bowl firmly in her hands, managing to brace herself against the adjacent table and not fall. Only Yulan, drenched in the sticky soup, let out a piercing scream.
"Satan, Tao Tao instinto that jet."
Her large eyes wide with innocence, even tinged with fear. "Sister, I didn't mean to. Why did you extend your foot so far?" Chapter 63. The Dominant Elder Brother. The innocent gaze and the expression of fright were flawlessly portrayed. In her heart, Tao Tao silently praised herself. Indeed, observing Yi Qingqing proved to be immensely beneficial. Yulan's face was now smeared with soup, her exquisite makeup ruined beyond repair. She had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. The gazes directed at her from the surrounding crowd left her feeling utterly humiliated, and she could only vent her rage towards Tao Tao.
"Ah,
you little wildling. I'll make you pay." Yulan leapt up, her features contorted in rage as she lunged at Tao Tao. Tao Tao, as if frightened, swiftly sidestepped at the moment Yulan charged. While feigning fear, she discreetly extended a small foot. Caught off guard, Yulan stumbled and crashed to the ground, looking disheveled like a homeless person. She was on the verge of losing her composure, screaming as she stood up and grabbed a nearby stool,
ready to smash it over Tao Tao.
Yang Yi returned just in time to witness the scene, nearly losing her wits. Yulan, what are you doing? She shoved Yulan aside, her face displaying a hint of anger as she shouted. What am I doing? Look at what your little beast has done. Yulan's eyes blazed with fury. She attempted to strike at Tao Tao once more. What's all this commotion? Li Cheng's voice cut through the chaos, bringing immediate silence, especially upon the sight of Yi Jingjin behind him. Yulan, blinded by her rage, failed to notice the gentleness in Yi Jingjin's gaze as he looked at Tao Tao. Mr. Yi, look at Yang Yi. She's not serious about her work and has brought a wild child to our company to cause havoc. She failed to realize that her words elicited a sudden shift in Yi Jingjin's demeanor, his eyes darkening ominously. Furthermore, I merely spoke a few words, and she splashed the leftovers on me. It's evident she has no upbringing, clearly a result of poor parenting. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Yi Jingjin's eyes were as sharp and fearsome as a hawk's. Are you done? He stared at Yulan, his gaze devoid of warmth.
Yulan Shiva.
Momentarily at a loss for words, and cautiously nodded. Yi Jingjin then turned to Tao Tao, his expression softening. Tao Tao, come here. Tao Tao pouted slightly, looking somewhat aggrieved. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, she leapt into Yi Jingjin's embrace. Brother. Her voice was sweet, yet laced with grievance.
Yulan Jemba.
Her eyes wide as she watched the scene unfold. The atmosphere around them fell into a hushed silence. No one expected that this adorable little girl was, in fact, the much-cherished young lady of the Yi family, recently returned. Suddenly, the looks directed at Yulan became laced with mockery. What they had assumed to be an ordinary child, they now realized was someone not to be trifled with. Yi Jingjin held Tao Tao close, gently patting her back with a tenderness never before heard. Brother is here. Everything is all right. From an angle where others couldn't see, Tao Tao made a face at Yulan. Once Yi Jingjin had soothed Tao Tao, he raised an eyebrow and addressed Yulan. Do you have any questions regarding our family as upbringing? Yulan was taken aback into silence. With her brother stepping in, Tao Tao shook Yi Jingjin's arm. Brother, she insulted Tao Tao, and even tried to trip me. Tao Tao pouted, reporting without a hint of pressure. Yi Jingjin glanced at the overturned bowl of soup, his expression darkening ominously. At this point, even if Yulan wished to apologize, it was far too late. She decided to go down in flames, attempting to slander Tao Tao instead. Mr. Yi, you can't be so black and white. It's clear to everyone that I am the one who has been wronged. Yi Jingjin didn't even spare her a glance. Li Cheng, call the police. Li Cheng regarded Yulan with a hint of derision. Regardless of whether her claims were true, her attempt to harm the little boss was sufficient grounds for Yi Jingjin to deal with her. The audacity to reverse right and wrong was laughable. Li Cheng looked at Yulan, whose face had turned pale, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Miss Yu, we will be pressing charges for intentional harm today. You should consider your actions wisely. A 4-year-old child shouldn't have to endure such malice. Yulan's lips trembled as she finally grasped the gravity of her situation. But it was too late. After handing the matter over to Li Cheng, Yi Jingjin prepared to take Tao Tao away. Tao Tao tapped his arm. Brother, wait a moment. Yi Jingjin looked at her with a hint of confusion. Uncle and Auntie, Tao Tao is leaving. She called out to the chefs, her voice elevated. In the next moment, they were inundated with various delectable dishes. Tao Tao, you must take this little cake made by Annie home to try. This soup, Uncle simmered it for a long time. It's particularly delicious. Tao Tao smiled sweetly, accepting everything, while also distributing a handful of snacks from her little backpack. Even Yi Jingjin found himself momentarily taken aback. Having served as president for many years, he had never received such treatment. For a moment, he unconsciously tightened his hold on Tao Tao. The gazes of the crowd seemed to convey a desire to snatch the child away. Tao Tao's little hands could only manage one small cake. Yi Jingjin could no longer carry anything else. As he looked at the mound of food, his temple twitched slightly. Observing Tao Tao's joyful demeanor, he swallowed the words he intended to say, a hint of helplessness visible on his face. Let us leave everything here. I'll have someone come by to collect it shortly. As soon as he spoke, the chef's eyes lit up even brighter. In an instant, they began bringing even more dishes. A chubby chef chuckled. We were just thinking it would be awkward with only you two, so we agreed that everyone would bring one dish. Since that's the case, we won't hold back. Yi Jingjin gained a clearer understanding of his sister's charm today. After all, there were even employees whispering about wanting to pinch Tao Tao's little face. The usually stoic Lin boss, taken aback by Yi Jingjin's cold demeanor during their collaboration discussions, finally came to his senses. So this is Mr. Yi's sister. She's truly adorable. Yi Jingjin nodded slightly, and his complexion visibly brightened. Boss Lin glanced at Tao, who was indeed a fair and delicate little girl, captivating in her charm. Especially since he also had children at home, his fondness for children deepened. The little miss appeared to be quite obedient and sensible. I have a child of similar age, yet she pales in comparison to your sister's cleverness and vivacity. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 exquisite little sachets from his pocket. This one is for my daughter. I happen to have bought an extra one. It's just a trinket, but if the little miss doesn't mind, she can take one to play with. The 2 sachets were identical, undeniably beautiful, adorned with an endearing little white tiger cub and infused with a delightful peach fragrance. Chapter 64. Tao becomes a pufferfish in anger. Tao did not accept the gift but instead turned to Yi Jingjin. He smiled and nodded, prompting her to take it. Thank you, uncle, she said. Boss Lin's smile deepened. It's nothing. Observing Tao's delight, Yi Jingjin's expression softened further. Regarding the proposal Boss Lin just mentioned, he decided to discuss it with Li Cheng tomorrow. And if all is well, they would sign the contract. With that, he embraced Tao and entered the elevator, leaving Boss Lin in a state of disbelief. Yi Jingjin had just outright rejected it. He messaged his friend with the good news, and moments later, his friend's call came through. How did you manage that? Wasn't it said that President Yi had no interest in this project? Boss Lin, somewhat dazed, replied after a while. Perhaps it was because I praised the young miss of Yi family and gifted her a small token? His friend responded, so capricious? Upon returning to Yi Jingjin's office, after wandering around for quite some time, the little girl grew tired. The expansive Jinkong was somewhat unkind to her short legs. By the time Yi Jingjin completed his tasks, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He turned to find the little girl engrossed in a cartoon. Her little feet swung back and forth as she giggled joyfully. Yi Jingjin chose not to disturb her, quietly watching Tao. After a while, she seemed to grow a bit discontent. Yi Jingjin approached, gently ruffling her hair, his voice tender. My dear, what is wrong? Tao's little face reflected disappointment, and she let out a melodramatic sigh. Just as it was getting exciting, it ended. Yi Jingjin glanced at the cartoon's title, silently noting it down. He then called Li Cheng. In less than 10 minutes, Li Cheng knocked and entered. President Yi. The water cube animation just sent the unbroadcast version to our company email. They also sent some merchandise and figurines for the little boss to play with. He held out a USB drive. Yi Jingjin played it for Tao. The previously listless little peach instantly perked up, her delight palpable as she watched the cartoon she wished for. She hugged Yi Jingjin tightly and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Brother, you're amazing. Yi Jingjin stood frozen for a moment, still dazed from the kiss, before clearing his throat. Since Tao enjoys it, go negotiate the acquisition and put it under her name. Li Cheng nodded and dutifully exited, sighing to himself. The affection of the wealthy truly is simple and unpretentious. Tao was already immersed in the cartoon, entirely unaware that another animation company would soon be added under her name. Seeing Tao so engrossed, Yi Jingjin decided to sit beside her and watch together. By the time Tao finished, night had fallen. With his sister's company, Yi Jingjin's mood soared. As they departed, he instructed the finance department to notify everyone that, due to the little boss's presence, the big boss was in a good mood and decided to grant everyone an extra 2 months bonus. Consequently, the entire company soon learned that because the little boss had arrived, the big boss had generously distributed salaries. Curiosity surged through the company as many who had never seen Tao were eager to catch a glimpse, while those who had met her praised her to the heavens. Upon entering the Yi residence, as soon as Tao and Yi Jingjin stepped inside, the butler greeted them with a warm smile. Young master, young miss. Young Master Tang and Miss Tan, along with Mr. Lin, have come to see the young miss and have been waiting for quite a while. Yi Jingjin nodded and carried Tao inside. Upon seeing Tan Jingjing, Tao leaped down in excitement and rushed towards her. Sister Jingjing. Dan Hing Hing. Having missed the little bundle of joy, couldn't help but smile upon witnessing Tao's delighted expression.
Tao.
She caught the little girl in her arms.
Dan Feng Fei Gen Bitspeler.
Deliberately trying to appear upset. Tao, you've seen Brother Tang. Why not give him a hug? Tao embraced Tan Jingjing's neck, beaming with joy. for Sister Jingjing had brought her many delicious treats. With a sense of righteousness, Tao Tao held onto her neck, eliciting laughter from everyone at the little foodie's reaction. Tang Feng also joined in the laughter. Tan Jingjing feigned a stern expression, teasing her. Could it be that you only like your sister for the food? I'm so heartbroken. Tao Tao only remembers that. Tao Tao's face flushed slightly, and she raised a finger in defense. Not just that, it's also because Sister Jingjing is beautiful. Her voice carried a hint of bashfulness. Tan Jingjing was thoroughly amused, planting 2 kisses on Tao Tao's tender little face. Darling, you are simply adorable. The 2 lipstick marks on Tao Tao's face made Yifeng somewhat displeased. It was one thing to be outdone by his older brothers these past few days, but now even outsiders were stealing his thunder? Yifeng, feeling particularly irked, scooped Tao Tao back into his arms, wiping the lipstick off her face. Tao Tao nestled in Yifeng's embrace, inquiring about the visit. Brother Tang, Sister Jingjing, did you come to find Tao Tao? Is something the matter? At this, the expressions of Tan Jingjing and Tang Feng grew serious simultaneously, their smiles fading. Tang Feng produced the talisman that Tao Tao had given him.
Tao Tao.
The talisman you gave me has lost its effectiveness. He revealed the talisman. The vermilion marks on the paper significantly faded. It had been used. Tao Tao furrowed her brows slightly. Logically, if a talisman had deteriorated to this extent, it should have driven away whatever was troubling him. Moreover, it seemed as though the issue had intensified. Lin Heng approached, with a somber expression. This is the work of the Firewall sect. We discovered traces of their involvement while dealing with Mr. Tang's matter. Yifeng turned to Tan Jingjing, puzzled. What is going on with you?
Tang Feng Sai Heavy Li.
Jingjing has also been targeted. She was entangled with a ruffian and offended someone, and now she is unable to receive any offers. I wanted to help her gain more exposure. But Tang Feng's mood darkened. Despite having investigated beforehand and knowing there had been no real incidents, it was still disheartening to see so many people affected. Due to the Tang family's influence, they dared not openly complain, but resentment simmered beneath the surface. Tao Tao grasped the talisman, her expression growing increasingly grave. She abruptly cast the talisman aside, and it ignited spontaneously. Tao Tao watched in silence, her small face transforming from solemnity to indignation. From the remnants of the used talisman, she sensed a familiar aura, laced with a hint of provocation. Gritting her teeth, Tao Tao angrily stomped her feet upon the charred talisman. I shall venture to that place. Once I capture this villain, I will surely give him a sound thrashing. The petite figure of Tao Tao, now resembling an irate pufferfish, seethed with fury. How dare that wretched creature provoke her? Just wait until she gets her hands on him. She would turn him into a pig's head. Chapter 65. The Fuming Little Peach. Tan Jingjing's face bore a look of trepidation as she could not help but inquire of Tao Tao, are we really going to that haunted villa? Her lips trembled, and her complexion was alarmingly pale. Tao Tao grasped her hand, noticing its icy chill, and offered a small reassuring smile. Sister Jingjing, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. Tao Tao will protect you. With such a sweet and adorable companion, Tan Jingjing's fear diminished slightly. However, as one of the involved parties, her apprehension was entirely justified. Tao Tao sought out Lin Heng to retrieve the divination sticks, concentrating intently as she cast her fortune. Soon, a smile graced her small face. Lin Heng's expression brightened as well. Auspicious. What splendid tidings, Tao Tao. What did you inquire about? Tao Tao eagerly produced her 7-star sword, her joy palpable. Of course. Whether I can turn that evildoer into a pig's head. With a huff, Tao Tao proclaimed. Recently, due to her presence, Sanji's fortune had not waned. Moreover, the stolen lifespan of her mother must ultimately be reclaimed. Yet, Tao Tao had calculated in secret these past few days, always finding the timing unsuitable. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Tao Tao brandished the 7-star sword, which was nearly half her height, and waved it with indignation, resting it upon her shoulder like a little tyrant from kindergarten. Tang Feng lowered his gaze slightly, then ground his teeth, seething. If we must go, I shall see exactly what they are. Turning to Tan Jingjing, he added, you need not accompany us. I will follow Tao Tao. I will have someone take you back shortly. Tan Jingjing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was merely an ordinary person, genuinely frightened. Fearing she might create trouble, she hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Yi Feng jingled the car keys with a smile. I'll drive. Let's go. Yi Jingjin wished to join as well, but before he could rise, Tao Tao had already stopped both him and Yi Feng. Eldest brother, third brother, you need not come. It is sufficient for me, Lin Gij, and Tang Gij to go. Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly, while Yi Jingjin appeared equally unconvinced. Before they could protest, Lin Heng spoke gravely. Tao Tao is right, Mr. Yi. President Yi. You are both ordinary people. Their methods are insidious, and you would be unable to withstand them. Should you go, it is highly likely you would only become a burden. Though his words were blunt, they rang with truth. Both men were formidable in their respective fields, yet in this context, they were merely ordinary individuals. Tang Feng was included because he bore a mark from prior encounters with the entities there, making it easier to locate them. Yi Feng hesitated, lowering his gaze. His expression inscrutable, tinged with a sense of unarticulated melancholy and sadness at his inability to aid Tao Tao. Moreover, Tao Tao was tirelessly embroiled in matters concerning him. This realization weighed heavily upon him, but he understood Lin Heng's words were indeed valid. In contrast to Yi Feng, Yi Jingjin remained more composed and rational, albeit still concerned. Tao Tao, will there be danger? He crouched down to meet her gaze. Even the slightest hint of peril would prompt him to prevent his sister from proceeding. Tao Tao waved her 7-star sword, exuding confidence. No way. That villain is no match for me, and with the 7-star sword, I will surely turn him into a pig's head. The young girl's eyes sparkled with determination, devoid of hesitation. Yi Jingjin finally felt reassured and turned to Lin Heng, requesting, I entrust you with my sister's safety. To be acknowledged by the esteemed Yi Jingjin was a surprise for Lin Heng, filling him with both pride and a hint of embarrassment. In truth, Tao Tao is far mightier than I. It is uncertain who is truly safeguarding whom. Yi Jingjin paused, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Heng, but ultimately chose silence. Lin Heng discerned his unspoken question. Yet it was not that he was weak, it was merely that Tao Tao was exceptionally strong. How could he have known his charge possessed such prowess? Tang Feng approached eagerly, bouncing over.
Tao Tao, let me help you with that.
He attempted to lift the 7-star sword, only to be struck by panic upon realizing he could not budge it. Unwilling to accept defeat, he exerted all his strength, his face turning crimson, yet still failed to lift the sword. He watched in astonishment as the little girl wielded it effortlessly. Was it possible he had misjudged her strength? Had Tao Tao transformed into a veritable warrior? Lin Heng noted Tang Feng's astonishment and explained, the 7-star sword has chosen its master. No one else can lift it. Before it was unclaimed, anyone could wield it, but that is no longer the case. Tang Feng nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. How terrifying. I thought I had become so weak that I couldn't match a child's strength. With the three prepared, they entered the car. Having learned from past experiences, this time Lin Heng took the wheel, as Tang Feng possessed no spiritual energy. Along the way, Tang Feng could not restrain his curiosity. What exactly is happening at the villa? I had previously investigated and found the haunting to be mere legend. No incidents have occurred there. Why is it different this time? Lin Heng's expression grew serious as he continued to drive. Aside from those who commit suicide, most souls will reincarnate shortly after death. However, some restless spirits, bound by unfulfilled desires, refuse to move on, lingering until their wishes are realized before they can reincarnate. Tao Tao nodded, already aware of this. Her large eyes blinked as she explained to Tang Feng, it's just like Brother Chen. Remembering the ghost who had asked her for notes, Tang Feng shuddered involuntarily, his lips twitching. After waiting for the two to finish their conversation, Lin Heng glanced at the navigation and added, there exists another type of ghost, the vengeful spirit. Those who die tragically or violently harbor resentment, gradually transforming into malevolent spirits. Once they have become such, they lose their rationality, consumed by an urge for bloodshed and revenge. Lin Heng's gaze deepened, his lips pursed. He had witnessed true malevolent spirits during his time in the Special Investigation Team. They were terrifying beyond measure. Even though he lacked the qualifications to confront them, merely witnessing them instilled an enduring sense of dread. However, if a spirit possesses grievances, yet lacks the capacity to become a vengeful spirit, they may wander the earth for too long, gradually losing their memories and evolving into lesser souls. Unclaimed by the afterlife, they drift among the living until they fade away completely. The atmosphere within the car grew significantly heavier. The spirits residing in the Chiu family's villa belong to the second category. They harbor grievances, yet have not transformed into malevolent ghosts. At most, individuals with low fortune might catch a glimpse of them, as they possess no capacity for harm. Lin Heng had yet to finish his thought when Tang Feng, with a tense expression, grew somewhat anxious. However, we indeed find ourselves in a peculiar situation this time. Lin Heng nodded solemnly. I am aware that we previously investigated the Chiu family villa, and they were devoid of any harmful abilities. Thus, it appears that someone has managed to control them, employing special methods to augment their powers. Chapter 66. The Ill-Fated Tang Feng. As an ordinary person with only a basic education and no knowledge in this field, Tang Feng was perplexed. However, Cao Cao grasped Lin Heng's implication, her small face reflecting deeper contemplation. Does Lin Ji's meaning suggest that someone forcibly transformed them into vengeful spirits? Lin Heng shook his head, letting out a light chuckle. If they had indeed become vengeful spirits, it would not be me accompanying you. I am far too unqualified to confront four vengeful spirits. The members of the Firewall sect are not that formidable, otherwise, they would not be hiding like rats scurrying from the street. At this juncture, Cao Cao appeared somewhat bewildered. Her adorably puzzled expression brought a smile of relaxation to Lin Heng's face. It is likely that their capabilities have merely been enhanced, enabling them to inflict harm, yet they still fall short of being classified as vengeful spirits. Cao Cao, appearing to understand somewhat, nodded. Finally, she boldly clutched the seven-star sword. Her small face lifted defiantly. No matter. Even if they are vengeful spirits, with the seven-star sword in hand, I shall turn them into a pig's head. A low hum emanated from the seven-star sword, as if in agreement. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the villa. It was already night, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Cao Cao placed her hand over Tang Feng's eyes, attempting to grant him the ability to see spirits.
Tang Feng, Statan.
Took a significant step back, awkwardly laughing. Well, Cao Cao, Tango does not particularly wish to see those things. Perhaps we could skip it? Recalling his previous encounter on set, a shiver ran down his spine. Cao Cao shook her head and handed Tang Feng a talisman.
Tang Ye.
If I and Lin Heng go, they will surely remain hidden. It is essential for you to be present. It would be troublesome if you cannot see them. She confidently added, rest assured, Tango, with Cao Cao here, I will ensure you remain unharmed. At this moment, Tang Feng realized his predicament. In the realm of spirits, he was akin to a delectable roasted chicken leg. Thus, he was merely bait. Swallowing hard, he reluctantly accepted this reality. Cao Cao activated his spiritual sight. As Tang Feng cautiously stepped into the villa, he inhaled deeply, nearly brought to tears. Were it not for Cao Cao's presence behind him, his legs would have surely given way. Pushing open the door to the villa, the decrepit entrance creaked ominously. A chill of sweat broke out across Tang Feng's body. Fear etched into every fiber of his being. Upon entering the living room, it retained the appearance of many years past, untouched even for the sake of special effects. With dust lingering in the air, after a cursory glance, he found no abnormalities and let out a slight sigh of relief, pondering whether to ascend to the second floor. However, upon turning, he was met with four figures, their unblinking gazes fixed upon him. Oh no! Tang Feng let out a blood-curdling scream, his face draining of color. For ghosts, 3 large and 1 small, charged towards him. I'm outta here! Tang Feng, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screamed and dashed away faster than a rabbit. Realizing the door was shut, he began to circle the living room. Halfway through, he discovered that those ghosts could not touch him. Each time they seemed about to grasp him, a golden light repelled them. Cao Cao's talisman. As he observed the ghosts repeatedly pounce only to be thwarted, Tang Feng, amidst extreme terror, gradually found a semblance of calm. Listening to the frustrated wails of the spirits, he decided to sit down. Gazing at the pale-faced, bloodied apparitions, he began to mentally reframe the situation. Just consider it blood plasma. Just consider it blood plasma. Under this self-indoctrination, he bizarrely felt that these beings, no, these ghosts, were not particularly terrifying after all. Tang Feng even cautiously attempted to communicate with them. Dear friends, shall we not engage in a conversation? Or perhaps take a moment to collect ourselves? In response, he was met with even more enraged howls and frantic lunges. Tang Feng fell silent, contemplating why Cao Cao had yet to return. Both parties seemed to be at an impasse. Tang Feng was unable to escape, while the ghosts could not harm him. A chilling voice echoed from the second floor. A bunch of useless wretches. Tang Feng looked up to see a figure resembling a Taoist priest descending, a ghostly infant dangling from his neck. It was unmistakably Li Qingyu. Although Tang Feng did not recognize him, he immediately became alert, realizing this was likely the individual Lin Heng had mentioned, the member of the Firewall sect. You came alone? Quite bold of you. Li Qingyu's face appeared even paler than when Cao Cao last encountered him, with the veins beneath his skin clearly visible. Tang Feng's expression grew serious as the ghostly infant on Li Qingyu's shoulder grinned at him, its shark-like teeth set against a grotesque visage. Tang Feng instinctively took a step back, his mouth twitching. The spirits of your realm truly outdo one another in their ugliness. Li Qingyu, seemingly losing patience, prepared to strike. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the door. Lin Heng kicked it open, Cao Cao following closely behind, brandishing the seven-star sword with fierce determination. Upon entering, they swiftly shut the door and sealed it with a talisman. A triumphant smile adorned Cao Cao's small face. Finally emerged, I thought you were going to continue playing turtle. She then turned to Tang Feng, retrieving a piece of candy from her pocket and sheepishly offering it to him. Tango, you've worked hard. Have a candy to calm your nerves. I had to scare you earlier to draw out this villain. Tang Feng numbly accepted the offering, calmly placing it in his mouth. Crunching away, without a hint of distress. What a wretched fate. Li Qingyu grinned at Cao Cao, seemingly unperturbed. Last time, you caught me off guard due to my lack of preparation. This time, however, I am curious to see what a little genius like you possesses in terms of spirit. Cao Cao pointed the seven-star sword directly at Li Qingyu. Then let us see if you possess the ability to match your words. Li Qingyu stroked the ghostly infant on his shoulder, which emitted an eerie wail. Cao Cao's attention was drawn to it, her gaze momentarily faltering. This ghostly infant, she felt, looked familiar. At the airport, when she was with her brother, she had seen this ghostly infant clinging to that wicked woman. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, Li Qingyu lunged forward, while Lin Heng became entangled with several ghosts. Supreme exorcism.
Thou shalt dead fiercely.
The seven-star sword slicing through the air towards Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu shockingly did not dodge or evade. Instead, he hurled a talisman, which collided with another force. In that instant, Cao Cao felt a familiar aura stemming from the talisman, one that resonated with the essence of the soul. Chapter 67. Mother's Lifespan. Cao Cao's expression shifted dramatically, her teeth clenched as she withdrew a portion of the power from the seven-star sword. The talisman surged directly towards her face, and Cao Cao enveloped her palm in a faint golden light. She resolutely grasped the talisman. Upon perceiving the essence contained within, her countenance burned with intense fury. You scoundrel! Cao Cao vowed to annihilate you. The seven-star sword in her hand radiated an oppressive force. Yet, Li Qingyu appeared even more exhilarated, his expression grotesque and repulsive. Did you sense it? This talisman embodies your mother's lifespan. Crafted from the lifeblood of someone with immense fortune, its potency is considerable. His smile twisted into something exceedingly malevolent, more detestable than the nearby ghosts. Cao Cao tightened her grip on the seven-star sword, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The warriors stand ready. Let them advance. With the seven-star sword in hand, Cao Cao lunged once more at Li Qingyu. The terrifying might of her attack, combined with her spiritual energy, caused Li Qingyu's heart to race, and he could no longer act with arrogance. Instantly, he produced a stack of talismans, placing them before him. A bizarre smile gracing his features. I advise you not to act rashly. If these talismans are destroyed, your mother's lifespan will be irretrievably lost. Cao Cao's hand paused abruptly, her attacks dissipating into nothingness before they could reach Li Qingyu. He sighed, a hint of regret shadowing his face. What a pity! Your brother's fortune has been exchanged with another. Otherwise, these talismans would have wielded even greater power. As he spoke, he directed a palm strike at Lin Heng. Lin Heng, who had been locked in a standoff with several ghosts, was suddenly forced back, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. He could not withstand even a single blow from Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu, toying with the talisman in his hand, beamed at Cao Cao. You see, merely the lifespan alone is already formidable. If we were to add a touch of your brother's fortune, it could easily obliterate him. Cao Cao had never encountered such nefarious tactics, utilizing both fortune and lifespan to forge talismans. Nevertheless, this did not quell the fury that ignited within her. Her grip tightening further, Lin Heng slowly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. Seeing several ghosts rush towards Lin Heng, Tang Feng, disregarding everything else, shielded Lin Heng with the talisman Cao Cao had provided, thus sparing him. However, the ghosts continued their relentless attempts to assault them. Li Qingyu, noticing Cao Cao's apprehension, seemed even more exhilarated. He deliberately tossed two talismans towards Cao Cao and detonated them. While they did not harm her, They further fueled her growing rage. Her large eyes fixed intently on Li Qingyu, her youthful voice resonating softly. Heaven and earth, profound and mysterious, the roots of all energies. I cultivate through eons, to prove my divine prowess. Thunder rumbled ominously. Li Qingyu's body tensed, enveloping himself in the protective talismans, his gaze sharp and malicious. He barked. Do you not desire your mother's lifespan? Cao Cao remained unfazed, her fury reaching its zenith, her large eyes devoid of emotion. Her pupils flashing with a golden light that rendered her almost ethereal. Begone. Cao Cao parted her lips slightly, pointing at Li Qingyu. A bolt of lightning, as thick as her arm, struck directly at him. Fear finally flickered in Li Qingyu's eyes. He shielded himself with the talismans, even summoning the ghostly infant back to him. He was acutely aware of the 5 metal thunder's might. Even so, it proved futile. The surrounding talismans dimmed and fell to the ground. The ghostly infant, caught in the backlash, let out a wail, becoming ephemeral and fleeing from Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu endured 2 strikes. The first he barely parried, but the second sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. By the 3rd strike, his magical artifact had charred, and he lay on the ground, consciousness fading. As he fell, the 4 ghosts attacking Tang Feng and the others suddenly ceased their movements, gradually becoming transparent. The menace in their eyes faded until they became vacant, disappearing entirely. Cao Cao, seemingly unsatisfied, fixed her gaze upon Li Qingyu, her finger twitching as she prepared to summon the 5 metal thunder once more. Lin Heng's expression turned tense, and he shouted, Cao Cao, spare his life. We still need to interrogate him. Only then did Cao Cao abruptly withdraw her hand. She had not exerted her full strength. Otherwise, Li Qingyu would not have withstood a single strike. Li Qingyu's chest heaved violently. After a moment, he seemed to recover, coughing up blood as he struggled to rise. Lin Heng and Tang Feng remained vigilant, their eyes locked on him. The 7-star sword pointed unwaveringly at him. Li Qingyu chuckled softly, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to his wounds. What if you kill me? Your mother's lifespan has been entirely severed. It can never be reclaimed. His face, smeared with blood and dirt, bore a deliberately cheerful expression as he gazed at Cao Cao. Lin Heng strode forward, kicking him over and binding him with a special rope that could seal his spiritual energy. Satisfied that Li Qingyu lacked the capacity to resist, Cao Cao sheathed the 7-star sword. She slightly wiggled her small feet, her little face gradually relaxing, and with a haughty huff, her large eyes brimmed with disdain. To call you a fool is an understatement. Do you think Cao Cao is like you? Cao Cao pouted, closed her eyes, and the fallen talismans levitated into the air. It was as if a golden thread connected Li Qingyu to the talismans. Those talismans began to glow brighter, and Li Qingyu's eyes widened, his triumphant smile freezing on his lips as he realized his body was gradually aging. Tang Feng and Lin Heng were taken aback as they witnessed streaks of silver appearing in Li Qingyu's once black hair. More and more appeared, and his face began to take on a gaunt, aged appearance. Only when Cao Cao sensed that she had reclaimed an equivalent lifespan did she retract her hand, a smile blooming on her face as she turned to Li Qingyu. You resorted to insidious methods to pilfer my mother's lifespan for your vile deeds. It is only right that you compensate her with your own. To steal another's fortune or lifespan for personal gain is a grievous transgression, one that could invite divine retribution if not carefully navigated. However, since Li Qingyu had previously misused Su Ruowan's lifespan for malevolent purposes, that was the cause. Cao Cao returning an equivalent lifespan to Su Ruowan was the effect, an exchange of karma within the bounds of the law, ensuring no adverse impact on either Cao Cao or Su Ruowan. Li Qingyu's voice was hoarse as he glared at Cao Cao, his teeth gritted. Who are you? You're just a child, yet you wield such power. I have never heard of such a figure in the capital. Cao Cao collected the talismans, her delight evident as she beheld Li Qingyu's unfortunate state. She settled down to the side, her cheeks adorned with 2 little dimples as she laughed. I am my brother's sister, my parents' daughter, my master's disciple, and my senior brother's junior. Which one do you inquire about? Cao Cao tilted her head playfully, her innocent demeanor suggesting that she was not the one who had just summoned lightning to strike Li Qingyu. His frustration boiled over, evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Cao Cao removed the 7-star sword and positioned it at her feet, resting her delicate hand upon the hilt. Her chin cradled in her palm, making her cherubic face appear even rounder. Yet her voice carried an air of menace as she menacingly inquired, Now tell me, Where is my third brother's fortune? Chapter 68. Dealing with Villains. Li Qingyu gasped for breath, squirming like a worm as he shifted to a more comfortable position. Haven't I already informed you? The trade has been made, but do you truly believe I would divulge to whom it was given? He grinned, his eyes dark with malice. Cao Dao shook her fist, puffing up her cheeks as she glared at him defiantly. If you refuse to speak, I shall summon the 5-metal thunder once more. However, Li Qingyu merely continued to stare at her grimly, remaining silent. Frustrated, Cao Cao unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed directly at his face. Yet, Li Qingyu remained unmoved, a mocking smile spreading across his features. Tang Feng, witnessing the scene from the sidelines, felt a surge of anger and stormed over, delivering a kick to Li Qingyu. What kind of wretched being are you? Not only do you harm others, but you also disgust them. Despite the kick that twisted his face in pain for a fleeting moment, Li Qingyu maintained a nonchalant demeanor as though daring them to act further. Lin Heng, having taken a brief respite, approached with a frown, inquiring about Cao Cao's thoughts. Cao Cao, what do you think about bringing him back for interrogation? Cao Cao hopped off her stool and set the 7 stars sword aside. Observing Li Qingyu's demeanor and recalling the harm that had befallen her brother, she felt an even greater surge of anger. Tang Feng noted Li Qingyu's obstinate attitude and indifferent air, his expression darkening. At this rate, bringing him back would only complicate the questioning. Cao Cao's eyes darted about, as if she were pondering something. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her face, and she grinned mischievously. How about I try a spell I learned a long time ago but never had the chance to use? Seeing the devilish glint in Cao Cao's eyes, Li Qingyu's smile faded, and he instinctively recoiled. Cao Cao hesitated momentarily, contemplating her next move. Lin Heng, noticing her hesitation, queried, Cao Cao, what's the matter? Cao Cao furrowed her brow and lightly tapped her head. She suddenly recalled that the soul-searching spell had severe side effects, potentially rendering its target a fool, which would complicate matters for Lin Ge. Upon hearing the term soul-searching spell, both Lin Heng and Li Qingyu's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Qingyu's countenance darkened as he glared at Lin Heng. In your eyes, is this not a wicked sorcery? How can you remain indifferent? Lin Heng remained silent, while Cao Cao huffed indignantly. My master has taught me that in this world, there is no distinction between righteous and wicked in the arts. It is the practitioners who embody such virtues. Sorcery used to save lives is good, while that which harms is bad. Lin Heng paused, then chuckled softly. You are right. Cao Cao, dealing with someone like you requires employing their own methods against them. He genuinely admired Cao Cao's master for raising such an astute child who possessed such clarity. He then turned to Cao Cao with a warm smile. It's all right. Proceed with the soul search. If there are any questions, you can ask them simultaneously. Cao Cao nodded, and a golden light flickered from her hand, alighting upon Li Qingyu's head. Li Qingyu staggered back, a hint of fear creeping into his expression, his face paling considerably. He could accept death, but could not fathom the notion of becoming a fool. Cao Cao's powers were formidable, and he did not wish to gamble on them. I will tell you, it was a trade with a star from the entertainment industry named... Panic washed over his face. But just as he was about to divulge the name, his eyes widened in horror as he suddenly clutched at his throat. Help, realizing something was amiss. Cao Cao swiftly cast a talisman towards him, but it was too late. Li Qingyu collapsed to the ground. Lin Heng rushed over to inspect him, and after a moment, his expression darkened ominously. His soul has been extracted. There must have been some kind of restriction placed upon him, which activated upon his touch, leading to this unexpected turn of events with Cao Cao. Tang Feng approached, frowning in hesitation. Yes, dead, isn't he? Lin Heng shook his head, his expression grave. Yes and no, he currently exists in a state akin to a living corpse or, to put another way, a vegetative state. Cao Cao clenched her fists in frustration. It was so close, just a little more. She glared at the unconscious Li Qingyu and kicked him with all her might. You vile villain! Despite this setback, she consoled herself with the thought that they had at least reclaimed her mother's longevity. Meanwhile, Lin Heng appeared deep in thought. Earlier, he mentioned a trade with someone from the entertainment industry. Both Tang Feng and Cao Cao nodded in affirmation, having overheard the exchange. Cao Cao bit her lip, suddenly recalling the ghostly infant associated with the villain. She remembered seeing the ghostly child at the airport, where her brother had mentioned her name, you swear. Cao Cao's exceptional memory kicked in, and she exclaimed, I remember. The ghostly child that was with the bad guy. Her name is you swear. Tang Feng's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, your sister-in-law? Realizing the impropriety of his words, He quickly noted the surprised glances from Lin Heng and Tao Tao. Lin Heng regarded him with an expression that conveyed a multitude of sentiments, while Tao Tao fumed.
No.
Absolutely not. She is not my sister-in-law. My brother would never choose a wicked woman. Tang Feng chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat guilty. He had merely reacted instinctively, knowing full well that Yifeng would not be interested in Yuxue. Sensing Tao Tao's lethal glare, he wisely changed the subject. Let's head back. What should we do about him? He gestured toward the prostrate Li Qingyu. Lin Heng glanced outside, noting that help had arrived. My colleagues are here. They will take over from here. Let us go. The arriving individuals exchanged greetings with Lin Heng as he briefed them on the situation before departing with Tao Tao and Tang Feng. Once in the car, Tang Feng struggled to hide his guilt, particularly regarding his earlier light-hearted remarks about Yifeng. Tao Tao, I misspoke just now. Please don't mention to your brother that I referred to Yuxue as your sister-in-law. If Yifeng finds out I paired him with her, he might just skin me alive. Tao Tao nodded, feeling somewhat drowsy. Upon returning to the Yi residence, every member of the family was awake, anxiously awaiting Tao Tao's return. Only upon seeing the little girl unharmed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Tao Tao yawned and nestled into Yi Feng's embrace, feeling a tinge of sadness. I couldn't find your fortune, third brother. She recounted the events in their entirety. Yi Feng immediately grasped the key point. Still someone from the circle? Tao Tao nodded, her eyelids heavy with sleep. She pondered over what Tango had just cautioned her against revealing to her brother. After a moment, she slowly began to speak. Moreover,
Perhaps it was due to sister-in-law.
Tao Tao suddenly faltered and shifted her gaze towards Tang Feng. Chapter 69, Yi Feng, once again deceived. It seemed she had just uttered an incorrect statement. It was all Tang Ji's fault. He had been incessantly murmuring about Yuxue and sister-in-law, leaving Tao Tao utterly befuddled. She had even misaddressed them. It was Tango who claimed that Yuxue was Tao Tao's sister-in-law. Without hesitation, Tao Tao threw Tang Feng under the bus. A dead ally is better than a living enemy. After all, it was Tango who had been whispering in her ear while she was in a daze.
Tang Feng.
Feeling the weight of Yi Feng's gaze upon him, wished he could shrink into the ground. He took a step back, his eyes darting about.
Fengi.
It was all an accident, just a bit too much gossip lately. Yi Feng slightly moved his neck, producing a crackling sound. Tao Tao felt a twinge of guilt for selling out Tango. Remembering the sacrifice Tango made as bait today, she tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve. Brother, let us discuss serious matters first. Tango made a significant contribution today. Without him, Tao Tao wouldn't have been able to reclaim her mother's lifespan. Yi Feng nodded but seized the opportunity, while Tang Feng sighed in relief to kick him. Tao Tao descended from Yi Feng's embrace and approached Su Ruowan, producing all the talismans and grasping Su Ruowan's hand. The lifespan contained within the talismans transformed into golden threads, weaving into Su Ruowan's body. Her condition visibly improved. Her white hair turned jet black, and her complexion became more vibrant. A sense of comfort enveloped her as she closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes, feeling remarkably lighter. The Yi family was even more elated than she was, as they embraced Tao Tao, showering her with kisses. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Our little blessing from the Yi family. Tao Tao, blushing from the praise, appeared even more delicate. Confirming that the lifespan from the talismans had been entirely given to Su Ruowan, she slightly raised her hand, causing the talismans to turn black and gray. The dog leaped onto her, nuzzling against her. Tao Tao petted it, and it lazily lay down again. She realized she hadn't brought it with her today, and noted that it seemed even sleepier than before, especially after consuming that large amount of negative energy last time. She gently pressed her forehead against its and expressed her concern. Are you feeling unwell? The dog lazily howled and shook its head, struggling to convey a message to Tao Tao. You mean you're becoming stronger? The dog nodded, wagging its little tail. Having accepted its name, it seemed at peace. Seeing that it was truly fine, Tao Tao felt relieved and turned her attention back to Su Ruowan, grasping her wrist and closing her eyes once more. However, she discovered that although Su Ruowan's lifespan had returned, the strange and ominous presence surrounding her still lingered. Unable to discern its nature, she noticed the dog had laid down again, slipping into slumber. It appeared that she would need to have her master come by next time.
Tao Tao mumut sopti.
Not wanting to worry Su Ruowan with this revelation. Meanwhile, Tang Feng, having received a kick, was in a state of agitation, especially under Yi Feng's perilous gaze, which made him squirm. Feng Ge, there are currently 2 suspects, Yu Shuer and Yang Qingzhou. I might have a way for you to meet them both. Tang Feng wore a somewhat ingratiating expression.
Ye Feng snorted koldi.
What method? Tang Feng glanced between Tao Tao and Yi Feng, then back to Tao Tao. As you know, my variety show has already been publicized. If we were to suddenly halt the broadcast, we would need a reason. Why not have you and Tao Tao make a guest appearance? I can arrange for Yu Shuer and Yang Qingzhou to come. Yi Feng regarded him with an amused expression. And you can exploit my and Yu Shuer's popularity to boost the show's ratings, right? Tang Feng's ulterior motives were laid bare, and he cleared his throat. Yi Jingxin nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips. I think that sounds good. Xiao Feng can go, after all. He is a star and could use the exposure. However, Tao Tao cannot. She is still young, and we have no intention of having her live under the spotlight. Yi Feng was not oblivious to his second brother's intentions. Even now, he held a grudge. Truly, he was the second brother. Recalling the times he had been tricked by him during their childhood, he was not the least bit surprised. Yi Jingxin seemed to find Yi Jinx's reasoning acceptable, nodding slightly. If you need an investment, just let me know. With those words, Yi Feng's participation was effectively sealed. Feeling overwhelmed, Yi Feng cast a pleading glance at Yi Jiajing, who was gazing anywhere but at him. Perhaps he felt a twinge of guilt after earlier shifting the blame onto his son, but that sentiment was fleeting. He had a conscience towards his son, but it was minimal and soon faded entirely. Xiao Feng, your elder brother and second brother are right. Increased exposure is beneficial. Yi Feng resigned himself, taking a sip of water before slowly speaking. Elder brother, second brother, father, have you considered one issue? If Tao Tao isn't there, what use is it for me to go? I don't understand this. Yi Jingxi patted his shoulder, his smile growing ever more gentle. Don't worry. We will bring your sister along to visit the set. This statement effectively cut off any escape route for Yi Feng. Seizing the moment, Tang Feng smiled broadly.
Tao Tao.
Uncle Yi, Aunt Sue, elder brother, second brother, I shall take my leave now to prepare. Feng Ge, I will discuss the details with your manager later. He hurried off, as if fearing Yi Feng might change his mind. Naturally, this was Yi Feng, a top-tier celebrity. Coupled with the recent buzz surrounding him and Yu Shuer, Tang Feng could already envision the soaring success of his show. He was elated. Yi Feng resigned himself to his fate, realizing that he could no longer provoke his elder and second brothers, lest he be led to his doom. Thankfully, the villa was no longer haunted, he thought despondently. Tao Tao approached her third brother, who was lounging around, and quietly slipped something into his hand. Brother, take this. Yi Feng felt the object in his hand and immediately widened his eyes, sitting up straight. Tao Tao winked at him. Chapter 70. The Impolite Little Brat. Yi Feng gradually transformed his astonishment into delight, and his expression lightened considerably as he quietly tucked the item away. Yi Jiajing observed him with a teasing smile and kicked his calf. What did Tao Tao give you? Yi Feng, beaming with pride, shook his head. It's a secret. With that, he lifted Tao Tao into his arms. Come, Tao Tao, let your brother carry you to rest. He dashed off with remarkable speed, boldly refusing to heed Yi Jiajing's words. If his elder brother or second brother inquired, he wouldn't dare to ignore them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. As the live broadcast approached, Yang Qingzhou and Yu Shuer were indeed invited. However, complications arose on Tang Feng's end. Brother Feng, that villa has unexpectedly acquired an heir, and he indeed possesses the right of inheritance.
Now,
he refuses to open the villa to anyone, and even after payment, it is no use. We must seek another venue. Tang Feng slumped on the sofa in the Yi family's living room, feeling rather emo. All he wanted was to quietly record a program. Who did he offend? Tang Feng almost wished to perform a tearful display for Yi Feng. Yi Feng dismissed him with a wave and a click of his tongue. All right, stop pretending. What shall we do now? Where should we move? Upon mentioning this, Tang Feng's tears dried up, and his expression turned somewhat ingratiating. There are still a few locations available. Isn't that due to the previous incident? I wouldn't dare to settle on one alone. So I thought it best to let Tao Tao have a look and choose a suitable place. We can manage some special effects there. Yi Feng looked at Tang Feng, whose mood shifted faster than turning a page in a book, with disdain. Tao Tao is not home right now. She has gone to play with Xinjin. Having directed for many years, Tang Feng was well aware that a thick skin made things easier. He decided to sit down, smiling cheerfully.
no worries.
I'll just wait here for Sister Tao Tao. I even brought her a gift. With that, he squatted down openly. Meanwhile, Tao Tao, Shinjin, and Old Shin were on their way to Old Li's house. Previously, Old Li had arranged for Tao Tao to visit, and she had agreed. With today being a suitable time, and Old Shin needing to discuss something with Old Li, they decided to go together. Tao Tao was cradling a soft, lethargic puppy in her arms. However, the negative energy that had once surrounded Shinjin had been significantly diminished by the puppy, and Tao Tao had absorbed quite a bit of it as well. Now, Shinjin's complexion was improving, his fair little face becoming increasingly delightful. Stealthily, he pulled out a photograph from his pocket and poked Tao Tao, smiling shyly. Tao Tao, this is a picture of my parents. I wanted to show you. Tao Tao accepted the photograph, and given Shinjin's striking looks, it was no surprise that his parents were equally handsome. His father had the quintessential features of an Eastern gentleman, graceful and refined. His mother, on the other hand, appeared to be a stunning beauty of mixed heritage, with high cheekbones, fair skin, and captivating blue eyes that added to her allure. Uncle is so handsome, and Auntie is so beautiful, Tao Tao exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling. Shinjin smiled even more bashfully. Tao Tao handed the photograph back, and Shinjin cherished it, placing it in his pocket. With a bright-eyed blink, Tao Tao complimented Shinjin. Little Jingo is also very good-looking, exceptionally so. Shinjin had inherited all the best traits from his parents, showing no signs of imperfection. Old Shin listened with amusement to the voices behind him. Ever since Tao Tao arrived, he had noticed a transformation in little Jean. He had become more open and willing to engage with others. Even the household staff remarked that the young master now exhibited a more vibrant personality. Unlike before, when he would remain silent even when awake, Old Shin's smile deepened. Upon arrival, the car halted in front of Old Li's residence, which was slightly secluded. Likely due to Mrs. Li's preference for tranquility, Old Li had been waiting at the door and beamed with joy upon seeing Old Shin and the others emerge. Beside him stood a plump young boy. As soon as he spotted Tao Tao stepping out of the car, Old Li's smile widened. Tao Tao, you finally made it.
Come.
Like Grandpa Li, see if you've lost any weight these past few days. With her crescent-shaped eyes, Tao Tao sweetly called him Grandpa Li, declaring, I haven't lost weight. I've actually gained some. As she spoke, she pinched her chubby little belly through her clothes, attempting to prove her point. Her little face then bore a hint of concern, as if she truly wished to shed some of her roundness. Old Li chuckled at her antics and introduced his grandson. Come, Tao Tao, little Jean. Let me introduce you to my grandson, Lulu. Lulu, this is. The two children exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. It's you. How could it be you? The first voice belonged to Tao Tao, while the second, tinged with annoyance, was from Li Lu. Old Li's delight grew.
Ha ha ha.
It seems you two know each other. That's even better. Tao Tao should visit often and become good friends with Lulu. Li Lu immediately displayed disdain, turning his chubby face away. Who would want to be friends with her? She's a country bumpkin who hasn't even tasted orange juice.
Tao Tao, equally dispelet.
Tugged at Shinjin's sleeve, her little face puffing up in anger. I don't want to be friends with rude children. Little Jean Go, you shouldn't play with him either. Li Lu was the same child Tao Tao had encountered on the plane when she came to the capital with Yifeng. His face flushed with anger as he glared at Tao Tao. Do you think I want to play with you? I've never seen such uncultured country folk. Old Li's expression darkened instantly, and he smacked Li Lu on the back.
Lulu, who taught you to speak like that?
Apologized to Sister Tao Tao. Li Lu turned his head, gritting his teeth. I won tea. I didn't say anything wrong. Unlike Li Li's father, Old Li demonstrated no tolerance for such behavior. Fine. If you refuse to apologize, go fetch your toys from your room. Old Li gestured to a nearby servant. Li Lu, unaware of his grandfather's intentions, panicked.
Grandpa.
What are you doing? Old Li remained silent, and soon enough, a collection of Li Li's cherished toys was brought forth. Toys he usually guarded like treasures were now laid out beside Old Li. How did I teach you? To be humble, to understand manners, and to apologize. Li Li's temper flared, and he protested, I won't.
Bang.
Old Li smashed one of Li Li's prized limited edition toy cars into pieces. Chapter 71. Shinjin takes action. Shinjin held onto Tao Tao, observing from the side, neither intervening nor speaking. Upon seeing his toy destroyed, Li Li's eyes immediately turned red, and he cried out, I didn't do anything wrong. Auntie said that children like this are all country bumpkins. I won't apologize to such a child. Old Li was furious, his hands trembling slightly as he glared at the servant beside him. Who is responsible for taking care of Li Lu? The servant trembled and answered softly, Sir. The one who was looking after the young master has already been dismissed by him. Li Lu had been staying with his parents, who were often busy, and had therefore been entrusted to the care of a servant. As a result, he had developed an improper attitude. Cao Cao's little face hardened, and she scolded him. "You're so noisy. Crying and being rude to others. You definitely won't make any friends."
Lily sobbed, feeling increasingly wronged.
"I don't want to be friends with someone like you. It's all your fault." Old Shen noticed that Old Li was about to explode again and patted his shoulder. "All right, let the children play. You can accompany me for a few games of chess." With that, he pulled Old Li towards the living room. Before leaving, he shot a knowing glance at Cao Cao, who understood and blinked in acknowledgement. Old Shen knew that Cao Cao's abilities would not leave her at a disadvantage. However, with Old Li present, she felt constrained and unable to handle Li Lu effectively. Once Old Li departed, Li Lu glared at Cao Cao, huffing, "I won't play with you, country bumpkin." As he spoke, tears streaming down his face, he shouted at the servants, "Are you all blind? Hurry up and put my things back. And you, it was your fault for taking out my toys that grandfather smashed." Li Lu rushed towards the servant who had just taken the items, throwing punches and kicks. Cao Cao watched in indignation, appalled at such a monstrous child. "Enough," she exclaimed, marching over and delivering a swift kick that sent Li Lu tumbling. With her hands on her hips, she glared fiercely at him. "If you continue to bully others, I will turn you into a pig's head." She brandished her small fist as she spoke. Without the presence of Old Li, Li Lu glared at Cao Cao, his anger boiling over. "Auntie said that a brat like you will never be wanted." The filthy words spewed from the mouth of a mere 6-year-old, making one loathe him even more.
Cao Cao,
Having trained in martial arts at the dojo since childhood, sensed that Li Lu was aware he might not stand a chance against her.
So,
When Cao Cao charged at him again, he scrambled to his feet, made a face, and fled. Shun Jin cast a deep look in the direction Li Lu had retreated, then pulled Cao Cao aside, saying, "No need to chase after him." He walked to the toys scattered on the ground and, before the servants' astonished gazes, smashed a few of them onto the ground with great force, shattering them instantly. Shun Jin dusted off his hands, and a hint of color flushed his previously pale face. "I noticed him coming over earlier, and I suspect these few were the ones he cherished the most." Cao Cao's mouth fell open in astonishment, admiring Shin Jin for noticing such details. Shin Jin turned to the nearby servants, his expression calm as he instructed, "Go back and inform that Li Lu that it was I who smashed his toys. I possess these few as well, and I shall only compensate him with identical ones once he apologizes to Cao Cao." After speaking, he took Cao Cao away to play. Noticing that the dog seemed quite drowsy, Cao Cao placed it inside the Shin family's RV to let it sleep. As guests, several servants guided the two children through the back garden of the Li residence. The garden was adorned with a myriad of flowers, blooming resplendently. These blossoms had been brought back by the master from afar, as the mistress adored flowers, prompting him to plant many. The servants smiled as they explained to the two. The flowers were indeed breathtaking, and after wandering through the garden for a while, Cao Cao and Shin Jin, feeling fatigued, settled down in a small pavilion to rest. As the negative energy had been thoroughly absorbed by the dog and Cao Cao, Shin Jin, for once, felt slightly warm after their stroll. He removed his jacket and handed it to a nearby servant. After a brief respite, the two energetic children soon regained their vitality. Cao Cao tugged on Shin Jin's arm, playfully pouting. "Little Jin Gidge, I just saw fish over there. Let us go feed them." Shin Jin, with no objection, smiled and prepared to follow Cao Cao to feed the fish. Before leaving, he reminded the servant, "Please take care of my clothes. They contain something very important to me." After a final glance at a particular spot, he followed Cao Cao. Just as he departed, a shadow stealthily emerged from the bushes, eyeing the servant holding Shun Jin's clothing. "Give it to me." Being the young master of the household, the servant dared not refuse. Li Lu snatched the garment, rummaging through it for a while. Finally, he produced a photograph, his expression transforming into one of smug satisfaction as he gazed at the two figures captured within. "You want me to apologize for smashing my toys? No way," he exclaimed, tearing the photograph into shreds, kicking the pieces disdainfully on the ground. Having forgotten the fish food, Cao Cao pulled Shin Jin back, only to witness this scene. Shin Jin seemed momentarily stunned, casting a look at the nearby servant, who bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze, filled with guilt. Li Lu, with a gleeful grin, taunted, "You want him to apologize? No chance." Without a moment's thought, Shin Jin lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Li Lu's eye, causing the latter to burst into tears immediately. Shinjin, fueled by genuine rage, unleashed a flurry of furious punches. The nearby servants were caught off guard.
Ow!
Li Lu cried out, writhing in pain, having never been struck this way before in his life. He pushed Shinjin away with all his might, but Shinjin, like an enraged little lion, pounced once more. Tao Tao, witnessing the pile of shattered fragments, was filled with fury. She marched over and slapped Li Lu. Freeze! To his astonishment, Li Lu found himself unable to move, forced to endure Shinjin's onslaught. A closer look would reveal that although Shinjin's punches were painful, they were carefully aimed to avoid inflicting serious harm. Yet, Li Lu was in such agony that soon he was crying out for mercy. The servants finally reacted, pulling the two apart. Tao Tao, her face flushed with anger, was about to join in and land a few punches herself when Shinjin held her back, retreating to the side, leaving Li Lu bruised and wailing on the ground. Tao Tao felt a mix of guilt and sorrow as tears streamed down her face upon seeing the torn photograph. Whoa, the photograph. If I hadn't dragged little Jean Gidge to feed the fish, it wouldn't have been torn to shreds by that naughty child. Shunjin comforted her, panicking as he wiped her tears, gently patting her back while whispering softly in her ear, Tao Tao, don't cry. Grandfather developed several copies of this photograph. This is merely one of them. Tao Tao's tears ceased abruptly.
Chapter 72, l'ILES Transformation.
Shinjin glanced at the surrounding servants, giving Tao Tao's hand a reassuring squeeze.
Meanwhile,
Shen Lao and Li Lao had also been summoned by the servants, with Li Lao rushing over anxiously, only to see the scattered pieces of the photograph on the ground. The faint outlines of Shinjin's parents could be discerned from the fragments. His mind buzzed with shock, his expression darkening instantaneously. Having known Li Lao for many years, he had witnessed Shinjin's father grow up, making him acutely aware of the significance of the incident. Li Lu, now racked with pain, sobbed as he caught sight of Li Lao, attempting to complain, "Whoa, Grandpa, it hurts so much, whoa." Li Lao's forehead twitched with veins bulging. Pointing at the fragments on the ground, he demanded, "What on earth happened?" He directed his inquiry at the nearby servant, who instinctively glanced at Li Lu. The latter, startled by such attention, took a few steps back.
Speak.
Li Lao's voice grew more forceful, his expression darkening further. Only then did the servant quietly recount the events as they transpired. With each detail, Li Lao's fury escalated, his face darkening to an ominous degree as he glared at Li Lu with increasing menace. Enraged, he raised his foot as if to kick him. Good for nothing. However, he was restrained by Shen Lao, for such a blow would surely leave Li Lu severely injured. All right, old Li, the child is still young and foolish. Let it go. Although he was attempting to mediate, his grip loosened. The initial blow fueled by rage had not landed. Being older, Li Lao had exerted most of his strength in that one swing. The remaining energy, Shen Lao chose not to restrain, as he undoubtedly believed that the child would not be irreparably harmed. Indeed, Li Lu exhibited behavior that was utterly intolerable. As he cried out, Shen Lao finally addressed the nearby servants. Aren't you going to stop old Li? The child is still young. Don't injure him beyond repair. Several servants finally snapped back to reality and pulled Li Lao away. By this time, Li Lu had already endured quite a beating, his face streaked with tears and snot. Li Lao was still seething with anger, his chest heaving violently, bearing an expression of disappointment akin to a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. Old Shin furrowed his brow and directed a stern gaze at the nearby servants. Go, fetch a stool. The servant complied, bringing a stool for Li Lao to sit upon. He then gently advised, the child has already been punished. Let it be. He is young and lacks understanding. Young and lacking understanding. Little Jean is merely a year younger, and Tao Tao is 2 years his junior. How is it that they all exhibit greater maturity? A child like this is truly better off discarded from the Li family. His tone grew heavier, and his agitation escalated. After venting, he called over Shinjin and Tao Tao with a look of sorrow. Little Jean, Tao Tao, come here, let Grandpa Li have a look. The two children obediently approached. Li Lao affectionately ruffled their hair, his expression filled with guilt as he gazed at Shinjin. It is my fault for not adequately guiding you, little Jean. I apologize. Shinjin, having lost his parents at a young age, bore certain psychological burdens. Consequently, old Shun and others seldom mentioned his parents in his presence, a sentiment Li Lao was acutely aware of. Now, however, that guilt was compounded by the torn photograph left behind by Li Lu. With his head bowed, Shinjin's expression remained obscured, but his voice was soft. It's all right, Grandpa Li. As long as he apologizes to me and Tao Tao, it will suffice.
Tao Tao bờ liên kết.
Trusting little Jin's words without question. Li Lao sighed, stroking Shen Jin's hair. What a wonderful child. In stark contrast, his irritation with Li Lo intensified.
Lily.
Come here at once. Li Lo, sore and bruised from the beating, trembled at the sound of Li Lao's voice, fearful yet unable to resist. He cautiously approached, stifling a sob, his face so battered that his expression was nearly unrecognizable. The injuries were the result of Shen Jin's anger. Li Lao's fury only escalated upon seeing him, and despite several urges to strike him again, he restrained himself. Apologized to Tao Tao and little Jin. Li Lu glanced at Tao Tao, a mix of fear and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Earlier, was it that when I touched you, I couldn't move? Tao Tao huffed, turning her head away, yet tacitly acknowledging his words. Shen Jin subtly shifted to shield Tao Tao, watching Li Lu with suspicion. The chubby boy's eyes, almost slits from swelling, sparkled with excitement at Tao Tao's implied consent.
Can you teach me?
The transformation of a child's expression was swift. Moments ago, he had been scolding Tao Tao, and now he looked at her with admiration. Even the veins on Li Lao's forehead throbbed with frustration, wishing to eject this insolent grandson from his sight. After scolding her, how could he dare seek her guidance? Tao Tao, puffed up with indignation, shot a glare at Li Lu. I want to teach you, rude and inconsiderate little brat. My master said, I must not befriend children like you. You would lead me astray. Fuming, she tugged at Shen Jin. Let us go home. I want to play with such a child. Li Lu panicked, hastily positioning himself in front of them. Shen Jin eyed him warily, with hands clasped in a pitiful manner. Li Lu pleaded, I know I was wrong. Tao Tao, I apologize. Teach me, and we can be good friends. Yet his battered visage inspired little sympathy. Tao Tao remained unyielding, her expression resolute. I refuse. You tore up little Jin's parents' photograph and scolded me. I want to be your friend.
Lily.
Flustered and scratching his head, was at a loss. He had always gotten his way as a child. Now he truly did not know what to do.
Suddenly,
an idea struck him, and he rushed to offer, I'll give you all my toys, okay? I can even fix that one. He pointed to the photograph on the ground. Li Lao, furious, could hardly believe his eyes. Even in such a state, Li Lu had the audacity to plead. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, old Shun intervened. Enough, enough. Let the children resolve their own matters. We must be on our way. He forcibly pulled Li Lao away. As a result, Shen Jin and Tao Tao found themselves unable to leave, with a persistent little shadow trailing them.
Tao Tao.
This is for you. It's a birthday gift from my father. Do you like this flower, Tao Tao? I'll ask Grandpa to send you a pot.
Tao Tao.
Li Lu's voice rang out repeatedly, testing the patience of the two children. Tao Tao, exasperated, sat down and covered her ears, refusing to engage with Li Lu. After a prolonged attempt to converse with no progress, he suddenly spotted the desserts nearby, and his eyes lit up. He scampered away and soon returned, wobbling with 2 plates of pastries. Tao Tao, these are the pastries my grandmother made. If you become my friend, I'll treat you to some, all right? In the meantime, Li Lao remained oblivious to the fact that the pastries he had intended to use to placate Tao Tao had already been preemptively offered by his grandson. Tao Tao's little nose twitched at the delightful aroma. How delicious! Yet, she remained steadfast in resisting temptation. With a slight turn of her face, her chubby cheeks bore a look of determination. I said we want to play with rude children who do not respect others. Li Lu gazed at her longingly, then lowered his head. I know I was wrong. I will change. Tao Tao, little Jean, can we be friends? He looked at them with wide, earnest eyes, exuding sincerity. Tao Tao glanced at the pastries, then at Li Lu, and finally back at the pastries, before deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor. You must swear. Li Lu, seeing her soften, felt a surge of joy. He placed the pastries before her and extended his chubby little hand. I swear, I will respect others, be polite, and become a good child. Tao Tao nodded, her face brightening with a smile, her fingers twitching. Suddenly, a thunderclap roared beside Li Lu, scorching the bricks at his feet.
Ah!
He exclaimed, his face paling as he stumbled back, nearly in tears. Tao Tao, triumphant, shook her little pigtail. See, you've already sworn. If you fail to keep your promise, that thunder will strike you and turn you to ash. She delivered the last part with a hint of menace, causing Li Lu to shudder and shake his head vigorously. No, it won't happen. Terrified, He was on the verge of tears. Satisfied, Tao Tao took a bite of the pastry, her eyes squinting in delight. Li Lu cautiously crept closer, sitting beside them. Shen Jin shot him a glance, prompting Li Lu to scoot back slightly. The memory of Shen Jin's earlier severity lingered, and he still felt sore all over. He cautiously leaned toward Tao Tao. Tao Tao, will you teach me? I want to learn your skills. You're so amazing. Tao Tao, joyfully munching, her cheeks full, looked at him before shaking her head. My master said only those who possess wisdom can be taught. You do not. So, I cannot teach you. Her words were blunt and direct. Li Lu lowered his head in disappointment, yet he refrained from uttering another word. The chubby boy appeared dejected for a moment. Once Tao Tao had nearly finished her meal, he suddenly exclaimed, Sister Tao Tao, Brother Xiao Jin, I wish to take you to a place. His voice was filled with an air of mystery, eager to share his newfound friendship. Shen Jin harbored little interest in this chubby boy, especially since he had previously made remarks about Tao Tao. Do not call me brother. Li Lu felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, Xiao Jin was indeed younger than him. However, he could not best Shen Jin in a confrontation, so he obediently omitted the term brother. Xiao Jin. Shen Jin pressed his lips together, reluctantly accepting the title. Li Lu took hold of both of them, steering clear of the servants, and cautiously exited the villa through the back door. They had not traveled far when they arrived beside another villa. Sister Tao Tao, let me tell you, the family next door is quite peculiar. I often hear children crying from their house, yet I have never seen any children. This area was somewhat remote, with only a handful of villas in total. The one before them was considerably smaller compared to the Li family residence, and through the windows, it was clear that the interior was not as well adorned. Not a single servant was in sight. Sure, someone is coming, move over here, he whispered, pulling Tao Tao and Xiao Jin back. A figure emerged from the villa's entrance. It was a woman, clad in a wine-red short dress and wearing sunglasses, obscuring her features. She gracefully made her way into the villa. Li Lu spoke with an air of intrigue. That person is the owner of the villa. I hear she is a celebrity, but they always have children crying. When I mentioned it to the servants, they insisted I must have misheard. Tao Tao stared intently at the woman, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the next moment, she spotted the ghostly infant perched upon the woman's shoulder.
It was you, Schwer.
Tao Tao immediately recognized her. It seemed the ghostly infant sensed something amiss, glancing in their direction. Tao Tao quickly performed a concealment gesture with Li Lu and Shen Jin. Though they could not see it, she gently squeezed their arms, signaling them to remain silent. The ghostly infant crawled over, searching the area but finding nothing, before hurriedly retreating. This time, Tao Tao clearly discerned the ghostly infant's appearance. Its pitch-black body was covered in golden talismans, resembling seals or restraints. She then turned her gaze back to the villa, feeling a sinister aura seeping from within. Tao Tao immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, with Li Lu and Shen Jin beside her, especially Shen Jin, whose pure indisposition made contact with such entities perilous, she weighed her options carefully and cautiously led the two away. After all, Brother Tang Feng had mentioned that the wicked woman would be participating in a show with him, so they would naturally encounter her then. There was no need to rush. Moreover, she could sense that the house harbored deeper secrets. It was imperative to consult Brother Lin later and devise a plan to investigate further. She had not anticipated that her visit to Grandpa Li's home would yield such unexpected discoveries. Upon returning, Tao Tao, her expression grave, addressed Li Lu. You must not venture to that place again. Li Lu, still somewhat puzzled, merely followed his curiosity, which was why he kept gravitating toward it. Tao Tao observed him and realized that while he could be quite infuriating, he did possess a certain good fortune. Perhaps that was why he had not been discovered by Yu Shuer and the ghostly infant in previous encounters. Nonetheless, it remained unsafe, and she emphasized her warning. That place is dangerous. If you wish to avoid peril, do not go. Li Lu could only nod in agreement. Regardless, he reasoned, since Sister Tao Tao was so formidable. Her words must be right. Before the three children could catch their breath, they were approached by a flustered servant. Young master, where have you been? The old madam has awakened and wishes to meet this young lady. Li Li's face brightened. He adored his grandmother. My grandmother has not been well. I heard Grandpa mention your visit, and she prepared a plethora of pastries, but after making them, she went to rest. Would you like to meet her?
Tao Tao, not that.
And Shen Jin had no objections. Li Lu eagerly led Tao Tao and Shen Jin to meet the old madam. The old madam was seated in a small pavilion in the garden, accompanied by a servant. Upon seeing her, Li Lu shouted with exuberance, "Grandma!" The old madam's face brightened with a smile as she looked up at Li Lu. He had already run to her side, beaming as he introduced Tao Tao and Xiao Jin. "Grandma, this is Sister Tao Tao. This is Xiao Jin." Tao Tao, out of breath and with a flushed face, was about to greet the old madam when she froze upon seeing her face. Chapter 74. The Deathly Countenance.
Noticing Tao Tao show silencio.
Li Lu wore a puzzled expression and poked her gently. "Sister Tao Tao." Tao Tao's small face reflected disbelief as she beheld the old madam's visage, recognizing the signs of impending death, an aura that suggested her time was nearing its end. The elderly lady smiled kindly, ruffling Tao Tao's hair, her voice gentle.
You must be Tao Tao.
Just as the old man said, "You are a child of remarkable talent." Tao Tao lowered her gaze, then looked up with a demure smile. "Grandma Li, may I take your pulse?" The old madam, amiable in spirit, nodded with a smile, extending her arm to Tao Tao. As Tao Tao placed her hand upon the old madam's wrist and closed her eyes, time seemed to stretch. After a lengthy moment, she opened her eyes. Her large ones dimmed slightly and produced a talisman from her bosom. "Grandma Li, please keep this with you." The old madam did not question her, accepting the talisman with a graceful gesture. At their age, certain truths had become apparent to them. She vaguely sensed something but chose to remain silent, adjusting herself into a more comfortable position. "I heard from the old man that you play the guzheng. If you don't mind, would you perform for your grandmother?" Tao Tao nodded slightly, and the old madam had someone bring a guzheng to her. The instrument appeared to have some age, yet it was exceptionally well maintained, reflecting the owner's careful attention. Tao Tao settled down, preparing herself before raising her delicate hands to play. The melodious notes flowed from her fingers, carried by the gentle breeze, exuding a calming power. The old madam's eyes sparkled with admiration and wonder as she slowly closed them. Before long, she seemed to drift into slumber. At Li Li's age, filled with youthful exuberance, he had little interest in such matters and soon lost himself in distraction. As the piece concluded, it became evident that the old madam had indeed fallen asleep. Tao Tao signaled the servants for silence and carefully led Xinjin out. Nevertheless, Tao Tao appeared to be in low spirits. Xinjin noticed her demeanor, concern etched on his face. "Tao Tao, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Tao Tao shook her head, hesitating as she struggled to articulate her thoughts before ultimately falling silent. She was unsure how to express herself. After all, Grandma Li's pastries were so delicious. Just then, Li Lao and Shun Lao returned, their faces instantly brightening upon seeing Tao Tao. "Tao Tao, what is the matter?" Yet, she chose not to answer. He presented Grandma Li with a talisman. Perhaps things would turn out fine. With this optimistic thought, Tao Tao felt a little less burdened. Primarily, it was Grandma Li's kindness that weighed on her heart. She was always so gentle and would make delicious pastries for her, which made Tao Tao feel somewhat melancholic. Old Shen observed her demeanor and smiled faintly. "All right, it's time for us to take our leave." Upon hearing this, Old Li hurriedly beckoned to a nearby servant. "Go. Bring out the pastries that the lady made for Tao Tao to take home." The servant stood still, hesitating. Tao Tao blinked her eyes. Old Li frowned slightly, his expression revealing his displeasure. "Why aren't you going when I instructed you to?" After a moment of indecision, the servant finally spoke softly. "Sir, the young master has already taken the pastries to Miss Tao Tao." Old Li was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in surprise. "That little rascal, using my things to curry favor." Just then, Li Lu returned and overheard this remark. He pursed his lips, indignantly muttering, "That's not true. Those are Grandma's. It's hers." Old Li caught a hint of this and snorted coldly, his face darkening. "What did you just say, little rascal?" Li Lu immediately fell silent. He had realized today that his grandfather could really pack a punch. However, the chubby boy approached Xinjin, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a photo from behind him, which was somewhat clumsily taped together. Despite its rough appearance, it was evident that he had put thought into it. Blushing, the chubby boy stammered, "Xiao Jin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have torn your photo. I pieced it back together." Xinjin's previously guarded expression softened in surprise as he gazed at the photo in Li Li's hands. Li Li's little face turned slightly red. He stuffed the photo into his embrace. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, and to you, Sister Tao Tao. I shouldn't have said anything. Please don't be angry with me." Perhaps it was his first time admitting fault, and after speaking, Li Lu turned and dashed away. Xinjin clutched the photo, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a sigh, resembling a small adult as he tucked the photo away. It's all right, after all. I did give him a good thrashing. Consider it even. It seemed that Grandma Lee awoke from her slumber, supported by a servant as she approached. Her eyes were gentle as they met Tao Tao's. I'm getting old and sometimes doze off unintentionally. Tao Tao, do come visit Grandma again when you have the time. I'll make you some pastries. Tao Tao nodded earnestly. Subsequently, she followed Shinjin and old Shan into the car. Upon seeing Tao Tao, the dog leaped into her arms. Shifting into a comfortable position and continuing to sleep, Tao Tao absent-mindedly stroked the soft fur of the dog. Old Shin noticed her lack of enthusiasm and felt puzzled. He sensed that something was amiss, particularly after Grandma Lee had appeared. Tao Tao, what is the matter? Why do you seem unhappy after meeting Grandma Lee? Tao Tao pursed her lips. And with the presence of the chubby boy and old Lee, she spoke softly. Grandma Lee is facing a calamity, and Tao Tao can do nothing but employ a few minor tactics if possible. Before she could finish her sentence, old Shin had already grasped her meaning. After a moment of silence, he comfortingly ruffled Tao Tao's hair, his voice imbued with reassurance. You needn't be too sorrowful. She has lived a life of fortune. Free from illness or disaster, with dutiful children. These are all part of fate. Old Shun had witnessed and experienced too many separations in life. Tao Tao nodded, yet she still felt a profound sense of disappointment and fatigue. Before long, she had fallen asleep in the car. Upon their arrival at the Yi residence, Yi Feng was already waiting outside. He greeted old Shin and carefully carried Tao Tao out of the vehicle. He instructed a servant to fetch the dog. But the dog refused to let anyone else touch it and jumped down first, striding into the Yi house. Tao Tao, not deeply asleep, stirred slightly as Yi Feng carried her inside. Third brother? Yi Feng's heart softened as he replied, just sleep a little longer. Tao Tao nodded, yawning, and nestled into her brother's embrace, ready to drift back to sleep. Tang Feng, upon seeing Tao Tao and Yi Feng enter, did not realize that Tao Tao was asleep. His voice was as loud as ever, booming Tao Tao's back. Quick, look at what Brother Tang brought you. Tao Tao was startled awake by his voice. Her eyes wide with surprise and glistening with tears. Yi Feng shot a murderous glare at Tang Feng, his fists clenching tightly. Chapter 75, The Straightforward Aesthetics of Third Brother and Brother Tang. Noticing Yi Feng's dark expression, Tang Feng finally registered Tao Tao's tear-streaked face, and he was instantly at a loss for words. He let out a nervous chuckle and took a few steps back, wearing a cautious expression.
Tao Tao, Fengi.
I didn't expect Tao Tao to be asleep. Tang Feng was well aware of Yi Feng's protective tendencies towards his sister, and seeing Tao Tao's tearful state made him feel somewhat guilty. Tao Tao rubbed her eyes and patted third brother's arm, attempting to extricate herself from Yi Feng's embrace. Does Brother Tang need something from me? She decided to pour herself a glass of water, but Tang Feng was quicker, pouring it for her and thoughtfully inserting a straw. His eagerness was palpable. Catching a glimpse of Yi Feng's tightly clenched fists from the corner of his eye, Tang Feng discreetly stepped back to avoid provoking him. He then recounted the situation to Tao Tao again, presenting several photographs of the places they planned to visit. Tao Tao took the photos, her big eyes blinking, before returning them to Tang Feng. Brother Tang, this isn't going to work. These photos might capture things invisible to the naked eye, but whether there's any negative energy can only be determined upon inspection. Yi Feng lifted Tao Tao into his arms, his cold gaze fixed on Tang Feng, revealing his displeasure. Do you have to seek trouble? Can't you change the program to something else? And with your abilities, why would you need to participate in such a show? Tang Feng fell silent, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. He tightened his grip on the photographs. Feng Ge, this program is a bet with my family, so I must go through with it. Otherwise, you know what will happen. His voice grew hoarse as he ran his fingers through his hair to calm himself. Yi Feng snorted disdainfully, pushing a glass of water across the table toward him. I think you're just courting death. Tang Feng remained silent. Tao Tao studied the photographs for a while before selecting one. This one looks the most normal. She was beginning to feel drowsy again, her eyes heavy with sleepiness. Tang Feng nodded, though he still wore a frown. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, observing Tang Feng's despondent demeanor with increasing impatience. All right, enough of the pity party. Before we start filming, I'll take Tao Tao to check out your place. Is that all right? Tang Feng's face lit up with joy, his previous gloom vanishing as his eyes sparkled. Thank you, Feng Ge. I knew you were the best. Seeing him so excited, Yi Feng felt as though he had been duped. I shouldn't have felt sorry for this guy. How could he forget that when Tang Feng got worked up, His acting skills could rival those of a professional. Rubbing his temples and suppressing the urge to kick him out, Yi Feng's expression darkened. The matters are nearly resolved, so do hurry along. We wish to rest. Your presence is rather bothersome. However, Tang Feng showed no intention of departing, cheerfully exclaiming, I have prepared a gift for Tao Tao, and she has yet to see it. How could I possibly leave? As he spoke, he retrieved a box, opening it with a flourish. This is something I specially commissioned. At first, they were reluctant to create it, but after I offered a substantial sum, they finally agreed. Tao Tao perked up slightly, her curious little head leaning forward. Tang Feng unveiled the contents, animatedly narrating, Tada. In his hands was a small princess dress,
albeit nothing more than that.
The moment it was presented, the only word that could encapsulate Tao Tao's feeling was glaring. The white princess dress was adorned with an excessive number of tiny diamonds, to the point of being somewhat abrasive to hold. Beyond its exorbitance, Tao Tao was overwhelmed with a myriad of other sentiments. She fell silent, contemplating such taste. No wonder she and her brother were such good friends. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Feng was quite pleased, reaching for the dress and gesturing as if to drape it over Tao Tao. This outfit is indeed a splendid purchase. Where was it custom made? Please provide me with the contact information for future garments for Tao Tao. Tao Tao, startled, quickly grasped Yi Feng's arm, her small face betraying her urgency. Brother, I'm tired. She truly did not wish to wear such a dazzling outfit in public. Fearing that she would shine like a beacon, quite literally, Tang Feng left the gift behind, feeling as though something was still amiss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He snapped his fingers, his eyes brightening. Next time I visit, I shall have them craft a pair of shoes to match this little dress, also encrusted with diamonds. Our Tao Tao is so adorable, she will look absolutely stunning in it. Tao Tao fell silent once more, her little face scrunching up in dismay. After a moment, she softly murmured her thanks to Brother Tang. Tang Feng was delighted, interpreting her silence as speechless admiration. After all, little girls are often enamored with shiny things. Tao Tao felt a tinge of fear, apprehensive that Brother Tang might concoct yet another extravagant idea. Fortunately, Tang Feng was considerate enough not to disturb her rest. Bidding farewell before taking his leave, Yi Feng, gazing at the little dress, grew increasingly enamored. How had he not thought to have such a beautiful outfit made for his sister? He raised an eyebrow, admiring it further, murmuring to himself, once dawned, our Tao Tao shall be the most radiant child. Tao Tao took a few steps back, her small face scrunching up like a bun. Whether or not she would be the most radiant child was uncertain, but there was no escaping the fact that she would indeed shine. She quickly bid farewell to Yi Feng. Brother, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. With that, she scampered upstairs.
Yi Feng sighed, somewhat disappointed.
If only his sister weren't so tired, he would have insisted she try on the dress. Once in her room, Tao Tao nestled under her covers, resting her chin on her hand, feeling a bit melancholy. How could she possibly rectify Brother Sand's taste in aesthetics? His sense of style was truly lacking. And Brother Tang as well. Alas. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the filming of Tang Feng's show was drawing near. 2 days before the shoot, Tao Tao resolved to accompany Yi Feng to take a look, having already promised Tang Feng. By then, Tang Feng had arrived at the location and was video calling Yi Feng. Upon seeing Tao Tao, he beamed with joy, greeting her through the screen. Tao Tao, why aren't you wearing the outfit Brother Tang bought for you? You should wear that dress here. Brother Tang, hasn't he seen you in it yet? Tao Tao keenly noticed Brother Sand's eyes suddenly brightening beside her and instinctively shrank back. What was she to help Brother Tang investigate? This felt like a betrayal. Yi Feng, equally eager, summoned a servant to take Tao Tao to change into the dress. Tao Tao, he called, his enthusiasm palpable. Tao Tao's delicate face stiffened momentarily. She then clung to Yi Feng's arm, pouting, Brother, it's getting late. Let us hurry over, so we don't waste time. Yi Feng, however, remained undeterred. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. You lot, take the young lady to change her clothes. With a sulky expression, Tao Tao was whisked away.
Chapter 76, Yuxue.
Yet in the end, Tao Tao did not don that dress. The reason was simple, it was far too abrasive to wear. Quite literally. When Yi Feng held her, his arms nearly felt the strain. Faced with the choice between carrying his sister or having her wear that dress, Yi Feng wisely opted for the former. When Tao Tao changed back into her own attire, her joy was palpable. Finally, she was free from the blinding sparkle. Upon reaching the filming location, Tang Feng bounced over to greet them. Tao Tao, Brother Feng, you've finally arrived. He naturally attempted to take Tao Tao from Yi Feng's arms, only to be deftly sidestepped by Yi Feng. Not a chance. I can barely hold her at home. Now that we're finally out, I certainly want to relinquish her to you. Tang Feng, unfazed, quickly instructed someone to fetch ice cream to treat Tao Tao. Thank you, Brother Tang. She beamed, her sweet smile brightening the atmosphere. Noticing Tang Feng's renewed eagerness to carry her, Yi Feng felt a surge of impatience towards his friend. Where are you filming? I must insist that you let Tao Tao have a look, lest I be compelled to call our elder brothers to rescue her.
Tang Feng.
Understanding the urgency, wasted no time. He had a stash of snacks prepared, ready to indulge Tao Tao, and led the way. The location was an old building, somewhat dilapidated. Its exterior marred by the charred remnants of a past fire. Legend has it that many years prior, a fire broke out here due to aging equipment. The incident occurred at night, and the building remained eerily quiet until someone finally called the fire department, but it was too late. Despite valiant efforts, few were saved. Subsequently, it became known that specters of the deceased roamed the vicinity, their charred forms seeking retribution for their untimely demise, instilling fear in the hearts of residents. Over time, the area became desolate, with paranormal investigators having visited, yet many dismissed the sightings as mere theatrics. Upon her arrival, Tao Tao felt little of the ominous energy. Everything appeared as it did in photographs, nothing amiss. She took a bite of her ice cream, scrutinizing her surroundings. Tang Feng, feeling apprehensive, was on high alert. As they walked, a figure suddenly emerged from within. Aha! Tang Feng yelped, darting behind Yi Feng in sheer terror. The newcomer was taken aback, retreating several steps before regaining composure. A look of bewilderment on his face. Director Tang, Yi Feng remarked, pulling Tang Feng into the spotlight with an air of impatience. Enough with the theatrics. Open your eyes and see who this is. The newcomer, feeling even more awkward than before, scratched his head. Director Tang. The assistant director sent me to check for safety hazards inside. Tang Feng felt numb, stiffly stepping back a few paces, then awkwardly chuckled, haha. I just wanted to see if this would have any entertaining effect. Thank you for your trouble. You may head back now. The man nodded, unsure who felt more embarrassed, and swiftly disappeared from sight. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. Could you refrain from being so melodramatic? You've embarrassed yourself enough already. Tang Feng gave a sheepish laugh, yet inched closer to Yi Feng. The crew member assisting with snacks was also struggling to stifle a laugh. Tao Tao finished the last bit of her ice cream and whispered, Don't worry, Brother Tang, it's very clean here. Clean to the point of being peculiar. Akin to a hospital in the imperial capital. There wasn't a trace of negative energy. According to legends, with so many lives lost, how could there be not even a hint of it? Not a single ghost in sight. Puzzled, Tao Tao looked around, but even Yi Feng, holding her, found no evidence to the contrary. Tang Feng adjusted his mindset, feeling considerably better now. At least he could control his facial expressions. Tao Tao, how do you find it? Tao Tao blinked her glistening eyes and shook her head. It's very clean here. There's nothing to worry about. We can film. Tang Feng exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement. Hearing Tao Tao's assurance finally eased his tension. As they reached the door, crew members were also looking for him. Director Tang, a guest has already arrived. This took Tang Feng by surprise. He had informed them to come the next day, not expecting anyone to arrive early. So he raised an eyebrow and inquired, who? The staff member replied promptly, You swear. Holding Tao Tao, Yi Feng's expression soured, a slight frown creasing his brow, his demeanor decidedly unwelcoming. The staff, clearly aware of the rumors surrounding the two, stole a glance at Yi Feng. Tang Feng patted Yi Feng, signaling him to keep his emotions in check, then straightened his attire. Let us go see her. Yi Feng, visibly impatient, recognized that Yushware could be linked to his fortune, and since the show couldn't avoid her, they would have to meet eventually. Reluctantly, he carried Tao Tao over. Tao Tao wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck, enjoying the lollipop offered by the crew. As they approached, Yushware was seated beside the production vehicle, accompanied by 3 assistants who attended to her every need. Her presence was undeniably grand. Upon seeing Tang Feng and Yi Feng, she immediately brightened, gracefully approaching them with a perfectly poised smile, extending a hand toward Yi Feng. Brother Feng, it's great to see you again. Her face was exquisitely crafted, almost too perfect, reminiscent of a finely sculpted piece of art, beautiful yet devoid of warmth. This left Tao Tao feeling an unsettling sense of strangeness and dissonance. Moreover, It was evident that her fate had been tampered with, rendering her peculiar. In the next moment, Tao Tao caught sight of the ghostly infant on her back. The infant bared its teeth at her, clearly recognizing her. Though the pain from that fateful day lingered sharply in its memory, preventing any rash movements, Tao Tao realized that Yushwer was oblivious to the ghostly infant's reaction, suggesting that direct communication with it was not feasible. Stealthily, Tao Tao withdrew her gaze. Yi Feng's impatience was palpable, as he showed no inclination to engage in conversation with Yushwer, slightly tilting his head to glance at Tao Tao. She squeezed his arm, and Yi Feng understood. Having gathered all the information she needed, they turned to leave without granting Yushwer a shred of dignity. Yushwer's confident, flamboyant smile faltered, and as she sensed the eyes of those around her, a flicker of venom flashed to her eyes. Chapter 77. Capturing the Ghostly Infant. She had intended to use this opportunity to project a semblance of a cordial relationship with Yi Feng, perhaps even to stir up some romantic speculation. However, Yi Feng offered her no such courtesy. Nevertheless, Yushue was quick to adjust her expression, approaching Tang Feng. Director Tang, it's a pleasure. While Yi Feng could afford to be capricious, Tang Feng had to maintain decorum as the show's director, particularly in such moments. Thus, a forced smile adorned Tang Feng's face as he exchanged pleasantries with Yushue. The two then returned to their respective tasks. Yushue cast a lingering glance at Yi Feng's departing figure before returning to her previously occupied seat. Grabbing a cold drink, her smile faded, and she coldly inquired of her assistant, "Have you uncovered the identity of that child accompanying Yi Feng?" The assistant shook her head, stating that the child's identity was shrouded in mystery, though there were vague rumors suggesting the child was linked to the Yi family's missing member. Yushue nodded slightly, retrieving an unopened drink from beside her. Discreetly, she produced a talisman from her pocket and swept it over the exterior of the cup before handing it to her assistant. With a faint smile masking her ulterior motives, she instructed, "Take this to that little girl. It's to help her cool down in this heat." The assistant glanced at her, quietly acknowledging the task. Tao Tao was reveling in the treat provided by the crew, while Yi Feng was engaged in a discussion about the production process with Tang Feng. At that moment, Yushue's assistant approached, handing the drink to Tao Tao with a hint of nervousness. "This is a cold drink from Sister Shuer, freshly squeezed watermelon juice." Tao Tao stared at the assistant's hand for a moment before accepting it, her lips curling into a smile. "Thank you." Relieved that Tao Tao had accepted, the assistant departed. Tao Tao held the cup of watermelon juice, inserting the straw and taking a slow sip. From a distance, Yushue observed Tao Tao drinking, a deeper smile gracing her features. Tao Tao squinted in delight. However, Yi Feng was startled, swiftly approaching and snatching the juice from her hands.
Tao Tao.
"If you want a drink, I'll get it for you. Don't just drink anything." Tao Tao giggled. "What I bought isn't as good as this," she added. "It's infused with negative energy. It's so fragrant." Yi Feng's expression shifted through various shades of concern, prompting him to ask the crew to step away, leaving only him and Tang Feng as he turned into a nearby small room. Yi Feng was evidently furious, but struggled to scold Tao Tao, pacing in agitation. Tao Tao tugged at his shirt, behaving adorably. "Brother, don't worry, I know what she put in there, but the negative energy is safe for me. And it's so fragrant." To demonstrate, Tao Tao pinched the air, extracting strands of negative energy from the cup, using a bit of technique to make it visible to Yi Feng and Tang Feng. Yi Feng suddenly recalled the peculiar Tang Yuan from before, falling into an eerie silence. Tao Tao patted Yi Feng's arm, exuding a maturity beyond her years. "Brother, relax. This negative energy feels familiar. However, I still need to confirm a few things. No matter what I do later, you both must act as if you know nothing." She patted both their arms reassuringly. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, reluctant to acquiesce. Yet under Tao Tao's insistence, he ultimately relented. However, he added, "I must ensure someone follows you for safety's sake." Tao Tao obediently nodded, expressing no dissent to this arrangement. The crew of Tang Feng also had bodyguards and a few discreetly monitored Tao Tao. She refrained from converting the dark energy into spiritual power, gradually allowing it to dominate her body while maintaining her consciousness. Before long, she began to step outside, and neither Yi Feng nor Tang Feng seemed to notice, absorbed as they were in their tasks. Upon seeing this, Yushue's eyes gleamed sharply. She then handed an item to her assistant, saying, "Take this. I have something to attend to." The assistant nodded. With no one paying attention to her, she slipped away. Tao Tao made her way to a dilapidated building's corner. Upon arrival, she directly consumed the dark energy within her. Perched on her small feet, she awaited someone's arrival. Indeed, not long after, Yu Shuer approached. Cao Cao immediately assumed the guise of a delicate doll, sitting perfectly still. As Yu Shuer approached, she scrutinized Cao Cao closely, placing her hand on the girl's fair and tender face. A flicker of envy crossed her features upon seeing Cao Cao's exquisite visage, quickly masked by a facade of composure. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Cao Cao," the girl replied, wholeheartedly embracing the role of a marionette under control.
Yu Shuer nodded in satisfaction.
Oblivious to the anxious ghost infant tugging at her hair, its throat emitting guttural growls. "What is your relationship with Yifeng?" Yu Shuer asked again. Cao Cao's hand twitched slightly, causing Yu Shuer to widen her eyes in shock before collapsing. The ghost infant, witnessing this, attempted to flee but seemed unable to distance itself from Yu Shuer. Cao Cao shifted her wrist, wishing to maintain her act a little longer, yet soon realized that the dark energy surrounding Yu Shuer was entirely that of the ghost infant. She possessed neither spiritual power nor a trace of dark energy herself. Pulling out a talisman, Cao Cao captured the ghost infant. It had been attached to Yu Shuer, and for her, ghosts were far easier to manipulate than humans. Glancing at Yu Shuer, Cao Cao snorted softly, pouting her lips before turning to see Feng approaching. "Brother," she called, extending her small hands and pouting for him to embrace her. Yi Feng scooped her up, his racing heart finally finding solace. Despite knowing Cao Cao was unharmed, he remained anxious, and even after her repeated reassurances, he had stealthily followed her. Yi Feng gently patted Cao Cao's back, feeling a mix of guilt and discomfort. "It is my fault, dear sister, that you must endure such matters. Just wait a little longer, I will surely assist you." A thought crossed his mind, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Just as Cao Cao was about to comfort her brother, she suddenly tightened her voice. "Brother, someone is coming." She sensed that the approaching individual carried a hint of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng swiftly concealed them both in the corner of a nearby wall, while Cao Cao utilized a talisman to minimize their presence. At that moment, she sensed something was amiss with the ghost infant. As footsteps grew nearer, she suddenly felt a connection between the ghost infant and the newcomer. Perhaps it was due to the ghost infant's disturbance that the person pursued them. But why had they arrived so swiftly? Or had they been lurking nearby all along? Cao Cao aimed to sever this connection immediately, but it was too late. Yu Shuer, lying on the ground, was awakened by the application of a talisman by the newcomer, letting out a soft moan. Chapter 78. The Hidden Hand Behind the Accident. Cao Cao discerned that the newcomer was allied with Yu Shuer. However, with Yi Feng at her side, she contemplated briefly before handing a talisman to him and stepping out. Yet, upon her exit, she realized something was amiss. Both Yu Shuer and the stranger had vanished. Cao Cao's nose twitched as she caught a whiff of burning talismans. She cautiously moved her small feet and conducted a thorough search, confirming their complete disappearance. Yi Feng, having heard no noise, emerged from behind, his expression still serious.
"Cao Cao."
"What happened?" Cao Cao shook her head, gathering her belongings, and with a slight pout replied, "Brother, let us go. They've already fled." She found it perplexing that the individual had been so vigilant. What could possibly compel him to conceal himself from her and her brother? Why venture out when he was already aware of their presence? Her mind swarmed with questions, but she eventually shook her head, pouting her lips in resignation. "Never mind. We shall face whatever comes our way." As Yi Feng carried Cao Cao back, one of the assistants nearby was taken aback upon seeing them return, quickly lowering their gaze. Cao Cao glanced around the set, her lips curling slightly as she noted Yu Shuer was indeed absent. After a small yawn, she prepared to interrogate the ghost infant when Yu Shuer's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Both Cao Cao and Yi Feng turned to see Yu Shuer conversing with the crew. Upon noticing them, she greeted them with apparent ease. Cao Cao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Yu Shuer. She observed that a faint layer of dark energy enveloped her, and it appeared she was completely unaware of having been knocked unconscious by Cao Cao moments earlier. In fact, she seemed utterly unfazed to see Cao Cao. Yi Feng gave her no attention, cradling Cao Cao as they departed. Tang Feng, upon spotting them, beckoned them over, and after inquiring about the situation, his expression darkened. "Brother Feng, since Cao Cao has captured Yu Shuer's ghost infant, should we remove her from the production team?" Yi Feng pondered for a moment, ready to nod. But Cao Cao interjected. "No, she still holds value. I sense the dark energy she used in the juice, if I am not mistaken. It is connected to the accident involving my brother." At this revelation, Both Tang Feng and Yi Feng's expressions shifted dramatically. Initially, I was unsure, which is why I pretended to meet that wretched woman. She herself possesses no dark energy. Yet the energy surrounding her after using the talisman is of the same lineage as Li Qingyu, the one who harmed my brother. Moreover, her ghost infant had previously appeared around that villain. I suspect a connection exists. Tao Tao's fingers twitched slightly, her face serious. Li Qingyu is currently under surveillance by the Special Investigation Unit, but he has become a vegetable, rendering him of little interrogative value. Our only avenue now lies with Yuxuer. Yi Feng frowned, perplexity etched on his face. He had no enmity with Yuxuer. Why would she go to such lengths to harm him? After a moment's contemplation, Tao Tao added, however, my brother's fortune does not lie with her. This is indeed curious. Tang Feng pursed his lips, his expression equally grave. After a pause, he finally spoke. Brother Feng, Yang Qingzhou will be arriving tomorrow. Let us have Tao Tao take a look at him. We had our suspicions about him before, didn't we?
Ye Feng nodded.
Glancing down at Tao Tao in his arms, his gaze softening once more. Tao Tao, are you tired? Would you like your brother to take you to rest? Tao Tao was indeed weary. She nodded and nestled into Yi Feng's embrace. She often felt a pair of eyes secretly observing her, and when she turned to look, the gaze vanished. As she lay in Yi Feng's arms, she slipped her hand into her pocket, and after a moment, a small paper figure drifted lazily into the corner like an ordinary scrap of paper. Unbeknownst to anyone, it was then carried by the wind to Yuxuer's side. Just as Yuxuer lifted her foot, she inadvertently stepped on it, causing the little paper figure to adhere to the sole of her shoe. Tao Tao returned to the hotel with Yi Feng, initially intending to interrogate the ghostly infant, but she had been swept away by Yi Feng early that morning. After a prolonged car ride, fatigue overcame her, and she simply closed her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with the production team, Yuxuer also returned to the hotel. The moment she entered the elevator, her smile vanished. The three assistants nearby, sensing her darkening demeanor, dared not utter a word. She glanced at them with a frigid expression, inquiring coldly when Yi Feng had sought that child. The three assistants exchanged furtive glances before shaking their heads in unison. Yuxuer did not allow them to linger, and they, too, paid her little mind. Her countenance darkened as she struck one of the assistants across the face. Incompetent. The assistant, taken aback by the slap, did not dare to retaliate, instead bowing her head in submissive apology. The other two assistants, equally intimidated, refrained from intervening. Yuxuer's expression was ominously dark. Although she had not displayed any unusual behavior on set, it did not mean she was unperturbed. In fact, she was entirely unaware of how she had lost consciousness. Upon waking, she found herself in a corner near the production team, utterly oblivious to how Yi Feng had discovered Tao Tao. Upon reaching her destination, as the elevator doors opened, Yuxuer's expression transformed swiftly, reverting to the approachable demeanor expected of her by the production team. Exiting the elevator, she made her way to her room and opened the door. The moment she entered, her eyes widened in shock upon seeing the man seated inside. She immediately blocked the assistant who had intended to join her. This doesn't concern you, you may leave. Without waiting for their reactions, she turned and shut the door behind her. The three assistants, accustomed to her behavior, departed together. Once the door was closed, Yuxuer's expression changed dramatically, revealing a blend of humility and fear akin to how her assistants had appeared before her. She cautiously approached, standing at a respectful distance from the man on the sofa. "Sir, what brings you here?" she murmured, her head bowed, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The man, manipulating a string of jade beads in his hand, remained silent. A cold sweat broke out on her back, and her legs felt weak and cold. Suddenly, Yuxuer's eyes widened in terror, her breath caught as a hand composed of dark mist seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. Simultaneously, the man on the sofa finally spoke. "Did I not warn you to stay away from that little girl?" Yuxuer's eyes bulged in panic, nearly suffocating until the misty hand abruptly released her. She fell to the ground, coughing violently, her eyes reddening. "Sir." The man on the sofa regarded her with a detached gaze, as if she were an inanimate object, his voice devoid of emotion. "This is your final warning. If you dare to engage in any clandestine actions behind my back, you may as well forfeit your life."
Yuxuer lowered her head.
Her eyes reflecting a tumult of reluctance and fear. "Yes, but, sir, what exactly is that little girl's identity?" The jade beads in the man's hand spun. Gathering her courage to look at him, she still could not discern his features, only the glimmer of his eyes. Though he was mere feet away, his face was obscured as if shrouded in fog. You think you can manipulate her after capturing Li Qingyu? Do you truly believe you can control her?
Yusue voted hekese, silenced.
Initially, her curiosity regarding the girl's identity, coupled with her proximity to Yi Feng, had sparked thoughts of exploitation. Yet, she had not anticipated that a mere child could wield such formidable power. But, sir, Yu Shuer attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by the man's cold scoff. Do you think your trifling tactics went unnoticed by her?
Today,
You are the one who was rendered unconscious by her, and she has already taken your ghostly infant. Yu Shuer's eyes widened in shock as she muttered incoherently, realizing that her connection to the ghostly infant had been severed. Fear and astonishment washed over her, leaving her pallid. Sir, do they already know about my actions against Yi Feng? Panic gripped her. Such matters could spiral out of control. If word got out regarding her attempts to harm Yi Feng, her fate would be sealed. After all, Yi Feng was the young master of the Yi family. What end could she possibly expect? The man in black chuckled softly, laced with derision and chill. So now you are aware of fear? I have already warned you. Did you heed it? Yu Shuer bore the marks of the grasp left on her neck and found herself at a loss for words. The jade beads in the man's hand whirled faster, and when Yu Shuer trembled at the precipice of terror, he finally spoke. From this moment forth, refrain from any rash actions. I will devise a way to handle the ghostly infant. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of Li Qingyu. He retrieved a vial from his pocket, containing Li Qingyu's soul, seemingly engulfed in black flames, the wails of despair echoing even through the glass. The man in black spoke with a calm indifference. Do you see the fate of a traitor? Yu Shuer trembled uncontrollably, nodding fervently. Only then did the man appear somewhat satisfied, softening his tone. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I will find a way to protect you. If the Yi family encounters even a slight issue, they will have no time to focus on you. Yu Shuer, filled with gratitude, lowered her head repeatedly, uttering her thanks. After a considerable time, however, silence reigned. Cautiously lifting her head, she discovered that the man had vanished without her noticing. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat as if she had just emerged from water. After regaining her composure, she rose from the floor and made her way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the small paper figure that had adhered to her shoe quietly fell to the ground before slowly disappearing. On the other side, in the hotel room of Yi Feng and Tao Tao, Yi Feng resided in his family's hotel, the presidential suite, while Tao Tao had already drifted off to sleep in one of the bedrooms. Yi Feng leisurely sipped red wine while watching television in the living room. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Yi Feng looked up to see the small paper figure, which, despite the nearly non-existent gap in the door to Tao Tao's room, was persistently attempting to squeeze itself inside. Having encountered it before, Yi Feng recognized it immediately and approached, carefully tugging it from the crack. He was cautious not to exert too much force, fearing that the delicate paper figure might tear. The small paper figure continued to expressively attempt to wriggle its way in. Finding himself pulled out by Yi Feng, he felt particularly displeased. The expression on his face transformed dramatically. Yi Feng, caught between laughter and tears, tugged at its small arm. Tao Tao is sleeping. You will wake her up like this. Only then did the little paper figure begrudgingly heed the warning, chirping twice before crawling onto a nearby table and lying still. Yi Feng was immensely curious about it. The television was uninteresting, so he opted to examine the little paper figure. He could not fathom how the seemingly painted expressions on its face could be so varied. Unable to resist, Yi Feng reached out and poked its small face. Chirp! The little paper figure appeared exceedingly irate, baring its teeth in a threatening manner. Yi Feng found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. You're just a little paper figure and you think you can bite? You can bite? Ouch! That hurts. Let go. Yi Feng jumped up as if electrocuted, shaking his hand in pain. The little paper figure made a clattering sound as it was flung around, and Yi Feng's face contorted in discomfort. I was wrong, let go, please. The little paper figure finally released its grip, and Yi Feng gazed at the tiny bite marks on his finger, utterly dumbfounded. How could such a little paper figure bite so painfully? Meanwhile, the expression on the little paper figure had also shifted. Yi Feng shook his finger, wary of provoking this little creature again. It looked so adorable, yet its bite was surprisingly fierce. Just then, the door to Tao Tao's room creaked open. The little girl emerged, yawning, a mix of concern and grievance on her face. Brother, what happened? Her voice was laced with the remnants of sleep, still instinctively seeking affection. Yifeng suddenly recalled that he had shouted too loudly in pain, possibly waking Tao Tao. He scooped her up, casting a glare at the little paper figure on the table. However, before he could say anything, the little paper figure had already jumped into Tao Tao's embrace. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It pointed a tiny finger at him, its expression transforming into one of pitiful distress. Looking exceedingly forlorn, Yifeng stared, flabbergasted. How could such a little thing be so much like a scheming green tea? Goodness, this little creature has two faces. Tao Tao understood the little paper figure's chirps, while Yifeng could not comprehend, yet he sensed that it was reporting him. After listening, Tao Tao sighed, her small face slightly pouting, like a little adult, as she patted Yifeng's shoulder. Brother, the paper spirit is very young. You must not bully little children.
Yifeng was taken aback.
No, let me explain. He looked at the little paper spirit in Tao Tao's hands, its face a picture of sorrow. And his temples throbbed. This little actor is quite the performer. Chapter 80. Punishment for Shuai. The paper spirit, having finished its performance, cast a triumphant glance at Yifeng. Yifeng rubbed his temples, silently reminding himself not to argue with a child, and thus refrained from retaliating. Tao Tao poked the little paper spirit, her face mirroring its adorableness. What did you hear today? Upon hearing something serious, the little paper spirit disregarded Yifeng, flailing its arms and began recounting its tale to Tao Tao. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tao Tao's brow furrowed as her agitation grew while listening. By the time the little paper spirit finished, she was already fuming. It was indeed that wicked woman's doing. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Tao Tao's eyes darted around. The paper spirit bounced in her hands, calling out, chirp, chirp. Tao Tao looked at it, poking its little belly, and smiled sweetly. I know, you're the best. Now go rest. The little paper spirit proudly straightened up, only to flop down limply in her palm. Seeing that it had fallen silent, Yifeng approached, intending to poke it once more, but the little paper spirit sprang back to life. Startled, Yifeng recoiled several steps. Tao Tao gently patted its little head, her voice sweet as honey. All right, no more mischief. The little paper spirit then stuck its tongue out at Yifeng before disappearing entirely. Yifeng watched helplessly. This little creature certainly knew how to be playful. After tucking the little paper spirit away, Tao Tao glanced at the time, a spark of mischief lighting up her face. Brother, let's go visit Shuai's hotel. Yifeng raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do we need to go there for? Tao Tao giggled, tugging at his shirt, and pouted. Come on. You'll find out when we get there. Reluctantly, Yifeng called Tang Feng, knowing the program's hotel was just a short distance away. However, the previous rumors had made him cautious, so he summoned Tang Feng to avoid any media misunderstandings. The two followed Tang Feng into the hotel. Once inside Tang Feng's room, Tao Tao took a large cup of watermelon juice from him. She inquired about Shuai's room and then exited with the juice in hand. Brother, I'll be right back. The cup was nearly as big as her small face. Arriving at Shuai's door, Tao Tao knocked. Startled by the black-clad figure, Shuai was still reeling from the shock, her heart racing at the sound of the knock, her face momentarily betraying panic.
Who is it?
No response came. Upon peering through the peephole and seeing it was Tao Tao, Shuai's anxiety heightened. After being informed of Tao Tao's capabilities by the black-clad figure, her fear intensified. Nevertheless, she hesitantly opened the door, knowing she couldn't act recklessly until she confirmed whether the Yi family was aware of her animosity towards Yifeng. As the door swung open, Tao Tao revealed a sweet smile. Sister, this is the juice my brother asked me to bring you. She tilted her small face upward, her big eyes glistening, appearing exceptionally innocent and obedient. Shuai thought of Yifeng, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that Yifeng had taken an interest in her? A slight flush crept onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, in Tang Feng's room, Yifeng was caught off guard by a sudden sneeze, a chill passing over him. However, as he contemplated Tao Tao's abilities, Shuai felt an inkling of fear. She reached out to take the juice, mustering a forced smile. Please thank Brother Feng for me.
Tao Tao be met sweetly, semin bili medili delivering juice.
Well then, I'm off. With that, she truly departed, but as she left, a trace of white dust seemed to fall from her feet, barely noticeable. Shuai entered with the juice, her head spinning momentarily. Having just used juice to harm Tao Tao earlier, she naturally dared not drink it. After staring at it for a long while, she ultimately poured it all down the drain. Tao Tao appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits as she hummed a little tune while returning to Tang Feng's room. Tang Feng had wisely prepared a variety of snacks in advance, now laid out before them. While arranging the snacks, he chuckled. "Where did my little darling take the juice?" Tao Tao shook her head, beaming with pride. "I took that cup of juice to that wicked woman." Tang Feng raised an eyebrow, handing her a bag of cookies while grinning. "Having just used that stuff on you, she wouldn't dare drink it, even if she had 10 times the courage." While still pondering, the child embodies innocence, aware of the need for vengeance, yet oblivious to the manner of execution. Tao Tao shook her head, settled herself to one side, and swung her little feet. The matter of whether to pour the juice or not was trivial. It was merely ordinary fruit juice, with Tao Tao having added nothing to it. Tang Feng was somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom why Tao Tao would prepare a simple glass of juice for her. In the next moment, a woman's shrill scream resonated throughout the floor, startling Tang Feng to the core, his hair standing on end. He felt rather unwell. Yi Feng was similarly taken aback. Yet, Tao Tao remained unfazed, sipping a generous mouthful of watermelon juice, her eyes squinting in satisfaction like a contented kitten. Then, she languidly remarked, "The juice is indeed ordinary," but when Tao Tao delivered it, she inadvertently opened her third eye. "And I may have left a trace of ghost-attracting incense ash at her doorstep." The little girl's bright, round eyes, coupled with her chubby face, seemed to inquire about the day's menu, sending a shiver down Tang Feng's spine. He retracted his earlier statement. What a child indeed. "This is a little black sesame dumpling." Yu Shui's complexion turned ashen as she beheld a dozen or so spirits within the room, her entire being nearly succumbing to faintness. Tao Tao had not unleashed her full strength, as she had yet to capture the big fish. The remaining incense ash was merely capable of attracting a handful of souls, lacking any offensive power. Nevertheless, even this was sufficient to terrify Yu Shui to her very core. Trembling, she crouched in a corner, shrieking, "Sister Shui!" The first to respond were 3 assistants residing next door, frantically pounding on her door. Yu Shui dared not open it, for one spirit stood idly at the threshold, staring blankly at her. All she could do was scream in varying pitches. It was only when someone lodged a complaint that hotel staff and security forced open Yu Shui's room door, discovering her alone yet in a state of extreme agitation. Upon seeing them enter, she immediately lunged forward, gripping her assistant's arm, terror etched across her face. There are ghosts. Ghosts. Disheveled and frantic, she appeared almost deranged, prompting several onlookers to surreptitiously snap photographs. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the staff quickly cleared out unnecessary bystanders. Trembling, Yu Shui felt as though the roomful of spirits had become aware of her ability to see them, all fixating their gaze upon her. With a piercing scream, she nearly bruised her assistant's arm in her grip. The assistants, along with the hotel staff and security, had inspected the room multiple times, finding nothing amiss. "Sister Shui, you are the only one in this room. Where are the ghosts?"